After awakening I conquered the whole world. Chapter 705 to Chapter 883. Zelu Manor was famous not only because of its size, but also because of its history. There were many legends that had been passed down. One of the mansions that this celebrity had bought was said to have been the residence of a historical figure. When Xiao Jin arrived, it was the celebrity's personal bodyguard who came out to greet her. Seeing how young Xiao Jin was, the celebrity was very surprised. After confirming her identity, she brought Xiao Jin in. The manor was very big. She had to take a car to enter from the outside. It took a few minutes to reach the mansion. There was a huge man-made lake in the front yard of the mansion. It was the size of the house. One could imagine how rich this celebrity was to be able to buy this area. This celebrity was a female celebrity named Chao Junmin. Chao Junmin's name could be said to be a household name. In the past, she was famous throughout Huaxia. She had been famous for a long time. She was famous throughout the country. She was only in her 30s, but she had been out of the entertainment industry for a few years. It was said that she was unmarried and was quite beautiful. When Xiao Jin was brought into the mansion by the bodyguard, she heard a cough. She walked to the beautifully decorated entrance. The interior was decorated in a European style. It was very grand but spacious. Chao Junmin's manager stood at the door. When she saw Xiao Jin, she was a little surprised. "You are that master?" In their imagination, a master should at least look like an immortal. In fact, he did look like an immortal. It was just that Xiao Jin was so young that they could see it with their naked eyes, which was a bit shocking. Being young meant that he had little experience. Chao Junmin's manager, Li Lian, was a little hesitant. Her manager used to be very powerful. Xiao Jin couldn't be bothered to understand this. Seeing her, he nodded. "Where's Chao Junmin?" Li Lian paused. When they were contacting each other online, they weren't sure if Xiao Jin could be trusted, so they gave him a fake name. She didn't expect him to know who was looking for her. However, Li Lian had shown her face in the media before. She thought that he only knew it was Chao Junmin after seeing her. She nodded. "She's inside." At the very least, he was someone recommended by Fan Jin. He didn't know if he was reliable. Xiao Jin noticed that after she came in, the bodyguard left and closed the door. In an instant, only her manager and herself were left in the empty mansion. It looked a little lonely. If it weren't for the fact that it was daytime outside, the cold decoration style would have looked a little gloomy. When Li Lian brought her in, she said, "Don't tell anyone about what you saw." Because the other party was a master, they still treated him with respect. However, this kind of respect was a little awkward. It seemed that it was not only because of Xiao Jin's identity. After Xiao Jin walked in, he understood what Li Lian meant. On the sofa in the side hall sat an extremely graceful woman. Her figure was extremely good, and just her back view alone was enough to charm thousands of people. However, if one ignored the strange stiffness of her legs and the old bark-like skin, she was an out-and-out beauty. When she heard someone come in, Chao Junmin turned her head. Half of her face was still beautiful, but the other half, like the old bark, the tree had melted, as if it had been painted with realistic special effects. If a timid person saw Chao Junmin's current appearance, they would probably scream in fright. "Who is she?" Chao Junmin subconsciously covered the other half of her face. She looked like she was about to cry. Her manager went out to pick up a master, but who knew that she would bring back such a young one? She subconsciously thought that someone had broken in. She was very afraid of being seen by anyone. If it was exposed, she wouldn't be able to live anymore. And it would cause panic. Who would have thought that the beautiful Chao Junmin would become like this? Xiao Jin walked over and saw the tree on Chao Junmin's face. He found it interesting. "Did you suffer a backlash?" Chao Junmin was stunned for a moment. Her manager, Li Lian, came up to her and said, "This is the master recommended by Fan Jin." "Fan Jin?" Chao Junmin was a little stunned. "So young? Why are you used to judging people by their age? The person who made the deal with you should be very young, right?" Chao Junmin's body stiffened. What did you say?" Xiao Jin smiled and said, "I can tell at a glance that there's a reason why you're so popular. There was no lack of beauties in that era. The reason why Chao Junmin was popular was not because she was really beautiful, but because she had some special means. She met an array master. This array master made a deal with her and gave Chao Junmin good luck, giving her the opportunity to become popular. And anything that involved borrowing luck was definitely not a good thing. Chao Junmin had already suffered a backlash. Chao Junmin was flustered by Xiao Jin's words and subconsciously avoided Xiao Jin's gaze. No one was willing to admit that their current achievements were obtained through dishonest means. Even Chao Junmin's manager didn't know. But now that she saw Chao Junmin's strange situation, anyone with a normal brain would know that there was definitely something wrong with her. Instead of going to the hospital, she went to a master. This proved that something was wrong. However, Chao Junmin had no other choice. Her manager had been with her for so many years and could be trusted. She couldn't find the person from back then, so there was nothing else she could do. Xiao Jin reached out and touched Chao Junmin's arm. Her arm had not completely transformed into a tree, but it felt like old bark, prickly and rough. Chao Junmin subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but she found that she had to face Xiao Jin's gaze. Xiao Jin set up an array formation on her body and easily found out some things. Chao Junmin had made some deals back then, but she wasn't completely in the wrong. She didn't even realize what price she had to pay for making this deal. But now that the price had come, he had to make a choice. Xiao Jin just asked her, "What is your request?" "You asked me to help you solve your current predicament?" "Of course." Chao Junmin said without hesitation, "Don't tell me you're here to watch the show? I'm going to make a comeback next month, but now that I'm in this situation, I can't act anymore." When she said this, she was filled with sorrow. Acting was secondary. The key was that she couldn't see anyone at all. She could scare a group of people to death if she went out like this. If it was made big and posted on the internet, she wouldn't be able to live. Xiao Jin shook his head. "I'm asking you, do you want money or your life?" Chao Junmin's face froze. Even her manager's face changed. "Will I die?" At first, she thought that Chao Junmin just had some physical abnormalities. Xiao Jin stood up and said, "You took someone else's things. Although you didn't know, you should have known. Now that your middleman is in trouble, you are not an evil person. If you give up everything you have now, I can save your life. If you don't, you will die in less than a month." Her words were simple and direct, and Chao Junmin was scared silly. Her face was pale. What was the difference between giving up everything she had now and dying? Li Lian's face also turned green. Giving up everything? Did she mean what Chao Junmin had now or all her fame and status? But there didn't seem to be any difference. Xiao Jin said, "Have you thought about it?" Chao Junmin had been in fear for the past few days. Now that she heard this, she broke down. "I asked you to solve this problem. Do you think my 10 million yuan is for nothing? If it wasn't for Fan Jin's recommendation, if you asked someone else, they would have let you die." Xiao Jin supported his chin and looked at her with interest. He was not angry. "I didn't come for the 10 million yuan. I just thought that your life could be saved. Of course, if you want to die, I won't stop you. You can do whatever you want." Not being angry didn't mean that she would spoil Chao Junmin. If Chao Junmin couldn't give up everything she had now, at most, she would give up her life. Chao Junmin's face stiffened. At first, she thought that Qian Yan was young, but now, every word she said pierced her heart. She still wanted to struggle. "You don't even know what happened to me. How can you be so sure? I don't know what happened to you. You made a deal with someone else. How can I know the details? But isn't it easy to tell if you're going to die or not?" She was a high and mighty female celebrity, but in front of Xiao Jin, she was just an ordinary person. Chao Junmin was completely stunned. Li Lian came forward and asked Xiao Jin, "Master, what is the reason?" Xiao Jin pointed at Chao Junmin. Back then, she wanted to be famous, so she made a deal with someone. She only thought that she had met a master. Why don't you think about it? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Do you think that just by paying money, you can offset what you got? How did you get your money? You relied on the luck you obtained through trading, and this luck didn't belong to you in the first place. If you didn't make the deal with your fate, you could have also become famous. However, you wouldn't have been able to reach your current status. Unfortunately, you had to get involved in such a matter and destroyed your fate. Now, you even have to bear the backlash. If you can't give up your current glory and wealth, then you can only bring it into the coffin and enjoy it. If Xiao Jin had said that she was dead, it would have been fine, but he had said that she was destined to be popular. This made Xiao Junmin unable to figure it out. Tears welled up in her eyes. At that time, she didn't suspect Xiao Jin mainly because Xiao Jin was right. She had indeed met someone at that time. The other party had said that he wanted to make a deal with her to make her popular. However, the other party only wanted money. After she had money, she had paid a lot of money to the other party. She had thought that the other party would pester her, but who knew that the other party had disappeared a few years ago. She had been unable to contact him, so she didn't take it seriously. It was only recently that she realized that some things were not so easy to get rid of. After entering this industry, some things weren't as easy as outsiders thought. The female celebrities of her era had all sorts of unorthodox methods. They would do anything for fame. However, Xiao Junmin became popular, so she thought she had found the right method. She had indeed found the right method, but there was still a price to pay. Li Lian was shocked when she heard Xiao Jin's words. Junmin, you really, back then, when there were rumors in the industry, she didn't believe them as a manager. The main reason was that other female celebrities more or less had rumors of raising ghosts, but she had never seen such things around Xiao Junmin. Xiao Junmin didn't hide anything from her. There were no secrets at all. She thought that Xiao Junmin really relied on her own strength and good luck to become famous. However, recently, Xiao Junmin started to have problems. Only then did she realize that Xiao Junmin was hiding something from her. She started to become strange and didn't even go to the hospital. Instead, she asked Li Lian to find a fortune teller for her. She found a few, but they were all liars. Only one of them said a word and was helpless. They prayed to God and Buddha. When Xiao Junmin complained on her phone, Fan Jin found out and recommended this fortune teller. However, Fan Jin didn't know the specific reason for Xiao Junmin's problem. She thought it was just a small problem. Who knew that Xiao Junmin's problem was so big? Xiao Junmin immediately cried. I was too young at that time. I had no choice. A talent scout took a fancy to me. I entered this industry because I wanted to earn money. But at that time, there were so many outstanding people. There were also people who were prettier than me. I just relied on my face. How could I be so lucky to become popular? I couldn't get any films or resources. Someone wanted to sleep with me, but I wasn't willing. I was even banned. If I hadn't met her. If I hadn't met that person and she told me there was such a method, I wouldn't have taken this path. She said that as long as I earn more money and do more good deeds, I'll pay her more. I've been doing charity for so many years. I've donated more than $1 billion. How many people in the industry have donated more than me? I thought it would be fine as long as it was over. Who knew? Who knew? Xiao Jin said softly, if everything in this world could be settled with money, it would have been over long ago. Doing charity to increase one's providence is built on people who haven't done anything wrong. If you borrow the providence of others, that's an original sin. Others might understand, but karma won't. Xiao Junmin couldn't stop crying. Seeing her cry, Li Lian also felt sad. After all, she had been with her for more than 10 years, and she was also the one who brought her up. The two of them were like sisters. Li Lian looked at Xiao Jin and couldn't care less. Master, what method do we have to use to save her? Xiao Jin said, the one who borrowed luck was mainly the formation master. She was a medium. Now that something has happened to the formation master, she has suffered as well. You have to donate all your money, but I think you. She frowned. The person whose luck was borrowed should be fine. Xiao Junmin was destined to become popular. It was just that it happened a little later. This borrowing of luck messed up her providence and forcefully brought forward the time. The person she borrowed luck from was definitely someone very impressive. There were rules to the backlash. Xiao Junmin's backlash was her entire body turning into a tree. It was a little unusual. She looked at Chao Junmin and said, "I want to know who the master who lent you luck is." Chao Junmin cried as she told her the news. Of course, it was obvious that it was fake news. She definitely wouldn't tell Chao Junmin her name, but the other party was very young at that time. Chao Junmin still remembered the other party's approximate age and accent. She seems to be a female student, studying near the capital. I saw her once a few years ago. At that time I heard someone call her Zhuzhu. Xiao Jin shook her head. If the other party didn't come to her for fortune-telling, it wouldn't be enough to rely on Chao Junmin's information. She asked, "Do you have a photo?" She didn't let me take a photo. Chao Junmin paused for a moment and suddenly said, "I think I took a photo secretly at that time. I remember I have a record. Sister Li Lian, in my old phone, I didn't ask you to throw it away." Li Lian suddenly understood. Your old phone that you don't use anymore? Celebrities changed their phones quickly, but Chao Junmin had an old phone. She went to look for it and found that there was even a charger. She charged it and found that it could still be turned on. Chao Junmin took the phone and flipped through it. There was too much information, and she didn't delete most of the photos. After looking for a long time, her eyes lit up. Here it is. Chao Jin took a look. It was a photo that wasn't very good. She could only see that the girl in the photo was indeed very young. There was only the curve of her side profile, and she didn't notice the camera. Against the light, the outline wasn't very obvious. She was from the capital. If there was an array master, the spirit group should have records. When it was time to use her connections, Xiao Jin didn't hesitate. Xiao Jin sent a photo to Zhongli Painting and asked her to help find the information. Who would have thought that Zhongli Painting's search would really yield some information? They had records of this array master. Zhongli Painting called her. The information is recorded and can't be leaked. I'll tell you directly. This array master was a member of the spirit group from the beginning. Her name is Ran Wanyue, but she emigrated many years ago and was in charge of the spirit group's affairs abroad. She disappeared a few years ago, and the spirit group hasn't been able to contact her. Where did you hear about her? Xiao Jin paused for a moment. Is your spirit group's recruitment so careless? Zhongli Painting was a little confused. Huh? No, Ran Wanyue is from the previous generation, so I'm not too sure. I know that she has an elder sister who is quite famous. She used to be a rich woman in Xiangdu and kept many popular male stars as her mistress. The last sentence seemed to be casually said by Zhongli Painting. Don't you know my idol Ferdinand? His father, Shi Kanyun, seemed to be kept by sister Ran Wanyue. Of course, I didn't ask her. This is what the others in the group said. She didn't hesitate to talk about the private gossip of her idol's family. Xiao Jin, she raised her eyebrows. Ferdinand his father, how did things come to this after so many twists and turns? Xiao Jin suddenly remembered that Song Yanqing had once said that the woman who kept Shi Kanyun was the foundation of his fortune. Later, after Shi Kanyun got up, the woman disappeared, and no one knew where she was. The woman who kept Shi Kanyun was Ran Wanyue's elder sister. Ran Wanyue was an array master who helped Chao Junmin borrow luck, but now it was backfiring. Song Yanqing's fate had been changed. She suddenly felt that some things were not over and had been strung together. The array master who Song Yanqing had swapped his life providence was dead. Xiao Jin could sense it clearly through her perception. If this array master could survive after Song Yanqing took back his life providence, then this array master was even more heaven-defying than Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin had a feeling that Ran Wanyue must have had some other involvement with this matter since she was involved in such a distant relationship. Now that she had easily obtained some information about Ran Wanyue from Zhongli Painting, she could directly use the array to deduce where she was now. In front of Chao Junmin, Xiao Jin directly began to deduce where Ran Wanyue had gone. However, she was a little surprised by this deduction. Ran Wanyue was dead. However, she did not die when she went missing a few years ago. She had died recently. In other words, Ran Wanyue was indeed dead. The array had lost its suppression and began to backfire on Chao Junmin. Moreover, she saw that Ran Wanyue had died in the country. After a pause, she saw Chao Junmin's worried and desperate expression and said, "I'm going somewhere. I'll come back tomorrow." Qiao Junmin immediately asked, "Where are you going?" Now that she knew that Qiao Jin was a master, her tone became more respectful. Qiao Jin said, "I'm going to see where the person who lent you luck died." She said it very calmly, but when Qiao Junmin heard the word died, she shivered and widened her eyes. Is she really dead? Generally speaking, it was very likely that she could not be contacted. Qiao Jin said, "You'll know when you see the body." After saying that, she directly left. Her agent, Li Lian, asked someone to send Qiao Jin away. When she returned, Qiao Junmin was in tears. Could she be a liar who told the world about me after she went out? I don't think so. And she didn't pay. Qiao Junmin was speechless. When she came, she did not even ask for a deposit, which meant that Qiao Junmin had not paid yet. Qiao Jin left Qiao Junmin's manor and booked a plane ticket. The array master died in Xiandu, another city across the river from Shuidu. In the last century, the entertainment industry in this city was very developed. Shi Kenyun started his business there. Moreover, Xiandu was also very popular with some unorthodox practices. According to Zhongli Peining, there were still many active array masters, but they did not have any contact with the array masters on the mainland. With the help of the spirit group, it was very easy for her to go there. She arrived in Xiandu that very afternoon. This city gave her a very dull feeling. Through the array, she found the place where Ran Wanyue had died. When she saw the location, she pondered for a moment. In front of him was a mountain forest. Next to it was an old tube-shaped apartment that was about to be demolished. It seemed that there were still people living there. On the land where Ran Wanyue died, there was a patch of towering trees growing. However, they were separated in green. It could even be used as a ready-made park landscape. The place next to the mountain forest was an asphalt road. Near the edge of the asphalt road, there was a pile of fallen branches and leaves. There was a place on the edge of the road that was bulging, as if it had been moved by someone. It seemed that something was buried there. Qiao Jin lowered her eyes and thought for a few seconds. Then, she decisively called the police anonymously. Because Ran Wanyue's body was below, she could not dig it up. Moreover, there was more than one body below. The shape of the trees in front of her was very similar to the old bark skin that grew out of Qiao Junmin after she had suffered a backlash. Although most of the trees were the same, Qiao Jin knew that Ran Wanyue had died here and Qiao Junmin had suffered a backlash for a reason. The police soon arrived. Qiao Jin had called the police, but they did not know who had called the police. They only received the news that there was news underground, so they were a little nervous. Qiao Jin watched from a building far away. No one knew she was there. Less than 10 minutes after she saw the police arrive, she had already dug something out. She was shouting and yelling for people to go over and help. Many police officers came. Half an hour later, Qiao Jin saw them carrying a corpse out of the ground. The number of residents who came to watch the show increased. When they saw the corpse, everyone exclaimed in shock. They were shocked that there was a corpse here. The corpse was wrapped in a body bag. When it was dug out, the corpse was extremely smelly. It almost made people want to vomit. However, that was not the main point. The forensic doctor came and opened the body bag. In an instant, a stench spread through the area. Those who were close by almost fainted from the stench. A large group of police officers almost vomited on the spot. It was not that the corpse was scary, but it was too smelly. It was so smelly that it was unbearable. The people who came to watch the show all dispersed. The stench from the soul was unbearable. Even if they were just here to watch the show, they could not stand it anymore. The police officers quickly found masks and put them on. The forensic doctor also put on the masks again before opening the body bag. After the stench dissipated, it was barely bearable. When the forensic doctor saw the corpse, he was stunned. The corpse in the body bag was not that scary, but it was hard to understand. It was the corpse of a woman. Her face was swollen and pale. However, the strange thing was that the right half of her face had mutated. It had become old bark like a tree trunk, causing her skin to be damaged and her facial features to be distorted. The forensic doctor had seen many corpses, but he had never seen such a strange one. He was shocked. When the other police officers saw it, they were also shocked. However, before they could carefully examine the corpse, the police officer who was digging the corpse said nervously, "There seems to be another corpse in the pit." The others immediately looked over. Indeed, there seemed to be something at the bottom of the pit that had just been dug out. It seemed to be a human finger bone. The police officers immediately continued digging. The corpse from earlier was to be sent to the police station for investigation. No one knew who had called the police, nor did they know why a body had been buried here. This could be considered big news in the vicinity. Not long after, the other corpse was dug up as well. It was the same female corpse, but it looked similar to the first corpse. Soon, the identity of this female corpse was recognized on the spot. That was because she was Ran Baoqing, a famous rich woman in Xianxia in the last century. It was as if she had died at the best time. Her current appearance was still as complete as before her death, allowing others to see her magnificent charm. Actually, she was quite good-looking at that time. She was rich and pretty in that era, so she was the object of many pursuers. After Ran Baoqing's body was dug out, Xiao Jin stood in the distance and watched. Suddenly, he saw something floating out of Ran Baoqing's body. That thing was a ray of light. Xiao Jin stretched out his hand slightly, and the ray of light rushed towards her. When she looked down, she heard a tender voice. "Big sister?" Xiao Jin turned his head. It was a little boy in a t-shirt, about 7 or 8 years old. The boy looked young, and his family background was probably not very good. There were traces of seams at the waist of his t-shirt. The children living here were indeed not very well off. The people in Xiangdu spoke the local dialect, but this child spoke pure Mandarin. He looked at Xiao Jin and asked cautiously, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Xiao Jin stood on such a high floor and looked at things in the distance. To this little boy, she was like a fairy flying in the sky that he saw in cartoons when he was young. Xiao Jin smiled and said, "I'm standing here." The boy still maintained a trace of innocence. He walked up and looked at Xiao Jin seriously and curiously. "Sister, are you a fairy?" Xiao Jin said, "I'm not." The boy said, "But you look exactly like a fairy." Xiao Jin said cruelly, "Watch less TV." "It's a lie." The boy was speechless. Xiao Jin saw that Ran Baoqing's body had been dug up and the items had been obtained. She wanted to find out what happened back then. What are you doing up there? Come down quickly." A woman screamed. A woman in the same ordinary clothes rushed upstairs and stared at the little boy. "What are you doing here?" She saw Xiao Jin again. She was a little surprised and a little flustered. "Miss, this child didn't say anything wrong, right?" Her panic was a little strange. Xiao Jin just shook her head. The little boy named Yu suddenly pointed at Xiao Jin and said, "This sister is a fairy." "Mom, didn't you say that fairies don't exist?" "Look, I saw a fairy today." Unexpectedly, this sentence made the woman quite nervous. Her face turned pale. She looked at Xiao Jin and then at him. At that moment, she looked at Xiao Jin with a little fear in her eyes. She covered the little boy's mouth as if she wanted to drag him down. She scolded in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense." When Xiao Jin saw how nervous she was, she looked down at the boy again. Yu's mouth was covered, so she didn't make a sound. She followed her mother quietly. Xiao Jin stared at her for 2 seconds and suddenly said, "Wait." The woman's body stiffened as she looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin walked over and said coldly, "Why are you so nervous when you see me?" The woman looked at Xiao Jin, her eyes darting up and down. She stared at Xiao Jin for a long time, as if she was trying to determine if she was a real person. After a long time, she felt Xiao Jin's fresh breath. She let out a sigh of relief, but she refused to let go of the child's mouth. She only smiled apologetically. "The child likes to talk nonsense. Miss, don't take it seriously." She spoke fluent Mandarin. She should have migrated from the city across the river from Xiangdu, not a local. Xiao Jin smiled. "He said that I was a fairy. How is that nonsense? Or are you afraid that I'm really something he imagined?" The woman's face suddenly turned pale. Her body began to tremble violently. She shouldn't have been so frightened by Xiao Jin's words. Her whole body was trembling. Xiao Jin glanced at you and suddenly reached out to touch his forehead. He's too young. His ability is not so strong. He can't transform into a living person. Huff. Huff. Huff, the woman almost screamed from her throat. She was almost scared out of her wits by Xiao Jin's words. However, she seemed to be controlled by something and couldn't scream. Xiao Jin bent down slightly and looked into Yu's clear and curious eyes. You, how old are you? Her tone became more relaxed, and she seemed to be unusually gentle towards this little boy. Yu felt his mother's hand loosen a little for no reason. He immediately answered, I'm 8 years old. His voice was loud and clear, and he spoke very loudly. Xiao Jin nodded and continued to ask gently, how long has it been since you moved here? Yu lowered his head and counted with his fingers. It's been 3 years, right? The woman couldn't speak, and her entire body was trembling slightly. At this moment, when she saw Xiao Jin talking to you, she was even more panicked. Xiao Jin stood up straight again and patted the woman's shoulder. You don't have to be so flustered. I won't hurt him. We're the same kind of people. This child in front of her was an unexpected surprise. This was because Xiao Jin had never thought that she would be able to find an extremely rare spiritualist here. This was the second spiritualist she had met besides Song Yanqing. Yu in front of her was still too young. His ability was innate, but it wasn't very strong. This was because he didn't know what his ability was at the moment, and he couldn't use it properly. However, there must have been something abnormal about him that made his mother so scared. The woman looked at Xiao Jin, and her eyes were about to tear up. Miss, you, Xiao Jin nodded. Let's go in and talk. She wasn't in a hurry about Ran Wanyua's matter. After all, the police were going to transport the body back, and they still had to do an investigation. Compared to a business deal, discovering a spiritualist was the most important thing. Moreover, Yu was obviously not discovered by anyone. Or rather, these spiritualists didn't realize what a spiritualist represented. Perhaps they didn't even know that other than wizards and array masters, there was also a kind of existence called spiritualists in this world. The woman nodded in horror and turned around stiffly. Then, she walked downstairs with Yu in tow. They lived in this seemingly precarious tube-shaped apartment, and their living conditions weren't very good. However, hiding here could very well avoid others discovering Yu's abnormality. The woman was Yu's mother. From the moment she realized that something was wrong with Yu, she was afraid that Yu would be captured for research, so she brought him to this poor place. Their family's conditions weren't very good. She wanted to move to a better place, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't know who Xiao Jin was, but when she heard that she was the same kind of person as Yu, she felt an inexplicable panic and a kind of surprise. So her Yu wasn't the only one who was different. She went downstairs with them. They lived on the 5th floor on the west side of the building. There was a long corridor, and on the left side was the balcony. On the right side, there were many houses. Every house was very small. Entering the room, the kitchen and bathroom were in a narrow space. Other than a bed, a table, and a small cabinet, this room couldn't fit anything else. There were only some small toys under the table. There was almost no place for people to walk. The woman walked into the room. Her body was a little stiff, and her tone was a little panicked. The room is a little small. Because she could see that Xiao Jin's clothes and temperament were completely different from them. Xiao Jin shook her head. It's okay. She didn't care about these things. The woman was still a little uneasy, mainly because the room was narrow. She walked inside and pulled out a small stool from under the table. It was obviously a child's seat. She usually sat on the bed when she ate. Yu naturally sat beside the table, and there was a layer of building blocks on the floor next to her. There were also some cartoon posters that children liked posted all over the room. How should she put it? There was some warmth that belonged to her family in the narrow and difficult room. Xiao Jin didn't look around. She sat on the small stool and asked naturally, "Have you lived here for 3 years?" The woman poured her a glass of water and said a little uneasily, "Yes." She carefully closed the door and sat cross-legged on the other side of the table. She looked at Xiao Jin hesitantly and said, "You said, you and Mayu are the same kind of people?" Xiaojin nodded and put down the cup. When did you start to have the abnormality you think he has? Yuchu was stunned for a moment. Then, she thought carefully and said, probably since he was a baby. What abnormality could there be in a baby? It was probably the obsession of a baby. A baby's obsession was nothing more than eating and sleeping. At first, Yuchu didn't realize what was wrong until she couldn't take care of you. Then, she saw the milk bottle automatically appear in Yu's hand. He was already 3 months old at that time. When she saw it for the first time, Yuchu was almost scared to death. She quickly realized that there was more to the matter than she had imagined. For example, no matter how busy she was, she would have the urge to appear by Aju's side as soon as Aju cried, even though she had planned to take care of the baby first and feed him later. No matter where she was, she seemed to be able to sense the child's tears immediately. At that time, Yu was too young. His obsession was nothing more than eating and seeing her. However, Yu was too young. She was still a baby and couldn't express her basic concepts. When she realized that something was wrong with Yu, she moved with Yu. Yu was her only child. She didn't want any harm to come to Yu, even if he might be a freak in the eyes of others. He might be hiding secrets that she didn't understand. At first, she was afraid, but she gradually got used to it when she found that there was no danger. It wasn't until Yu grew up and could speak that she realized that the situation was worse than she had imagined. All children loved toys, and Yu was no exception. When Yu saw something outside, she would often pester Yuchu and say, "Mommy, I want it. How could Yuchu afford those toys?" She had to take Yu home. At first, Yu would cry and throw a tantrum, and when he did, the toy would appear in his hand, appearing out of thin air. Yuchu had seen this many times and was finally certain. Yu has the ability to make her wishes come true. Xiaojin was silent for a moment. When a spiritualist changed the rules, it could also be seen as her wish coming true. Yuchu wasn't happy about this ability. She realized that if she didn't educate Yu properly, there would be a bigger problem with his ability. She began to teach Yu to control himself. He had to control his desires for other things and not speak carelessly. This was because every time he said something seriously, it was very likely that it would become a reality. When Yuchu found out, she was being targeted by a perverted man next door. Yu said to her, "Mommy, he bullied you. I want him to suffer retribution." That night, the wretched man was hit on the head by a stone that fell out of nowhere. He almost lost his life. She didn't even dare to stay in a place with acquaintances. She moved further and further away with Yu. Because of the change, she didn't have any good abilities. Her life was very difficult. Even so, she didn't teach Yu that he could reap without sowing. She didn't think about these things at all. She just thought that Yu's ability must not be discovered by anyone. She didn't want them to be separated. The older Yu grew, the stronger his ability became. He even asked the baby to come back to life and talk to him. Yuchu was frightened at that time. Until now, Yuchu didn't dare to send Yu to school. She could only buy some books at home to educate him. Because she was afraid that the child couldn't control himself and used his ability to hurt other children. After hearing this, Xiaojin supported his chin and thought for a while, "You are kind." "I'm not kind either." Yuchu still had a layer of fear on her face. "I just think that if something happens to the child, he will definitely be taken away. I don't want him to be trapped in a laboratory or be killed." Even if she hadn't eaten pork before, she had seen pigs run. She was very clear about what would happen to her child if others found out that there was something wrong with him. Society couldn't tolerate heresy. She had never seen other spiritual readers. Naturally, she didn't know what kind of existence the child was. At this moment, Yuchu looked at Xiaojin with a deep fear in her eyes. She held Yu in her arms and asked with expectation, "Do you also have this ability?" Xiaojin shook his head. "There are spiritual readers in nature. There are 3 kinds of spiritual readers. I am an array master. Your child is a spiritual reader." Spiritual reader? Yuchu had never heard of this before. She was confused at the moment. Xiaojin said, "It's useless for me to tell you now. Your child must go with me. He can't hide his ability. The older he grows, the stronger his ability will be. At that time, as long as he has an idea in his heart, he can change a lot of things. It's useless for you to trap him here now. If he is found by others, he will either be locked up or killed. Yu Chu shuddered. Her face immediately turned pale. But, where can we go? Where could he go without being discovered? As long as there were people, they would definitely be discovered. Xiao Jin said indifferently, do you believe me? If you trust me, then follow me. You have no other choice. This child needs to be educated. You know very well that I can control him. Yu Chu hesitated. In the face of a stranger like Xiao Jin, it was unrealistic to say that he believed him completely. However, when she saw Xiao Jin's appearance, she felt a sense of conviction. In addition, now that the child had been discovered, she could see the child's ability at a glance. She also knew what kind of existence he was. At least, he was the same kind of person as the child. At this time, Yu looked at Xiao Jin and asked innocently, Fairy sister, do you want me to go with you? Xiao Jin nodded. However, Yu shook her head and shrank into her mother's arms. Fairy sister, I can't go with you. I want to go with my mother. If I go, there will be no one to protect her. Yu Chu's eyes turned red. So this was what this child had always thought in her heart, he wanted to protect his mother. Xiao Jin chuckled. Why would I break you up for no reason? Of course, your mother will take you with her. For a young spirit master like you, it wasn't enough to rely on formations to restrain her. Only by having the person she loved by her side would she be able to restrain her. Yu Chu also had some ability to restrain you to this extent. Otherwise, if a child's thoughts were serious and strong, who knew how much trouble you would cause? Yu was relieved and looked at her mother. Mom, let's go with Fairy sister. Yu Chu looked at Xiao Jin and lowered her head to think for a few seconds. Then, she looked up and forced a smile. Okay. Leaving with Xiao Jin was also a helpless choice. Because she didn't know who Xiao Jin was. Xiao Jin stood up and said warmly, pack some things. You don't have to worry about who I am. I won't hurt you or you. Yu Chu nodded and let you pack up with her. She usually worked in a small garment factory nearby and earned a small salary every month. It was barely enough to support her and you. When Yu Chu and you were packing up, Xiao Jin suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. She suddenly said, someone's coming. You're inside. She opened the door and saw a group of people downstairs. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes. They clearly weren't people who should be here. When they came, they looked around the tube-shaped buildings and finally locked onto Xiao Jin's building. When they saw Xiao Jin upstairs, they were slightly surprised. There were 3 men and 1 woman in the group. The woman glanced at Xiao Jin and then looked at the people next to her. Is that little boy here? The man nodded. The woman looked at Xiao Jin. Her gaze suddenly focused. She's not an ordinary person. It seems that someone has discovered her. The few men looked at Xiao Jin with unkind gazes. That child's ability is too heaven-defying. We must not let others find out. Otherwise, if the mainland sends people over, we will lose a helper for nothing. The woman snorted, since he was discovered in my territory, he naturally belongs to us. What does this have to do with the continent? Their words fell into Xiao Jin's ears. You and the others packed up quickly. There was nothing to pack in the first place. As for the rest of the furniture, Xiao Jin said lightly, I don't want it anymore. I can't take it with me. Yu Chuqiong was scared. Hearing this, he hesitated and said, these can be sold. Xiao Jin said, it's too late now. Yu Chu's expression changed. What do you mean? Xiao Jin nodded at the group of people downstairs. It seems that your son has been discovered. Fortunately, she had come in time today. Otherwise, a spiritualist would have disappeared. Could it be that the fluctuation in Qiao Juanmin's birth chart was related to this? That was not right. A spiritualist was not directly related to Qiao Junmin. How could he appear in her birth chart? It seemed like it was purely a coincidence. He had a hunch. When Yu Chu saw the group of people, he was scared out of his wits. Then what should we do? From the looks of it, they were here to capture you. They were either doing experiments or doing something unknown. Most of the people who wore suits and leather shoes were dangerous people. Xiao Jin said softly, continue packing. Don't worry, I'll handle it. The group of people also came up directly. They came up very quickly and appeared on the 5th floor in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jin just looked downstairs and didn't even blink at their arrival. A few of them tried to approach Xiao Jin slowly with vigilance in their eyes. When they found her standing in front of the little boy's house, they were even more sure of something. The woman stepped out and looked directly at Xiao Jin. Who are you? They couldn't tell at a glance. She might be an ordinary person, or she might not be an ordinary person. Xiao Jin slowly looked at them. The girl's cold and delicate face startled them. Her temperament was not like that of an ordinary person. She looked at them and smiled meaningfully. Who do you think I am? The woman's eyes darkened. She looked at Xiao Jin and said, you are not a member of our Xianxia spirit group. I don't care who you are. We need to take this family away. I hope you can back down a little. The Xianxia spirit group was different from the spirit group in the capital. Although the spirit group in the capital was the headquarters, it didn't actually control the Xianxia spirit group. After all, the long-term situation had caused the people here to be very resistant to the mainlanders. In addition, Xiao Jin spoke fluent Mandarin, so they knew that she was not a local. However, they didn't receive any notice from the spirit group, which meant that the person in front of them couldn't have been sent by the spirit group. Thinking of this, their tone became more aggressive. They just found this little boy and observed him for a long time. Where did this girl come from? Xiao Jin shook her head. I will take this child to the mainland. You can't even deal with him. Her words made the woman's face change. You were sent by the capital? Why didn't we receive any notice? Xiao Jin said, do the headquarters need to notify you? However, the people of Xianxia spirit group had always thought highly of themselves. Xiao Jin's words were undoubtedly contemptuous of them. The woman said directly, we didn't receive any orders. You can't take this child away today. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Unlike the spirit group in the mainland, the spirit group in Xianxia spirit group was a mix of formation masters and wizards. After all, there were fewer people. It was not as extravagant as the mainland, where hundreds of magi could be found. Moreover, the spirit group in Xianxia was much more chaotic. They were involved in many things and were not under the jurisdiction of the spirit group. This was where the problem lay. The few of them got into position. There were 2 wizards and 2 formation masters. Before the formation masters could make a move, the wizards attacked Xiao Jin first. Suddenly, a special golden thread appeared outside the balcony. It extended from both sides and rushed toward Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin didn't even move his hand. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread broke. Her eyes were locked on these people, and the smile on her lips was a little cold. I don't need to inform anyone when I do something. As soon as he finished speaking, several people in front of him fell to the ground. He was lying on the ground in a mess, as if he had suddenly fainted. Ayaya, on the other side, an old woman came out with a basin. When she saw the scene in the corridor, she was so scared that she screamed. She glanced at Xiao Jin, turned around, and went back into her room. She closed the door in a panic. We're done packing. Yu Chu's voice came from inside the door. When she came out with you, she was shocked when she saw the unconscious people in the corridor. Xiao Jin said indifferently, it's okay. Come with me. She still had to investigate Ran Wanyua's matter, so she was not in a hurry to go back. However, Yu and Yuchu could not stay in Xianxia. She did not inform the spirit group, but called Song Yanqing. When Song Yanqing received her call, the first thing he said was, I heard that you went to Xianxia. Xiao Jin replied, yes, I did something. There was also an unexpected surprise. I found a spiritual master of speech. A spiritual master of speech? Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows slightly. A second spiritual master of speech? He knew very well how rare spiritual masters of speech were. Until now, Xiao Jin had only found the second one. It was indeed strange. Yes, an 8-year-old boy named Yu. He, his mother, and I are all in Xianxia now. However, I have not finished my business and will only be back tomorrow. I want you to arrange for someone to pick them up first. they can't stay here. The spirit group in Xiandu has already set their eyes on them. Xianxia understood immediately and said, okay, I will arrange for someone to pick them up immediately. However, what are you doing in Xiandu? It has something to do with Ferdinand's father. Sure, Kenyun was kept as a mistress, and the body of the rich woman who kept him was found. Song Yanqing was silent for a moment. Ran Baoqing? Obviously, he knew about this matter. It is said that she disappeared more than 10 years ago. She is indeed dead. Xiao Jin said, her death was quite unexpected. I found an array point on her body. This array point is quite strange. It killed her sister, Ran Wanyue. Ran Wanyue was an array master and even worked in the spirit group in the capital. She emigrated a long time ago and disappeared a few years ago. When I came over, I found her dead here. She was killed by the array point on Ran Baoqing's body. Don't you think it's quite interesting? Ran Baoqing had been dead for more than 10 years. An absolutely dead person had no ability to take revenge. However, a strange array point appeared on her body. This array point not only killed Ran Baoqing, but also caused a backlash on everything on Ran Baoqing. This was also the reason why Chao Junmin suffered a backlash. Song Yanqing chuckled. If you think it's interesting, then you can investigate there. If you need any help, just ask me. Xiao Jin said, okay. After hanging up, someone came to pick up Yu Chu and Yu. Xiao Jin sent them to the car and confirmed that they were Song Yanqing's men. She even set up an array formation, so that she could immediately sense if there were any obstacles on the way. She found herself a hotel to check in. In the room, she set up a formation around the Xiangdu police station and obtained the information she wanted. Ran Baoqing and Ran Wanyue's bodies were transported back to the police station, which shocked many people. The spirit group had already sent people to investigate. Because their bodies to the corpses was to because the body to the point were her bodies, except for her to the point, her entire body to the was her bodies. The forensic doctor said that she had been dead for more than 10 years, but her face did not show any signs of decay. It was just that her body had turned into a tree trunk. Even though the spirit group had seen a lot of things, they had never seen such a strange thing. Moreover, some knife wounds were found on Ran Baoqing's body. It was speculated that she was killed with a knife when she died. But why did her body become a tree trunk? The police station and the spirit group were still investigating this matter. Xiao Jin was also a little restless because the spirit group that she had knocked out in the afternoon came to her door. Before she even opened the door, she could already feel the tight encirclement outside. Although it was not worth mentioning to her, she felt that it was too annoying. A large group of people were guarding outside Xiao Jin's door, looking serious and scared. In the afternoon, they didn't even know what was going on before they fainted. This made them realize how terrifying Xiao Jin's ability was. Now, not only was he here, but he also brought a bunch of police officers. They had already sent a message to the mainland and were waiting for the notification. The woman wanted to knock on the door, but she hesitated when she thought of what happened in the afternoon. Just as she was thinking, Xiao Jin's door was suddenly opened. The woman felt something tighten around her neck as if she was being forcefully lifted by someone and dragged in. She screamed, and before anyone could react, she was dragged in. Then, the door closed with a bang. The others narrowed their eyes. When they came forward to break the door, they found that they couldn't open it. After the woman was dragged in, her body floated in the air uncontrollably. Her eyes widened as she looked at the girl in front of her in horror. She was pouring herself a glass of water. Her movements were elegant and steady. It was impossible to tell that the person controlling her was this girl. The woman found it difficult to breathe. She suddenly regretted her rashness. What do you want to do with so many people? Did I do something wrong? Xiao Jin raised her head. There was a smile on her lips, but her eyes were cold. Are you so used to being left alone in Xiangdu that you even want to meddle in the affairs of the headquarters? No. No, the woman found it difficult to breathe. She realized the seriousness of the matter and didn't dare to refute Xiao Jin. She had called the headquarters, but there was no clear reply. The key was that she didn't receive any notification. How could she be willing to let Xiao Jin be taken away by the little boy? Even if there was a notification, they wouldn't care at all given the attitude of the Shangdu group. They only wanted to snatch the girl, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. Since you have an opinion, I'll let you see the headquarters opinion. Xiao Jin said and called He Yao. He Yao had just been promoted and was qualified to take charge of some things. Xiao Jin called her and said, I found a little boy in Xiangdu. Now, the spirit group in Xiangdu says that I'm not qualified. What do you think I should do? He Yao. Please wait a moment. How could He Yao not understand what Xiao Jin meant? If Xiao Jin brought people here, wouldn't he be bringing people here for her? Many of her subordinates were recruited by Xiao Jin. How would she dare to meddle in his affairs? He Yao knew how people in Xiangdu did things, so she wisely called her boss. After a while, the woman's phone rang. Xiao Jin reached out a hand, and the phone flew out of the woman's pocket and connected automatically. A man's voice was clear. Zhong Jian, if you meet a girl with the surname Qiao, don't bother about what she wants to do. The woman called Zhong Jian turned pale. The man didn't get a response, so he said again, did you hear me? Zhong Jian saw Xiao Jin's playful expression and could only say with difficulty, yes. As soon as she answered, the call was hung up. The person on the other end obviously didn't expect Zhong Jian to be controlled by Xiao Jin. The phone automatically returned to Zhong Jian's pocket. At this moment, she was so scared that she was sweating. Xiao Jin was still asking with interest, do you have any other opinions now? Zhong Jian's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness, but she could only say, sorry, I was being nosy. Xiao Jin could tell from her expression that she didn't think so at all. Xiangdu had always been disobedient. Even if the headquarters gave an order now, Zhong Jian could pretend that she didn't hear it. But now that she was controlled by Xiao Jin, she was so easy to talk to. Xiao Jin didn't care. Zhong Jian fell to the ground with a bang. Fortunately, the ground was covered with a thick layer of carpet, so it didn't hurt. Zhong Jian lowered her head, her eyes surging with strong unwillingness. Xiao Jin said, do you have any other questions now? Zhong Jian gritted her teeth and went out. Xiao Jin looked at Zhong Jian's back and chuckled softly. After Zhong Jian went out, a group of people outside all surrounded her. Zhong Group, are you okay? Zhong Group, what did she do to you? Zhong Jian looked up at these people and said with a gloomy face, she didn't do anything. Let's go back first. Don't worry about it. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't dare to disobey Zhong Jian's order. Naturally, they left with Zhong Jian. After Zhong Jian left, Xiao Jin, who was in the room, received a call from He Yao. Are you okay? Xiao Jin, I'm okay. He Yao was a little confused. Why did you go to Xiangdu? You even met the Xiangdu spirit group? Xiao Jin said lightly, I received a strong order, and the destination happened to be Xiangdu, so I came over. I also met a little boy, who is a special spiritual reader. He Yao was now used to the boss picking up spiritual readers from all over the place. She couldn't help but feel a little envious. You can find awesome spiritual readers anywhere. The boss is indeed the boss. She sighed and continued, but to be honest, we can't do anything about the Xiangdu spirit group. You know that because of some special reasons, the people over there have always liked to go against us. That's why we've been dealing with the incense on our own for so many years. Since you've taken her away this time, you have to be careful when you come back. Or should I send someone to pick you up? There's no need for that. I've already sent someone to pick her up. I have other things to do in Fragrance City. She didn't say much, and He Yao knew better than to ask. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jin looked outside and continued to monitor the police station. She stayed there for a night. Through collecting intelligence and some information from the police station, she learned some things. Ran Baoqing had disappeared more than 10 years ago, and at that time, it was said that she had not yet broken up with Shi Kenyun. At that time, Shi Kenyun had already started to get involved in foreign business and gave birth to Ferdinand with Lois. As for more information, because it was too long ago, it would probably take a long time to investigate. One thing that Xiao Jin now knew from the array was that it was Ran Wanyue who killed Ran Baoqing, and now Ran Wanyue was killed by the array on Ran Baoqing's body. Why did Ran Wanyue kill Ran Baoqing? Ran Baoqing was her biological sister. Of course, Xiao Jin knew some things, but it was not easy to investigate the specific past for the time being. Now that the two bodies had been investigated, the police in Xiangdu would investigate this matter. Xiao Jin returned to the capital with the array point and found Qiao Junmin again. When Qiao Junmin saw Xiao Jin alone, she was about to cry. I feel that my body is more powerful today. She was getting more and more powerful. She almost felt that her whole body had turned into wood, and she couldn't move. Now she couldn't go out even if she wanted to. When Xiao Jin saw Qiao Junmin like this, he just asked her, "You were very active with the stars in Xiangdu back then. Then let me ask you, do you know Ran Baoqing? Sister Baoqing?" Qiao Junmin blinked and nodded. I know her. Xiao Jin was silent for a moment, then suddenly tooted. I'm not investigating the case, but if you know her, you'd better tell me. She patted the array point on Qiao Junmin's body, but no one could see anything from her action. After a while, Qiao Junmin felt that her whole body was relaxed. She was a little shocked and almost cried out in joy. I don't seem to be stiff anymore. She held her face in her hands. Her face was rapidly changing. The tree bark that had grown out was falling off her face like dead skin. Very quickly, her face returned to its original appearance. Although she was old, she had taken good care of herself. Now that the bark had fallen off, she was still the glamorous star. Qiao Junmin felt that her body was not stiff anymore. She tried to move and felt that she could indeed move. Her body had also returned to its former flexibility and flexibility. She couldn't help screaming in surprise, "Master, I'm fine, I'm fine." She had regained the flirtatious appearance she had had a few days ago. However, the moment she recovered, Qiao Jin saw a wisp of black qi drifting from her head and completely disappearing without a trace. She paused for a moment and suddenly narrowed her eyes. So that was it, she meant that there was no such thing as a backlash for no reason. It was not enough for Ran Wanyue to die, and even Qiao Junmin had to pay with her life. It turned out that she had been targeted. This was a super-large array, which had caused a series of chain reactions. The black qi attached to Qiao Junmin's body. It was not a backlash, but an absorption. Draw on her vitality and luck. The Feng family's array could only be considered child's play. Such a powerful array was not something that an ordinary array master could do. Most importantly, if Qiao Jin hadn't coincidentally bumped into her, she might not have discovered it for the time being. The situation was different from the Feng family. She suspected the He Erli family, who had a close relationship with the Feng family. Now, it seemed that this person was hiding even deeper. This type of formation was called the reverse loop formation, and was an absolute taboo among formation masters. Using the array formation masters as the array points, they were scattered all over the world, using the lives and luck of different people to support a person. The key point was that the formations were all interconnected. Even if they caught the person, they wouldn't know where the life chi would end up. Qiao Junmin's luck had been borrowed from Ran Wanyue, which meant that Ran Wanyue was also a part of the array formation. This was a huge circle. It was impossible to find the source with just one or two people. Even if Qiao Junmin was dealt with now and her backlash was eliminated, she would still be the one who had a problem in the end. Qiao Jin looked at Qiao Junmin and suddenly laughed. Qiao Junmin was shocked. She looked at Qiao Jin cautiously. "Miss Qiao, is there a problem?" "There's no problem." Qiao Jin's face returned to normal. It was indeed the work of his old rival to do such a thing. He was still alive after so many years. It was about time to set up this plan. Qiao Jin said, "Tell me about Ran Baoqing." Qiao Junmin said, "Okay." Qiao Junmin knew Ran Baoqing because there were many people who knew Ran Baoqing in that era. She was rich, very rich. At that time, the country had not yet taken control of Xiangdu. Relying on the chaotic situation in Xiangdu, Ran Baoqing made a fortune. She was rich and beautiful. She was also the dream lover of countless men at that time. She also took care of many male stars, and Shi Kanyun was one of them. The biggest problem was that she really liked Shi Kanyun. At that time, everyone knew that Sister Baoqing doted on Shi Kanyun the most. Unfortunately, this man later repaid her kindness with ingratitude. Even Qiao Junmin looked down on Shi Kanyun. Don't look at how few people know about these things now. There were many people who knew the inside story at that time. Xianxia later went abroad and got together with the famous actress, Louisa. He and Sister Baoqing did not break up, and he still relied on Sister Baoqing's power to do business. Sister Baoqing was naive. After Sister Baoqing disappeared, all her assets were taken over by Xianxia. At that time, everyone suspected that Xianxia was the one who did it, but there was no evidence. Qiao Junmin was upset. I think he's doing well now. Why don't the bad guys get retribution? She also knew about Xianxia's son, Ferdinand. He was so well known. Qiao Jin was thoughtful. So you don't know that Ran Baoqing has a sister, Ran Wanyue? Sister? Qiao Junmin was a little surprised. I haven't heard of this. Qiao Jin was deep in thought. The Ling group knew that Ran Wanyue was Ran Baoqing's sister, but ordinary people did not know. Even if these stars lived in the same circle, there were obviously some things that they could not know. Qiao Jin nodded. I know. You've already recovered, but I advise you to give up what you should. Qiao Junmin's face stiffened. This? Haven't I already recovered? Qiao Jin said, it's useless even if you don't give up. You've chosen your life. You'll lose everything you shouldn't have in the future. I can save you this time, but if something happens to you, no one can save you. Qiao Junmin's face turned pale. Qiao Jin glanced at her. What a pity. His original life had been destroyed by borrowing luck, and most of it had been absorbed by someone else. If he didn't give up now, only death would await him. Qiao Junmin should not have taken such a path, but she had chosen to take it in advance because she was eager for quick success. Sometimes, one wrong step would cause her to lose all hope. Leaving Qiao Junmin in a daze, Qiao Jin returned to the imperial capital. Song Yanqing told him that Yu and Yu Chu were now arranged to stay in the same place. It was the property of the Song family, and there were people protecting it. Because Qiao Jin said that Yu was a spiritual speaker, Song Yanqing also knew her importance and did not put them in an ordinary place. When Qiao Jin went to see Yu Chu saw Qiao Jin and immediately showed a very grateful look. Miss Qiao, thank you for sending us here. Mr. Song has almost explained it to us. Once Song Yanqing made a move, it would be of some use. For example, he had explained everything clearly now. Otherwise, Qiao Jin would need to talk so much nonsense. Yu Chu had already accepted them and was willing to hand the child over to Song Yanqing. Yu was hugging his new toy at the side, looking like he was having a great time. When he saw Qiao Jin, he smiled very happily. Yu Chu saw Yu smile and felt a little sad. I rarely see him smile so happily. In the past, Yu had stayed with Yu Chu. Although he had maintained his innocence, he understood his mother very well. He had never yelled because his mother did not allow him to go out. It was precisely because of this that Yu Chu felt very sorry for him. Qiao Jin patted Yu's head and said to Yu Chu, don't worry. He doesn't have to go anywhere. He can go to school like a normal child. You don't have to worry about anything else. You just have to teach him well. If no one guides Yu's ability, it's very easy for him to get into big trouble. Yu Chu nodded. I understand. She looked at Qiao Jin gratefully. Miss Qiao, I'm really grateful that you and I were able to meet you. Qiao Jin curled his lips. This is fate. Ran Baoqing's matter was not over. From the moment Qiao Jin obtained the array point, he knew whose luck Ran Wanyue had borrowed for Qiao Junmin. It was Ran Baoqing's. This was because an ordinary person's fate was not enough to support Qiao Junmin's popularity in the entertainment industry. In other words, from the moment Qiao Junmin borrowed luck, Ran Baoqing met Xianxia and her career began to decline. In the end, she even became Xianxia's stepping stone. When Ran Baoqing died, her resentment was very strong, which affected the place where she died. There should have been a natural array point there, but under Ran Baoqing's influence, the array point mutated. The only thing he did not know now was why Ran Wanyue killed Ran Baoqing. However, since she could do something like letting someone borrow her sister's life, it did not seem surprising that she wanted to kill Ran Baoqing. The only unexpected thing was that Ran Wanyue had stabbed Xianxia. Not long after Qiao Jin returned to the capital, Song Yanqing told her that Xianxia's DNA was found on Ran Baoqing's body, and it was near the wound. Ran Baoqing's death had been determined to be a murder, so the police in Xiangdu had notified the mainland and asked Shi Kenyun to return to China for investigation. He and Ran Baoqing were not clean. Back then, because he stabbed Ran Baoqing behind her back, Ran Baoqing's career plummeted. In the end, he reaped the benefits. Many of Ran Baoqing's admirers hated Shi Kenyun. This time, he would be in big trouble when he returned to China. When Xiao Jin heard the news, he went to see Song Yanqing and said to him, Shi Kenyun has a lot of connections abroad for so many years, but he can't even handle such a small matter. Why did he go abroad back then? Song Yanqing smiled gently and said, it's because he offended too many people. When the country was cleaning up evil forces, Shi Kenyun spent a lot of effort to whitewash himself. The price was the domestic market. That's why he hasn't come back for so many years. Maybe it's also because of Ran Baoqing. He still has a lot of things in his hands. This is an opportunity. No matter what, he must come back. Xiao Jin laughed and said, I think Shi Kenyun is also a wonderful person. Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? You think so? The matter between Ran Baoqing and Ran Wanyue isn't simple. Ran Wanyue is also an array master. It's not simple that she killed Ran Baoqing without implicating Shi Kenyun. As for the matter of your life providence, he still hasn't been implicated in the karma. Because the life providence was exchanged by someone else, the ones who paid the price were Ferdinand and the array master. It had nothing to do with Shi Kenyun. It was incredible that he could get away from the karma of a few array masters. Excluding the karma, Shi Kenyun was just in a bad situation now. Karma was direct revenge. Now, it was more like Shi Kenyun had just returned to the country to be investigated. Without substantial evidence, it was hard to say if he would be convicted. Apart from karma, there were many things in this world that couldn't be settled. Otherwise, why would there be the saying that good people didn't live long and scourges lived for thousands of years? When Song Yanqing heard this, he nodded. You're right. I've been investigating Shi Kenyun for so long, and I've found some clues. He said, his wife, Lois, once had a suitor named Bernie. According to the information, Bernie is likely to be an array master. Since Ferdinand was born, Bernie disappeared. There has been no news of him until now. Just as you said, it's very likely that he suffered a certain degree of backlash and doesn't dare to appear in front of people. If it's him, he's only the main recipient of the life providence exchange. Xiao Jin said, didn't your father say that another array master appeared in the Song family back then? That means that this matter was a joint effort. However, I didn't see any backlash from this array master in your life providence, which means that this array master died long ago. Array masters were also human, and all humans had to die. Excluding some who used special means to survive, most of them still had to die when they reached the age. Song Yanqing nodded. He thought for a moment and said, the police are handling the matter of Ran Baoqing and Shi Kenyun. We can ignore this matter for the time being. Of course, as a person who knew that his son's life providence had been swapped, Song Yanqing didn't kill them because of karma. However, Song Shirin couldn't take it lying down. Now that she knew about this matter, she planned to use this matter to teach Shi Kenyun a lesson. Not really, Xiao Jin pondered for a moment, wondering if he should tell her about what he found out about Chao Junmin. Seeing her hesitant look, Song Yanqing smiled gently and said, what's wrong? Is there something you haven't told me? Xiao Jin nodded. I found a problem with Chao Junmin today. She told him about the inversion ring formation. The inversion ring formation has very high requirements for the person who set it up, but at the same time, it's very powerful. He can spread the karma through countless people. This way, even if one of the rings has a problem, as the main cause, it's very difficult for him to be affected. This was not like the Feng family. As long as there was a problem with one part of the Feng family, it would affect the whole family. After Song Yanqing heard this, he said directly, you think it's your archenemy? Xiao Jin nodded. I think it's him. Song Yanqing frowned slightly. If that's the case, he'll be discovered by you sooner or later. Won't he come looking for trouble? A person who could set up such a formation was obviously not to be trifled with. Xiao Jin shook his head. He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. Even if he appeared, Xiao Jin wouldn't notice. Xiao Jin was the only array master who could ignore karma and kill him directly. He would be crazy to come looking for Xiao Jin directly. Song Yanqing was deep in thought. Everyone cherishes their lives. Your existence will always be a big threat to him. Xiao Jin grunted. But what can I do? Wanting to live and wanting to die are two different things. He's still hiding now because he feels that he hasn't lived enough and won't come out. Even if he causes trouble for me, the people under him won't be able to do anything. This is a stalemate, unless Xiao Jin makes a breakthrough. For now, one can't find the other, and the other doesn't dare to come out. This is the problem. And I don't think he's the main one now. Ever since Xiao Jin found out about her memories, she felt that her resurrection was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Her sworn enemy was not the main one. The main thing was what the 9 array points were. Song Yanqing looked at her. What do you think is the main one? Xiao Jin was about to speak when Song Yanqing's phone rang. He said in a low voice, "Sorry." Then he picked up the phone. The person on the other end of the phone said something, and Song Yanqing said, "Send it to me. I'll take a look at the construction drawings." After hanging up the phone, he looked up at Xiao Jin and sat back down at his computer table to wait for the news. Xiao Jin continued, "The 9 array points are the main ones for me now." There were also the lost memories and why Song Yanqing appeared in her memories. Song Yanqing nodded. At this moment, the notebook in front of him received a message. He glanced at it and suddenly frowned slightly. A few seconds later, he turned the notebook around. "I think I found the location on the fan." Xiao Jin looked at the picture he turned over. It was a construction site and a prototype of a building. However, in the shadow behind an open space, there was a mountain protruding. It looked very far away, so it was very illusory. Its outline and shape were exactly the same as the drawing on the fan. Even though the fan was drawn with a brush, it was only a few strokes, but the two people with good memories were able to recognize it immediately. Xiao Jin was a little surprised. Where is this? Although it would appear after a certain period of time, he didn't expect it to appear so soon. Song Yanqing said, "What a coincidence. Recently, a branch company in Fog City is moving, and they chose a new address to build a building. This is the new address we chose, but there are some problems with that place. My subordinates called me and said that they heard strange sounds when they were building the building recently. They sent me a picture of the building, but I saw this address a while ago. Maybe the direction was different, but I didn't see anything unusual at that time. The photo taken this time happened to capture a mountain far behind the building." Song Yanqing felt that it was too much of a coincidence. This was because he had personally inspected the building's location 3 months ago. He still remembered it, but at that time, he didn't feel that it was the same as the place on the fan. Now that he had found the fan, the building had reappeared. Coincidentally, the direction of the building had changed. The staff gave out a few pictures, and one of them included the mountain. Xiao Jin said that it would appear at the right time. He didn't expect it to appear now. Xiao Jin looked at the mountain carefully. After a few seconds, he suddenly said, "This mountain, a very strong aura of death. There was even the aura of the Rakshasa realm." Xiao Jin quickly decided. "We're going there." Song Yanqing nodded. "I'll have someone book the tickets now." However, there was no need to rush. Xiao Jin sensed that the female corpse had woken up. In Meng Qingyu's house, the female corpse, who had been sleeping in a stone coffin for a long time, suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, a special light flashed through the house. Her eyes shone like diamonds. They were like real diamonds. They were transparent and shone with a glassy brilliance. It looked a little strange. She suddenly took a deep breath, and it was as if fresh air had entered her lungs in an instant. With a paw sound, she grabbed the sarcophagus with her fingers and sat up. Even though she had been dead for thousands of years, her body was not affected at all. Even the red robe on her body looked brand new. She climbed out of the stone coffin. She looked around at the unfamiliar environment and furniture. She also heard the noise outside. There was also a very strange tapping sound. She looked around in confusion. She did not seem to understand where she was. The moment she stood up, her body swayed. She stepped out of the coffin. She looked at the table, then at the sofa. Everything in front of her was unfamiliar. Wouldn't it be very scary? Suddenly, there was a murmur at the door. Then, the doorknob opened. When Meng Qingyu and Yang Qiulu entered the house, all the furniture flew up and attacked them. They saw the woman in red standing by the window. Meng Qingyu called out and immediately raised her hand to block all the things back. Unexpectedly, her powerful strength only allowed her to temporarily block those things. The woman standing by the windowsill saw Meng Qingyu's actions and was slightly surprised. Then, she suddenly said, #@%% at hashtag? Meng Qingyu, Yang Qiulu, they were very sure that the woman in front of them was not speaking Huaxiao language. It was also not any language they had ever heard. Meng Qingyu blocked the floating furniture with both hands. She gritted her teeth and asked with some difficulty, "She's awake?" Just as Yang Qiulu was about to raise her hand to help, she lost all her strength. All the furniture fell to the ground with a series of rumbling noises. It almost made the people downstairs think it was an earthquake. Xiao Jin's figure appeared in the living room. He looked at the woman in the red robe with a hint of coldness in his eyes. When the red-robed woman saw Xiao Jin, her eyes were filled with vigilance. This was because the array she had set up in an instant had been completely dismantled by the other party. Although she had forgotten everything, she still had the instinct to distinguish whether a person was dangerous or not. Thinking of this, she took a step back and leaned against the windowsill. Half of her body moved out of the window. She was on the verge of falling, as if she was going to jump down from here. Yang Qiulu and Meng Qingyu were both startled. Just as they were about to warn Xiao Jin to be careful, Xiao Jin reached out and pulled her over. **** at hashtag***. She said something they did not understand. She seemed to be a little anxious as she glared at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin pulled her over and reached out to touch her forehead. In that instant, the woman heard a cold voice. "You forgot everything?" At that moment, she realized that she could understand Xiao Jin's words. She was stunned. The next second, she asked hesitantly, "What?" Meng Qingyu and Yang Qiulu. "Coach, I want to learn too, I want to learn too." Meng Qingyu was so envious that she was about to cry. Although she had awakened now, she was about to take the CET-6 test. Who wouldn't be envious of such an ability? "I want to too." Xiao Jin ignored her and let go of the woman in the red robe. The woman looked at Xiao Jin and asked hesitantly, "Where is this place?" Her voice was as clear as a nightingale's. It was unbelievably pleasant. Coupled with her beauty, she was a woman who was qualified to make people go crazy. Xiao Jin said, "This is the world thousands of years in the future for you." Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with disbelief. She muttered, "Thousands of years, in the future?" A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. "But, who am I?" She didn't remember. She didn't remember who she was or where she came from. Meng Qingyu and Yang Qiulu were surprised, but they couldn't ask since the boss was doing something. Xiao Jin frowned. "You don't know how you came back to life?" The woman looked at her and shook her head. She wasn't lying. She really didn't know anything. It didn't make any difference to her whether this was the world thousands of years in the future or not. She had a completely blank mind, so it was fine to treat it as a new world. "I only remember that my name is," she looked confused and troubled. "My name is Mo. Jiang." Mo Jiang, she remembered her name, but she didn't remember anything else. Xiao Jin didn't expect her to have such a side effect after coming back to life. It seemed that Song Yanqing's plan to get her to avenge Qian Song was a little difficult. Of course, even if she remembered, there was no place called Qian Song now. Xiao Jin reminded her, "Then do you remember where Qian Song is?" Qian Song. Mo Jiang was silent for a moment. She still didn't understand. Of course, maybe there was a mistake in the language, or there was no Chinese translation in her memory. In short, Mo Jiang didn't have any reaction to the name Qian Song. Xiao Jin couldn't help but click his tongue. Thousands of people had been sacrificed in exchange for the resurrection of the high priest. But now, they had no memories at all. She didn't even remember Qian Song, so she naturally didn't know how she was resurrected. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. Xiao Jin asked Meng Qingyu and Yang Qiulu to help explain to her what kind of world this was. Meng Qingyu was extremely envious of Mo Jiang's ability to instantly understand the Huaxiao language. She even wanted Xiao Jin to do it for her. Xiao Jin said she could understand it instantly because she's an ancient array master. You're different. If you don't learn it properly, you'll have to pay a price. Do you want to pay a price? Reaping without sowing had its price. If Xiao Jin could obtain all the knowledge in the world, why would he need to work so hard to learn? Meng Qingyu, his heart was about to break into pieces. Mo Jiang had just been resurrected, so she did not know anything and had lost her memories. However, this made it easier for Meng Qingyu to explain things to her. She quickly accepted that this was a new world. She didn't seem to have any doubts about where she came from. The clothes she was wearing did not match the current style. However, even if she walked out now, people would just think that she was cosplaying. Meng Qingyu found a new set of clothes for Mo Jiang to change into. Then, she realized something awkward. Mo Jiang was too tall. Mo Jiang wasn't just beautiful. Everything about her was perfect. She had big breasts, a slender waist, and long legs. Her perfect figure was close to 1.8 meters. Meng Qingyu wasn't even 1.7 meters. Mo Jiang's clothes weren't suitable for her. Yang Qiulu, who was stunted, was even worse. After some hesitation, Meng Qingyu turned to Xiao Jin and asked, "Boss, why don't we take her out to buy some clothes? Will she live here with Qiulu?" Mo Jiang didn't wait for Xiao Jin's reply. She looked out of the window and said curiously, "I'll live here." She didn't know what kind of world this was, but she was filled with curiosity about this new world. After listening to Meng Qingyu's brief explanation, she already had a strong sense of curiosity. This was completely different from what she remembered. However, she couldn't tell what her memory was like. Okay. As long as she was obedient, Xiao Jin didn't care where she lived. You can live here. She looked at Meng Qingyu. I'll pay for your living expenses. Meng Qingyu, boss, was still in school, but she already had a few people outside. She didn't care about men, but a few women. What was going on? Meng Qingyu looked at Mo Jiang silently. To be honest, with Mo Jiang's face and body, she could cause a car accident. When Yang Qiulu was teaching Mo Jiang the basics, she heard Mo Jiang ask, "You're a wizard?" Yang Qiulu nodded. Looking at the beauty in front of her, she couldn't help but feel inferior. She had to treat her carefully. Yes. Mo Jiang smiled. But it was not a friendly and bright smile. Instead, it was a smile with an unknown meaning. Meng Qingyu was curious. Didn't you lose your memory? How do you know she's a wizard? Mo Jiang, there are some things that I've forgotten, but there are some things that exist in my bones. She glanced at Xiao Jin again. Other than Xiao Jin, she could see through the other two people in the room at a glance. She could even assess how threatening they were. Xiao Jin was the only one who sat there quietly. She didn't care about anything and she couldn't feel any fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, just from the fact that she had suddenly appeared and neutralized his power, he knew that she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. She was very dangerous. Mo Jiang felt an instinctive sense of danger and an inexplicable sense of awe. Xiao Jin said, "I have something to do in Fog City tonight. Yang Qiulu, take Mo Jiang to familiarize her with the capital's environment. Let her understand more things." Her clear eyes looked at Mo Jiang. "It's best if you don't run around and don't cause trouble. This world isn't the world you think it is. Normal people don't know about the existence of spiritualists." Mo Jiang wasn't angry at the warning. Although she had her own pride, she couldn't be arrogant in front of Xiao Jin. She nodded. "I know." She had forgotten everything. She didn't even know what to do. Of course she had to familiarize herself with this world. She had climbed out of the stone coffin. This person in front of her said that she had been dead for thousands of years. Why did she die? How did she come back to life? She had lost her memory and knew that the price to come back to life was too high. So, how did she come back to life? Mo Jiang was completely at a loss. Xiao Jin came to see Mo Jiang. After controlling her, she went directly to the airport to meet up with Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing saw her and asked in a low voice, "It's all taken care of?" Xiao Jin nodded and was puzzled. She lost all her memories. She only remembers that she is a matrix master. That is to say, she even forgot how she came back to life. Song Yanqing thought of the memories she saw in the female corpse and was surprised. Does that mean she doesn't even know what she is carrying? Xiao Jin shook her head. Mo Jiang was very similar to her. They both lost their memories after coming back to life. The difference was that Mo Jiang only remembered that he was a formation master and had forgotten everything else. However, Xiao Jin still knew about her identity and many other things. Just as Mo Jiang had said, things that were engraved in her bones could never be forgotten. However, the difference was that no one sacrificed for her, so she had a backlash, but Mo Jiang did not. Because 1,000 people had paid the price for her. The after effects of coming back to life was losing part of her memories. Then there would be different degrees depending on the matrix used for the resurrection. Xiao Jin could not help but click her tongue. Then this karma was quite fair. It's good that she forgot. Song Yanqing said, it might be a good thing for her. Now there is no Qian Song in their hearts. Those who want to bring her back to life are destined to fail. If she was the legendary high priestess, bearing the fate of a country, she would not feel good. Xiao Jin looked at Song Yanqing and said seriously, some things can't be forgotten just because you want to. It's just that the timing is not right. Just like her memories would definitely come back. This was related to something she had always been puzzled about. Mo Jiang would also get her memories back. It was just that her opportunity had not appeared. Song Yanqing chuckled and held Xiao Jin's hand. I know, so before you remember it, don't be so burdened. Just take it one step at a time. Xiao Jin let him hold his wrist and said in a low voice, I don't feel burdened. Even though she knew that there were mysteries surrounding her and Song Yanqing, she was not in a hurry. There were some things that couldn't be rushed, just like the location of the fan this time. When the time came, the clues would naturally appear. To paraphrase a modern saying, Xiao Jin not only respected the cause and effect of life, he was also a Buddhist. Buddha was outrageous. If his sworn enemy were to appear, he would naturally appear. At most, he would just live for a few more days. Song Yanqing squeezed her arm and replied, the two of them were conspicuous enough in the VIP lounge. In such a quiet moment, Song Yanqing suddenly asked her, how many days did you ask for leave from school? Xiao Jin, Song Yanqing saw her frozen expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really okay? Xiao Jin, I'll adapt to the circumstances and do my best. I won't fail. She was still confident about this. Song Yanqing sneered again. Seeing the girl's clear eyes staring at him, he stopped laughing and said, it's time to board the plane. Let's go. He took Xiao Jin's wrist and slid it down a couple of times until he reached her palm. The girl stared at it and didn't say anything. She raised her head and looked at the road ahead. Song Yanqing smiled and touched her palm with his fingertips. He squeezed her palm and held it. He pulled her all the way until they boarded the plane. 2.5 hours later, the two of them arrived at Fog City from the capital. Wang Ming, hurry up. The girl with the braided hair was delicate and pretty, her cheeks a little rosy. She called out to the camera-carrying boy behind her to run faster. The boy's face was a little troubled. He looked around at the darkening sky and said fearfully, Jing, let's go back first. I heard that things get a little strange here at night and it's not very safe. They were all university students, and this was a park some distance away from the university. The park was not strange, but the strange thing was that next to the park was a mountain. Although on the surface it looked like a tourist attraction, but at night, there were always some bad rumors. It was said that many people would disappear at the mountain next to the park at night. Where they went, no one knew. But these were all legends, and no one knew if they were true or not. In this world, there were always urban legends about late night. Jing stared at him and his face was filled with a sneer. Why are you so cowardly? All those legends are just lies. There are so many ghost stories told, do you really think there are ghosts in this world? Feng Dapeng and the rest are still waiting for us, we have to hurry, or we won't be able to make it. Wang Ming was stunned, and hesitated for a moment before he stopped in his tracks. Didn't we say we were just going out to play for a while? Where are you going with Feng Dapeng and the rest? Of course we are going to the mountain of regularity next door. Wang Ming's face suddenly paled. What are we going there for? Don't they say people often go missing there? Those are all fake news on the internet. If so many people really went missing, the police wouldn't be worried. You are too timid. Are you going or not? If not, I will go by myself. Jing stomped her feet angrily and glared at Wang Ming, the ferocity in her eyes obvious. Wang Ming was still a little scared, mainly because the sky was dark, and the surroundings were dark. Although it was a park, but for a park built in the middle of a mountain, the number of people coming in was obviously decreasing. If it was safe, why didn't people come in the middle of the night? Wang Ming wanted to retreat, but Jing was the girl he liked. If he retreated this time, he would be looked down upon by Jing for the rest of his life, and he would have no chance at all. Thinking of this, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and followed Jing. Rule Mountain was a hilltop next to the park, and they could directly walk through the path. When they were halfway through the path, they saw a pavilion built on the side of the mountain, and there were already several students carrying bags waiting inside. The men and women were of different heights, and there were some who were fat and some who were thin. When they saw Jing and Wang Ming, they immediately started to shout, "What are you doing here? Why are you dawdling for so long? It's almost dark and you've only just arrived." Jing chuckled and said, "Aren't we already here?" When Wang Ming saw these people, he was a little hesitant. "It's already so late, where are we going?" A tall boy walked out and said casually, "Of course we're going for an adventure. This mountain is obviously so small. They always say that it's scary, but it's not that scary. There are people everywhere during the day. I just want to see if we'll encounter any danger if we walk around the mountain." The Mountain of Laws was called the Mountain of Laws. No one knew why it was called this, but it had existed since a long time ago. That's what the people here call it. There were a lot of legends circulating around. Basically all of them were college students or passers-by who had gone missing in the Mountain of Laws. But no matter how ridiculous the legends were, the police had never come to investigate the area. Over time, the people in the area had all treated the legends as urban legends. But in the middle of the night, no one was willing to come out, even if the scenery was beautiful. When Wang Ming heard this, he felt that Feng Dapeng was trying to raise a red flag. He trembled, still a little afraid. That's not very good, is it? After all, if some legends are being spread, it means that something has happened. Do you King want to go or not? If you don't want to go, then get lost. Feng Dapeng grabbed Jing and turned to the others. Who wants to go around with me? We'll all go. There are some really pretty flowers in the mountains, I'll go take a picture. I haven't taken a picture of the flowers at night yet. If I upload it to the school forum, it'll go viral. That's right, they're spreading such scary rumors, but I don't see anyone in our school saying anything is wrong. The current generation of university students were brave enough to challenge the legends, and when they heard that there was something wrong with the mountains, they were immediately unhappy and clamored to explore. Wang Ming saw Feng Dapeng holding Jing in his arms and shouted at him. If you don't want to go, then go back, you coward. Wang Ming looked at them laughing merrily as they walked into the mountains. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed them. They laughed merrily as they walked forward, and because they talked along the way, their voices dispelled the haze in their hearts. They were about to reach the top. The mountain was actually very small, and from this height, they could still see the city center, as well as the building under construction in the distance. Feng Dapeng took out his camera to take a picture. Jing turned around and suddenly cried out in surprise. Where's Wang Ming? Feng Dapeng was stunned, and subconsciously looked back with the other students. It was empty, and there was no sign of Wang Ming. Feng Dapeng paused for a moment, then waved his hand. Hey, he probably didn't follow us, he was scared off. One of the students looked a little unhappy. No, I just saw Wang Ming following us, the others, that was a scary thing. It was late at night, and Wang Ming had disappeared. Feng Dapeng's heart skipped a beat and he immediately said, Nonsense, he didn't follow us. He's a coward, didn't he just say that he didn't dare to come? The student's face changed. He had indeed seen Wang Ming following them, but now that he had disappeared, he didn't dare to say anything. Ah Jing was panicking as well. Maybe he just did not tell us when he went back. He is such a coward, I am sure he would not dare to come here. Feng Dapeng looked back at the top of the mountain. There were only a few trees at the top of the mountain. As long as he went up the mountain, he would be able to see everything. It was precisely because they could see the scenery of the city outside that they didn't feel that this place was that scary. But now that Wang Ming had suddenly disappeared, everyone's hair stood on end. Feng Dapeng immediately said, "Don't scare yourself. We're about to reach the top of the mountain. Let's go up and take a look, then go back." Wang Ming must have gone back. Now that he had said that, everyone would definitely agree with him. The group of people walked up the mountain. As they walked, they suddenly realized that there was smoke on both sides of the road. It was as if a thick fog had suddenly appeared. The entire city and its surrounding environment began to blur. The students didn't seem to realize it yet. They just continued to walk forward in a daze. Suddenly, they heard a sentence. "Coming, coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people, 2 more will be enough." All of a sudden, the students were startled awake by this sentence. When they looked around, they were instantly dumbfounded. After the plane landed, Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing went to the construction site first. Song Yanqing didn't need to come to see a construction project, but he and Xiao Jin saw the place on the fan, so of course, they came directly to deal with it. There was no one at the construction site at night. Xiao Jin looked around and stood in the direction of the construction site photo. He looked at the mountain in the distance and whispered, "There is nothing wrong here, the strange aura is coming from the opposite side." Song Yanqing also looked at the mountain in the distance. They couldn't see anything with their naked eyes, but they could vaguely feel an unusual aura. Song Yanqing said, "There is a very dangerous feeling." It was an uneasy feeling. Xiao Jin said, "Let's go." Song Yanqing nodded, and the two people took a taxi. The mountain was on the edge of the city, and it was quite famous. The taxi drivers all knew about it. "You are going to Regulus Mountain. I advise you not to go at night. That mountain has always been very strange at night." Song Yanqing suddenly became interested and asked in a gentle tone, "Why is it strange? Why is this mountain called Regulus Mountain?" The driver said, "I have been here for so many years, and I also heard about it from others. Anyway, no one has ever gone to that mountain at night. I heard that many people have disappeared, but the police didn't find any information. I don't know where the news came from." He glanced at Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin from the rearview mirror. He was shocked by the appearance of the two people and couldn't help but ask, "What are you two going there for?" "We have relatives living there, we are not going to this mountain." Song Yanqing found an excuse and the chauffeur replied with an "Oh." The car has been driving for a long time, and finally, they arrived at the park next to Regulus Mountain. They got out of the car and looked up. Except for a few nearby residential buildings, this was a park building, and no one came here at night. When Xiao Jin arrived at the foot of the mountain, she immediately sensed a strong aura coming from the mountain next door. She couldn't help but wonder, array points? Song Yanqing turned his head to look at her. Another array point? Last time when they were at Hu Qin's place in Jiang City, didn't they also find an array point? Xiao Jin, on the other hand, seemed to have some strange movements. This is not an ordinary array point. The ability of a formation master was based on the formation points. Some formation points were naturally formed or possessed by others. However, there was a type of formation point that could never be possessed by a formation master unless it was a special occurrence. That was the natural formation point that existed in legends. Xiao Jin had one on her, and that butterfly was her natal array point. It belonged to the Devour category. Back then, in order to obtain this array point, she had spent a lot of effort and almost died. You spirit masters can continue to grow. That is also the strongest goal. As for us formation masters, we have to find these legendary formation points. Only then can we master the strongest formation spells. The time reversal I obtained from Hu Qin is one of the subsidiary time formation points. Xiao Jin saw the mountain and sighed slightly. This formation point is the rule. Time, rule, space, devour. Natural formation points were the strongest formation points of a formation master, but they could not be obtained by a formation master, because the price of obtaining them was too high. For example, if she obtained the time formation point, she could spy on the past and predict the future at will. If she obtained the space formation point, she could tear the space and go directly to the Rakshasa world. This rule array point was even simpler. It was the existence that made the rules. No matter how unreasonable something was, as long as the rules were set, it would become true. It had the same attribute as Xianxia's verbal law, ability. Xianxia was a little surprised. Why would such a powerful array point be in a place like this? Because this kind of natural array point can move. It doesn't necessarily exist here all the time. Xiaojin looked at the strange aura coming from the mountain and felt a little regretful. It's a pity that it won't be of much use even if I get it, and no one else has this ability. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. Since the array point is something that belongs to you array masters, why is it useless even if you get it? Xiaojin looked at Xianxia. You've reached the level of verbal law. Will you use your ability at will? If you have great power, you will be suppressed even more. It is the same for these few array points. If the rules you set are too illogical, even if they become true, the karma you will have to bear will instantly take your life. This kind of power is not prepared for humans in the first place. The array point existed, but it was not something that humans could use. Xiaojin's devouring ability was extremely powerful. She could devour the abilities of others at will, but she never did that. There was already the backlash of resurrection, so it would be too bad to commit sins. Xiaojin said, compared to the rules, space and time are more useful. Because she had no ambition at all, getting the rules was like holding them in the palm of her hand. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. This is just your personal opinion. If others knew that there was such a powerful array point here, no one would be able to resist. Even if they have to pay the price, they can use others to pay the price. Xiaojin glanced at Xianxia. This kind of array point is not so easy to get. Even if I go in, under the rules it makes, I can at most save my own life and come out, but, Xianxia said, the location on the fan led us here for a reason. Why don't we go in and take a look? Xiaojin thought for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. In any case, she could guarantee that she would be able to leave. If you happen to find the hiding place of the rules, then take it. The two of them went up the mountain together and walked along the road in the park. There were street lamps on both sides of the road. Under the dim yellow light, their shadows were elongated. Xianxia held her hand. The driver said that many people went missing here. Xiaojin nodded. The existence of the array points will cause a phenomenon. These people should have been pulled into the world it created by the rules. However, we will only know what it is when we go in. They walked along the mountain road and soon arrived at Rule Road. On the way, Xiaojin found many footprints. There were quite a few people who came here, but they all left footprints and did not return. She paused and felt Xianxia holding her hand. Suddenly, there was a mist around them. Xiaojin said, "We're going in." Xianxia also saw it. He saw the white mist around them. It was indeed like the transition of a horror movie, but the two of them were not afraid. It was not the first time they had experienced this kind of thing. When the white mist dissipated, they found themselves sitting in a classroom. This was a very ordinary classroom. How to put it? It was so ordinary that Xianxia had never seen such a classroom. The blackboard, the classroom, the tables, everything was very old. There were 30 ordinary wooden school tables and dozens of frightened faces. They were all sitting in their seats. Xianxia subconsciously turned his head and saw Xiaojin sitting next to him. However, there was a distance between them. The distance between each table was empty. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaojin. Xiaojin nodded at him. As for the others, they were obviously not so calm. They looked like most of them were college students. A few of them were even trembling. Is everyone here? Looks like everyone is here. What the hell is this place? Dozens of trembling faces. What was different was that everyone was obviously stunned when they saw Xiaojin and Xianxia. There were men and women of different ages who came here. More than half of them were college students. Xiaojin looked at the wooden tables and the school in front of him and pondered. Which student came up with this idea? At the same time, a message suddenly appeared in their minds. Ordinary mock exam. 30 people are here. It officially begins. The message without sound seemed to appear directly in their minds, forcing them to accept it and filled them with absolute authority that they could not resist. The exam of number 6 high school has begun. There are now 10 minutes of discussion time. After 10 minutes, the exam will officially begin. No talking, no cheating. Those who violate the rules or fail the exam will not be able to return to the real world. That was more than enough information for him. Xiaojin was silent for a moment. Xianxia walked over and asked curiously, "What is this mode? Why did the rules of the Matrix take such an unusual path?" Xiaojin sighed. The first person who came in was thinking about the exam. The rules directly used his thoughts and turned this place into an examination room. Xianxia, he couldn't help but find it funny. In other words, if he thinks about something else, the rules will change into something else. Xiaojin nodded. Yes, because the rules are not fixed. They will create all kinds of worlds and formulate rules that conform to the world line. If you do according to their requirements, you won't be able to return to the real world if you can't complete it. Xiaojin rested his chin on his hand. You'll die. Right now, the two of us are equivalent to entering with a cheat code. We can't let it discover that something is wrong. Otherwise, it will eliminate us. When that time comes, it will take a lot of effort for us to get out. Xianxia understood. While the two of them were muttering to each other, the others did not understand. They all broke down and shouted, "Where is this place? What's going on? Weren't we waiting outside? How did it suddenly become an examination hall? All 30 of us are here. It's just a normal mock exam. What the F***ck is the meaning of this? Are we going to die here if we don't properly take the exam?" As soon as these words came out, the place suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The boy who spoke instantly realized that he had said something wrong. He trembled and said, I was just talking nonsense." A male student suddenly squatted down and hugged his head as he said in pain, "The legend of the Mountain of Law is true. I finally know where those people who disappeared went. They all came in. If they can't complete the exam, they will die. We will all die here." Someone saw him and suddenly screamed, "Wang Ming, so you've already come in?" The boy named Wang Ming raised his head and looked at her angrily. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come in at all. I wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. Now, all of you can just wait to die." Through their noise, Xiaojin and Xianxia immediately knew what was going on. They were all people who broke into the Rule Mountain and ended up stepping into the array. It was just that they didn't know what it was, nor did they know that it was an array. For them, it was a completely different world. The information they received previously was that they had to gather 30 people before it would begin. They didn't know what would happen at the beginning. They only knew that after a while, everyone had arrived. Then, a white fog surged and turned into an examination hall. However, looking at their timeline, the span of their time was very large. Because someone realized that something was wrong and asked about the time, only to find out that the first few people came in last year's time, and the last dozen people came in this year. In other words, to the outside world, they had disappeared for a long time. When this news came out, everyone was scared and shivered. It was very similar to the array that they entered Huqin last time. If they didn't pay attention, a period of time would pass. She and Xianxia were the last two people. Not much time should have passed. As long as they got out quickly, it wouldn't take too much time. Compared to the panic of others, some people noticed that Xianxia and Xiaojin were unexpectedly calm. This scene quickly attracted some people's attention. A girl looked at Xiaojin with tears in her eyes. "Do you know what's going on?" When she spoke, her eyes were also looking at Xianxia. Xianxia was handsome and outstanding. His temperament was gentle and his body was slender and tall. When he appeared, compared to the men present, it was simply an inhumane massacre. Naturally, everyone's eyes all rushed to him subconsciously. Although some girls were afraid, they couldn't stop their hearts from wanting to see his beauty. Xiaojin glanced at her and said indifferently, "We don't know, but I know. Just do according to the thoughts in your minds and finish the exam." How can there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? We must have been drugged and kidnapped. Some people angrily expressed their disbelief. After all, there were 30 people. It was chaotic and there were all kinds of thoughts. When they heard that they were kidnapped, everyone also felt that it was true. How could there be such a fantasy in this world? Xiaojin didn't say a word. Someone tried to open the classroom door, but the moment it was opened, the person seemed to have been electrocuted. He convulsed and slammed the door shut. Xianxia became interested and asked him gently and politely, "What did you see?" The boy twitched as he glanced at Xianxia. However, he realized that his entire body had turned frighteningly cold in an instant. Even his blood had frozen. He saw a very tall demon outside the classroom. It was gnawing on a human corpse. Because that scene was too realistic, the impact on him was too great. The moment he opened the door, the demon even opened its bloody mouth and turned to look at him, which almost scared him to death. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to say a single word. Seeing that he didn't speak, everyone more or less understood what was going on and felt a little guilty. If he was so scared, there must be something scary outside. At that moment, no one had the courage to open the door. 10 minutes passed very quickly. Soon, a familiar bell rang. It was a little ear-piercing. No one knew what was going to happen. They only knew that a message was sent to their minds. "Please return to your seat." Soon after, the sound of high heels could be heard coming from the outside. At that moment, everyone returned to their seats in trepidation. Xianxia was right next to Xiaojin, so he wasn't too far away. 2 seconds later, the door of the classroom was pushed open. A very ordinary woman wearing glasses and a black and white dress walked in. She looked like an ordinary teaching director in the big wide world. When she came in, she was holding a stack of papers in her hand. Her voice was also extremely loud and clear. Cough, cough, hello everyone. I am your invigilator. Now, can the students in the first row please pass down the papers in order? Everyone, please sign your corresponding seat number and answer the questions properly. 60 marks is a pass, 100 marks is a perfect score. Students who get a perfect score will receive additional rewards. As for students who fail. At this point, her originally calm face touched her glasses and smiled very happily. You will lose your lives. Everyone, wasn't this an exam? What did it have to do with losing their lives? Someone had a big reaction and almost flipped the table. You're breaking the law. You're breaking the law. I'm going to call the police. Who are you? Are you filming a horror movie? You'll lose your life if you don't answer the questions correctly. I don't believe it. The person who flipped the table was a middle-aged man. The moment he kicked the table, the invigilator frowned and said in a very serious tone, "You actually kicked the table. What's with all the noise during an exam? You failed. Get out of here as punishment." Her tone was very much like a strict teaching director. That person was not very convinced. Only the boy who had opened the door hesitated. His face was a little pale. He thought of the scene outside the door and didn't know if he should stop them. Then, the middle-aged man went out. When he opened the door, he was only stunned for a moment. He didn't show any fear. However, just as the door to the classroom was about to close automatically, everyone saw a black figure running towards the middle-aged man and biting him with its bloody mouth. At that moment, everyone saw a discordant and brutal scene. The moment the door closed, a few drops of warm blood splashed onto the face of the female student sitting in the first row by the door. She touched it subconsciously and the smell of blood came from the tip of her nose. In the next second, the entire classroom erupted in earth-shattering screams. Murder. Ah. He's dead. He's really dead. Mommy, I want to go home. Woo woo woo, what the hell is this place? Murder, murder, bang, bang, bang. In the midst of the commotion, the teacher slammed the podium. His expression was still stern. Why are you making such a ruckus? If you all want to fail, then get out of here like him. The scene just now seemed to cast a thick shadow in their hearts. At this moment, everyone subconsciously covered their mouths. The timid ones cried on the spot, but they didn't dare to cry out loud. As for the rest, their faces were deathly pale, and they did not dare to utter a single word. Xiaojin looked around and could only lower his eyes. Don't go against the rules, or you'll end up like this. The world of the formation points was originally very cruel. Not to mention such a powerful array point. However, she was also a little surprised. What was the first person who came in thinking? Such a ferocious scene, the other party must not have imagined an ordinary scene. Could it be that he watched a horror movie when he came in? Then he was really courting death. The teacher asked them to hand out the exam papers. After what happened just now, the students in the front row were all trembling when they handed out the papers. At this moment, they felt numb and didn't know how to react at all. The papers were handed out one by one. Xiaojin noticed that on the table next to them, there were their respective student numbers. It was very eye-catching. When they came in, they didn't have student numbers. Everyone automatically appeared in their seats. She was 29, so Xianxia must be 30. Then, Xiaojin took a look at the paper. The paper was really a very ordinary paper. It was white with black, and she could even smell the fragrance of ink. The problem was that the questions were a little, what is 1 plus 1? 10 points. Who is the most powerful array formation master in the world? 10 points. Who was the President of the United States in 1987? 10 points. Under what circumstances will a person awaken to become a wizard? 15 points. What is the connection between a demonized spiritualist and the Rakshasa realm? 15 points. Can people be resurrected? 10 points. Are the rules of the world based on human rules or the rules of the Rakshasa realm? 20 points. What is the most good-looking student in this classroom? 10 points. Xiaojin, did the others have the same questions as her? Why didn't she believe it? She subconsciously glanced at Xianxia. In the end, Xianxia also looked at her with some amusement. Obviously, his questions were probably a little nonsensical. Xiaojin thought that the questions were cruel. These were all free marks questions. Wasn't it a little wrong? The students in the classroom also had a big reaction. Some subconsciously looked at Xiaojin and Xianxia. Then, they turned back and picked up their pens to answer the questions under the paper. There was also a pen next to each person. In this way, Xiaojin could be sure that at least one of these students was the same as her. From this, it could be seen that the nature of the 8th question was a little shameless. Without any hesitation, she wrote down the number 30 on the 8th question. The papers were marked in real time. After Xiaojin wrote down the number 30, a red hook lit up behind the 8th question. It was the common red pen scoring method. From this, it could be seen that Xiaojin answered correctly. The rules all thought that Xianxia was very good-looking. Xiaojin, she had never seen the rules before. Now that she had, she felt that she was too inexperienced. The rest of the questions were too simple. How many? Xiaojin was 1 plus 1. He didn't fill it in for the time being because it looked like a trap question. However, there was one question that she really didn't know. The 3rd question was about the President of the US. If it was now, Xiaojin might still be able to answer. But it was a question from the past, and it was difficult for him to answer. Xiaojin subconsciously filled in a question, and sure enough, a big red cross appeared behind the question. 10 points were gone. TSK. The 2nd question was a little too much. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still wrote her name on it. Anyway, she had passed. It didn't matter if she lost points. However, she didn't expect that after she wrote it, a big red hook would appear behind the question. Xiaojin, she had already obtained 80 out of 100 points. Now, only the 1st question was left. This question didn't require any hesitation even though it seemed a little problematic. However, because the other questions were so nonsensical, Xiaojin weighed the pros and cons and finally wrote a 2. A big red hook appeared behind the question. On Xiaojin's paper, a symbol of 90 points appeared. 90 points. Student number 29 answered very well. The moment she finished answering the paper, the teacher walked over and picked up her paper. She smiled at her and was almost amiable. Not bad, not bad. After experiencing such a scary thing just now, all the students almost didn't dare to breathe. It was incredible to see Xiao Jin actually answer 90 points. Almost all of them stretched their necks, wanting to see Xiao Jin's answer. Song Yanqing smiled and glanced at Xiao Jin. The dean paused for a moment and suddenly turned his head. "Oh my god, there's a student here who scored 100 points. You're too outstanding." Xiao Jin, it was indeed different with history and culture. The teacher looked at Song Yanqing with a smile, almost unable to hide her love for him. "Student number 30, you're really too smart. I'll reward you with a little red flower." The key was that she really conjured a little red flower and pinned it in front of Song Yanqing's heart. Song Yanqing faced this strange scene and could still smile gently. "Thank you, teacher." "You're welcome." She took away Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing's papers. "You've finished answering the questions. Now you can go to the cafeteria to eat." After saying that, she glanced at the other students who wanted to see the papers and said in a harsh voice, "Answer the questions properly." Song Yanqing pulled Xiao Jin. When he saw the other students' pleading eyes, he could only shake his head slightly. This wasn't a multiple-choice question. The answers couldn't be passed. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the questions might be different because some of the questions were clearly not something that ordinary students could answer. Since most of the questions were free marks, Song Yanqing felt that the questions should be arranged according to each person. After seeing the strange scene of the student just now, the other students' faces turned pale when they saw the two of them going out. However, Xiao Jin opened the door with a calm face. Behind the door, there was no strange phenomenon. It was even bright and they could hear the noisy voices of the students in the school. When the sunlight shone into the room, almost all the students in the classroom were stunned. It was as if they were in two different worlds. Until Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing walked out of the classroom door closed again. Seeing the bustling scene outside, Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a huge school building. In the corridors of every floor of the school building, there were countless students who were fooling around. They were like ordinary students, and there was nothing wrong with them. It was as if there were really students here. He could also hear the students laughing and discussing their daily lives. Song Yanqing said, "This world is very real." Xiao Jin said, "That's how the rules are. Anything that isn't real can become real. We've just finished the first round, but it shouldn't be over yet. If nothing goes wrong, there should be other missions. If number 1 survives, maybe we should ask him what's going on in his head." The world of laws wasn't all that terrifying, but the problem was that it couldn't withstand the terror of the person in the heart. If he happened to read a horror story and turned this place into a horror school, then there would probably be more bloody things to come. Song Yanqing nodded and suddenly asked her with a smile, "What's your question like?" "I have a question about who is the most powerful array master. I filled in your name and it was really correct." "Xiao Jin, the 8th question is about who is the most handsome in the classroom. It should be a unified question." Song Yanqing smiled. "That person just now said that we should go to the cafeteria." Xiao Jin nodded. "Then let's go to the cafeteria. The world of rules won't end so easily. Since we're in a school setting, the rules are hidden in the school. It could also be on the students. We can observe carefully. If we really can't get it, we'll leave." There were also things that were unreal about these students. When they saw Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing, they giggled and didn't pay any attention to them. This obviously didn't conform to the law of students looking at faces. However, when Xiao Jin asked them where the cafeteria was, the students still laughed and replied, "It's behind the teaching building. It's time to eat." "Yes, it's time to eat." The students laughed and didn't notice anything strange. Xiao Jin didn't plan to look at them and prepared to go to the cafeteria with Song Yanqing. However, when they passed by a classroom that was also sealed, the door opened. The moment the three of them bumped into each other, the person opposite them let out a loud F***ck. Xiao Jin was also a little surprised. "Qi Lian?" When Muzilian saw Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing, he was dumbfounded. "You? Why are you here?" It really was Muzilian. If Xiao Jin came in with an indifferent attitude at the beginning, now that he saw Muzilian, his face turned cold. "How did you come in?" "Muzilian should be in the army now, not here." Song Yanqing also looked at him in surprise. Qi Lian, why are you here? When Mu Zilian saw Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin, he looked down and saw them holding hands. He gasped. Mom was right. You actually hooked up with brother Yanqing. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Jin glared at him coldly. Mu Zilian was a little scared. He looked at Xiao Jin. Why are you here? After saying that, he looked around and swallowed. How did you come in? Don't you think this school is strange? Song Yanqing was also very surprised to see Mu Zilian come in. At this moment, he and Xiao Jin looked at each other. They couldn't believe that Mu Zilian would appear here. Xiao Jin asked directly, did you take the exam just now? Mu Zilian nodded fiercely. Yes, yes, yes. That teacher's words were too strange. He said that if you failed the exam, you would die. He just stepped on the passing line and almost died. At this point, he was a little hesitant. It should be a lie. How can you die if you fail the exam? If that's the case, who in our country would still dare to study? Xiao Jin noticed that the classroom door behind him was completely closed. He couldn't help but ask, how many people are in your classroom? Where were you before you came to this school? Mu Zilian immediately answered, 10 people. I accepted a mission from my superiors. I went with a brother to deliver warmth to the old people in the village. We passed by a mountain and came in. At that time, I thought that mountain monster was strange. I didn't expect it to change places in the blink of an eye. Even now, I don't know what kind of technology they used to teleport me here. Xiao Jin, Song Yanqing, now, it was very clear that the formation point didn't only exist in one place. Mu Zilian and the others were also brushed by it in other places. That was why they were directly brought in. Seeing that Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing's expressions weren't right, Mu Zilian asked carefully, how did you guys come in? Weren't you in the capital? Song Yanqing suddenly said in a low voice, those students are looking at us. I think we should go to the cafeteria to talk about these things. The other students should wait until the exam is over before coming over. Xiao Jin nodded and said to Mu Zilian, did the teacher ask you to go to the cafeteria after your exam? Yes, yes, yes. Mu Zilian was not really stupid when he said this. Are you guys like me? Xiao Jin's face did not look too good. You come with us. If it was outside, she would have no scruples. But in the world of rules, she had to abide by the rules. Now there was one more Mu Zilian. He did not know anything. Xiao Jin was not sure if she could take him out before the rules found out. Before she had a foolproof plan, she had to find a way to save Mu Zilian's life. She could not sit back and watch Mu Zilian die here. In other words, she was right to come in. If she did not come in, she would not have known that Mu Zilian would also enter the world of rules. If he were to die here, the people of the Mu clan would be devastated. Mu Zilian, Xiao Jin, and Song Yanqing went to the cafeteria together. On the way, they saw other students. They felt a little uneasy, but they could not tell what was wrong. Until they arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria was so big that they could not see the end of it. Only the table in the middle was conspicuously placed with a sign that read examinee. Xiao Jin pointed at it. Sit there. Mu Zilian said, there are so many seats around. Why do you have to sit so far away? Xiao Jin turned his head and looked at him with a faint smile. Do you believe that you will die if you sit in other seats? Mu Zilian, he instantly felt that this world was not friendly to him. Xiao Jin and the others came to the row of tables together. Sure enough, there was a sign in front of each seat. 293031. Fortunately, Mu Zilian was number 31. After sitting down, Mu Zilian looked around. The cafeteria was very big. He could vaguely see a few uncles and aunties who were getting food from the window. Other than that, there were no other students. It was strangely quiet. He couldn't help but ask, where is this place? Xiao Jin rubbed his forehead. This is a world of rules. Mu Zilian, what? Xiao Jin, it was too difficult to explain the world to someone who didn't know anything. Fortunately, there was Song Yanqing beside him. He was patient and explained to Mu Zilian what was going on. Of course, Mu Qilian also gradually opened his mouth wide from his initial thoughtlessness until his entire body began to tremble. Xiao Jin said, "Qilian, you've been in the army for at least a month. Calm down. I'm going to the army to join, not to participate in anti-scientific theories." Mu Zilian was about to cry. "Now you're telling me that this world is so scary. How do you expect me to calm down? It's over, it's over. My brother hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid he'll die here. How am I going to explain it to my superiors when he gets out? We're here to give warmth to our fellow countrymen." Xiao Jin, Song Yanqing. "It's not that serious. We're here. We'll definitely let you out. But if your brother can't pass the first stage of the exam," as they spoke, a man came to the cafeteria. He was wearing a camouflage uniform and military boots. He stood tall and straight. When he came in, he paused for a moment. Mu Zilian's eyes lit up. "Zhongyu, here." Zhongyu turned his gaze over. He was very handsome, but his skin was a little dark. However, he looked very masculine and his gaze was very cold. When he saw Mu Zilian waving at him, he hesitated for a moment before walking over. He only came over to take a look at Mu Zilian, then saw Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing. Unexpectedly, he asked very calmly, "Are you from another classroom?" Clearly, he was not the kind of person who did not know anything. He had even guessed something from the short amount of world information. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing nodded. Mu Zilian called out to him, "You're number 32. Come and sit beside me. Don't sit anywhere. Otherwise, you'll die." Zhongyu's gaze darkened. He sat beside Mu Zilian. Mu Zilian introduced him, "This is my sister, Xiao Jin. This is her boyfriend, Brother Yanqing." Even if Xiao Jin was really dating Song Yanqing, Mu Zilian did not have the guts to call him brother-in-law. Hearing that they were Mu Zilian's sister and someone he knew, Zhongyu's eyes flashed. He was finally a little surprised, but he said concisely, "My name is Zhongyu. I'm Mu Zilian's teammate." Song Yanqing grunted and asked carefully, "How did you get in?" Zhongyu's answer was similar to Mu Zilian's. "They passed by a mountain and got lost." Mu Zilian threw the blame on the spot. "It's his fault. If he didn't insist on taking a shortcut, we wouldn't have entered such a broken place." Xiao Jin guessed that nothing had happened in their classroom. If Xiao Jin, the middle-aged man who courted death in the classroom, had seen him die in front of him, perhaps Mu Zilian would be crying and calling for his father by now. Zhongyu's face darkened. He did not refute. Seeing that the two people in front of him were unusually calm, he directly chose the most reliable Song Yanqing and asked, "Where is this place?" He was a member of the army, so his overall quality was different from the average person. Song Yanqing directly told Zhongyu the rules of this world. Zhongyu asked, "How did you know?" Mu Zilian finally reacted. "That's right. How did you guys get in? How did you know?" Xiao Jin said, "When you get out of here alive, I will tell you." Mu Zilian, "We're brother and sister, so why are you treating me like this?" Seeing Xiao Jin say that they were alive, Mu Zilian became even more terrified. "If we don't follow the rules, will we really die?" Song Yanqing smiled and replied, "One of our students just died in our classroom. We don't know what killed him, but the teacher is right. If we don't follow their instructions, we'll die." Mu Zilian, as a staunch materialist, to be honest, Mu Zilian was on the verge of exploding. It was also because he saw Xiao Jin and Mu Qilian, these two acquaintances, that he felt better. Zhongyu said in a deep voice, "How can there be such a terrifying thing in this world? Forcefully pulling humans into another world, and if they could not complete the mission, they would die." This completely exceeded Zhongyu's imagination. Of course, it could also be seen that Zhongyu was an ordinary person. In this world with the current rules, other than Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing, everyone in that classroom was ordinary. Zhongyu's classroom had not fully arrived yet, so he could not be sure. When they were almost done talking, the school's classroom bell rang. One after another, the remaining students came. Xiao Jin saw them coming over. More than half of them were from her classroom. The rest of them looked terrified. After all, it was their first time in this world. On the contrary, some unfamiliar faces laughed when they saw how scared these people were. Brother, are you serious? You're so scared? Do you really believe that you'll die after taking the exam? Didn't we all come out? Are you from another classroom? I thought we were the only classroom. The person who was stopped by him trembled and said, but someone in our classroom didn't take the exam. He was really killed. As soon as he said this, the person who started to speak froze. A few people were in disbelief. Will he really die? No one answered him. As long as the students came out of Qiao Jin's classroom, their faces were ashen. When they saw Qiao Jin, Xianxia, and the others, they slowly walked over and sat down one by one. A girl saw that there was a seat next to Zhongyu and wanted to sit down. She even said, "Number 33 didn't pass the exam. Can I sit in his seat?" Zhongyu held her body. "No, sit according to your student number." The girl looked at Zhongyu with an ugly expression. "Why not?" Zhongyu was cold and heartless. "If you don't sit according to your student number, you'll die." Girl, this sentence also scared a few people who wanted to sit randomly. Everyone was panicking and didn't notice the problem with their student numbers. As soon as they realized, they immediately stood up with pale faces and looked for their seats. Someone couldn't help but cry again. What's going on? Why are we in this damn place? You still have the face to cry. It's all your fault. Feng Dapeng, it's all your fault. A few students scolded the crying boy with resentment. It seemed that they were brought in by this person. As more and more people came, the bell rang again. Xiao Jin and the others automatically received a message in their minds. The exam is over. 1 of you scored full marks, 3 of you scored 90 points, 29 passed, and 7 failed. All candidates, please start eating. The second mock exam will continue in the afternoon. Those who scored well can choose to return to the real world. The rest of you who passed can continue with the exam. I wish all candidates a pleasant meal. As soon as the 3 pieces of information came out, most of the people's faces turned ugly. The chef's roar came from the window, "It's time to get your food. What are you waiting for? If you can't eat your fill, you won't have the strength to take the exam in the afternoon. Are you planning to fail the exam?" Hearing this shout, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. A few people hurriedly got up and went to get food. Some of them stared at the people who didn't come and asked, "Where are the 7 people who failed?" Someone snorted and said, "Is there a need to ask such a simple question? He must be dead." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions became even more unsightly. Xiao Jin raised his head and saw that the speaker was a delicate and pretty boy. He vaguely remembered that this person was called Wang Ming or something. A girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Could he have been sent out? Maybe it was just a prank. How could someone really die? Are we being filmed in some sort of reality show? Wang Ming continued to sneer. If you don't believe me, you can try failing the exam this afternoon. Someone cried in a low voice, "It's true. We saw someone being killed with our own eyes." Xiao Jin pulled Song Yanqing to get their food. Muzilian was very nervous. When he saw Xiao Jin move, he naturally followed Xiao Jin to get their food. Fortunately, there was no order when they lined up. The chef was quite amiable when he got their food, but the food, not only did it inherit the logic of the world, but it also perfectly inherited the 9th most famous cuisine in China, the school cafeteria. Everyone stared at the red chili stir-fried green peppers, bitter gourd stir-fried winter melon, and tomato egg soup in their bowls. Their faces were distorted. The only thing that could be considered normal was the only meat dish. Braised beef and pork belly. At least it was meat that was braised, right? It was just that the meat was overcooked and a little dark. It was fine if you were talking about ordinary people, but Song Yanqing and Muzilian had never suffered such hardships. Muzilian was holding a bitter gourd and his eyes were wide open. What the hell is this? Someone said, "It's the school's dark cuisine. Haven't you eaten it before? It's so normal. At least you haven't seen the chili stir-fried mooncakes. This taste is still edible." Muzilian, were all students' days so miserable? Song Yanqing also stared at the food and pondered for a few seconds. A good-looking person would receive special treatment wherever they went. The food he went to the window was brought to him by an auntie. The auntie smiled shyly and forced him to take a few spoonfuls of food, filling his plate. As a result, his plate was piled up more than the others, but it also looked particularly ferocious. Xiao Jin, who was in front of him, did not enjoy such special treatment. When the auntie saw Xiao Jin in front of Xianxia, she rolled her eyes and shook her hands a few times to give Xiao Jin the same treatment as the others. Xiao Jin clicked his tongue in his heart. It was fine if you said that you had suffered, but Xianxia really could not accept such a strange combination of dishes. Especially when he did not know how many people had eaten this plate. He was silent for a long time. The others did not dare to move their chopsticks. Is the food in this world really edible? I really can't believe that this world is fake. Whether it's fake or real, we can't go out until the exam is over. Zhongyu, on the other hand, was having a hard time. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. He ate a piece of meat with an indifferent expression. It's all right. The taste is edible. Xiao Jin also started eating silently. The taste was average, but it was edible. What's more, this was a world created by laws. Although it felt real, it was actually fake. Xiao Jin didn't care. Seeing that she had eaten, Xianxia also moved his chopsticks a few times. He even picked up a few large pieces of the only edible meat and gave them to Xiao Jin. His handsome appearance and gentle temperament caused many girls to temporarily forget the danger and look at Xiao Jin with envy. However, since they had all started eating, the others also started eating. It was strange. Those people had been waiting in this world for a long time, but they didn't feel hungry at all before the people came. Now that everyone had started eating, they started to feel hungry. Everyone had no choice but to bite the bullet and eat. If there were any problems, they would die together anyway. Only some people were really panicking. They were so depressed that they couldn't even eat. After eating a few chopsticks, when it was about time, a few chefs from the kitchen came to collect the plates. They did not care if the students had finished eating and took it away rudely. Musilian was starving and was not full. He was furious. It's disgusting and there's not enough food. What kind of school is this? I'm going to report it to the Education Bureau. Everyone. They took the plates away and the rest of the people didn't know what to do. Everyone sat in the cafeteria and didn't leave. It was strange that after they finished eating, the other students in the school didn't come over to eat. They didn't dare to leave, so they gathered together and whispered to each other. The only thing they knew was that they could only follow the school's rules. They had to take the exam. As long as they got good results, they could choose to return to the real world. However, there were some who got good results in the morning, but they didn't return. This meant that they had to wait until the exam was over. Xiao Jin stared at number 1's seat. Number 1 was a young girl. At this moment, she looked a little panicked. She didn't talk to anyone along the way, but she didn't ask anything either. Xiao Jin stared at her and asked directly, "What world is this?" When everyone heard Xiao Jin finally speak, they all looked at her subconsciously. When number 1 heard Xiao Jin ask her, she looked up with a frightened expression. Xiao Jin explained calmly, "The rules of the world are set according to the thoughts in the first person's mind. If you want to survive to the greatest extent, you have to ask number 1 what kind of world he was thinking of." Everyone was stunned. All of them looked at number 1 in unison. Number 1 was shocked and tears came out of her eyes. I didn't think of anything. Xiao Jin didn't say anything. Under everyone's gaze, number 1 could only choke and say, I don't know what I was thinking. I just suddenly came in. I thought, could it be, the horror movie I watched the day before, it was an exam. If you failed, you would die. And there were a few ghost students, there were ghosts? There were F***king ghosts. As soon as she said this, everyone else was stunned. If you failed the exam, you would die. The key was that there were ghosts. There were ghosts? Who wouldn't suffocate when they heard this? Could you still live when you encountered ghosts in a horror world? Even if this world was fake, you would die for real. Musilian's eyes widened and then he angrily criticized, "How can you be so superstitious? There are no ghosts in this world." Zhongyu tugged at him. "Now I have one." Musilian, F***ck, who knew that they would encounter such a strange world. Xianxia asked in a low voice, "What's the best solution?" Xiao Jin tilted his head and whispered into his ear, "We have to find where the rules are hidden. Once I find the rules, this world will not continue." The key point was that Musilian had come in from another place. If they didn't stop him, more and more people would come in. Someone cried out, "There's a ghost? What should we do? What should we do?" Seeing that they were all panicking, Zongyu's duty as a soldier made him say, "Ghosts may not necessarily kill people. I've made it clear just now. Everything in this world follows the rules. There are also rules for ghosts to kill people. Number 1, you have to tell us everything you think. Whether we can survive or not depends on what kind of world you think it is." Number 1 felt guilty under everyone's gaze. She could only sob and say, "During the day, there are exams. At night, the ghost students will randomly appear in the dormitory." When she said that, everyone had a bad feeling. If they didn't get an excellent grade, they wouldn't be able to return to reality. At night, they would have to sleep in the dormitory. A haunted school dormitory. If it was you, would you dare to stay there? A few of them wanted to commit suicide on the spot. Xiao Jin thought about it and felt that there was a gap after the exam. This was a group of ordinary people. It was impossible for them to be so murderous. The rules were the rules. As long as they followed the rules, like the middle-aged man who openly disobeyed, the way he died was extremely terrifying. In comparison, the death rate was even lower than Hu Qin's time reversal point. The faster Xiao Jin found it, the sooner this world would end. She didn't have much of a headache before, but now that she saw Musilian, she couldn't let Musilian die here. She and Song Yanqing looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Song Yanqing squeezed her hand. He knew that she was worried about Musilian and signaled for her not to worry. Dozens of people in the cafeteria discussed Number 1. If you said that the world of Xiangyang and Big Wolf was more than that. Why did they have to think of a scary world? Xiao Jin supported his chin and poured cold water on them. Xiangyang is a real sheep. Wolves are also real wolves. I'm just afraid that we'll become sheep. Being bitten to death by wolves wouldn't be any better. Everyone, Musilian said angrily, Crayon Shinchan, Teletubbies, you don't watch so many amiable dramas. You're watching a horror story. Zongyu looked at Xiao Jin and the others. How do you know so much? Xiao Jin didn't panic. He just said calmly, we calculated according to some rules. He opened his mouth to ask, but a message appeared in his mind. The second mock exam will begin in half an hour. Candidates, please return to the exam hall and take your seat according to your student number. It will begin in half an hour. Please return to the exam hall as soon as possible. After 2 notifications, everyone's expression changed. They immediately stood up and returned to the exam hall. No matter how many questions they had to participate in the next exam. Xiao Jin stared at Musilian. Answer the questions properly. If you don't know, relax. She would find a way to send the answer to Musilian. Musilian still felt a little guilty. What if I fail? Xiao Jin, why are you asking me such an obvious question? Musilian felt that he was about to cry. I feel that the world is not kind to me. Why was I chosen? Could it be that I have some kind of special talent? Xiao Jin, you're not. You're just unlucky. Musilian, he slowly looked at Xiao Jin. I'm about to die. Why are you still treating me like this? Xiao Jin wanted to say that it wasn't necessary. She still had the biggest spirit seed that she hadn't used yet. It was the spirit seed that Su Rong had left behind. If Musilian was really about to die, she would have no choice but to use it. Although the spirit seed was important, it wasn't as important as family. Of course, she couldn't say that now. She only returned to the classroom with Song Yanqing. Musilian glanced at Song Yanqing several times before asking, Brother Yanqing, there's something I wanted to ask. Where did you get the little red flower? Song Yanqing. I got full marks. The teacher gave it to me. Musilian was envious. That's great. I want a little red flower too. I didn't even get one in kindergarten. Because he was mischievous. Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin, so pitiful. Musilian. The others, what was there to be envious of about a little red flower given by a teacher in a horror world? Musilian's mental fortitude was so high that even Song Yanqing thought highly of him. The others were too nervous to notice this. Looking at the pale faces of the others, their eyes almost out of focus, it was obvious how scared they were. Xiao Jin felt that Musilian did not notice how dangerous this world was. Now they had to go back to the classroom and start over. When they returned to the school, the other students seemed to have just finished their classes and were rushing towards the school cafeteria. Everyone's face was filled with joy at being able to eat. Compared to the frightened crowd, they were not only out of place, but some of them did not look like students at all. After all, they were too old. Looking at the crowd of students running past, Musilian sighed. Is this all fake? This was too real. If the country had this kind of technology, they would have migrated to outer space. Compared to his doubts, when the two groups of people reached the classroom door, a girl suddenly broke down and cried. I don't want to take the exam, I don't want to go, I want to stay outside, I want to be with the other students. Entering this world for no reason was already stressful enough. If she were to fail the exam now, her life would be in danger. She might as well run with the other students. Ah Jing, there are ghosts among the students, are you crazy? Someone poured cold water on her and at the same time, glared at number one who dared not speak. This is a ghost world, how dare you run around? I don't believe it, it must be fake, all of this must be fake, someone must be messing with us. The girl shook her head frantically, refusing to enter the classroom. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing looked at her and ignored her. Xiao Jin reached out and pushed Musilian. Go in and answer the questions. She could only watch Musilian answer the questions. If he could not beat or pass, she would have to use the soul seed to send Musilian out first. This was the matrix point of the rules, it was not a joke. As for the others, they could only resign themselves to fate. Seeing Xiao Jin's cold expression, Musilian immediately nodded obediently. After all, he had been trained for a period of time, so his attitude was much calmer. Zhongyu followed behind him. He glanced at Xiao Jin and went in as well. Their classroom was different. Seeing that the most outstanding students were not flustered at all and even wanted to enter the classroom, the crying girl wanted to stop them. Hey, let's not go in. This is all fake. As long as we all stand outside, it definitely won't know what to do with us. Xiao Jin just glanced at her. How can you be sure that you can still see the world from outside? The girl was at a loss, and the face of a boy in the crowd immediately twisted. He remembered the scary scene he saw when he opened the door. It was indeed different from this school. In other words, if they didn't enter the classroom, who knew if the world outside would still be like this? It could change the world at will. Just creating a world full of ghosts was enough to scare people out of their wits and cause them to completely collapse. Therefore, they might as well go in and take the exam. After saying that, Xiao Jin entered the classroom with Song Yanqing. Seeing this, the others hesitated. The girl tried to pull them into the water, but no matter what, she refused to go in. Some of them hesitated, while others followed Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin inside. Because Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing looked more reliable, no matter the situation, a calm and collected person always gave others a sense of trust. On the contrary, the girl called Ah Jing was crying and sobbing, looking scared out of her wits, and those who were already scared were even less likely to choose to follow her. In a short time, more than 10 people had entered. Those who stayed behind were all people Ah Jing was familiar with. Just as Wang Ming was about to enter, Ah Jing pulled him back and said pitifully, Wang Ming, you can't go in, we will all stay outside. Wang Ming brusquely shook off her hand and stared at her coldly. I can be your bootlicker outside, but you're the ones who brought me here. I'm about to lose my life, so why should I listen to you? I can't wait for you to die here. With a life at stake, he couldn't care less about being a bootlicker. Wang Ming hated Ah Jing now. If not for Ah Jing, he wouldn't have been able to enter MT Rule, and enter such a terrifying world. Ah Jing's face turned pale. The students who had stayed behind with her also turned pale. Feng Dapeng clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, You bullied Ah Jing, do you believe that I will beat you up? He was used to being arrogant, and at that moment he raised his fist to punch Wang Ming. Ding-ling-ling, another bell rang, but no one knew if it was the bell signaling the start of class or the end of class. Someone said tremblingly, "Those students just now, they have all disappeared." They were shocked to find that the school grounds, which had been filled with people just a moment ago, was now completely empty except for them. A deathly silence, as if all the pretense had disappeared, and it made them tremble even more. Ah Jing was even more afraid now, and grabbed Feng Dapeng's hand. "They have gone to the canteen. After all, there are so many students, only a few of them would be ghosts. It is also broad daylight, let's go there first." "Should we go to the canteen to look for them?" Feng Dapeng glared at Wang Ming, who had thrown him off and walked into the classroom, and looked at Ah Jing hesitantly. "Are we really not taking the exam?" Ah Jing said, "This must all be a scam. Maybe it is some kind of program, but they are not letting us know now. Those two good-looking ones must be celebrities. One look and you can tell that they're paid actors." She pointed at Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin. "Why would ordinary people come here?" Feng Dapeng took a look and felt that it was true. The few people who were with them were also hesitant. "Yeah, maybe those students are just extras? Shall we go and take a look? The exam is about to begin. All candidates, please return to your seats." Feng Dapeng gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let's go." As soon as they left, a few people who didn't want to go with them hesitated. They looked at the classroom and then looked at them. In the end, they still ran with them. They wanted to go to the cafeteria. With so many students around, it would be safer. In the classroom, Xiao Jin supported his chin as he watched them leave. For those who didn't believe it, they wouldn't believe it no matter what they said. It was said that one would not shed tears until one saw the coffin. Song Yanqing pulled her hand. When the people around them saw that they were a couple, their eyes were filled with envy. A handsome man and a beautiful woman who could still be so in love with each other, no matter how they looked at it, it was a beautiful picture. The exam is about to begin. All candidates, please make your preparations. Just as those words were spoken, outside the classroom, the sound of high heels clicking could be heard, and it made people's hearts tighten. "I'm your invigilator." This time, the teacher was different. Unexpectedly, it was a very young and beautiful girl. She looked very normal and smiled as she asked someone to give out the papers. However, 11 people were missing from the 30 tables in the classroom. Including those who had just left and died in the morning, there were only 19 people left in the classroom. This exam would probably have to filter people out again. The teacher didn't even ask about the 11 people missing. When the exam papers were handed out, Xiao Jin looked down and frowned slightly. 1. Can the demonic spiritual seed be used by humans? 25 points 2. Is this place connected to the Rakshasa realm? 25 points 3. Name a matrix point that is as famous as the rules. 25 points 4. Why can you enter the rule matrix point? 25 points if you remove the nonsense of this question. Every question was almost unbelievably simple. For Xiao Jin. This also made her more and more certain that the other people's questions were different from hers. Everyone saw the questions differently. Otherwise, these 4 questions would simply be a proposition for ordinary people who didn't know. However, when she saw the second question, Xiao Jin was silent for a moment. If this place was connected to the Rakshasa realm, then the matter was more serious than she had imagined. If the rule matrix point was connected to the Rakshasa realm, then did it mean that something unexpected would happen? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Jin answered yes. Bingo. In other words, this place was indeed connected to the Rakshasa realm. This was not good news for her. The Rakshasa realm was a completely different world. If this place was connected, did it mean that demons could come directly? Then there was the 4th question. The range of this principle could be answered was wider. Xiao Jin really didn't know how to start for a moment. While she was hesitating, the young and beautiful female teacher suddenly revealed a flower-like smile. "Oh, there's a very outstanding student in our class this time. He actually got full marks." Her sudden voice frightened everyone in the classroom. They subconsciously looked at the teacher and saw that the teacher was walking towards Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing smiled gently and politely, which made the teacher feel elated. "Good answer, student number 30. She glanced at the little red flower on Song Yanqing's chest, and her eyes lit up. So you also got full marks this morning. You're too outstanding. I'll reward you with a little red flower. Like a magic trick, she conjured a small red flower from her body and pinned it on the same spot on Song Yanqing's chest. The little red flower was made of ordinary red plastic flowers. It didn't look strange on Song Yanqing, so Song Yanqing didn't stop him. The teacher smiled and said, "You're done with the exam. Go outside and wait. I'll assign you to your dormitory later." Everyone else, upon hearing the allocation of dorms, everyone shuddered again. Because according to number 1, there were ghosts in the dormitory, just thinking about it made him want to cry. It was simply a test of his psychological endurance. No, didn't they say that if you got excellent results, you could choose to leave this world? Everyone subconsciously looked at Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing just smiled at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded and he directly left. There was no way to pass the answer. The questions were all different. Cheating was completely prohibited. Xiao Jin looked down at the question in his hand and quickly answered, "Because I'm bored." It was a big red cross. Xiao Jin got 3 questions right and 1 wrong, so she only got 75 points. The questions in the afternoon were all trap questions. Either she got all the questions right or she couldn't get an excellent result if she got 1 wrong. It was simply a trap. After Xiao Jin finished answering, the teacher's attitude wasn't so enthusiastic. He nodded at her, indicating that she could go out. Xiao Jin left the classroom and saw Song Yanqing standing at the door looking at the school. Because the door was closed, they couldn't see anything. When Song Yanqing came, he was wearing a white windbreaker. Now, he looked gentle and handsome. Even in such a place, he was still an elegant young master. He didn't panic at all and had a calmness that could stabilize the situation. Seeing Xiao Jin come out, his eyebrows softened. "Full marks?" Xiao Jin shook her head. The last question was purely a random answer. "Wrong." She asked her question, "What were your questions?" Song Yanqing said, "The 4 questions were related to what I had experienced, and the rules revealed a message to me. I didn't get back part of my luck." Xiao Jin suddenly understood. "You're right. Everyone's questions were different, but it was a gift from the rules. The rules told them some things and information, and this was a reward. Coming to this world wasn't all about facing the shadow of death. If they did things according to the rules and passed, they would also get some rewards. Their rewards were information about the world of the psychic masters." Song Yanqing nodded. "That means we thought of the same thing." Xiao Jin told him about Xiangdu. "So it wasn't just your fate that was taken. Through Bernie, your luck wasn't completely taken away by Ferdinand. Part of it has been circulated to others. However, the mastermind was Bernie. He paid a huge price, but he didn't know that he was being monitored by others. He had to pay the price for what he did, but there was another person who could enjoy this benefit completely without any cost." Xiao Jin's eyes darkened. "It's the person hiding behind it." Song Yanqing came over and took her hand. "Don't worry. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to be here. Let's go see Qi Lian." Yes, there was another unlucky person taking the exam. They came to the door of Musilian's classroom, but they weren't in this examination room. Although there were windows, they could see through the windows that it was completely dark inside. They couldn't see anything clearly. Xiao Jin closed her eyes and used the formation to spread inside. The devouring array points on her body could temporarily hide from the rules as long as she did not use too much power. She saw that Musilian was scratching his ears and cheeks scratching his ears and cheeks' questions. The power of the rules was too strong, so Xiao Jin couldn't see the other party's question directly. However, she saw 3 red ticks on Musilian's paper. In other words, he answered 3 questions correctly. At least his life wasn't in danger. Musilian still wanted to do it. It was probably his obsession with the little red flower. He saw that Song Yanqing had a little red flower and wanted to take it himself. Xiao Jin relaxed and removed the formation. "He's fine." Song Yanqing pondered for a moment. The questions in the afternoon were a trap. There were a total of 4 questions. If you get one wrong, you won't be able to get a good result and can't return to the real world. If you don't get all of them right, I think many people will stay tonight. Xiaojin nodded. It doesn't matter. If she stayed here, then so be it. She didn't know where the rules were hiding, so it didn't matter if she played around in this world. Song Yanqing told her something else. When I came out just now, the rules asked me if I wanted to return to the real world. I refused. It gave me an exemption. When the next exam starts, I don't have to take it. Xiaojin, that's great. My last question was too nonsensical. It asked me why I entered this world, so I filled in a boring answer. Song Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. Do you know what my last question was? It asked me why these people entered this world. I filled in 2 words. It was indeed a wild guess. I actually guessed it right. Xiaojin was a little puzzled. What did you fill in? What reason could these people have for entering this world? Song Yanqing, you gave me inspiration in the cafeteria. It was because of bad luck. Xiaojin, she said musilian. If it wasn't because of bad luck, who would enter this world? She said it herself, but she didn't think to fill in the answer. But her answer should be fundamentally different from Song Yanqing's question. She said why she came in, definitely not because of bad luck. She clearly did it on purpose. As for the others, they did come in because of bad luck. The rules were very good. Xiaojin smiled and didn't say anything. After a while, the door to Musilian's classroom opened and a person walked out. It was Zhongyu. Song Yanqing wasn't surprised to see Zhongyu. He just smiled and asked, full marks? There was almost no need to ask because Zhongyu had a little red flower on his chest. Zhongyu looked cold, but he was a little polite to them. When he heard Song Yanqing's question, he nodded. Xiaojin reminded him, you can return to the real world. Zhongyu shook his head. I'll wait. He didn't say what he was waiting for. The next second, Musilian walked out. F*CK, is there something wrong with this person's brain? He actually asked me if the people from 10,000 years ago could still live until now. That's definitely impossible. The history books from 10,000 years ago said that there were probably only cavemen, but that's F*King wrong. As soon as he came out, he was dejected and gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist and slapped his other hand. Hearing his question, Xiaojin's eyes narrowed slightly. The rules actually relied on the questions to prompt these people. Aren't you afraid that things will get out of hand? When Song Yanqing heard this, his eyes narrowed. He subconsciously looked at Xiaojin and saw that Xiaojin's expression changed slightly. It was just a very small moment, and it was almost impossible to tell the difference. However, it was this slight fluctuation that suddenly confirmed the guess in Song Yanqing's heart. He looked at Xiaojin, and Xiaojin also very sharply looked over. Song Yanqing curled his lips and looked at Musilian. At this time, Zhongyu was the first to speak. Don't worry about whether there's something wrong with him or not. It's fine as long as he can pass. His expression was cold as he said again, let's wait for the dormitory. Xiaojin raised his eyebrows slightly and asked him, you're not going out? Zhongyu nodded and pointed at Musilian. I came in with him and went out on the mission together. Naturally, I have to wait for him. When Musilian heard this, he was immediately moved. Oh my god, Zhongyu, if you can't live, at least I have to watch you die before I can go back and report. Musilian, are you a dog? Muqi forcefully held back his tears before they could even come out. He rolled his eyes. The next second, they received a message. 29, 30, 31, 32 exams have been completed. Please head to dormitory building 444 in Block C. Xiaojin, Musilian also heard it and his body shook. For 44, I almost realized that we probably won't be able to escape tonight. Song Yanqing caught the main point and looked at Xiaojin with a strange expression. Aren't there male and female dormitories? Since the rules were announced, it was obvious that number 31 was Musilian and number 32 was Zhongyu. There was no way they would be so kind as to be assigned to the same room. According to the 4x4 arrangement, starting from Xiaojin, it was indeed the 4 of them. Musilian also widened his eyes. Right, why aren't there male and female dormitories? She's a girl and she's sleeping with 3 guys. What's wrong with that? However, no one answered him. At other times, the notifications were silent as if they were dead. In other words, they had to follow the instructions. Since they were assigned to the same room, they had to live together. Zhongyu said, maybe the dormitory layout is different. Let's go take a look first. Although he hadn't been here for long and couldn't understand this world, the results of his training allowed him to calm down and analyze quickly. At this moment, he understood that following these instructions was the best way. Unless they couldn't complete the mission. Xiao Jin didn't understand the rules, but he didn't say anything and followed them to the dormitory building. They could see the dormitory building from anywhere else. Because it was big and there were clothes hanging outside, they could almost tell at a glance. However, just by looking at the exterior, this dormitory building was a very ordinary building. They arrived at one of the buildings with AC sign hanging on it. The entrance led to a small public living room behind a large door. An old man with reading glasses was sitting there, reading the newspaper. This old man didn't look any different from an ordinary person. Musilian immediately went up and asked, "Sir, are we students of Block 444? Is it really okay for us to live together?" The old man adjusted his reading glasses and looked at Musilian. "Just stay according to how the school assigns you. Don't talk too much." After saying this, he picked up the newspaper again and continued to read it. Musilian pulled down his newspaper and persistently asked, "Sir, where's the key?" The old man waved his hand impatiently. "Where did the key come from?" "The door lock of room 444 is broken. Students live around here. Don't tell me the 4 of you are afraid of ghosts knocking on the door at night?" Everyone, it would have been better if he hadn't said it. Once he said it, it was as if it could make one's hair stand on end. Why did he use a ghost knocking on the door as an analogy? However, Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin were expressionless. Their hearts were as still as water. Zhongyu was also very calm. On the other hand, Musilian was terrified. He shook the old man's arm and said, "Sir, you can't do this. How can the door lock be broken? Look at what my classmate is wearing." He pointed at Song Yanqing. "But they are all branded goods. What if someone uncultured comes in and steals my things? There are so many students. Can you guarantee that everyone is of high quality? Is there a surveillance camera in the school? Will you bear the loss?" The old man, "Where did this little genius come from?" Song Yanqing and Zhongyu were amazed. If they didn't know that there was a big problem with this school, they would have thought that Musilian was harassing the school guard. The old man was impatient. "Fine, then what do you want?" Musilian said, "Change dorms." The name of the dorm sounded ominous, and the door lock was broken. Even if he was stupid, Musilian knew that something would happen at night. He would definitely not stay here. "We can't change dorms. There are no other dorms now. This is arranged by the school, so we'll just have to make do with it." The old man waved his hand, but he was still intimidated by the school's words. He smacked his lips. "The door lock is a bit broken. Take this lock and hang it inside the door first. Just close the door at night." The old man took out an iron hook from under his seat. It was the kind that could not be pulled open if it was hooked to the door. Musilian saw the prop and thought it was okay. He took it and said, "Sir, is that okay? If I lose something, I won't report you to the school." The old man was speechless. "You little brat, say that again." At this moment, Zhongyu suddenly walked forward and reached out his hand. "Give me another lock and put it on the hook." The old man waved his hand. "There's no lock. Don't push it." Zhongyu said, "I saw it just now." The old man was speechless. Song Yanqing smiled and pulled Xiao Jin. "I'll ask even if they don't ask." When Song Yanqing heard that the door lock was broken, she realized that their dorm had been chosen. Just because they scored full marks didn't mean that nothing would happen. Number 1 said that other than the exam, there were ghost students. He didn't know the rules of ghost students, but a dorm without a lock was too convenient. It was like delivering food to the other party's door. He didn't know if Muchilian had realized this and pestered the guard endlessly. However, when he saw the guard take out the iron hook, he also realized that there was a chance of survival in this. Although he didn't know if it was safe with a lock, he still had to wait until night. Besides, even if their dorm was chosen, with him and Xiaojin there, the probability of something happening was not high. Zhongyu used his cold face to trick the old man into giving him another lock. Muzilian was especially shameless. "Sir, if you have a lock, why don't you give me one as well? What are your intentions? I'm going to report you to your school. Sir System might have a heart attack on the spot." Xiaojin was afraid that Muzilian would turn this old man into a ghost and tear him apart on the spot, so he pushed him in. They lived in room 444, which was the 4th floor. It was very easy to find them. There was no one in the dormitory at this time. When they went over, all the doors were closed. It was a very ordinary dormitory building. Xiaojin remembered living in such a school before. When he was with Xiao Fei, he studied in such an ordinary school. However, Muzilian had always attended an aristocratic school. He clicked his tongue and said, "The conditions of this dormitory are really bad." The other three remained silent and didn't say anything. Fortune favors fools. At least it was better than constantly reminding him that this was a ghost world. He found room 444. It was just an ordinary small iron door. The door lock was indeed broken. There were even traces of someone hacking at the door. The lock had been broken. The dormitory door was hacked. How serious of a fight did this have to be? Zhongyu pushed the door open. Thankfully, it was normal inside. There were 4 iron beds, and each bed was covered with blankets. They all looked brand new. All in all, the conditions were quite good. It was the first time Xianxia had seen such a dormitory. He looked around and found that there were no cabinets except for beds. He raised his eyebrows. "There's such a school in the real world?" Xiaojin said, "Such a school is normal in the real world." Xianxia, Muzilian didn't believe it. Can people live in such conditions? How can they survive the summer without air conditioning? Xiaojin, Zhongyu nodded. Everything in this world is still very real. Everything is based on a normal school. I just don't know which school number 1 wanted to use as a template. Perhaps this will provide us with some help in clearing the mission. Xianxia suddenly said, "When I came in, I noticed that the newspaper in the guard's hand was reporting information about Fog City in the real world. It was yesterday's news. The time here should be the same as the real world." Muzilian was shocked. "Doesn't that mean the time we stay here is the same as the time outside?" "Oh no, if Xiaojin comes in with me, won't Mom call the police?" Zhongyu's face darkened. "That's why we have to go out as soon as possible. If it's too late, it'll be hard to explain." They were soldiers, and this was the most difficult thing. If he said it, it would be unbelievable. If he didn't say it, no reason would work if he disappeared during a mission. Ding, the exam is over. The exam is over. 3 of you got full marks, 17 passed and 3 failed. 1 person chose to return to the real world. The remaining 22 people continued to take the exam. The 3rd exam will start tomorrow. Please go to your assigned dormitory building to rest. I hope you have a good night. It's late at night. If someone knocks on the door, don't open it. 4 notifications were sent in one breath. The 4 people who heard the news paused. Zhongyu suddenly said, "It's a very fair world. If they passed the exam, as long as they were excellent, they could choose to go back. The questions weren't too difficult. It was just that the punishment was too horrible." Muzilian suddenly felt a little scared. Will the people who go back tell others that there's such a world here, and then more people will come to die? Xianxia shook his head. "I don't think so. Have you heard of such a world before? If there is no news, it means that restrictions will be imposed. It was impossible for only a few dozen people to have entered the world of laws. There must have been more people who had entered before. However, there was no news. Even if someone had gone out, there was probably a limit to how much they could do." Zhongyu nodded. "I agree with him." Muzilian, all right. He looked at the beds around him and was pleasantly surprised to find that there was no student ID restriction on the beds. He immediately became excited. There's no student ID restriction. Does that mean it's okay for 2 people to sleep together? Brother Yanqing, can I sleep with you tonight? I'm scared. Xianxia, Zhongyu glanced at Muzilian. Perhaps he was a little disgusted, but he didn't say anything. He took the bed on the left side of the door and said, I'll sleep here. Xianxia smiled gently and said, Qi Lian, you sleep on the bed next to Zhongyu. Xiao Jin will sleep opposite you tonight. He slept on the bed on the right side of the door. In other words, he slept with Xiao Jin against the wall. Muzilian's expression was a little complicated. Why can't we all sleep together? Xianxia, I'm a clean freak. Zhongyu, me too. Xiao Jin, me too. Muzilian. Muzilian could tell that the three of them were heartless. Fine, I won't sleep. I'm not afraid. That being said, when Muzilian sat down, he suddenly heard Xiao Jin say to Xianxia, let's go out for a while. He stood up like a spring and said, where are we going? I want to go too. Xiao Jin glanced at him. It wasn't a cold look, but at least it made Muzilian feel a little offended. Xianxia and I will go alone. They were going to look for the array point. If Muzilian followed them, not only would he not know, but he would also ruin things. Muzilian, he looked at Zhongyu silently. Zhongyu sighed and said, I'll stay here. Muzilian didn't care about his integrity. Dad, you're the best. The three of them, Xianxia laughed softly and then went out with Xiao Jin. The two of them walked down the stairs. Other than the old place, no one could tell that it was fake at all. While they were walking down the stairs, the other students also appeared one after another. When these people saw Xiao Jin and Xianxia, they were all stunned. The two of them walked past these people very naturally. Number one in the crowd looked at Xiao Jin carefully and asked, where are you going? This world was so dangerous. Why were these two people still running around? Weren't they afraid of accidents? Xiao Jin glanced at her and continued walking down. We're going to look around the school. Everyone, they dared to walk around this school. They were definitely ruthless people. Although it wasn't dark yet, what if something happened and they couldn't come back? Someone mustered up the courage and asked, may I ask what dormitory number you're staying in? Xiao Jin, 444. Everyone who wanted to say something was frightened. As everyone knew, in the history of China, 4 was an unlucky number. After all, homophones meant death. Now, it was still 444. 3 deaths. It was difficult for people not to feel that there was a problem. The group of people immediately lowered their heads in fear and hurried upstairs, afraid that they would be contaminated with their bad luck. When Xianxia and Xiao Jin were far away, someone asked in a low voice, why do I feel that the two of them are not normal? He was so good-looking, yet he could still remain so calm. From the beginning to the end, he had not seen them panic at all. It was obvious that something was not right. How could a normal person be so calm when encountering such a situation? He was not the only one who was suspicious. As soon as he said that, the others looked at each other in dismay. It was clear that they also felt that there was a problem. Could it be that they are ghosts? Some people's faces paled, while others complained, if ghosts are so beautiful, I'll accept it if they knock on my door at night. Everyone else, big brother, you're still looking at faces at this time. You're simply too careless. They went downstairs while discussing. On the other side, Xiao Jin and Xianxia came to the first floor. Only the old man was there leisurely reading the newspaper. Xiao Jin and Xianxia walked down quietly. However, the old man seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head and looked at them with a meaningful gaze. It's going to be dark soon. Where are you going? Xianxia replied casually, we're going to take a walk around the school. The old man sneered. Xiao Jin said as he passed by, Sir, my roommate said that he's going to report you. The old man. The two of them walked into the school. At this time, the other students should still be in class because they could now see the students in class through the windows. It was just that the whole school was quiet, too quiet. Xianxia asked her, where do you think the law array point is hidden? Xiao Jin thought for a moment and said, it's possible to hide anywhere, but the law array should match its characteristics. It's just that the school is too big, so it's possible to hide anywhere. I can use the array to sense it now, but it can move. Once it sensed that Xiao Jin was looking for it, it would move to the next place. It would be very troublesome to find it again and again. Xianxia said thoughtfully, the teachers are all in class now. We can go to the school office to take a look. Xiao Jin nodded in agreement. Before the sky turned dark, the two of them went to the school office a few times. They didn't need to go in. They only needed to take a look at Xiao Jin to know if the law array point was there. When the sky gradually darkened, the school bell rang again. With the sound of the bell, the whole school was brightly lit, as if all the lights had been turned on. The students ran out one by one cheering and rushed to the cafeteria first. Some people directly went back to the dormitory. They didn't eat dinner, but strangely, they didn't feel hungry. And when they thought about the dark cuisine in the school, they didn't have any appetite. Now that it was dark, it was a little unsafe. Xiao Jin and Xianxia didn't find anything and finally returned to the dormitory. Along the way, they met many students. It could be seen that the students lived separately from men and women. These students who were assigned dormitories after the exam were all in the female dormitory. Strangely, the female students turned a blind eye to Xianxia along the way, as if they didn't find it strange that he would appear here. Fortunately, the female students had the manners of a female student. As long as there was someone in each dormitory, the door would be closed and no one would see anything that shouldn't be seen. When Xiao Jin and Xianxia returned to the dormitory, they saw Musilian standing on the balcony looking down. Hearing that they were back, Musilian immediately said, "We're actually in the female dormitory. I suddenly feel that I can live in this dormitory." The three of them, Zhongyu lowered his eyes, he couldn't bear to look at Musilian. After a while, he looked up at Xiao Jin and Xianxia, "Did you find any clues?" Although he didn't know what Xiao Jin and Xianxia were looking for, he roughly knew that they were looking for clues. This clue was definitely related to the clues they had left. Zhongyu couldn't go out because of Muchilian. Otherwise, he would have gone out to look for him himself. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows, "I didn't find anything." There were 4 beds in the dormitory, and only the bottom bunk had a blanket. She sat on the bed and said softly, "There should be a few more exams, but I don't know when they will end." Musilian walked in from the balcony and heard this sentence. He was a little worried. "Can we go out? I'm afraid that if I die young, my mother will lose both her son and her daughter." "How miserable would that be?" Xiao Jin sighed. "Qi Lian, don't be so pessimistic. You can't go out, but I should be able to. I will comfort Fei Fei." "Musilian, are you human?" Xianxia laughed again. They looked out the window and noticed that the sky was getting dark very quickly. The bell had rung just now, but now it was completely dark. At night, the 4 of them went to bed on time. Muchilian lay on the bed, worried and unable to sleep. Even though he was on the balcony and Zhongyu was at the door, if anything happened, it would be the other party who got into trouble first. Muchilian still felt worried. Xiao Jin and Xianxia slept in the same direction, their heads facing each other. Although the bed was new, it was still somewhat unbearable. Xianxia actually couldn't sleep. He only said softly to Xiao Jin, "I actually have a guess, but I don't know if it's right." Xiao Jin said, "What?" Xianxia said, "Since it's a rule, it might be hidden in a place that conforms to the rules." "What place in the school has rules?" "The school rules. When I was studying in the past, the school rules were set up in the school. It's just that if you don't pay attention, basically no one will pay attention to the school rules." Xiao Jin thought for a moment. "That makes sense." Xianxia said, "After the exam tomorrow, let's go take a look." Xiao Jin nodded. "Okay." The two of them were talking quietly. They didn't know when it started to quiet down outside. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. It was as if those students didn't exist. It was unknown how dark the sky was, but the lights in the dormitory were also turned off. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the corridor outside. One sound, one sound. It was soft, but there was a different feeling to it. It seemed to be walking very slowly, step by step. It walked and stopped. In the darkness, Xianxia raised one hand and pointed at Xiao Jin's shoulder. Xiao Jin understood and reached out his hand to his head, holding Xianxia's hand. The two of them were actually not afraid. They just wanted to watch Zhongyu and Muzillion. The footsteps were getting closer and louder. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing could almost feel a strange breathing sound. Did ghosts breathe? They didn't know, but anything that was still moving around outside was definitely not normal. Suddenly, something walked to the side of the door and pushed it open. Bang! The iron hook that he took from Sir's system came in handy. It blocked the door and prevented the other party from pushing it open. His movements were very subtle. If a person was asleep, it would be very difficult to hear. But Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin heard it clearly. The ghost outside was now pushing on their door. The door lock of room 444 was broken. He was indeed the chosen one. Not being pushed, the other party was somewhat flustered and exasperated. This time, his movements were a little more forceful, and he pushed again. The hook with the lock did its job. Seeing that it still wouldn't budge, the ghost student changed his method and started to knock on the door. The sudden sound in the middle of the night was frightening. The darkness could amplify one's senses, and this sound was too stimulating. But in this dormitory, no one was normal. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing didn't react at all. Song Yanqing even squeezed Xiao Jin's palm in a comforting manner. Xiao Jin wanted to say that he didn't care at all. It would be fine even if it came in. Knock knock knock, there were 3 more knocks on the door, and they could even hear a little strange breathing sound. Hua hua, it sounded like some kind of monster's hoarse cry. At this moment, Muzillion's light snoring suddenly sounded in the dormitory. The 3 of them, she was wondering why Muzillion wasn't afraid and could even fall asleep. The ghost probably heard it too. The knocking stopped and it left. Before it left, it was even flustered and exasperated. He didn't know how the night passed, but when Muzillion woke up in the morning, he felt refreshed. He was woken up by the rules. The exam is about to start. Please arrive at the exam hall within an hour. Please head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Muzillion sat up and stretched lazily. He yawned. I remember I was quite scared last night. I don't know when I fell asleep. Did the ghost knock on the door? We didn't win the prize, right? Song Yanqing and Zhongyu turned around and looked at him with a complicated expression. Xiao Jin was very direct. It did. You were asleep and didn't hear it. Muzillion trembled. So you heard it? Xiao Jin, it's fine as long as it doesn't react. Our door lock was broken yesterday. It should have been able to push the door open, but it didn't open the door when you asked Uncle for the lock. Muzillion was instantly filled with pride. I told you. He was so smart that he wouldn't fall for it. There was one more thing to do after waking up, and that was to wash up. Thankfully, the dormitory had prepared some basic necessities. Even though it was very simple, it was enough to wash up. This time, they headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. On the way, the students from the other exam halls came out. Xiao Jin counted, and there was not a single person missing. She raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they were the lucky ones who were picked last night. Because they didn't open the door, they avoided a disaster. However, many of them had dark circles under their eyes, and they were still a little scared. The psychological torture from the night before was not good. However, it was clear that if the exam ended today, the lucky ones wouldn't be so lucky. This morning, the breakfast in the cafeteria was more normal. There were steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. At least they could eat, so they couldn't be so picky. After breakfast, there was another delay. It was about time to continue the exam. Today's monitoring teacher was the same one they saw yesterday morning. When she saw Song Yanqing, she looked very happy and handed out the papers. Xiao Jin looked at today's questions and was surprised. The questions had changed. Which door did the ghost student knock on last night? 25 points. How many times did the ghost student knock on the door? 25 points. The ghost student needed to take away one person every night. It didn't complete its mission yesterday and was already angry, so it swore that it would take away twice as many people tonight. Then how many people should it take away? 50 points. Very easy to answer. However, the third question was an obvious trap. Furthermore, it had the highest score. If he answered this question incorrectly, it would basically be GG. Ghost students take one every night, it failed last night, vowed to double tonight. If he had only taken away the number of people that night, then there wouldn't have been an extra question. Therefore, for the second night, it would definitely include the people from the first night. In other words, it would take away 2 people tonight, and double that would be 4 people. His appetite was really big. Xiaojin clicked his tongue and quickly filled in the 3 questions. All 3 questions were correct, full marks. The questions were actually not difficult. She turned her head and saw that the teacher was indeed walking over with a smile. He even said, "Today's questions are easy. There are no red flowers for full marks." Xiaojin, how could there be such a difference in treatment? Xianxia also answered the question correctly and also got full marks. He stood up and gave Xiaojin a look. The 2 of them walked out of the classroom together. Their goal was the school rules column. Last night, the 2 of them had already made their goal very clear. They had indeed not searched the school rule board. The most obvious one was at the school gate. They walked over, and when they got close, their guess was confirmed. Rows and rows of words appeared and disappeared on the school rules column. They were all about what they had been through. Musilian got the lock from the guard and locked the broken door of dormitory 444. Ghost students can't enter. It's in accordance with the rules. When Xianxia saw this sentence, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. It's indeed here. Xiaojin tapped his chin. It's so easy to stay here. It's out of my expectations. However, the array point wasn't hard to find. The hard part was how to subdue it. When they were talking, the row of black words suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a new one. Xiaojin used the array to revive. Every month, he will receive karmic backlash for a year. It's in accordance with the rules. Xiaojin, Xianxia, they looked at each other. Xianxia whispered, "A year?" Xiaojin. Yes. The rules were indeed targeting her. The matter that she had been hiding for a while was now completely exposed in front of the rules. Xianxia thought for a while and said, "You said the rules can't be used. So now it's establishing the rules on its own?" Xiaojin nodded. This is its world. Everything is arranged by it. Xianxia, can you subdue the rules? Xiaojin, I have to try. To subdue this kind of array point, it would take some effort. However, just as Xiaojin was about to make a move, the black words on the school rules board disappeared and turned into a sentence. Xiaojin has karma. Subduing the rules. It's not in accordance with the rules. Xiaojin, she frowned slightly. This was the first time she had seen an array point. She didn't expect it to be so tricky. Couldn't it be subdued with karma? Then, she watched as the black words slowly disappeared. Xiaojin used the ultimate benevolent spirit seed to offset the rules. He can subdue the rules. Xiaojin, very good, from the moment he came in until now, everything had been arranged clearly. Xiaojin sneered, so you want Su Rong's spirit seed? Xianxia rubbed his chin. So, he wants you to use something in exchange? It's a formation point. Does it have its own consciousness? Xiaojin said, looking at what it's doing, you should know that it does have consciousness. The devouring array points on her body also had their own consciousness, but they were controlled by her. There was not much difference whether they had their own consciousness or not. The spirit seed was used to feed the array points to offset karma. It was clear that the rules wanted her to do the exchange. Xiaojin lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Forget it. Su Rong's spirit seed could be kept to offset her karma. It was given to her by Su Rong. She didn't think of using it back then, but now that there were rules, she should use it. There were still some things that had other uses even now. Otherwise, she really couldn't think of why they came to the mountain of rules. She took out Su Rong's spirit seed and placed it on the school rules column. The school rules column absorbed Xiaojin's spirit seed and turned into a bunch of light spots. Like countless ordinary array points, it returned to Xiaojin's body. Along with Xiaojin's item, there was a pop sound, and this vast world was like a bubble, disappearing with a single blow. The surrounding space also shook. At this moment, a demon suddenly tore through space and stretched out his arm, wanting to grab Xianxia. Things happened so suddenly that even Xiao Jin didn't expect that the demon would dare to tear space directly. She turned her head in an instant, and Song Yanqing's reaction was not slow either. His pupils sank, and he used the ability of a spirit master to resist the demon. This demon was a demon of the Rakshasa realm. The two worlds were not connected, but the rules formed a space of their own. You could say that this world was fake, but at the same time, it was also real. It gave the demon of the Rakshasa realm a chance to catch Song Yanqing when the space was broken. It seemed to want to take him back to the Rakshasa realm. Xiao Jin reached out and grabbed Song Yanqing's palm in an instant. A red light flashed in her eyes, and a huge purple butterfly suddenly appeared. At the moment when the space was about to shatter, several red lines penetrated the demon that suddenly appeared. The demon let out a painful howl, and with Song Yanqing's strong resistance, it had no choice but to give up directly. Its red eyes stared fiercely at Xiao Jin. The space was broken, the crack disappeared, and with a pop, everything returned to its original place. Song Yanqing suddenly hissed. Just now, the demon suddenly grabbed his shoulder. The other party's bone claws went deep into his bone marrow and scratched a wound on his shoulder. Now, it was emitting a wisp of black gas. She didn't have time to look at the people who reappeared in the mountain of law in a daze. She only grabbed Song Yanqing and instantly returned to the Mu family in the imperial capital. Song Yanqing's face was a little pale. He only had a human body, how could he withstand the attack of the demon of the Rakshasa realm? His originally white clothes were torn by the claw. Xiao Jin glanced at him and suddenly said, "Endure it." Then, she set up several arrays on Song Yanqing's body. They were all healing arrays, but the process was a little painful. The wound on his shoulder that was emitting black gas quickly stopped acting strange, but Song Yanqing felt like ants were crawling on his shoulder. The pain and itch were unbearable. He just frowned and didn't say a word. Only a thin layer of sweat oozed from his forehead, somewhat like the sick and weak state from a while ago. He even asked, "Can the Rakshasa realm cross space?" Xiao Jin said, "No." She stopped Song Yanqing's injury. Just now, the rules of space were broken. When I was doing the questions, I was hinted that the Rakshasa world is connected to this world. But I didn't expect that the Rakshasa realm would want to capture you even at this kind of time. Xiao Jin looked at Song Yanqing, his eyes dark. "I have never seen such a situation. Why would Rakshasa realm think of ways to capture you? Even if you're a spiritualist, this doesn't make sense. Even the devils of the Rakshasa realm would have to pay a huge price to capture a person across space. This price was equivalent to Xiao Jin's heaven-defying resurrection. The two worlds were not connected in the first place. Forcefully coming over was going against the will of the heavens. It shouldn't be. Song Yanqing shouldn't be so obsessed with them. Song Yanqing's face was strangely pale. "When I was captured, I saw something." Xiao Jin was a little puzzled. "What did you see?" Song Yanqing looked at her. His eyes that were originally shining with starlight seemed to dim a little at this moment. I was captured by them in that world." "In that world, not in this world." Xiao Jin suddenly paused. Song Yanqing lowered his eyes again. His pale cheeks looked fragile at this moment, but it was especially bewitching. "There's something I haven't told you." Xiao Jin paused, his voice very soft. "What is it?" Song Yanqing said, "I often dream. In the dream, I am in the Rakshasa realm." Once the sentence came out, there was a lot of information. Xiao Jin was a little confused. She was an array master, but it had always been fate that the human world and the Rakshasa world would not interfere with each other. Humans could not cross over to the Rakshasa world, so why did Song Yanqing have this kind of dream? She looked at Song Yanqing with a puzzled expression. Song Yanqing laughed bitterly. "So sometimes I worry if I'm a demon from the Rakshasa world." "That's impossible." Xiao Jin shook her head. "Demons can't cross over. Do you remember what I said? If I get the spatial array point, I can go to the Rakshasa world, as long as I pay the price." She looked at Song Yanqing and suddenly thought of something. When a spirit master of speech reaches that level, you can also cross over, but your current strength is far from enough. As soon as she said this, Song Yanqing's face suddenly became paler and paler, then his head tilted and he fainted in Xiao Jin's arms. Xiao Jin, being directly injured by a demon is indeed serious. She helped Song Yanqing to the bed, looked at his frowning brows as he fainted, and suddenly thought of something. She summoned the rule matrix point. Different from the swallowing butterfly, the rule matrix point was a huge disk. It appeared in the sky, and all kinds of things kept appearing on the disk. If one looked carefully, they could see that there was time, the 5 elements, and all kinds of things. Everything that existed in this world was an existence that conformed to the rules. The rule matrix point changed the rules, but at the same time, it could also use this characteristic to know a lot of things. It was like answering questions in school. In addition to changing the rules, it could also confirm the existence of established rules. Just like how humans could die, then it could directly set the rule that humans could die. Then it would respond that it conformed to the rules, meaning that humans could indeed die. Because this was an existing rule, there would be no price. Then, by modifying this basic condition, one could forcefully change the rules. For example, changing the rule that humans could die to humans could not die, but that price was not something the whole world could bear. Song Yanqing's dream, coupled with her own amnesia, she vaguely felt that there was a huge misunderstanding behind it. Perhaps it wasn't that she didn't care, but that something was forcing her not to think about it. Inside the law array, she asked a question. Song Yanqing is the strongest spiritualist. This was a very risky question. If it was true, it would prove that the rules were in place and she would not have to pay any price. If it didn't work, she definitely couldn't afford to pay the price. They would respond that she didn't comply with the rules. The disk rotated and gave a response after 3 seconds. A huge line of words appeared in the middle of the disk. Conforms to the rules, Xiao Jin. She lowered her eyelashes. She was right. Song Yanqing was the strongest spirit speaker, so this question matched the one in her memory. In this era, it was impossible for a spiritual reader to surpass the era of 10,000 years ago. In that era, there were the strongest wizards, the strongest array masters, and the strongest spiritual readers. If one were to say that Song Yanqing was the strongest spirit speaker, then this was proof. He did come from the past. She couldn't be sure if he was from 10,000 years ago, but at least the title of being the strongest was not something he could bear now. There was also another possibility, and that was that the world's strongest spirit speaker was already dead, and Song Yanqing, who was still alive, was the strongest. She retracted the rule array, looked at Song Yanqing on the bed, and touched his forehead. It was very hot. He seemed to have a fever. His expression didn't look too good now. She couldn't directly appear downstairs now. Otherwise, how could she explain the fact that she suddenly came back and didn't enter through the door? Her family would think that it was too expensive. At the same time, Song Yanqing, who was sleeping, didn't feel good either. He didn't know where he was. He could only vaguely hear the roars. You can't escape. You'll always come back here. This is your choice. Those voices were like nightmares that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. At the same time, there was a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if his body had been torn into countless pieces and was quickly reassembling. That kind of pain was enough to make people lose all rationality. He experienced it over and over again, trying to escape this cage. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. All the illusions disappeared. That extreme pain seemed to have a lingering effect, as if it was gradually disappearing. He turned his head and looked around. He was in his own home. He just touched his forehead, and the sweat that seeped out was enough to wet him. Starlight once again lit up in his pitch-black pupils. However, after looking around, it quickly dimmed again. He thought that Xiao Jin would be here. Just as he was thinking this, Ah Pei's voice came from below. Hey, Miss Xiao, when did you and young master come back? Xiao Jin's voice was a little impatient. I teleported back. Ah Pei, you seem to be teasing me. Hearing Xiao Jin's voice, his starlight lit up again. He coughed slightly and looked down to find that his clothes had been changed. It was just that they were wet now. It seemed that he had to take a shower and change again. Xiao Jin walked up and saw that Song Yanqing was awake. He was a little surprised. You're awake? He saw the sweat on Song Yanqing's forehead. You had a fever when you were sleeping. Are you still having a fever? As he spoke, he touched Song Yanqing's forehead. Fever? He glanced at his shoulder. There was no wound there. He had just woken up. His voice was low and hoarse. When did we come back? Last night. She whispered to Song Yanqing, I brought you back to the Mu family first. It wasn't easy to explain to Feifei. Qi Lian called to ask me, and Feifei called me. I told her that I was with you. No matter how stupid Mu Zilian was, it was impossible for him to tell Xiao Fei and the others about the law world, so he just vaguely reported that he was safe. Song Yanqing smiled and felt uncomfortable with his wet and sticky body, so he said, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me for a while. Xiao Jin nodded. Go ahead. When Song Yanqing got up to take a shower, he saw the speechless Ah Tong. He chuckled and asked, What's wrong? Ah Zai shook his head. No. She felt that young master and Miss Chiao had been appearing and disappearing mysteriously recently. He didn't know how the two of them came back last night. However, he had always known that Miss Chiao was a little mysterious to begin with and that she had some special abilities. Alas, ordinary people shouldn't pry into the world of the big shots. Song Yanqing glanced at him and went to take a shower. Xiao Jin sat on the sofa and looked at his phone. They had only stayed in the law world for 2 days. After 2 days, the world disappeared after they came out. Everyone remembered it, but they couldn't say anything about it. Because it didn't conform to the law and didn't have the ability to change it, it would be destroyed. This time, she only got the rule array points from the Mountain of Law. She obviously went there with Song Yanqing. In the beginning, the clue of the fan was also found by Song Yanqing. He didn't get anything, but was almost caught by the demons of the Rakshasa realm. Based on what she already knew, Xiao Jin now has every reason to believe that her amnesia was probably tied to Song Yanqing. They might have known each other for a long time. She remembered the elegant greeting in the cave again, Are you cold? It was Song Yanqing's voice, but it seemed to be far away. She sat on the sofa in a daze, and Ah Dan went downstairs to continue to stand guard. After a while, Song Yanqing came out of the bathroom. He changed into a set of black pajamas, probably not planning to go out. His temperament was gentle and modest, and he was handsome. Usually, he looked at people with a trace of alienation, but at this moment, looking at Xiao Jin, it was as if he gave all his gentleness to Xiao Jin. This man with gentle eyebrows was enough to soften any cold heart. He smiled and looked at Xiao Jin, When I woke up, you weren't there. I thought you went back. If you didn't wake up, why would I go back? Xiao Jin whispered, I have to see you wake up before I can rest assured. I have never seen anyone hurt by the demons of the Rakshasa realm before, so I'm not sure. Song Yanqing thought of the things in the dream, pursed his lips, but in the end, he didn't say it. If he said it now, it would only make Xiao Jin puzzled. After he figured out some things, he would know why. It would probably take a while, he thought, maybe soon. Seeing that Song Yanqing had recovered, Xiao Jin said, I'll go back when you wake up. She hasn't been to school for several days. Song Yanqing looked at her and nodded, Okay, I'll ask Ah Dan to send you. Xiao Jin said, Okay, I'll come back at night. I'll make sure that you're fine for the next few days before I officially go back to school. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Song Yanqing felt his heart soften even more. She was clearly cold and indifferent, seemingly without any feelings, but she knew how to accurately capture his heart. He smiled gently. Okay. Ah Zong sent Xiao Jin to school. On the way, he did not dare to ask. Xiao Jin looked at the class schedule and found that there were no classes in the morning. He turned around and went to Meng Qingyu's place. She did not forget that Mo Zhang's female corpse was still there. Although he had been resurrected, Meng Qingyu had to go to school, and Yang Qiulu had to take care of He Yao's child. No matter how she looked at it, leaving Mo Zhang alone didn't seem too safe. When Xiao Jin arrived at Meng Qingyu's house, he didn't use his key. The moment he opened the door, he saw Mo Zhang wearing a tank top and shorts. He was hugging a bag of chips and sitting on the sofa with his legs bent as he watched TV. Her long hair was straightened and draped over her body. Seeing Xiao Jin come, Mo Zhang looked over indifferently, not surprised at all. Xiao Jin said, You've familiarized yourself with modern life very quickly. Xiao Jin at least had memories of the modern world, but Mo Jiang had to learn everything from scratch. Judging from her clothes, she had accepted the pop culture of this world quite readily. Mo Jiang smiled. Of course. Her beauty was out of this world. She was a real stunner. After answering, she suddenly said, "Qingyu said that my expenses are all on you. Can I buy things? I want to buy a car. The model I like costs about a few million." Xiao Jin said decisively, "I can't afford to raise you. Find someone else." Mo Jiang, in the face of money, Xiao Jin chose to retreat. Mo Jiang clicked his tongue. If I want to earn money, how can I do it? Xiao Jin looked at Mo Jiang from head to toe. Are you serious? I'm earning money from fortune telling, basically to support you guys. But since you're so good at spending money, why don't you join the entertainment industry? Xiao Jin said very calmly, "You're pretty, you'll become popular immediately. Celebrities can earn tens of millions from endorsements. If you become popular, you can do it too." You're talking about this? Mo Jiang pointed at the characters on the television. Xiao Jin nodded. Mo Jiang immediately said happily, "Okay, how can I become a celebrity?" Xiao Jin, "I'll ask a friend for you." Xiao Jin sent Fan Jin a WeChat message. Fan Jin used to be a celebrity. Xiao Junmin was done for in the entertainment industry, so she didn't look for her. "Jin, I have a friend who wants to become a celebrity. How can I get her to do it?" Fan Jin, It's not that easy to become a celebrity. Now, you're just signing up to quickly debut as an idol. Is your friend pretty? Is she from an acting school? How old is she? Fan Jin, can you show me her photo? Did Big Boss's friend need to ask me how to become a celebrity? Xiao Jin felt that a person like Big Boss should have countless channels. Xiao Jin took a photo of Mo Jiang. She casually chose an angle, but Mo Jiang was indescribably beautiful in the camera. She was so beautiful that one couldn't look away. Xiao Jin sent the photo to Fan Jin. Fan Jin. Fan Jin, what a stunner. Her exclamation showed that even though she had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had seen countless beauties, she was still impressed by Mo Jiang's beauty. Fan Jin, I'll help you find a channel. I should be able to get in touch with a few people in the production team. Let her audition for the actors. She'll definitely pass. She was such a beautiful woman. Even the managers of big companies would be tempted. That was because she had a face that could make a fire. It was Jean Jinyo. Okay, thank you. I'll pay you when she becomes popular. Fan Jin, there's no need for that, as long as I can help you. Fan Jin, does your friend like to be a celebrity? It's Jean Jinyo, not really. It's mainly because I'm supporting her now, but she wants to buy a car that costs millions. I can't do anything about it. I can only let her earn her own living. Fan Jin. A big shot was raising her, the boss's canary, but which big shot couldn't afford to raise a canary? Fan Jin was confused about the relationship between Xiao Jin and Mo Jiang. However, she was reliable in her work. She sent over a few auditions and recommended an agent. He was Fan Jin's manager in the past and was quite reliable. Whether or not he wanted to practice was up to Mo Jiang. Xiao Jin sent all the information to Mo Jiang. You have to learn how to earn your own living. I've given you the channels. Mo Jiang nodded. I won't forget you when I become popular. Xiao Jin, okay, then Yang Qiulu and Meng Qingyu will depend on you to raise them. Mo Jiang, okay. Talking to Mo Jiang was very straightforward. Xiao Jin was very satisfied. After meeting Mo Jiang, she returned to the school that she hadn't been to for a long time. It was quite strange to see the school bell reappear. After a while, Xiao Jin saw that Mo Jiang had created a WeChat group. Putting aside the fact that she had become so proficient in the past 2 days, just the fact that she had created a group with Meng Qingyu and Yang Qiulu showed that she was extremely confident. Mo Jiang, I've discussed it with her. I'll become a celebrity. When I become popular, I'll take care of you in the future. She can't afford to raise you. Yang Qiulu? Meng Qingyu, S life has become so difficult, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin did not intend to tell her about the cruel fact that Mo Jiang had single-handedly lowered the cost of living. Mo Jiang's matter was left to her to deal with. Although she had lost her memory, she was still a formation master. With the channel provided by Xiao Jin, she did not need any additional help to solve everything. She returned to school as usual. In the dormitory, Xue Jingyi was still busy with his studies. Although Tong Yingxin was a demon, she was already in her 3rd year. For the sake of her future, she had to start working. Gradually, she did not return to the dormitory. At least, most of the time, she would not bump into each other. In addition, she had been in the Song family for the past few days. After confirming that Song Yanqing would not have any more problems, she returned to the Mu family. The peaceful days only lasted until Xiao Jin returned to the Mu family. She received a piece of unexpected news. Mu Zilian was expelled from the army. That's right, he was expelled. They could not explain the incident at the Mountain of Rules clearly. Even if they said it, they did not complete the task. In fact, they had already told the army. However, because of the warning of the Mountain of Rules, they could not say anything specific. The army knew about the existence of the spiritual reader world. They thought that they had encountered a spiritual reader world. After weighing the pros and cons, they still decided to expel them. They were allowed to go home because they were afraid of causing trouble in the future. After all, they already knew that some things in this world were very inconceivable. On the surface, this was the case. However, the Mu family did not know. When Xiao Fei heard that Mu Zilian was actually expelled from the army, he was stunned on the spot. Mu Zilian returned home on Friday afternoon. When Xiao Jin returned home, she could still vaguely hear Mu Zilian's screams. When she entered the living room, she saw Mu Zilian kneeling on the sofa with his ears pinched. Xiao Fei, who was next to him, hit him with a feather duster and scolded, look at you, your father spent so much effort to find connections to get you into the army. How could you still be expelled? Why are you so useless? You can't even manage the army now. You just want to come home and piss me off. I didn't. Muchi tugged at his ear and cried out, I have my own difficulties, I can't say it. Can you stop hitting me? Didn't I get fired? When I come back, I'll study hard. Can't I just study hard? Ah. Seeing that Xiao Jin had returned, Mu Zilian's expression became even more embarrassed. He pointed at Xiao Jin and said, it's all because of you. Xiao Fei waved the feather duster again and scolded, you were expelled from the army and you still blame your sister. You really can't find a reason to slander others. If you don't punish you, you won't grow up. Mu Xiangshan sat calmly in the midst of the commotion. He was still holding a purple clay teapot and leisurely brewing tea. Clearly, he was not affected by the commotion in the living room. Xiao Jin entered the room and saw the situation. He was a little surprised. Qi Lian was fired? Yes. Xiao Fei was furious. I just received a call today. He came back and said that he didn't complete the mission assigned to him by the army. It was seen as a major violation of discipline. The nature of the violation was vile and he was fired. Xiao Jin, it seemed like it was because of the incident at Mountain of Rules. However, the army wouldn't fire Mu Zilian because of such a small matter. This was because they should also know that the spirit group existed in this world. Xiao Jin said gently, Fei Fei, don't be like this. Maybe Qi Lian has his reasons. Mu Zilian immediately looked at Xiao Fei. Listen to this, even your daughter can speak human language. Pa, another feather duster hit Mu Zilian on the back and he began to wail like a ghost again. After such a long time, Mu Zilian was a little tanned. It seemed like he had been trained. Xiao Fei hit him a few times, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. Seeing Mu Qi's aggrieved expression, he glared at him and threw away the feather duster. He sat at the side and impolitely drank the tea that the old man had just brewed. Mu Xiangshan was dissatisfied. Can't you enjoy drinking tea? Who drinks like you? Are you a cow chewing on peonies? Xiao Fei was not afraid of him now. He even said, you just watched me teach your grandson a lesson. He made such a big mistake. Why don't you discipline him? How can I discipline him? Mu Xiangshan rolled his eyes. He's not my son. I can't even discipline my own son. How can I discipline someone else's son? I don't have the qualifications. His words were full of innuendo and sarcasm. It was a classic example of sarcasm. Xiaofei, Mu Qilian looked at him and stammered, Grandpa. Mu Xiangshan, Grandpa can't save you. Xiao Jin walked over and asked, why were you fired? Mu Zilian, you still don't know why I was fired? Xiaofei raised his hand again. Why are you still blaming your sister? Mu Zilian hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm just talking nonsense. Xiao Jin clicked his tongue. Ungrateful. Mu Zilian. Why are you using idioms like that? He was able to get out of Rule Mountain because of his intelligence. When your brother comes back, he will teach you a lesson. Then there's Zhenming. Xiao Jin threw this sentence and went upstairs first. Mu Zilian, he knew that this family was so cold to him. His heart turned cold. He should stay outside for a while. Damn it, he had no money. Before he left, he froze all his cards to prevent any accidents. Only Xiaofei gave him pocket money every month. After all, how much money could he spend in the army? That little bit of pocket money was not enough for him to survive outside for more than 3 days. He could only return. Later on, Muzichu also came back from school. He was not surprised to see Mu Zilian. After all, he was his brother. If there was anything wrong, Mu Zilian would call him first. He even hinted at the reason, but he could not say it out loud. He wanted to let Muzichu know that he had his reasons for being expelled. Mu Zhenming was different. When he saw that Mu Zilian was fired, he pretended that he didn't do anything. But when he came back, he poked at Mu Zilian's heart. What's the point of raising you? Mu Xiangshan said leisurely from the side, why don't we find a daughter and marry him off earlier? Mu Zilian? Xiaofei, which girl would want him? Don't harm him. Mu Zhenming, yes. Mu Zilian? He didn't want to live anymore. He wanted to jump out of his big glass house right now. There was no use in criticizing and educating him. After all, he was back and had been expelled. Then, Mu Zilian could only go to school like before. No one thought of this, not even Mu Zilian himself. After dinner, he couldn't help but knock on Xiao Jin's door. When Xiao Jin opened the door, Mu Zilian was standing outside. He looked around sneakily and went into Xiao Jin's room. Let's talk, let's talk. Xiao Jin knew what he wanted to say. He stepped aside and let him in. This was the first time Mu Zilian entered Xiao Jin's room. He looked around and said, it must be Mom's taste. Only Xiaofei would like this kind of thing. Then he thought that Xiao Jin would like it too. Xiao Jin said, if you have something to ask it quickly. Mu Zilian looked at Xiao Jin suspiciously. How did you come back? He and Xiao Jin did not enter the mountain of regularity from the same place, so when they came out, there were only him and Zhongyu, and a lot of bones. At that time, he was almost scared to death. When he called back, he only knew that Xiao Jin was in the Song family. Now that he was back, some things were easy to ask. I came back the same way you came back. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows. Do you still need to ask these questions? Mu Zilian was a little suspicious. Then why did you enter it? What kind of world is that? I remember that the exam was not over yet. How did we come out? He said that it was a dream, but he remembered it clearly, so it was definitely not a dream. But if it was not a dream, it was a miracle that Mu Zilian did not go crazy in the face of such anti-socialist and unscientific things. We came out like that, and went in like that. Mu Zilian, do I look like I have a low IQ? He still did not believe it. It's fine if you go in, but why can even Brother Yanqing go in? And you know that world very well. After I came out, I read a lot of novels. I'm sure that we have entered the legendary infinite flow world. It's very likely that we will go in to do a task next time. Did you go in long ago? Xiao Jin, she did not know what the infinite flow was, but she knew that Mu Zilian was simply thinking too much. You're wrong. That world is not something you can enter as you wish. It will not exist in the future. There were not many array points that had the ability to create a world, especially without the ability of an array master. There were even fewer array points that could create a world alone. Such array points were extremely rare. The rules were one of them, and the others might exist all over the world. In short, it was not something that humans should take. Musillian learned to get to the point. So you know more than me. Xiao Jin, tell me the truth. Did your skull open when you committed suicide? He pointed his finger at Xiao Jin and pointed up and down. I said that after you woke up after committing suicide, you still changed a little. No matter what, your brain can't become abnormal, right? Xiao Jin, so, you were indeed hiding something from us. Now that I've seen through you, it's definitely not your first time knowing so much after entering that world. Xiao Jin, what exactly do you do? If you don't make it clear today, Xiao Jin looked at him coldly. What do you want? Go, and tell Fei Fei. Musillian. Although he did not receive a clear warning when he came out of that world, he had a feeling that he could not say anything about it. Otherwise, he would have already spread it around the world. He wanted to let all humans know that this world was abnormal. Fortunately, his mouth was sealed. Otherwise, this loudspeaker would be able to spread it around the world. Now that he was rebuked by Xiao Jin, he was still a little unconvinced. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will expose your true colors. Xiao Jin suddenly said, you don't have to expose me now. Let me take you to see it. Musillian, huh? Before he could react, he saw Xiao Jin grab his shoulder. The next second, the world spun. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, they appeared on the crowded street. The only difference was that they should be in an alley and some people would pass by from time to time. A gentle breeze blew over, causing Musillian to become somewhat delirious. He blinked, and blinked again. Suddenly, his legs trembled. I'm back in that terrifying world. Use your eyes to look carefully. This is the real world. I just brought you to a different place. Xiao Jin's voice broke his nervousness. She pointed at the fast food restaurant in the distance. Let's go, I often come here to buy food. Since we're out, let's go there and talk. Musillian. He looked forward and saw a street sign not far away. He was familiar with the words on the street sign because he usually took this road when he drove home. In other words, he was now near his home. But he was still at home just a moment ago. Muchi scratched his head with all his might. He felt like his mind was about to collapse. Why did Xiao Jin grab him and directly change places? Xiao Jin took the lead and walked out. Musillian, who was still in a daze, followed her with a dumbfounded look. After walking into the fast food restaurant, Xiao Jin ordered egg tarts and ice cream. When Musillian was ordering, he asked the waiter. Why do you like to eat this kind of junk food? The waiter stared at him. He did not know where this young master came from. Is the food that ordinary people eat junk food? Xiao Jin snorted. I thought you would at least ask some key questions. Unexpectedly, Musillian's first question was not on the point. He could not grasp the main point. It was no wonder that during the time in the Mountain of Laws, he was still able to act so carefree. After ordering, Xiao Jin found a corner and sat down. Musillian seemed to wake up from a dream. He grabbed Xiao Jin's arm and shook it. How did you do it? It's you, right? You grabbed me and changed places. How did you do it? He shook Xiao Jin's whole body. Xiao Jin looked at him coldly. Musillian embarrassedly retracted his hand. You have to understand my shock. Didn't you want to expose my true face? I'll let you see the real world. The fast food was quickly delivered. Xiao Jin put on a pair of disposable gloves and took a bite of the piping hot egg. Tart. Muchilian, this world is indeed not what you think it is. However, there are some things that are far away from you. Even if you don't know about them, they won't affect your life. Even if you know about them now, you don't have the ability to participate in them. Musillian's eyes widened. You're enlightened? Xiao Jin, she closed her eyes and opened them again in an instant. It's not enlightenment. You've seen television dramas before. In this world, other than ordinary people, there are also some people with special abilities. The world that you and I entered together was a fake world, but it was a fake world created by a powerful ability. It's just that you couldn't tell because you didn't have the ability to tell. In your eyes, it was real. Musilian was stunned. He felt that his whole family was stunned. No, only he knew about it in his family. He thought for a moment and realized the key. You have special abilities? That's right. Xiao Jin continued to eat the egg tart. When I committed suicide last time, I awakened some abilities. I can see things that you can't see, just like how I said Xianxia had high blood pressure and Jinming had myocardial infarction. Musilian, why don't you go to the hospital and contribute to society as a detector? Xiao Jin. There's a reason why you get beaten up by Xiao Fei sometimes. Musilian and Xianxia were of the same origin. They were commonly known as trolls. Suicide can awaken an ability? Musilian was shocked beyond belief. He looked at his hands and muttered to himself, then wouldn't suicide be, Xiao Jin, if you commit suicide, you'll be dead. When the time comes, I'll get Xiao Fei to pick a good grave for you. He placed his arms on the table and leaned to the side. Humph, then why are you telling me this now? Xiao Jin looked up at him, didn't you want to know? I didn't expect you to enter the mountain of laws. Since you've experienced all those things, you must have questions in your heart. I'm answering your questions. No wonder, second brother always said that you were strange. Musilian touched his chin. To be honest, at that time, I seriously suspected that there was something wrong with your brain. Xiao Jin, seeing that it was all in the past, Xiao Jin didn't want to lower himself to Musilian's level. Musilian continued to ask, what's your ability? He reached out to touch Xiao Jin's egg tart and was hit by Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin continued, I'm an array master. In this world, people with abnormal abilities are called spiritual readers. There are 3 types of spiritual readers. The more common ones are wizards, and the other are spiritual readers. Since you don't understand, I don't want to explain it to you in detail. You just need to know that I'm an array master. You were awakened by suicide? Musilian still couldn't help but feel restless in his heart. Then I have already entered the mountain of laws. Don't tell me that I don't have the ability to awaken? Xiao Jin, no. Musilian had grown up in a honey jar. If he wasn't born with it, there was basically no hope for him to awaken it. Him entering the mountain of laws was just an accident. Thinking of this, she asked, since you've been fired, what about Zhongyu? At this moment, Musilian was immersed in the sorrow of his inability to awaken. We were expelled together. We're now at his house, but his house is also in the capital. As soon as Musilian finished speaking, he received a call. Xiao Jin thought it was Zhongyu, but he heard a girl's voice on the other end of the phone. Musilian's tone was not very pleasant when he answered the phone. I've already returned to the capital. You're here too? At this point, his voice suddenly became louder. What are you doing here? You have relatives in the capital? Oh yes, then it's fine. What does it have to do with me? I'm hanging up. After saying that, Musilian directly hung up the phone. Xiao Jin asked, who is it? I met her in the army. She's a member of the female corps. Musilian casually said, she said that she came to the capital. It's strange. She's still training recently. Why would she come to the capital? Xiao Jin, she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Musilian was now very curious. If it weren't for the mountain of laws, he probably wouldn't have accepted it so quickly. Now, he was pulling Xiao Jin to ask all kinds of questions. Xiao Jin didn't discuss with him for long. Later on, when Musilian saw Xiao Jin's ability, he started to sigh. At first, he thought that it was special for him to enter the mountain of rules, but now, it seemed like it was an accident. When the two of them were preparing to go home, Musilian suddenly received a call from Zhongyu. Do you have time? I don't have time. Can you help me pick up my sister? Musilian was stunned. Sister? Where did you get a sister? Why haven't I heard you mention it? Zhongyu, you don't know if you have time now? If not, then forget it. Yes. Musilian and Zhongyu weren't that close. Who asked them to go on a mission together and end up suffering together? Now, they were expelled together. They were really brothers in the same boat. Musilian thought that it was just a matter of convenience, so he agreed. He originally wanted to go home and drive, but when he saw Xiao Jin, his eyes turned. Can you directly teleport to the airport? I haven't experienced enough just now. Let's do it again. Xiao Jin, which airport? Muzillion looked at the WeChat message sent by Zhongyu and said the name of the airport. Xiao Jin reached out and stopped a car. I have time. I'll go with you. Muzillion. Where's the teleportation? Where's the teleportation? He wanted to experience the pleasure of disappearing in an instant. He didn't want to be blocked, however, Xiao Jin wasn't moved at all. Muzillion could only sit in the car with her and go to the airport with a sullen face. They arrived at the airport quickly. Muzillion received a description message from Zhongyu. He said that he didn't have a picture and could only describe the other party's appearance and clothes. Muzillion and Xiao Jin waited at the airport for a while. Suddenly, an exquisite girl pushing a suitcase came out of an exit. When she saw Muzillion, her eyes lit up and she walked over. Brother Muzillion. When Muzillion saw her, he was also a little surprised and shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up and down at her clothes. After checking the contents of his WeChat to confirm, Muzillion was stunned. You're Zhongyu's sister? Ah, yes. A bright smile appeared on the girl's face. Zhongyu is my stepfather's son. We grew up together, and he's like a real brother. As she spoke, she also saw Xiao Jin beside Muzillion. He was a little surprised and a little hesitant. Brother Qilian, this is, Muzillion said casually, my younger sister. Zhongyu's sister was suddenly enlightened. She happily greeted Xiao Jin, hello, Sister Qilian. Xiao Jin nodded and smiled. The person Zhongyu asked me to pick up is you? Muzillion's face was a little awkward. If he knew it was this person, he wouldn't have come. So you're the one brother Zhongyu asked to pick me up? Xianxia smiled very happily. What a coincidence. Muzillion, although Muzillion had been with a lot of girls, it was very obvious that he didn't like girls. He didn't seem to like Xianxia very much. However, the girl was passionate. Her love for Muzillion was obvious at a glance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy when she saw Muzillion coming to pick her up. Muzillion, who had dated countless girlfriends, definitely knew. He felt a little awkward, but since he had picked her up, he took a taxi again to send Xianxia back. Zhongyu probably didn't know that Xianxia and Muzillion knew each other. Calling Muzillion was purely an accident. Thinking of this, Muzillion felt a little depressed. When Xianxia saw that Muzillion didn't seem to want to talk, she roughly understood. She turned around to chat with Xiao Jin. You're Qilian's sister. How old are you? Xiao Jin said softly, 20. My name is Xiao Jin. Oh. You're younger than me. I can call you Sister Xiao Jin. Xianxia looked natural and poised. Her posture was the same. It was obvious that she was a straightforward girl. Her words were quite sweet. Xiao Jin glanced at Muzillion and snorted in his heart. On the way, Xianxia kept chattering. Xiao Jin occasionally responded. Muzillion wasn't very willing to respond. However, when Xianxia asked again, he would still answer. It seemed that he was just impatient. Xianxia said that she was also in the army. However, something happened at home. Moreover, Zhongyu had also returned home. Therefore, she asked for leave to come back for a period of time. Muzillion responded half-heartedly. Xiao Jin thought that it was really rare for a scumbag like Muzillion to not like girls. Could it be that he liked men? Xianxuetian's house was very far away. They drove for an hour and a half before arriving at Xianxuetian's house. Unexpectedly, her house was in the most expensive place in the capital. It was in the alley. Although many of the houses here were old, some of them were very busy. When the car turned into the alley, they happened to see a person standing at the side of an arched door. He was tall and straight. He was wearing casual clothes. His skin was darker than Muzillion's, but he was handsome and strong. When Xianxia saw him, she immediately waved happily. Brother. Zhongyu saw her and nodded. When he saw that there was another shadow in the car, he looked away. When Xiao Jin followed the two of them out of the car, he saw Xiao Jin and was a little surprised. However, when he thought that Mu Zilian and Xiao Jin were siblings, he wasn't very surprised. "Brother, I'm back." Zhongyu really loved this sister of his. He touched Yin Shutian's head. "I was busy just now and didn't pick you up. I asked Qi Lian to go. Don't blame me." "Of course I don't blame you." Yin Shutian smiled. Xiao Jin noticed that she was especially beautiful when she smiled. She was a girl who gave people a happy feeling. It didn't to say that she didn't meet Mu Zilian's aesthetic. So why didn't he like her? Although this was a personal preference, there had to be a reason for it. Xiao Jin couldn't help but be curious. When Zhongyu saw Mu Qilian and Xiao Jin, he nodded. "Thank you for picking up my sister. Sorry to trouble you. Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea before you leave?" Mu Zilian waved his hand and squeezed out a smile. No, Xiao Jin and I have something to do. We'll leave first. See you next time. Zhongyu didn't force them. Yin Shutian looked at Mu Zilian with a reluctant look. However, she still smiled at Mu Zilian and said, "Thank you, brother Mu Zilian and sister Xiao Jin. Take care. Goodbye. Xiao Jin. Goodbye." Mu Zilian was very straightforward. "Goodbye." When the two of them walked to the street outside the alley, Xiao Jin asked him, "You don't like Yin Shutian?" "Why?" Mu Zilian sighed as if he wanted to take out a cigarette from his bag and light it up. "The first time I saw her, she beat a man down with one punch. He was from the army. Do you dare to provoke such a tigress?" If he provoked her, he was afraid that he would be subjected to domestic violence in the future. Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin had thought of many reasons, but she had never thought that it was because of this. She couldn't help but chuckle. So there are times when you're afraid. Mu Zilian glanced at her. Who doesn't cherish their little life? Xiao Jin snorted. Because Yin Shutian's home was far from theirs, Xiao Jin decided to teleport back with Mu Zilian. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. They teleported back to Xiao Jin's room. Mu Zilian was excited to see himself teleported back. He said that he would come back a few more times in the future. Mu Zilian opened the door and left. Although his view of the world had changed today, it didn't affect his optimistic outlook at all. When he opened the door, he saw Musachu passing by. Musachu turned around, and their eyes met. Mu Zilian didn't feel anything when he came out of Xiao Jin's room. Musachu asked, "Why did you go to Xiao Jin's room?" "To chat, of course." Mu Zilian looked at Musachu. "Brother, what are you doing?" Musachu said, "I was just casually asking. I thought you went to find trouble with Xiao Jin. Look at me. Do you think someone as innocent as me would find trouble with him?" Mu Zilian felt that he had been severely hurt and discriminated against in this family. It was a pity that Musachu had already returned to his room with a sneer. Mu Zilian, he couldn't stay in this family any longer. When Xiao Jin woke up the next morning, she saw Mu Chi-chu, who was carrying his bag and preparing to go out early in the morning. Xiao Jin greeted him, and Mu Chi-chu whispered back, "Good morning." Just as he was about to leave, he turned back and asked Xiao Jin, "Does Duan Nianmer have an older sister?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Yes, there is one." "Why?" Musachu pursed his lips. "Nothing." Xiao Jin glanced at him and did not continue to ask. After a while, Xiao Fei appeared again. Seeing Xiao Jin, he yawned and said good morning to her. "Good morning, Jin. What do you want to eat this morning?" "Xiao Jin, anything is fine. I'm not picky." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jin's phone rang. She saw that it was He Yao. Before Xiao Jin could say anything, He Yao's anxious voice came through, "Xiao Jin, something happened." Her voice was very impatient. "Something big has happened. Our spirit group can't handle it anymore. Can you come and help us?" Xiao Jin directly said, "Address." He Yao gave him an address. Xiao Jin said to Xiao Fei, "Fei, I have something to do. I won't be eating breakfast first." Xiao Fei was stunned. "Where are you going so early in the morning?" However, she could only watch as Xiao Jin left the Mu family. She did not know where he was going. Xiao Jin needed to take a taxi. She needed to know where to teleport. Otherwise, she would not know where to teleport. She had never been to the address He Yao gave her, so she could only follow the navigation. On the way, she called He Yao. However, the second call did not go through. She did not know if He Yao was in a place where the signal was blocked. Fortunately, there were no major traffic jams in the capital today. Xiao Jin arrived at He Yao's location in about half an hour. However, this was the outskirts of the capital, an ordinary residential area. There were not many people here at this time. There were also psychics hiding in the dark. At this moment, the sky was bright, and Xiao Jin felt a strong resentment from the underground of the residential area. This resentment was somewhat familiar to her, just like the resentment she felt when she captured Xianxia. This resentment seemed to be temporarily trapped at this time and had not spread to the ground. Xiao Jin grabbed a psychic and asked her what was going on. The psychic's face was full of blood. At this moment, when she saw Xiao Jin, she seemed to collapse. There's a wizard below, mutated. We can't stop it. Xiao Jin almost instantly thought of Xianxia. She did not kill Xianxia back then, but handed her over to the spirit group. The spirit group did not execute Xianxia after capturing her. She pondered for a moment, asked the psychic about the entrance, and went directly to the underground entrance. This ordinary residential building was just to hide the fact that there was a base of the spirit group below. However, the base here was different from other bases. It seemed to be used to imprison something. The entrance was in the stairwell of a house. Going up was an ordinary house. If she continued to go down and pressed on the wall, there would be a staircase leading down. There was a huge underground prison here. However, after she pressed on the wall and entered, she felt a strong resentment almost penetrating the wall. There was also a faint smell of blood in the air. There was a staircase leading down. When she reached the bottom and opened a door, there was a hall. At this time, many people were gathered in the hall. They were constantly using their abilities to block the door facing the hall. Even the formation master Zhi Mengmeng was here. When she saw Xiao Jin appear, she was a little surprised, but not very surprised. Behind the door, there seemed to be a huge thing pounding on the door, trying to break out. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Even Zhi Mengmeng's face was not looking good. He Yao saw Xiao Jin in the crowd and immediately shouted, "Xiao Jin." Many people heard it, but they were busy blocking the door and not many had the ability to turn around to look. Xiao Jin knew that it was about time when she sensed the resentment. She walked over and asked He Yao softly, "What happened?" He Yao's expression turned ugly. How was she going to explain this? She could only say, "Do you still remember Xianxia, who you caught and gave to us last time? She can materialize evil spirits. She has mutated and is now stronger. She is now trapped inside and wants to come out. But if she escapes, the entire imperial capital will be in trouble." "Xiao Jin, I am not joking." She enunciated every word with a solemn and frightened expression, as if she was talking about something terrifying. Xiao Jin listened to the huge thing pounding on the door. It was clearly a special metal door, but at this moment, it seemed to be unable to withstand it. Even with so many psychics blocking the door with their abilities, it was still beaten to such a state. One could imagine how terrifying the mutated Xianxia was. Xiao Jin licked her teeth with the tip of her tongue and smiled. "I want to know what you did to cause her to mutate. She is a demonized psychic. How many spirit seeds did you feed her to make her go crazy to this extent?" He Yao's expression suddenly changed. Fed a demonized spirit seed, Xiao Jin also knew why she did not kill Xianxia back then. It was because the spirit seed was hidden here. She had always wanted to know where the spirit seed was hidden. Now, because of Xianxia, she knew. Of course, she could not let others know about this. Seeing how these people were struggling, she had no intention of interfering for the time being. Zhi Mengmeng walked up and said to her, "Can you deal with this wizard?" Xiao Jin nodded. "But there will be a price." This price was not referring to the price she had to pay, but how much she could get for settling this matter. Xiao Jin did not need to think carefully to know that this was something done by the spirit group. They probably knew that Xianxia's ability was not ordinary, so they wanted to use her to create something. Now, they had overreached themselves. Xiao Jin had long said that Xianxia was demonized in a special place. Her ability was not ordinary from the beginning. Now that she was still locked here, it was probably because the spirit group had done something behind the scenes that caused Xianxia's ability to erupt further. Now, she was not just a high-level wizard. If she took another step forward, she would be close to Xiao Jin's level. She was also a demonized spiritual reader, a born evil person. Who knew how many people would die to appease this matter? Cause and effect were reasonable. No one would not care if she killed people. Xiao Jin was the only person to get rid of her. In short, the spirit group was courting death. Xiao Jin had no reason to clean up the mess for the spirit group. They had to be aware of how serious the consequences of this matter were. Ji Mingming bit her lip and said, "You can have anything you want, as long as you can get rid of Xianxia." She had already understood the situation when she came. Xianxia could not be dealt with at all. Even a formation master could not take more than a few moves from her. The few points under Ji Mingming's feet could be completely ignored by her, and the few demons she summoned were terrifying. They were clearly things that were filmed in movies, but in Xianxia's hands, they became real things. With her terrifying ability and bloodthirsty personality, this place was no different from a slaughterhouse. Once Xianxia was out, the next step would be the entire capital. Xiao Jin did not hide it from them. "I want the demonized spiritual seed, all of it here." Ji Mingming's eyes widened. "What do you want that for?" Xiao Jin glanced at her. "This thing is not something that you should have. Now that you've caused such a big trouble, it's already not easy for me to clean up the mess for you. You still want to keep this thing? What, do you want to make more Xianxians?" Xiao Jin's smile was so gentle. "Are you here to protect mankind, or to slaughter the whole world?" Ji Mingming, these words were also heard by the other spiritual readers. They were a little frightened in their hearts, but they didn't know why. Normal adepts would never know what was hidden in this base. They didn't even know what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. Ji Mingming's face paled and she nodded. "Okay. Xiao Jin, since you promised me, I'll help you solve it. It doesn't matter if you can't make the decision. As long as you agree, I'll take the reward myself after I deal with Xianxia." After saying this, she said to the crowd, "There's no need for your abilities. Open the door and I'll go in." Someone said in horror, "No, that demon is by the door. You can look at the surveillance over there." The surveillance over there clearly showed everything that was going on here. It was a huge ghoul. It had a terrifying body, rotten flesh all over, and it was holding a huge axe in its hand. Not only was it using its body to hit the door, but it was also using the axe to cut it. Based on the extent of its destruction, the door would not last long. Such a terrifying thing did not need to kill anyone. Just its appearance alone could scare ordinary people. Xiao Jin did not show any fear. She just said calmly, "It's okay. If you can't come out, I won't joke with your lives." As she spoke, her fingers moved. The sky seemed to darken in an instant. A huge red butterfly appeared, and red lines bound the building in front of it. Its antennae were tugging at the red lines, as if it would not allow anything to leave its range. This was just devouring. Xiao Jin still had a rule in her hands. They could not see it. They could only see that Xiao Jin's pupils seemed to reflect red light. She spoke again. "Open the door." The light voice lingered in everyone's ears. It seemed to make them quiver, but they miraculously calmed down. At least they were not as frightened as before. Ji Mingming ordered, "Open the door." She was an array master, so her rights were different. Although afraid, the spiritual psychic who controlled the switch swallowed his saliva and opened the door. In an instant, a huge axe came out from the slowly opening gap of the door. The ghoul's huge body also squeezed out. However, just as everyone was screaming in horror, its body touched the edge, but it seemed to be cut by an invisible blade, and it cried out in pain. In just a few seconds, its body was cut clean and turned into a pile of minced meat. It fell to the ground and soon vaporized and disappeared. To be honest, this scene was too visually shocking. Ji Mingming's face turned pale. He Yao hurriedly hugged Lan Xiaoni and covered her eyes. She was a space element and was very useful. They had no choice but to bring her here. But she was too young, so Lan Xiaoni still saw such a horrible scene. After all, she was just a child. She was scared too. Tears. He Yao covered her eyes in time so that she couldn't see more. She felt a little distressed. It's okay. It's okay. Fortunately, Xiao Jin came in time. When the others saw that the ghoul had turned into a pile of minced meat in the blink of an eye, their fear was finally appeased. But at the same time, some people had a more direct understanding of Xiao Jin's terror. To Xiao Jin, the things that they could not block with all their efforts were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Behind the door was a huge tunnel. There seemed to be something in the depths of the tunnel that was letting out faint hissing sounds. There was also an annoyed female voice. There was a limit to the number of evil spirits she could summon. Xianxia must be feeling terrible now that one of them had died. At the same time, she was becoming more and more violent. Behind the door, there were already corpses of spiritual readers lying on the ground. They had paid a heavy price for the spirit team's huge mistake. Last time, when the He Early family took away a group of people, it was already a loss. Now, another group of people was taken away. This time, the spirit group's strength was completely damaged. Someone couldn't help but cry out, if she could come, why didn't she come earlier? Too many of them had died. Those were their colleagues that they had known for a long time. He Yao looked at that person and said sternly, what does it have to do with her? Who was the one who did this? It's your lives that were lost because of what the higher-ups did. Now you're blaming others? Without her, you would have died here. She knew that these people were innocent, but she couldn't bear to see them talk about Xiao Jin like that. Xiao Jin obviously didn't know. She handed Xianxia to the spirit group because she followed the rules. She had already taken away Xianxia's demonized soul seed. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Who knew that the spirit group would do such a horrible thing? That person didn't dare to say anything else and cried. Too many of them had died. He had lost his head and was speaking without thinking. They were supposed to protect humans, but they didn't know the significance of what the higher-ups did. They created a terrifying killing machine, and now things had turned out like this. This demonized psychic had killed their colleagues and the people guarding this place. Once she got out, she would kill even more humans. All of this was caused by the spirit group. Xiao Jin heard that sentence, but she didn't care at all. She walked deeper into the tunnel, turned a few corners, and walked into the final room. She saw a few malicious spirits guarding there. Sitting behind them was Xianxia, who was full of smiles. There were corpses and remains beside her. She smiled happily and said, "You're here." She knew that she would meet Xiao Jin one day. Xiao Jin not only felt the demonized soul seed reappearing in her body, but he also felt more demonized soul seeds. The room she was in was a huge empty room with only a few simple pieces of furniture. However, there was also a television. On the television, there was a bunch of discs of malicious spirits. How should he put it? Some people wanted to die. Even if you were a god, you couldn't stop them. They were obviously trying to stimulate Xianxia's ability, which led to a disaster. They didn't understand at all how powerful a wizard who had surpassed the high grade could be. Who was the one who came up with the idea of using a demonized spiritual seed to nourish it? While Xiao Jin was deep in thought, she also slowly sat down. A chair automatically appeared behind her. How did the Rakshasa realm contact you? Xianxia was stunned. She stared blankly for a moment before giggling happily. What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. While they were chatting, the people outside could see and hear them. But now, they could only see Xianxia moving her mouth and couldn't hear what they were saying. When they saw the pile of corpses beside Xianxia, some of them twitched their mouths in extreme anger and despair. After Xianxia said this, a few malicious spirits suddenly moved. Their figures instantly disappeared at the entrance of the passage, but their target wasn't Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin looked at Xianxia and raised her hand to make a fist. The door to the hall closed instantly. The speed was obviously not controlled by a machine. Instead, it was like the door had been forcibly closed by some kind of force. A few specters appeared behind the door, but they did not rush forward immediately. Xiao Jin looked at Xianxia and said softly, "Answer me, and then you can return to the embrace of the Rakshasa realm." The malicious ghosts did not rush out. The smile on Xianxia's lips stiffened. When she controlled the malicious ghosts to turn back to attack Qiao Jin, several red threads penetrated the door and shot in. The moment they passed through the malicious ghosts' bodies, they melted in just a moment. The malicious ghosts did not even wail. They turned into vapor and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia's eyes turned scarlet. In an instant, all the malicious ghosts were dead. This made her tremble. The Rakshasa world did not give you any power. How did you evolve so quickly? Qiao Jin paused. The reason I did not kill you last time was not because I was soft-hearted. You made me guess something. Just like that, they wanted to rush over through the humans again and again. She even suspected that the Rakshasa world really had some kind of power and wanted to rush over and attack the human world. Or was it not power? Xianxia's mouth twitched, but she quickly calmed down. She was wearing a white dress. When she calmed down, she even looked a little obedient. Qiao Jin. She smiled strangely. Isn't it good for you to cooperate with me? Qiao Jin lowered his eyes and raised them again. Those who want to cooperate with me are not ordinary people. And your strength is far from enough. Xianxia heard this obviously derogatory remark. Her face that had just calmed down turned scarlet again. She almost could not control herself and jumped up to kill Qiao Jin. Unfortunately, she really did not have this ability. Qiao Jin said, "Since you are not willing to speak, then you can only die." When he said this, Xianxia suddenly screamed and was forced to raise her head. Her body seemed to have melted in an instant, turning into a black vapor. It was like flowing black gasoline, viscous and incorporeal. The surrounding world changed instantly. Several huge demons flapped their wings. When they saw Qiao Jin, they hissed like snakes again. Their twisted faces were ferocious. After Xianxia's body melted, it seemed to have become one with them. A cloud of black gas was about to dissipate. Qiao Jin made the first move. The red butterfly appeared and let out a rare screech. It flapped its wings at the demon and swallowed the black gas in one gulp. The Abyss Devil's eyes were ferocious. They didn't dare to die, but they didn't dare to approach the red butterfly either. They only charged at Qiao Jin, letting out Abyss Devil roars. You must die. Qiao Jin smiled. Who doesn't know how to talk big? A piece of trash who would lose half his life just to send a message. Since the plan had failed, the demon could only reluctantly disappear. The surroundings instantly returned to its original color. The entire room was emptied, leaving only a pile of broken limbs on the floor. Looking at these corpses, she could not help but lightly sigh. Some people's desires were endless. For the sake of this desire, who knew how many lives would be sacrificed? The people standing outside the surveillance camera could only stare dumbfounded as Xianxia screamed and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. In front of Qiao Jin, the powerful demonized spirit reader that they were so afraid of was just an ant. The fact that she had died so easily made people even more fearful of Qiao Jin. The moment she got up, she turned her head. It was still that beautiful and exquisite face. For a moment, some people heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that when they turned their heads, it would be a face as ferocious as that of a monk. When Qiao Jin walked out of the door, he saw a group of unfamiliar and fearful faces looking at him. Xianxia was obviously terrifying, but facing an unknown existence like Qiao Jin, they seemed to feel even more fear in their hearts. Even if they had experienced it countless times, no one had seen such a powerful force. Qiao Jin didn't care about this and just looked at Ji Mengmeng. I've already taken the things, you need to clean up the mess yourselves. Ji Mengmeng nodded. She wasn't that old, but when she saw the tragic scene in the monitoring room just now, she almost cried out in pain. Qiao Jin was sent underground by He Yao. She hugged Lan Xiaoni, who had fainted from crying, and her expression was a little solemn and unsightly. Qiao Jin only said, "This isn't your fault, it's someone's fault." To know that a demonized spirit seed was used to feed a demonized spiritual reader, it was obvious that there was someone in the upper echelons who was incredible. This matter won't be settled just like this, someone has to take responsibility for this. He Yao sighed. So many people have died, and no one stands up to settle this, the spirit group will be finished. Because of a mistake, they paid such a huge price, letting all the spiritual readers know about a terrifying existence like Xianxia. As early as a few months ago, when Xianxia was captured, they did not find the demonized spirit seed. It was obvious that after being locked up here, she had conducted illegal experiments to create such a terrifying demonized spiritualist. If this matter wasn't handled properly, everyone in the spirit group would despair. This was a devastating blow to them, who maintained the stability of society. If they didn't want someone to take on this responsibility, no one could stop the demonized spiritual readers. It was also a disaster for ordinary people. After Yao finished speaking, her expression was a little complicated. That Xianxia, was she killed by you? Sort of. Xiao Jin said, she was on the verge of losing her mind. It was just that it was taken away by the Rakshasa realm in advance, which meant that the spirit seed was stolen by her. Yao nodded with a heavy heart. Thank goodness I didn't call Meng Qingyu over. Meng Qingyu was one of Xiao Jin's people, and she was an advanced wizard. If she came, she would definitely be called in to stop Xianxia. There was no way she could stop her. If she died in there, how would Xiao Jin feel? Xiao Jin thought for a moment. How much did the spirit group lose this time? Yao's tone was heavy. We've suffered heavy losses. Our initial estimate is that no less than 30 spiritual readers have died. Including the previous incident, the spirit group can't take it anymore. There were only a few hundred of them to begin with. With so many of them dying all of a sudden, the spirit group was almost done for. Xiao Jin sighed at the dead person. Even she would not have thought that Xianxia would be locked up here for such an experiment, which would lead to such a disaster. But now, too many people from the spirit group had died. She suddenly remembered that Mo Jiang was an ancient array master. Her strength was not to be underestimated. What if she placed Mo Jiang in the same group of spirit array masters? Array masters seemed to have more power than normal wizards. Xiao Jin thought so. Yao still had to deal with the aftermath. It all depended on who would take responsibility for this incident. This incident had a huge impact on the spirit group. The Zhong siblings took a long leave of absence to deal with the aftermath. Xiao Jin also received a call from Song Yanqing. There was a destructive attack on the spirit group. Were you the one who dealt with it? Xiao Jin was not surprised to receive a call from him. Yes. If I didn't go, not many people would have been able to deal with it. Mo Jiang could have done it, but she did not know the spirit group at all. Even if she knew, she probably would not have done anything. Song Yanqing said, I've received some news. I'll tell you about it when we meet. Xiao Jin agreed. It was the weekend, so she didn't have to think of a reason. She went to meet Song Yanqing directly. When Song Yanqing saw Xiao Jin, his complexion was already very good. It was as if the injury that day was just an illusion. He didn't talk much. When he saw Xiao Jin, he said, after this incident, we found out that the spirit group has a very terrifying plan. It's called demonization. There's a member of the Wanyan family in the upper echelons of the spirit group. She's called Wanyan Yunhu. She's not from the same family as the one who targeted you previously. She has very high authority in the spirit group. She once proposed to conduct illegal experiments on demonized spiritualists. Her intention was to understand the difference between demonized spiritualists and ordinary spiritualists. They wanted to know why some people awakened naturally while others were demonized. It sounded reasonable, but the things he did were not so reasonable. The people involved in this plan were secretly integrating the demonic soul seed. As Wanyan Yunhu had a lot of authority, this matter had always been in progress. Everyone knew that the demonic soul seed was useless, but they had a special method to extract the demonic soul seed. It was very difficult to capture a demonized spiritualist alive. Most of them would die naturally after extracting the spiritual seeds. However, Xianxia was an accident. She was also a very rare high-level demonized spiritualist. At that time, Wanyan Yunhu was tempted. She locked Xianxia up for secret experiments to test her reaction. As expected, Xianxia demonized once again. After their experiments, she had a higher ability. Then, she discovered what happened later. When the incident broke out, they couldn't hide it anymore. They had no choice but to ask for help. Instead, they lost more people. When they realized that the situation couldn't be controlled, Hiao asked for help from Xiao Jin. Because they had been kept in the dark, they didn't know the specific reason. Wan Yunhu left the country before the incident broke out, which was yesterday. Right now, the spirit team is unable to contact her. We can totally suspect that she already knows that the situation is out of control and has gone into hiding. Song Yanqing sent a message over. When Xiao Jin saw Wan Yunhu's message, he fell silent for a moment. She was an extremely beautiful woman with the charm of a fox. However, after Xiao Jin had seen Mo Jiang, he felt that Mo Jiang was a cut above her. Xiao Jin said, "She's a formation master." Song Yanqing nodded. To be able to take control of the spirit group, she must have her own strength. If it wasn't for this incident, we might not have been able to find out. Right now, the Wanyan clan has completely collapsed because of her. The other clans are all pointing fingers at the Wanyan clan for an explanation. The power that the Wanyan clan has maintained in the spirit group for so long has completely collapsed. Things haven't blown up yet, so you can do whatever you want. However, what Wan Yunhu did was completely inhumane. If Xianxia, this scourge, was released, the entire imperial capital would be finished. The spirit group was pointing fingers at the spirit group. With so many people dead and the Wanyan clan still being in power, the spirit group would be finished. The members of the spirit group weren't ordinary humans and didn't follow the rules of ordinary humans. If they didn't give up power and someone was demonized because of it, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility. Right now, the higher-ups had already issued an arrest warrant for Wan Yunhu. If she was caught, she would die. Xiao Jin paused for a moment. How did you know so much information all of a sudden? This was all from the spirit group. She remembered that the Song family wasn't involved. Even if there was an information network, this information shouldn't have reached Song Yanqing's ears so quickly. Song Yanqing lowered his eyes and smiled gently. Given the current situation of the spirit group, wouldn't it be unwise if I don't use my ability to arrange more people? Xiao Jin understood. He was a spiritualist. It was too easy for him to bewitch people. The members of the spirit group weren't all of one mind. Very good. Song Yanqing was in charge of gathering forces, while Xiao Jin planned to arrange people directly. Now, Hiao was climbing up step by step. Being strong didn't mean that she would automatically be promoted. It also depended on her brain. There were still ordinary people in positions above her. The main reason was that it was convenient to manage, not that they were strong. As for those who were too strong to be controlled, there were naturally others to control them. If he arranged for Mo Jiang to be in the spirit group, TSK. This idea was really good. Of course, it depended on whether Mo Jiang was interested or not. Song Yanqing also happened to ask, "What is that Mo Jiang doing?" Xiao Jin casually said, "I can't afford to raise her. She's already preparing to become a star." Song Yanqing, he couldn't help but smile. "Do you need help?" Xiao Jin glanced at Song Yanqing. "If you're willing, give her some opportunities. She can become famous and earn money. The women beside me are all raised by her." Song Yanqing suddenly felt a little strange. "Why do you want to raise a group of women?" "Xiao Jin, I found them. They're all pitiful little girls. If I don't raise them, who will?" Song Yanqing, "If you don't have money, you can tell me." Xiao Jin, "I know, but I don't lack money right now." Song Yanqing, even if he gave Meng Qingyu and the others living expenses now, Xiao Jin was actually not short of money. After all, he was still earning extra money with his life. Song Yanqing could only smile and say, "Up to you." After talking with Song Yanqing and having a pleasant meal, Xiao Jin went to find Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang had gone to interview with several production teams because of Fan Jin's information. Unsurprisingly, because of her excellent looks, even if she didn't fit the role, she left her phone number with the production team. Especially when she was originally impatient, but the production crew was especially receptive to it. When Xiao Jin found her, she was having a meal with the director. The director looked at her with an apologetic smile. Mo Jiang was dressed casually and sat there as if he didn't want to talk to her. Most importantly, the director was very happy. The bootlicking was very realistic. When she saw Xiao Jin, Mo Jiang found an excuse to chase the director away and sat down with Xiao Jin to chat. Xiao Jin asked her about the progress of the audition. Did you get a chance to act? Yes. Mo Jiang sat in her seat very casually. The two peerless beauties were in the same frame. Almost everyone around them looked over in amazement and couldn't bear to look away. The agent that your friend recommended to me also wants to sign me. He went back to work on the contract. Other talent scouts are also trying to recruit me. I chose the second female lead role of a peerless beauty. I think it's very suitable for me. Xiao Jin, she suddenly felt that she had misunderstood the woman in the memories of the high priestess. The woman in front of her was obviously very confident. Listen to the word choice. Didn't I hear that the audition is very difficult? Why is it so easy for you? Xiao Jin ordered a cup of coffee. Mo Jiang looked at her seriously. I'm better looking than those women. Why wouldn't they choose me? Xiao Jin, that made sense. Mo Jiang was extremely beautiful. Most importantly, her beauty was seductive, and it was the kind of natural seductiveness that came without makeup. Just this point alone was very rare. Her beauty was strong and enchanting. Just by standing there, her excellent qualities were enough to beat the average actor with makeup. Of course, the director knew who to choose. Especially in the entertainment industry where pure beauties were rare. Of course, the director chose her. To put it simply, Mo Jiang used her beauty to commit murder. Xiao Jin didn't understand the rules of the entertainment industry, but he understood her beauty. Hearing this, he nodded. Then act well. When you become famous in the future, you won't have to worry about money. Of course. Mo Jiang blew on her nails. I still have to help you support those two women. She remembered her accusation. No one would have thought that Mo Jiang entered the entertainment industry with such a ridiculous reason. Mo Jiang was quickly called away. She signed a contract with a manager and had her own management company. Everything happened very quickly. The next day, she even told Xiao Jin that she was going to act in a film. She also announced the news in the group. Meng Qingyu asked her to look at the other celebrities in the film crew, but she refused. Mo Jiang, why do you want to look at them? They're not as good looking as me. Just look at me. Meng Qingyu? Was she as thick-skinned as the Great Wall? Could she be so shameless just because she was beautiful? Of course she could. Mo Jiang vividly explained this principle. While talking nonsense with them in the group, Mo Jiang stayed in the film crew. Even though it was only her first day, countless people looked at her. First of all, she didn't have an assistant, but she was more arrogant than the protagonist. Moreover, she didn't like to talk to anyone. If someone greeted her, she would greet them if she was happy, but if she wasn't, she would pretend that she didn't see them. The key point was that Mo Jiang had not found this person in the entertainment industry. He could not find any information about her at all. She even got the role of the second female lead. Many people seriously suspected that she had brought money into the cast. One had to know that in the industry, the popular ones had more say than the non-popular ones. Mo Jiang was a soldier who came out of nowhere and was so arrogant. It could only be suspected that he had a backer. What they didn't know was that Mo Jiang not only had no backing, she didn't even have any experience. However, she had an advantage that others didn't have. She remembered her lines very well and never forgot them. In addition, the second female lead role was just a pretty face to begin with, so her acting was too convincing. Many of the fans of the other celebrities who came to visit her on set became her fans on the spot. If you were good-looking, you could really do whatever you wanted. A she. Someone was calling someone's name. Mo Jiang looked over in boredom. Suddenly, she saw a familiar side profile. It was a handsome young man's face. He didn't look very old, and his whole face was filled with the youthfulness of a youth. She felt that it was a very familiar face. But she didn't know him. She only stared at that person, and an inexplicable feeling of sadness welled up in her heart. Suddenly, there was a shrill and sharp cry in her mind. High Priestess! This cry actually gave Mo Jiang a headache. It was as if a tendon had been pulled. She couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that something was wrong. Who was the high priest, Mo? Jiang was a little confused. When she woke up, Xiao Jin didn't tell her anything, only letting her come into contact with the real world. Because she had lost her memory and didn't know anything, she didn't care about these things. But now that she saw this guy, she felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Her manager was standing by her side. A few days ago, when she saw this great aunt's face, she had signed the contract in a fit of anger. Now that she had served her, she realized that she was really a great aunt. She made full use of the advantage of her face and couldn't take any loss. At this moment, seeing her man in a daze, she looked over curiously. You're looking at Xiaxi? Mo Jiang looked at her manager. Xiaxi? The second male lead. He has scenes with you. Her manager pouted. Your idol debuted. He wasn't very popular before, but he changed his career and became an actor. You haven't seen him before? Mo Jiang tilted her head, an indescribable feeling in her heart. How would I know them? I don't even know the male and female leads. Her manager, this little ancestor was really. She wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but she didn't even know the most popular people. She looked at everyone in the dark and even needed him to remind her. She was really a little ancestor. As they spoke, Xiaxi walked over. When he saw Mo Jiang, he smiled and nodded. Hello, Sister Mo Jiang. His tone was warm and gentle, giving off a warm and sunny vibe. It also had a youthful straightforwardness. Xiaxi's idol debuted. Although he wasn't very old, he was only 20 years old. Mo Jiang's debut was set at 21 years old by her manager. She was older than Xiaxi by a year. There was nothing wrong with him calling her sister. Mo Jiang glanced at him. Xiaxi seemed to react and greeted her sincerely. My name is Xiaxi. He was famous and had fans. Logically speaking, he shouldn't treat a newcomer like this. However, Xiaxi had always had a good reputation in the crew. Many fans came to see him. He was a very young star. He was also tall and slender. With a good face and a good figure, he had a certain level of fame in the entertainment industry. When he was an idol, he did not have many fans, but all of them were loyal fans. As long as this TV series was a hit, he would be able to rise to the next level. Mo Jiang just nodded and didn't have any intention of chatting with Xiaxi. Xiaxi was very tactful and left after saying goodbye. You can't always ignore everyone. Those who don't know would think that you're famous all over the universe. Mo Jiang, what's the rush? It'll happen sooner or later. The manager was speechless. Although he said that, Mo Jiang took a picture of Xiaxi and sent it to the group. Mo Jiang, picture, is he good-looking? Meng Qingyu, compared to my idol, he's just SOSO. Yang Qiulu, yes. Mo Jiang, Meng Qingyu, who's your idol? Meng Qingyu, picture, this is it. He's handsome, right? Coincidentally, she sent a picture of the male lead in Mo Jiang's crew. Mo Jiang, so ugly. Meng Qingyu, you can say that I'm ugly, but you can't say that about my idol. Are you blind? Xiaxi is just a nobody. How can he be compared to my idol? The fans' anger came from this confusion. Xiao Jin, seeing that Xiao Jin had come out, Mo Jiang at her again to ask if he was good-looking. Xiao Jin, just SOSO. In her eyes, Song Yanqing was already a stunning beauty. Of course, other men were just SOSO. This was the truth. Mo Jiang only clicked his tongue. Meng Qingyu scolded Mo Jiang for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She didn't even dare to fart when a big shot said that he was just SOSO. Mo Jiang then looked at Xiaxi in the distance. She just felt that this person looked very familiar. But she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. It felt like a long time ago. Whenever she thought about it, she would have a severe headache. In the midst of the headache, it felt like someone was constantly crying out, High Priestess. She didn't know if that High Priestess was her. After shouting for a long time, she felt a dull pain in her heart. It felt like there was always something left undone. Mo Jiang, get ready to start filming your scenes. The director's voice came from the other side. Mo Jiang gathered her thoughts and suddenly said to her manager, help me ask for Xiaxi's WeChat. The manager was shocked. what are you doing? The male lead was better looking than Xiaxi. It wouldn't make sense for Imo Jiang to suddenly want to do something. She couldn't reach the unspoken rules. Could it be that he wanted a second lead like Xiaxi to do something to her? Imo Jiang didn't say anything else and just said, go quickly. The manager was speechless. Alright, maybe Imo Jiang had taken a liking to him. Although he didn't understand why a super beauty like Imo Jiang would take a liking to Xiaxi's plain face. To others, Xiaxi was a teenager. To many people who had seen stunning beauties, he was indeed too plain and didn't stand out. The manager resigned to his fate and still went to ask for Xiaxi's WeChat. Xiaxi was a little surprised, but he still happily gave his WeChat to Imo Jiang. Seeing a stunning beauty like Imo Jiang, no one could easily suppress themselves. Even Xiaxi himself couldn't help but have a good impression of Imo Jiang. He thought that Imo Jiang's manager had come to ask for his WeChat. However, in the next few days, Imo Jiang was only filming on set and didn't take the initiative to add him. This made Xiaxi a little disappointed. Xiao Jin had been receiving He Yao's information for the past few days. Now, he was investigating Shang Yishan's matter. The culprit, Wan Yan Yunhu, had run away. According to the news, she had disappeared overseas. The local Chinese spirit group was trying to catch her. Quite a few of her subordinates were found to be responsible for this incident. After this incident, the spirit group was once again in turmoil. In order to appease the people, she promoted a few other small group captains who had no connections to the spirit group to manage the group. She wanted to reduce the feeling of being controlled by the major families, and He Yao was one of them. Her promotion was a good thing, but when she thought about how her position was exchanged with the lives of so many people, she sighed. Although the fault did not lie with them. The truth of the matter was with Wan Yan Yunhu. Only by capturing Wan Yan Yunhu would they know what was going on. However, Xiao Jin was still keeping an eye on one thing. Now was a crucial moment of unrest. She wanted the array masters to contact Imo Jiang. This was why she had suggested that Imo Jiang become a celebrity. Those array masters had seen Imo Jiang before. They knew that Imo Jiang was a female corpse. Imo Jiang had publicly announced that he could contact her separately. Xiao Jin had tried to bring Imo Jiang back. Of course, she had done the same. However, she couldn't let the spirit group know. They knew that Imo Jiang was very dangerous. They would definitely think of ways to stabilize Imo Jiang. Joining the spirit group was the best choice. However, an opportunity soon came. Imo Jiang was on the hot search list. Xiao Jin didn't expect that she would learn how to operate the entertainment industry so quickly. She even had a scandal with someone. This scandal was from the person she had asked in the group that day. It was said that it was about a little idol called Xiaxi. Xiaxi hadn't seen Imo Jiang add him on WeChat for a few days. It was as if he was possessed and lost his mind. Every day, when he was free, he would check his WeChat friend requests over and over again. He didn't know why it was like this. It was probably because Imo Jiang was unusually good-looking. He had been in the industry for so long and had so many beautiful female celebrities. He had also dated other female idols in private, but they all broke up due to pressure. At that time, he didn't show any signs of heartache. Only Imo Jiang made him feel lost. Especially when he was acting with Imo Jiang. He had never acted before, but when he saw Imo Jiang's eyes, he felt that the other party's emotions were too lively, and he couldn't help but be immersed in it. In addition, he was acting as the second male lead who had a crush on Imo Jiang. After a few days, Xiaxi couldn't tell if he was really immersed in the role. Sometimes, he couldn't even look at the lines. He knew that this was scary, and he also knew that Imo Jiang would definitely become famous. How could such a beautiful person not become famous? His agent seemed to have noticed something, and whispered, if you can be a couple with her, it's not bad. At that time, Xiaxi was tempted. But later on, he laughed bitterly. He was just a small idol. Imo Jiang was rumored to have joined the cast with money. Would anyone like him? But then he remembered that the other party's agent had asked for his WeChat on the first day. He couldn't help but have a little fantasy. Maybe there was. After another day of filming, Xiaxi returned home and opened his WeChat as usual. Suddenly, he became excited. It was Imo Jiang's WeChat. It was a simple selfie with a name, Mo Jiang. Xiaxi quickly clicked on the request. While he was still hesitating about what to send, Mo Jiang sent a message, "Are you in the room?" Xiaxi, "Yes." Mo Jiang, "Come out and barbecue." Seeing this, Xiaxi was shamelessly tempted. He knew that with his status, there would be a storm if he was photographed outside. But now, he seemed to have been bewitched. Without caring about anything else, he changed his clothes and went out to look for Mo Jiang. They really just ate barbecue and chatted. It was also in a very ordinary place, but it was still taken by someone. Coupled with the fact that he was somewhat famous, the photo naturally became a trending topic. The management company struck while the iron was hot and made the news explode. Of course, his fans were furious and wanted to clarify the matter. However, when they saw Mo Jiang's appearance, they were stunned. Passerby, what the f*ck, the guy has been cultivating for 800 years, and he found such a peerless beauty, the netizens were just gossiping about the scandal. However, when Meng Meng and the others from the spirit group saw the photos of the woman on Weibo, they immediately blew up. Ji Meng Meng was one of them who loved entertainment news the most. When she saw Mo Jiang's face, her face turned pale. She immediately called the others. "Isn't this the female corpse? She's revived, she's really revived." That day, they clearly saw that the ancient formation master in the stone coffin was Mo Jiang. It was hard to find another person with Mo Jiang's appearance in 1,000 years. It was impossible for them to look alike. The news was quickly sent to them. Mo Jiang had only appeared recently. There was no information about this person before. The reason was simple. If she was so beautiful, there was no way she would not have left behind any traces. Without a trace, it could only mean that she had suddenly appeared. The formation masters all shivered. An ancient formation master from 400 years ago had been revived. Not to mention Ji Meng Meng, even Lu Ran and the others were shocked. They had seen the ancient array master with their own eyes that day and remembered his face clearly. Later on, it wasn't that they didn't send people back, but there was a collapse in that area and they couldn't find it. They had thought that the female corpse had been sealed underground. Even if it had not decayed for thousands of years, there should not be such a ridiculous thing as resurrection. Now, the truth had hit them in the head. The female corpse had indeed been resurrected and there were rumors about her being with an idol. If it were not for this, they would not have found out. The array master Ling group was not very calm and immediately sent Ji Meng Meng, who looked the least threatening, to test it out. She could disguise herself as a fan and get close to Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang was now filming. When the news of the scandal came out, the people in the crew were a little surprised. This quiet beauty who no one liked to talk to had been won over by Xiaxi. Some people secretly admired Xiaxi, while others felt that it was strange. Of course, most people thought that the two of them were a couple. In the entertainment industry, it was very common to make a couple. As long as they could increase their fame, they could do whatever they wanted. Although Xiaxi was an idol, he did not look very compatible with Mo Jiang. This kind of beauty was obviously not something a small idol like Xiaxi could handle. Xiaxi did not deny anything. Last night, the two of them had gone out to eat barbecue and had a simple chat. Mo Jiang did not like to talk, so they did not even talk about the important things, let alone interact with Xiaxi. However, they were photographed together. The company struck while the iron was hot and said that they were a couple. Xiaxi did not object. When Mo Jiang came to the set the next day, his expression was normal as if he did not take the news on the internet seriously. Ji Meng Meng mixed in with the fans and came to find Mo Jiang. Ji Meng Meng was wearing a lowly outfit and looked very eye-catching. Among the fans, even the male lead of the crew came to talk to her. If it was a normal girl, she would have jumped 8 feet high in excitement. Ji Meng Meng did not react and just stared at Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang seemed to have noticed Ji Meng Meng's gaze. He raised his eyes slightly and turned his head, curling his lips. He was just a small array master. She did not even have the desire to make a move. Xiao Jin's phone happened to send a message. Meng Qingyu was the one who made the note for her. "Big boss, an array master to you. If she says anything to you, you don't have to deny it. Get close to her and mix into her organization." Why, big boss, this is a must-have. Mo Jiang, she raised her head and glanced at Ji Mengmeng. Her manager was still nagging in her ear that Xiaxia was not suitable to be a couple. He wanted to clarify the news. After all, Mo Jiang was taking a different path now. He did not have to be a couple with a small idol like Xiaxia. It did not look too compatible. Mo Jiang did not have any thoughts and said, just do whatever you want. Then he got up and walked towards Ji Mengmeng. When Ji Mengmeng saw Mo Jiang walking over, her hands clenched into fists. Her heart was beating so fast that it was like a drum. She was not even this afraid when she faced Xiao Jin because Xiao Jin was mysterious and looked high and mighty. However, she knew about Mo Jiang. He was resurrected from a sealed female corpse underground. Just this point alone was too scary. She was an ancient array master. If she wanted to make a move, Ji Mengmeng did not know if she could stop her. Little girl. Mo Jiang walked over and looked at Ji Mengmeng. Why? Do you like me? Why are you staring at me? Ji Mengmeng was speechless. This ancient array master's skin was unusually thick. However, Ji Mengmeng could only smile. Yes, I'm your fan. Yo, I haven't even officially debuted and I already have fans. Mo Jiang smiled. The people around saw Mo Jiang talking to Ji Mengmeng and found it strange. Mo Jiang did not care about other celebrities, but he was willing to talk to a fan. Xiaxia was also looking at Mo Jiang. He looked over with a complicated gaze. Although Mo Jiang did not say anything about the news, he did not talk to Xiaxia either. They even had a barbecue last night. Xiaxia did not mind turning the act into reality. Unfortunately, Mo Jiang did not say anything. He did not dare to say what he was thinking. It was only a few days. He was afraid that Mo Jiang would think that it was superficial. Ji Mengmeng smiled and said, I fell in love with you the moment I saw you, Sister Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang narrowed his eyes. You fell in love with me when you saw me lying in the coffin? You have good taste. Mo Jiang's words were equivalent to a full admission. Ji Mengmeng's face turned pale with fear. This was not how a fan should behave. Mo Jiang said again, alright, look at how scared you are. I won't do anything to you. Am I going to destroy the world after being revived? Why are you so scared? Ji Mengmeng was at a loss for words. Who would not be afraid? A 4,000-year-old ancient array master, an old demon with unknown strength, who would not be afraid. Ji Mengmeng wanted to call Xiao Jin and beg him to come over. However, Lu Xian and the others suspected that this Mo Jiang was released by Xiao Jin. At that time, she had the idea of taking Mo Jiang away. Although she stopped later, it was hard to say for sure that she didn't use other methods to bring Mo Jiang back. Now, she even revived Mo Jiang. Unfortunately, they didn't have any evidence, so naturally, they didn't dare to ask Xiao Jin for help. Mo Jiang said in a low voice, I don't have any intentions at all. I just want to focus on filming my show. I want to be a celebrity. If you're not my fan, you should leave as soon as possible. Ji Mengmeng, why did she want to be a celebrity after climbing out of her coffin? Was this how an ancient array master should behave? Ji Mengmeng was at a loss. She watched as Mo Jiang walked back. Some fans came over and asked enviously, what did she say to you? They had been here for a few days, but they hadn't seen Mo Jiang greet any of her fans. Some fans thought that she was acting like a big shot. But why would she act like a big shot when she wasn't even famous? She just had a big temper. The key was that no one in the crew dared to target her. Sure enough, beautiful people could do whatever they wanted. Ji Mengmeng stayed here for a while and watched Mo Jiang film for a long time. In the end, as Xiao Jin had expected, they couldn't find a suitable way to deal with this ancient array master. If they fought, they probably wouldn't be a match for her even if they worked together. So, after filming, Ji Mengmeng could only find Mo Jiang and ask her if she wanted to join the spirit group. Of course, she wasn't trying to rope her in right away. Instead, she wanted to introduce her to the array masters of this world. She had to let her know that this was no longer the era of the past. As far as Xiao Jin was concerned, this chess piece had already been buried. Of course, Mo Jiang's appearance wasn't completely without suspicion. Lu Xian immediately called her to ask if she was the one who released Mo Jiang. Xiao Jin felt that he was being unreasonable. Why do you think so? I wanted to bring her back that day, but you didn't agree. Lu Xian felt that Xiao Jin's words weren't right, but he had no evidence. He could only grit his teeth and admit it. What if she's harmful to the world? Who knew what this resurrected ancient array master wanted to do? Xiao Jin chuckled. Then it's fine. Continue to pay me. I'll deal with her. Lu Xian was speechless. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jin saw Mo Zhang's message on her phone. She said, okay. It was quite trendy and even used English. After a while, it would probably become a god. Xiao Jin curled her lips into a smile. She was currently in class. After class, Xiao Jin went to the school cafeteria alone. Halfway there, she was stopped. The person who stopped her was a shy boy. He was of average height and was slightly taller than Xiao Jin. He had delicate features and wore glasses. He held a letter in his hand. When he saw Xiao Jin, he wanted to stuff it into Xiao Jin's hands. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jin did not pick up the letter at all. Hence, the letter fell to the ground. The boy raised his head to look at Xiao Jin. When he saw the other party's cold and clear eyes, his face flushed red. Xiao Jin. He picked up the letter and wanted to pass it to her. You can take it back and read it. Xiao Jin was very straightforward. If you have something to say to me, you can say it now. If it's a love letter, I don't need to read it. After all, she was the school's new campus belle. It was impossible for no one to pursue her. However, most of them asked for her WeChat and contact details or confessed in person. Of course, they were usually rejected before they could say anything. If she didn't like others, she wouldn't give them any illusions. Naturally, she rejected them mercilessly. It was rare to see someone delivering a letter, but it was not unheard of. This was the third time. The boy's face turned even redder because there were already people around who were watching the show. Although everyone was not surprised to see the school belle being confessed to, it was inevitable that they would find it funny and curious to see such a confession scene. I heard that Xiaomu doesn't have a boyfriend either. Xiao Jin, who said that? I have a boyfriend, but this is my private matter. I don't have to announce it to the world, right? I can only apologize to you for liking me. I don't like you. I hope you can find your own happiness. She didn't speak coldly, just politely. This was how confessions were. If you didn't like the other party, then don't leave any hope behind. Xiao Jin didn't like people easily, so it wasn't difficult for him to reject them. The boy was so embarrassed that the back of his ears burned. He was a little ashamed. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Seeing that Xiao Jin had rejected him, he took the letter and left. However, he still looked a little upset and sad. After all, he was sadder than anyone else when he heard that the person he liked had a boyfriend. Just as Xiao Jin was about to leave, she suddenly felt a peeping gaze behind her. That gaze was gloomy and cold, like a venomous snake peeping at her. She didn't even turn her head and continued walking to the cafeteria to eat. Anonymous, breaking news. The campus belle has a boyfriend. Anonymous, really? Anonymous, someone confessed to the campus belle on the spot today, and then the campus belle said that she has a boyfriend. Damn, I'm wondering what kind of immortal can win the campus belle's heart. Anonymous, I haven't seen the campus belle with other boys in school. Is it outside of school? The news that Xiao Jin had a boyfriend caused a stir on the school forum. No one expected that the campus belle, who looked like an immortal, actually had a boyfriend. Since the start of school, she had been staying in school or being picked up by the Mu family. She even rarely interacted with her brother. No one had seen any news of her being in contact with boys. Now she actually had a boyfriend. Everyone must be curious about who her boyfriend was. Of course, there were also insiders who vaguely said, "Don't ask. He's an immortal like her." Sure enough, immortals should be matched with immortals. They're a match made in heaven. The news that Xiao Jin had a boyfriend quickly spread throughout the campus. Of course, everyone should have known this news long ago. They were just a little surprised. Song Yanqing's identity was still well known in the capital. Some people in school knew about it, while others didn't. However, everyone didn't seem to be very shocked that Xiao Jin was really with Song Yanqing. After all, those who knew about it knew that the rumors about their relationship had been spreading for a long time. Now, it was just a matter of time. Mo Jiang and Ji Mengmeng reached an agreement. Xiao Jin was about to go home after a week of classes. However, before she left, the school sent a message to the students to be careful when they went home. A few streets away from them, a female student went missing in another major university. Until now, no one had been found. Because no body was found, they didn't know whether the female student was dead or alive. Therefore, even Xiao Jin's school began to be vigilant. If a female student went missing, it might be a criminal activity. It was undoubtedly a terrible thing to have a criminal in the vicinity. However, for most students, this was a matter far away. They didn't take it seriously when they went home. The Mu family sent a driver to pick her up. When she left the school gate and was about to get into the car, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from a stranger. The number on it showed that it was overseas, but the content was a little creepy. "You're so beautiful. If you're made into a sculpture and preserved forever, you'll definitely amaze the world." Xiao Jin, she looked at the message and curled her lips. Then, he took a screenshot and sent it to the group chat that Mo Jiang and the others were in. Mo Jiang, ? Meng Qingyu, boss, what is this? Yang Qiulu, it looks a little scary. Xiao Jin got into the Mu family and C family's car and sent a message. "It's Jin Jinyo, someone must be targeting me. Judging from his tone, he might be a murderer." Meng Qingyu, ? Yang Qiulu, ? Mo Jiang, ? Meng Qingyu, isn't it good for this big brother to be alive? Mo Jiang, boring. He didn't know why someone would target Xiao Jin. No matter who he was, he could only sympathize with him from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Jin released the array to sense, and a few dozen meters behind her, there was a person hiding in a corner, staring at her. When he saw Xiao Jin looking down at her phone and getting into the car, he showed a sick smile on his face. When Xiao Jin returned home, he heard Xiao Fei mention this matter. "I heard that there was a case of a missing girl near your school." She looked worried. Xiao Jin comforted her. "It's not in our school. But it's still close to your school." Xiao Fei said, speaking of which, they're wondering if the culprit committed the crime again. "A girl went missing a year ago. She was also a university student. They haven't found the culprit yet. This matter is still being investigated." Xiao Jin was curious. "It's been a year and they haven't caught the culprit yet?" Xiao Fei shook her head. "That's why I'm guessing that the culprit committed the crime a year ago. This is too rare. This is the capital. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. It was unbelievable that there was no trace of a missing girl." Xiao Jin thought of the person who sent the message and followed him today. He asked, "Are there any clues before those girls went missing?" "No." Xiao Fei shook her head. "The news was from a year ago. I didn't pay much attention to it. According to them, they were all very pretty girls." She glanced at Xiao Jin and shuddered. "Jin, you're so pretty. You have to be careful. Ask the driver to pick you up after school. If anyone looks for you, don't go out alone. Do you understand?" Xiao Jin saw Xiao Fei's worried face. He didn't want to tell Xiao Fei that she had received a message. He didn't want Xiao Fei to break down on the spot. There were people committing crimes every day in this world. Xiao Jin couldn't take care of everything. However, if the person who targeted her was really the culprit, it would be a good thing. Xiao Jin also checked the internet. A year ago, 2 girls did go missing. Their photos were also posted online. However, there was no news until now. At that time, there was an uproar. Now that a year had passed and the news of the missing girls spread, some people dug up the 2 cases from a year ago and asked if it was the same case. For a time, some people were still in a state of panic. In the group, Meng Qingyu suddenly sent a message. "Meng Qingyu, a female student went missing from our school. A year ago, another one went missing. Now, the school suspects that the 2 cases were done by the same person. They asked us to stay on campus. I won't be back for a few days. Mo Jiang, are you afraid? Mang Qingyu, what's there to be afraid of? Even if it's the school's request, I can't be an exception. Yang Qiulu, then be careful. Mang Qingyu, don't worry, it won't be tied to me. She was now a high-grade wizard, and most people would not even be able to get close to her. This kind of missing person case was usually a common criminal, and it was not the spirit group's turn to worry about it. Mang Qingyu did not plan to care about it, and only did what the school asked of him. Big boss, the missing girl is from your school, Mang Qingyu. Ah, yes, why did you notice it too, Mo Jiang, you felt it? Big boss, yes. Mang Qingyu? Mang Qingyu, what do you feel? Can you kindly tell me? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Mo Jiang, some things don't come to the battle sorcerer for no reason. Most likely, the murderer who targeted her and the suspect in the missing girl's case are the same person. Mang Qingyu, big boss shock. JPG, Yang Qiulu, really? Then isn't Miss Qiao in danger? Mo Jiang, who do you think she is? The one in danger now is definitely the murderer. The two of them. Mo Jiang was right. Formation masters were born with this instinct. If she was targeted, it would not be for no reason. If she was really targeted by a murderer this time, it meant that it would eventually lead to something. As for what it was, Qiao Jin did not know for the time being. Even if someone was targeting her, Qiao Jin did not take it seriously. Instead, the person who sent the text message became even more aggressive and sent Qiao Jin a photo. This photo was taken in a corner. It looked very far away and the photo was not very clear. However, one could still see the delicate face of the girl in the photo with her cheeks lowered. Other things could not be seen clearly, but she was full of fairy aura and had a special charm. This photo was of Qiao Jin. And it was a photo of her in school. In other words, the photo was taken from the school. Someone from my school, Qiao Jin could not help but wonder what kind of sin Yanhui University had committed. Why was the feng shui so bad? The angle of this photo was obviously in the school. Besides students, there were also staff members in Yanhui University. It was not impossible for someone to come in from outside the school. If it was an ordinary girl, she would definitely be scared half to death. Someone was following her, taking a photo, and sending a creepy text message, but she did not know who the other party was. She would probably be scared out of her wits. Unfortunately, Qiao Jin was not an ordinary girl. She even had the leisure to share the photo with Song Yanqing. When Song Yanqing saw the photo, he immediately thought that it was taken by someone else. He replied, "The angle is good. The face is not clear, but the mood of the whole photo is very good. It was Jin Jinyo. This was taken by someone who might be preparing to kill me." Song Yanqing, he called, and there was a slight doubt in his tone. "What's going on?" Qiao Jin, I don't know. There was a case of a girl going missing near my school, and then someone started to target me. They even sent me a strange text saying that they wanted to turn me into a sculpture. Now, there's even a picture of me. I guess they met the legendary psychopathic murderer? Song Yanqing said helplessly, ordinary people? What he meant by ordinary people was whether the other party was a spiritual reader or not. Qiao Jin replied, that's right. Otherwise, we would have been targeted by the spirit group long ago. It was precisely because they were ordinary people. With so many crimes being committed in the world every day, the spirit group and the police station would definitely have their own division of labor and would not intervene in the cases of ordinary people. Since it was an ordinary person, Song Yanqing was not worried at all. However, not being worried and knowing that the other party was targeting Qiao Jin were two different things. He muttered, I'll find out. It'll take half a day. Qiao Jin said, no, I just want you to take a look at the photo. Most people wouldn't target me for no reason. There must be something wrong with this case that's attracting me. I'm going to let nature take its course. Song Yanqing laughed and said, are you waiting for him to kidnap you? Qiao Jin said, it's not that I can't. If he was really a murderer, he was carrying the lives of others behind his back. It was fine if he didn't meet him, but if he met him, Qiao Jin planned to be a good citizen of society and get rid of evil for the people. Song Yanqing sighed and said, since that's the case, it's up to you. There was helplessness in his tone. You still have to be careful. I'll help you investigate this case. Xiao Jin did not refuse this time. Okay. After hanging up, there was a knock on Xiao Jin's door. She opened the door and saw Xiao Fei standing outside, looking worried. Jin, something happened to young Master Ji Sikai. Let's go and take a look. Him? Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow. What happened to him? Xiao Fei said, I'm not sure. I heard that he got into a car accident today. Fortunately, he was protected by bodyguards and was fine. He was just injured and had to go to the hospital. Your Grandpa Ji just called. It's only right that we go take a look. Let's go. Grandpa is waiting outside. Xiao Jin pursed her lips and nodded. It was strange that Ji Sikai got into a car accident. After all, he was the young master of a big family and would definitely be well protected. Now that something happened, it was probably an accident. She went downstairs. Muzilian and Muzichu were both there, and Mu Xiangshan was also waiting. The family was only missing Mu Zhenming, and they would be able to stay together. They got in the car and rushed to the hospital. In the car, Muzilian and Xiao Fei talked about Ji Sikai's car accident. He was fine, and they were still investigating the cause of the accident. It was said to be an accident. When they arrived at the hospital's VIP ward, many people must have come to see young Master Ji. The Mu family didn't have a chance to enter. They first saw Ji Pingan, who was talking to someone outside. Seeing them, Ji Pingan hurried over. After all, his granddaughter was here. Mu Xiangshan saw him and asked, Is Sikai okay? He's fine, he's fine. Ji Pingan's expression was still relaxed. He just had a small injury and was sent to the hospital for treatment. It's not a big problem. He'll be discharged in a week or so. Mu Xiangshan nodded. That's good. God bless him. Ji Pingan nodded and looked at Xiao Jin and the others with a smile. Why don't you go see Sikai later? There are too many people now. As soon as he said that, someone walked over and said expressionlessly, Young Master Sikai needs to rest now. Thank you for your kindness. If there's nothing else, please go back. This did seem like something Ji Sikai would do. If too many people came, he would unconsciously feel annoyed. Most of the people left tactfully. Xiao Jin did not know these people. Anyway, some of them even called Mu Xiangshan and Xiao Fei before they left. They were all in the same circle. Xiao Jin and the others didn't leave because their connections were in place. Ji Pingan directly brought them in to see Ji Sikai. Not everyone had left the ward. Ji Sikai's Xiao Jin's father, whom Xiao Jin had never seen before, was also there. Surprisingly, Shang Yiran and his sister, Xing Jiaobai, were also there. Xiao Jin still remembered that they were Ji Sikai's brother and sister. Ever since the incident last time, she had not paid attention to these two people at all. Now that she saw them here, she took another look at them. Xing Jiaobai looked at Ji Sikai with an aggrieved expression. Shang Yiran lowered his head, probably because he did not want to look at anyone. He was still leaning on crutches, and his limp was very obvious. Ji Sikai, who was lying on the bed, casually laid with his hands behind his head. He was wearing a hospital gown, and he didn't look like a patient at all. In front of his bed, a slightly handsome middle-aged man was looking at him and saying something. When they went in, they happened to hear a scolding. Brother and sister came to see you out of the kindness of our hearts. What's with your attitude? I haven't settled the score with you last time. Look at Iran's leg. If it weren't for seeing them come in, he bitterly stopped talking. This man was Ji Sikai's father, Ji Huai, the eldest son of Ji Pingan. He was now in charge of the Ji family's power and wealth. It was obvious that Ji Sikai had inherited Ji Huai's looks. Although he was handsome, his face was full of flirtatiousness. It was obvious that he had been a playboy when he was young. Shang Yiran and Xing Jiaobai were the best proof. The gloominess in Ji Sikai's eyes when he wasn't smiling was very obvious. When he saw that the Mu family had arrived, he turned his head and cast a glance at them. Instead, he raised his pillow and propped himself up, half sitting on the bed. Mu Xiangshan led the way in and greeted Ji Huai before asking about Ji Sikai's well-being. At this moment, Xing Jiaobai also saw Xiao Jin. She bit her lip awkwardly and lowered her head, not daring to look at him. After all, after her identity as an illegitimate daughter was exposed, she didn't dare to behave strangely in front of Xiao Jin. If her identity as an illegitimate daughter was exposed, she didn't know what her classmates would think of her in a university like Yanhui. However, Xiao Jin didn't pay much attention to her. Muzilian and Muzichu also stepped forward to show basic humanitarian concern for Ji Sikai. Although they weren't on good terms, at least they knew each other. Especially now that Ji Sikai was Xiao Jin's elder brother, he was more related to the Muzilian and Muzichu brothers. Xiao Jin glanced at Xiangyuan. Ji Sikai, who had been listening to Mu Xiangshan, sneered. I told you, my car accident wasn't an accident. If I find out who did it, I'll take his life. Every word of this sentence seemed to be laced with ice shards, making one's hair stand on end. It wasn't strange for him to say this. What was strange was that he looked directly at Xiangyuan. Xiangyuan lowered his head and didn't look at Ji Sikai. No one could tell what he was thinking. This time, Ji Huai was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. You've seen the surveillance footage at the scene. Your car accidentally skidded and collided with another car. Even the driver was interrogated several times. You still suspect that someone is trying to harm you? Do you have paranoia? The relationship between the father and son was so bad that they actually quarreled in front of outsiders. Ji Ping'an immediately said with a sullen face, Ji Huai, what are you saying? When Ji Huai saw Ji Ping'an, he didn't know what to say. After all, Ji Ping'an was an elder. Ji Ping'an then looked at Ji Sikai. Sikai, don't worry. If someone really instigated it, this matter will definitely be investigated thoroughly and you will be given an explanation. For now, you should take good care of yourself. Actually, Xiao Jin also felt that Ji Sikai's suspicions weren't without reason. Xiangyuan even wanted to attack the Mu family because of Ho Wan. It would be strange if he didn't have any thoughts when Ji Sikai broke his leg. In his heart, he must have wanted Ji Sikai to die, but because of his awkward status, he couldn't do anything. Ji Sikai had a reason to suspect him, but Xiangyuan didn't seem like someone who could do such a thing. Ji Sikai listened to Ji Ping'an's comforting words and replied with an indifferent Just then, another person walked in from outside the door. Xiao Jin turned around. It was Lu Xian. When Lu Xian saw Xiao Jin, he also paused for a moment, but didn't say anything. Seeing that Lu Xian had arrived, Ji Sikai lazily said, Grandpa Mu, thank you and your family for coming to see me. But I don't have anything else to do. Right now, I have some matters to discuss with my people. Since he had said so, Mu Xiangshan led his men out of the hospital. A few seconds later, they saw Ji Huai and the others coming out of the hospital. Obviously, Lu Xian had something to say to Ji Sikai. It was not easy for an ordinary person like Ji Sikai to have a relationship with a formation master like Lu Xian. Xiao Jin sat on a chair in the corridor of the hospital and rubbed her chin. She had a sense of indifference throughout the whole process. She was just here to watch the show. Mu Chi Lian was muttering to Mu Chi Chu about Ji Sikai's words of suspecting someone of harming him. After Ji Huai came out, he looked at Ji Ping'an in a bad mood. Third uncle, as you can see, he has no self-awareness now. We've seen the surveillance video. The car skidded on its own. The other party's driver didn't cause trouble, but he insisted that someone tried to frame him. Ji Ping'an glanced at Ji Huai, then at Xing Jiaobai and Xiangyuan behind him. He sighed and said, Don't talk so much. The Ji family was in an awkward situation. Not to mention his own son, Ji Sikai's father was not a good person either. Why were the second generation all such bastards? They had caused a lot of trouble. Xiangyuan suddenly whispered, Dad, I want to go back with Jiaobai first. Ji Huai looked back at him with guilt in his eyes. Okay, I'll ask someone to send you back. Since Xiangyuan's leg was broken by Ji Sikai, he had become taciturn and did not argue with Ji Sikai about it. Ji Huai felt very guilty towards the siblings. After all, they were the children of the woman he liked, and she died when he liked her the most. He missed her and treated them well. It was a pity that Ji Sikai's temper was so bad that he refused to let Xiangyuan and Xing Jiaobai into the Ji family. Otherwise, they would be surnamed Ji now. Seeing that Ji Huai had gone to send the siblings off, Muzilian sat beside Xiao Jin and whispered to Muzichu, That's F*** King Awesome. His mistress's child was his only child, and he even said that his eldest son was crazy. Musicha glared at Musilian. Watch your words. Musilian, what did I say? He then turned to look at Xiaojin. I was right, wasn't I? Isn't the Ji family pretty awesome? Look at the mess in Ji Kai's family, and your own grandfather. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, Musichu stepped on his foot. Musilian's scream attracted the attention of several adults, but Xiaojin didn't have any thoughts. Ji Pingon looked over and sighed enviously. Your family is still the best. Xiao Fei and Jinming are both good children. Their children don't make people worry. The three sons of the Mu family were all outstanding. Even the adopted one happened to be a member of the Ji family. Most importantly, the Mu family had raised him very well. How could they not be envious? Xiao Fei laughed awkwardly. Mu Xiangshan put his hands behind his back and said, that's from your point of view. From my point of view, my son isn't a good person. He's an unfilial son who goes against his father. Xiao Fei, old man, who are you talking about? Sarcastic, Ji Pingon looked at Xiao Fei, who was so aggrieved that he couldn't speak, and laughed. Don't joke around. You don't know how many people are envious of you now. How many families can be as happy as your Mu family? Xiao Fei hurriedly nodded. It's all thanks to my good education. Mu Xiangshan. You won't blush. Ji Pingon was envious of the Mu family's atmosphere. It was understandable that Xiaojin didn't want to come back. The Mu family went back after talking to Ji Pingon. On the way back, Xiao Fei couldn't help but say, what's wrong with Ji Kai's father? His eldest son is his first wife's son. He's the legitimate young master of the Ji family. Why does he treat the child of a mistress like a treasure? Mu Xiangshan said coldly, if he didn't like it, would he have gone to look for the mistress? Musilian agreed. This kind of thing happens a lot. My brother's parents even have their own lovers, everyone. Xiao Fei sighed and said, fortunately, my husband never does these things. Otherwise, I would have dumped him long ago. No one said anything. Ji Kai's sudden car accident didn't have much to do with the Mu family. Xiaojin stayed at home for 2 days and went back to school when it was time for school. These 2 days were exam time. Other than exams, there were no classes. When Xiaojin was in school, she began to feel that someone was watching her. But it wasn't a student. She activated the array and directly confirmed the source. It was a middle-aged man from the school's cafeteria department. He looked simple and honest, but he was quite tall and thin. He looked a little weak, like a bamboo pole that could be blown away by the wind. He was very ordinary in school and wouldn't come to the cafeteria window to get food. Perhaps many students didn't know of his existence. Such a person was too ordinary. Whatever he did, he was the most dangerous. Xiaojin sighed at the school. She didn't expect him to be from Yanhui, so it meant that Yanhui's feng shui was really bad. She felt that if this incident really blew up, the new principal would probably have a heart attack. After this person was in charge of his own procurement work every day, he spent his free time in the staff dormitory. Occasionally, he would use other work to come out and monitor Xiaojin. He should have been watching Xiaojin recently. If he had been monitoring Xiaojin in the past, she would have felt it. When he saw Xiaojin return to her dormitory, the ordinary-looking man's lips curled into a smile that made people feel a chill down their spines. He carried 2 big bags of vegetables and left the school through the staff passageway. He took the subway and slept all the way. An hour later, they arrived at the edge of the imperial capital. Xiaojin had been to Qingqing district before. The house that Su Rong left for her was here. Normally, the people who lived here were ordinary people. He walked to a very old neighborhood, took out his key, opened the door, and closed the big iron door. With a bang, the whole place was silent. The place looked shabby, but the soundproofing was very good. It was a narrow house with only 1 bedroom and 1 living room. He opened the bedroom door and saw a long-haired boy on the bed with an iron chain. Seeing him return, the boy was unusually excited. He made strange noises at him as if he could not speak normally. The middle-aged man looked at him, but his eyes were loving. Good boy, just you wait. Dad has chosen the most perfect bride for you this time. She will be yours soon. There's no need to keep the defective products in the basement. He didn't know if the boy understood, but he called out happily and saliva flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Bride. Bride, yes. The man touched his head and smiled dotingly. She's your bride. Now that she knew the place, Xiao Jin wanted to know what was hidden behind it. Of course, she would take action directly. The next day, she deliberately went out of campus. She just went out for a stroll and ate some fast food. Then, she took the subway to Xianxia district. The man didn't know that Xiao Jin had a house in Xianxia district. He thought that Xiao Jin had discovered something and was a little nervous. However, when he saw Xiao Jin enter a residential area in Xianxia district, he reacted. There were no security measures in this residential area. Anyone could enter if they wanted to. After a while, the middle-aged man saw Xiao Jin come down with a bag of things. When she went up just now, there was nothing. It was more proof that Xiao Jin had a house here. In fact, many questions could be asked if one thought about it carefully. 4. Example, why did Xiao Jin suddenly come here today? However, he knew that if he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity. There weren't many surveillance cameras in Xianxia district, especially in this residential area, which was too old. There were basically no surveillance cameras installed. The neighborhood was quite quiet at night. When Xiao Jin walked to an empty corner, the man quickly rushed out and covered Xiao Jin's mouth and nose with a towel. Xiao Jin couldn't let him touch her, so she used a trick to make the man think that she had fainted and carried Xiao Jin away. In fact, he walked in front like a block of wood, and Xiao Jin followed behind him. Then, they entered the residential area where he lived. The environment here was worse than the residential area where Xiao Jin had just lived. After she followed in, the door opened, and an indescribable smell came over. The smell was a little strange. It was a very strong smell of medicine, and it smelled bitter. It was probably Chinese medicine. The room was too small. When Xiao Jin went in and saw the person, she knew why she was guided here. In the innermost bedroom sat a chained boy. His hair was long enough to reach his waist. He didn't take care of it carefully, so his long hair was a little dry. However, it didn't have a bad smell. It was obvious that he was well served. He was awake and setting up a building block. When he saw the middle-aged man come back, he immediately clapped his hands happily and shouted vaguely, "Dad, Dad." His father was in a daze, as if he couldn't come back to his senses. It turned out that he was a fool. Xiao Jin looked at the boy and stared at his heart. This was because there was a formation point in the boy's heart. It was very obvious that he was the same as Meng Qingyu and the others. They were all people who knew how to set up formations. And he was actually a fool. Xiao Jin looked at him in silence. The fool also saw him, and his eyes lit up. He clapped and shouted happily, "Beautiful, beautiful, bride paper, bride paper." At the same time, Xiao Jin heard a faint sound coming from a place not far away. The faint sound of a girl crying could be heard. Clearly, the girls who had been kidnapped in the missing girls case were all down there. Xiao Jin glanced at the message that she hadn't deleted. She had a feeling that the person who sent the message and the middle-aged man who was following her were different. The middle-aged man didn't have such sentiments. He even wanted to turn Xiao Jin into a statue. It seemed like he had other motives. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jin snapped her fingers. The middle-aged man who was still in a daze instantly woke up. He turned his head almost subconsciously and saw Xiao Jin standing there perfectly fine. He looked a little shocked. "Are you surprised?" Xiao Jin chuckled. His calm face seemed to emit an extremely holy glow in this environment. Why is he a fool? This sentence made the middle-aged man's face turn red. He looked at Xiao Jin angrily. He roared angrily and was about to rush towards Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin just took a step back. A stick in the room hit him directly, and he fell to the ground. Xiao Jin was not going to be polite to this person who kidnapped girls casually. As for the silly boy who was tied up in the room, seeing that his father was beaten, he seemed to be a little anxious, but he didn't know what to do. His expression collapsed, and he babbled anxiously on the bed, as if he was about to cry again. He could still distinguish some emotions. Xiao Jin looked at him and felt a little strange. "You. What are you doing? Peng Song was lying on the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his body. He looked at Xiao Jin with fear and regret. He seemed to have found the wrong person. He found someone he should not have. Now that the matter was exposed, he and his son were done for. Xiao Jin said, "I won't do anything." He only looked at the silly boy. Although his hair was very long and he had been locked on the bed, he was clean. Seeing that Peng Song was lying on the ground and could not get up for a while, Xiao Jin went to the side of the bedroom. There was a door that was connected to the bathroom. There was a strange door here. After opening the door, there was an extremely dark basement. At the same time, there was a stench. The girls cried a little louder. When they saw the door suddenly open, everyone screamed in horror. When the lights in the basement were turned on, the glaring light forced them to close their eyes. Most of the time, they were locked here. They could not see the light, and there was only endless despair. Turning on the lights every day did not mean that it was a good time. To them, that person was like a devil. However, this time, when a girl tried to open her eyes, she saw a slender and beautiful girl. Her temperament was untainted by dust, as if she was the purest existence in the world. For a moment, the girl was stunned. Xiao Jin saw that the basement was very small. The three girls were squeezed together, all tied up by a metal chain. Other than her half-closed eyes, he heard her tremble when she opened the door, but she didn't cry. When they opened their eyes and saw Xiao Jin, they screamed madly, "Help, help!" Every time the door was opened, it was either food being delivered or the man throwing another girl down. There had never been a situation where a girl would be standing there unharmed. A glimmer of hope appeared in the girls' hearts. Seeing this, Xiao Jin immediately called the police. When Peng Song heard Xiao Jin calling the police, he roared hoarsely, but there was nothing he could do. Because he simply did not understand how things had developed to this point. He didn't even remember how he came back with Xiao Jin. He clearly wanted to kidnap this woman and make her his son's bride. However, what was going on? He lay on the ground and looked at his silly son on the bed. Tears flowed from his eyes, but there was no regret, only hatred for this world. When the girls heard Xiao Jin calling the police, they immediately cried emotionally. A case was solved in Xianxia district. No one expected that the girls who went missing from Yanhui University were actually kidnapped to Xianxia district. Even though they were so far away, the police were still in disbelief and shock. The three girls were rescued. One of them was kidnapped not long ago and was a little mentally unstable. Only one of them managed to stay awake. The other one was also very anxious. She seemed a little manic and difficult to control. Their bodies had suffered some signs of violent abuse, but they had not been violated. This was a blessing in disguise. The girls' fragile nerves were tortured by fear and the dark environment. After they were rescued by the police, the only one who was awake confessed everything in the hospital while trembling. Peng Song was a logistics worker in the university. This job was not bad. Even if the salary was low, there was enough security. After all, this was Yanhui University. He was recruited because he worked hard at that time. However, Peng Song's psychological change did not change at once. No one knew that he came from a remote mountain village. More than 10 years ago, he had no choice but to leave home with his son. Because his son was a fool. His mother was also abducted. Peng Song was not a good person. He raped the other party and gave birth to his son. It was probably retribution. The child was born a fool. His mother ran away when he was not paying attention. Peng Song brought his son to the capital with the intention of looking for the child's mother. Because the child was a fool, he did not have the basic ability to take care of himself and survive. He was afraid that the school would not let him continue to work if they knew that he had a foolish son. Therefore, he rented a house far away. After all, the house price there was very cheap. He locked his son at home every day, day after day, year after year. He was also in Yanhui University. Every day, he saw those beautiful students. For a long time, his mentality gradually became more and more distorted. This society was so unfair. Why was his son an idiot? Why did he and his son live like rats crossing the street? When everyone knew that he had an idiot son, they would look at him with disgust and disgust. However, what did that child do wrong? The child grew up day by day, but he had never lived a normal life. Peng Song gradually had an idea in his heart. He wanted his son to live a normal life. He also wanted his son to have a wife. Therefore, he had the idea of kidnapping someone else. He kidnapped these female students because he wanted to take revenge. After all, his wife was a female university student. He was the culprit behind the disappearance case a year ago. He kidnapped 2 girls in one go, but the strange thing was that he was not discovered. The 2 girls had always been locked up at home. He had tied them up, but his silly son had no ability at all. He didn't know what to do, so he could only tie them up at home. They belonged to his son, so he didn't touch them. However, when he was upset, he would go in and beat them up. Sometimes, when he was at home, his silly son would be released. If he saw them being beaten, his son would rush over to stop them. This was what the kidnapped girl had said. At this point, her tears kept flowing. We know that he's a fool. He's innocent. The one who did something wrong is his father. His father is not a good person. He loved his son, but he kidnapped him and left a psychological shadow in his son's heart. After Peng Song was arrested, he would be sentenced with irrefutable evidence. His son was left unattended. There were rape points in his body. Xiao Jin used her connections with He Yao to send him to a special institution. It was similar to a nursing home. Peng Song was silly and in his 20s. He didn't know anything, but he was kind. Xiao Jin didn't know why the array points were in his heart. Anyway, before she found all the array points, she had to keep an eye on him. As the person who called the police, Xiao Jin was suspicious, but she wasn't suspicious. When asked how she found out about Peng Song's kidnapping, Xiao Jin only said casually, I know a little martial arts. When he wanted to kidnap me, I knew something was wrong. I resisted, and then I found out that he kidnapped those girls. Police, her logic was perfect. They couldn't find any other mistakes. After all, Xiao Jin didn't commit a crime. After Xiao Jin returned home, the police didn't tell her family about it because they didn't want them to worry. But Xiao Jin still told Meng Qingyu and the others that she had found another person. Actually, they still didn't know why Xiao Jin had found them. Meng Qingyu, another one? Oh, Yang Cholu, and it's a boy? Mo Jiang, is it a silly one? Big shot, yes. Meng Qingyu, big shot, it's really hard on you, big shot, it's not hard. Anyway, Mo Jiang will take care of him in the future. Mo Jiang, Peng Song's son, was called Peng Yuan. Because of his identity and his stupidity, he was destined to be despised. Logically speaking, he was indeed innocent. But not many people sympathized with him. In such a complicated situation, no one had the right to judge whether he was pitiful or not. After Peng Yuan entered the orphanage, his head was shaved. Xiao Jin took Meng Qingyu to see him. In the courtyard, Peng Yuan was happily playing with several old people in his new white clothes. When Meng Qingyu saw Peng Yuan, he was a little curious. Boss, why did you send him here? Under normal circumstances, no one would care about Peng Yuan. She also found out the truth from He Yao. She didn't sympathize with her father at all. He had to pay the price for his wrongdoings. Even when he asked to see Xiao Jin didn't pay any attention to him. Meng Qingyu's view of Peng Yuan was a little complicated. He felt that this fool was somewhat pitiful, but because of his father's matter, he could not sympathize with him. Now that Peng Yuan's hair was cut short, his face was revealed. He looked delicate and pretty. From this, it could be seen that his mother must be very beautiful. It was a pity. Meng Qingyu said, didn't you say he still has a mother? The police can help us find his mother, even though. Xiao Jin glanced at her and said, you're also someone who came out of the abyss. Why do you have to push others into the abyss when you can solve this problem by taking advantage of the situation? Meng Qingyu paused and immediately understood. Even if Peng Yuan was pitiful, his mother was even more pitiful. It wasn't easy for her to escape from Peng Song. She might be living a happy life somewhere now. If she couldn't bear to part with her son, she would have come back long ago. If Peng Yuan went to find her, he would probably only force her into a desperate situation. Some nightmares would only be nightmares for life. Ping Yuan was a fool to begin with. His father had been imprisoned, and he might occasionally be sad when he could not see his father. However, asking him to think more than that was a little too manly. Putting him here was a convenient thing to do, and Xiao Jin didn't need to worry about his life. After all, she was in charge of Yan Qiulu and the others, but she usually did not care about what they did. There was a new message from Imo Jiang. She had successfully gone to the spirit group to take a look around. Just like Xiao Jin, she had officially become friends with Ji Mengmeng. Of course, Big Boss Missouri did not think so. She felt that she was enduring humiliation because of Xiao Jin's orders. To put it bluntly, she could use her own abilities to directly jump to the top of the spirit group. This also showed the difference between Imo Jiang and Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was completely passive, while Imo Jiang was a little domineering. If not for Xiao Jin's suppression, she might not have been so peaceful after waking up. After all, she was an array formation master who was good at curses. Even if she had a conscience, she might not have one. In particular, she was carrying an order. She would probably only know what was going on after she recovered her memory. Recover her memory. Xiao Jin suddenly thought of this. Imo Jiang had also lost her memory when she was resurrected. However, the difference between Imo Jiang and her was that Imo Jiang had completely lost her memory, while Xiao Jin had only lost a targeted memory. It was impossible that she was stronger, but the memory she had lost was clearly targeted at something. As a result, clues had only started to emerge now. There were always some images in her mind. Now, it was confirmed that Song Yanqing was someone she had known for a long time. In that case, was losing her memory the necessary price to pay for her resurrection? Why was she different from Imo Jiang? Logically speaking, Imo Jiang had sacrificed 1,000 people, so the price he had to pay was greater than hers. However, Imo Jiang had not suffered any backlash. At this thought, Xiao Jin vaguely felt something. Thus, she decided to do an affirmative experiment. First, she directly summoned the nomological array. This time, her tone was more certain. Xiao Jin used the array formation to revive. He would lose his memories and suffer a karmic backlash. The law array reacted very quickly. A huge circular plate appeared in the air and slowly rotated a few times. Then, a line of words appeared. Not in accordance with the rules. Rules need to be modified. Xiao Jin, she raised her eyebrows and changed her words. Xiao Jin used an array formation to revive and suffered a karmic backlash. Conforms to the rules, Xiao Jin used the array formation to revive and will lose his memories. This time, the disc remained silent for a long time, as if it was hesitating about something. After a long time, he finally typed out a sentence. Not in accordance with the rules. Rules need to be modified. Imo Jiang used a formation to revive. 1,000 people were sacrificed to cancel out the karma. He will remember everything. Not in accordance with the rules. Rules need to be modified. Xiao Jin narrowed her eyes. She immediately understood. Her resurrection had nothing to do with amnesia. She had amnesia because of something else. However, if she did not know what it was, she would not be able to get an answer even if she directly asked about the rules. Imo Jiang's resurrection had cancelled out the backlash, but he had to pay the price of amnesia. The difference should be that the two of them had done different things. Xiao Jin could basically conclude that when she used the array formation to revive, she must have done something else that caused her to lose the relevant memories. This matter looked like it had something to do with Song Yanqing. After all, she remembered the matter of her sworn enemy. There was no reason why she would not remember Song Yanqing. Xiao Jin didn't need to consult now, and the rule array didn't disperse on its own. Instead, a line of words popped up. Xiao Jin used the rule array to prove the rules, not in accordance with the rules. Xiao Jin, did it have a problem with that? Oh, it was a problem. It was like asking a question, but it didn't get anything in return, so it was a little dissatisfied. After all, in order to follow Xiao Jin back then, it had swallowed the only ultimate benevolent spirit seed that Xiao Jin had. However, if it could do it for free, of course it would choose to do it for free. There was no need to ask. Xiao Jin retracted the rule array and pretended not to see it. Just as she turned off the rule array, she suddenly felt something. Her consciousness started to decline again, her inspiration started to fade, and the familiar feeling started to surge again. This month's backlash had begun. However, since her trip to the spirit group, she had actually swallowed all the hundreds of demonized spirit seeds. Of course, most of them had been digested by Xianxia. Although there weren't many left, there were still more than 100. She was now a rich person, so she wouldn't be bothered by trifles. She would use what she had to use. She really couldn't be bothered to be in such a sorry state again. She directly used the demonized spirit seeds to offset the backlash this time. The feeling of backlash faded, and Xiao Jin suddenly seemed to understand something. Oh, it was like what Musilian often said, the happiness of the rich. It felt a little strange, but it should be so. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Musilian sneakily called Xiao Jin and asked where she was now. Xiao Jin said, I'm outside. What's the matter? Musilian said directly, come and find me quickly. Zhongyu brought his sister to find me, and I'm too embarrassed to refuse. Come over too. Why should I come over? Xiao Jin didn't want to pay attention to Musilian at this time. I don't like crowded places. Muchilian said, please, I beg you. Please come. Xiao Jin, Musilian was able to let go of things easily. Xiao Jin thought for a moment and said, give me an address. Musilian quickly gave an address to Xiao Jin. It was the familiar cinema again. The only difference was that she had gone there alone the last time, but this time, they had agreed to go together. When they arrived, Musilian and the others were already there. When Xianxia saw Xiao Jin, she waved happily. Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded. Musilian and Zhongyu were sitting not far away, holding popcorn in their hands. Xiao Jin walked over and asked them, are you watching a movie? What movie are you watching? Musilian said expressionlessly, a horror movie. Xianxia was very happy. Yes, a horror movie. It's so exciting. Her brother Zhongyu looked helpless. Xiao Jin didn't care what they watched until Musilian pointed at a children's movie next to them. Can't we watch this? Do we have to watch a horror movie? Xiao Jin said, a horror movie has the atmosphere. It's great. Musilian, are you a pervert? As soon as Xiao Jin said this, Xianxia called him. His voice was gentle. Where are you? I have time today. I'm taking a day off. It seemed that he wanted to ask Xiao Jin out. Xiao Jin was very direct. Just in time. We're watching a movie outside. Why don't you come over now? Qi Lian is here too. Musilian felt that something was wrong. Brother Yanqing is coming? Xiao Jin nodded. Musilian's expression twisted. You're taking Brother Yanqing to watch a horror movie? He almost instantly thought of the scene where Xiao Jin jumped into Song Yanqing's arms in fear. Of course, he didn't know that the person who jumped into Song Yanqing's arms was him. Knowing that Song Yanqing was coming, they changed the time of the movie. They were waiting for Song Yanqing to come and watch it together. When Song Yanqing arrived, it was no exaggeration to say that the entire mall was in an uproar. He was the center of attention in the crowd. When he appeared on the first floor, everyone who passed by, even those who weren't that sensitive to beauty, would subconsciously take a few glances at him. In the past, Song Yanqing definitely wouldn't appear in such an occasion. Now that the matter was resolved, and he was a spiritualist himself, he wasn't in any danger and wasn't afraid of being posted online. Moreover, this was considered a date with Xiao Jin. It didn't matter if there were a few third wheels. When Song Yanqing arrived, Xiao Jin received him first. When the surrounding people saw the handsome man and beautiful woman, they really held their breaths. This was normal. Who wouldn't take a few more glances at such a good-looking couple in real life? Song Yanqing went forward and held Xiao Jin's wrist. His actions were so natural that no one could tell that there was anything wrong. They were a very sweet couple. Musilian hugged the popcorn and glanced at them, then at Xianxia and Zhongyu. He vaguely felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Zhongyu and Xianxia were siblings. But when Zhongyu hugged the popcorn and Xianxia took it, it was easy for others to misunderstand. And then he was the extra one. When Xianxia saw Song Yanqing, she was a little breathless. He's so good-looking. Is he Xiao Jin's boyfriend? Zhongyu nodded. I think so. The last time they were in that world, they were together. Song Yanqing walked over and saw Muzilian and Zhongyu. He smiled and nodded to greet them. Hello. Zhongyu nodded. Muzilian also licked his lips and smiled. Brother Yanqing, you still have time to watch a movie with us when you're so busy. Song Yanqing, yes, I need to rest after work. Xianxia also looked at Song Yanqing curiously. Song Yanqing nodded at her. Hello. Zhongyu immediately said, this is my sister, Shu Tian. This is Qiao Jin's boyfriend. His surname is Song. You can call him Mr. Song. Although Xianxia didn't know Song Yanqing's name, she was still a little dazed when she saw Song Yanqing smile. When such a good-looking person smiled, it was really irresistible, even if Xianxia liked Mu Qilian in her heart. It was really beautiful. Xianxia let out a sigh that came from her soul. Then, she realized that Qiao Jin and this Song Yanqing were really compatible. At first, she was still wondering what kind of person would be worthy of Qiao Jin. Now, it seemed that the creator of this world was indeed biased. When Song Yanqing arrived, the movie was about to start. There were many people who were secretly watching them and whispering. They thought that the five of them were too good-looking. Especially the two of them who were holding hands. Just looking at them made people envious. They lined up. Song Yanqing even went to buy a bucket of popcorn for Qiao Jin. He didn't like to eat these things, but he felt it when watching the movie. It was normal for couples to buy these things. After entering, Zhongyu and Xianxia sat at the side. Muzilian sat in the middle. Song Yanqing sat beside him. Qiao Jin was beside him. There was no one beside her. After all, there weren't many people watching horror movies in the daytime. A group of people came in one after another. After the movie started, Muzilian's expression became serious. He even said to Zhongyu and the others, if you're afraid, you can come closer to me. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She thought to herself, I can do this, can I pretend to be afraid of approaching him? But that's a little unrealistic. She was already very excited when she came. If she pretended to be afraid, wouldn't it be too deliberate? Would Muzilian think that she was a pretentious girl? Xianxia was still a little troubled. After all, he was the person she liked. How should she act? It was very difficult for her. When the movie started, Song Yanqing knew that Qiao Jin would definitely not be afraid. They had even seen such a scary thing in reality. Why would they care about this kind of horror movie? However, Muzilian, who had originally made a solemn vow, started to change his expression. Although he had also experienced a scary world, he had not directly faced the cruel scenes throughout the whole process. He had also not seen the legendary ghost student. He had even slept soundly when the other party knocked on the door, humiliating the other party. The atmosphere and soundtrack of this horror movie were just right to make people feel frightened. When the first scary scene appeared, Muzilian had already subconsciously closed half of his eyes and held the popcorn in front of him. But this kind of performance was too embarrassing. He looked at the side. Xianxia was enjoying it with relish. Zhongyu and Qiao Jin were expressionless. It was as if they were watching a mime show. Even the gentle and elegant brother Yanqing had a faint smile on his face as he watched the horror movie. Wasn't this a little too perverted? It was another climax. When the scary face suddenly appeared on the screen, Muzilian subconsciously trembled and the popcorn almost spilled out. But this was still good. When another scary scene appeared, Muzilian suddenly heard a faint voice in his ear. Are you afraid? Accompanied by the scary scene, Muzilian suddenly screamed and subconsciously threw himself into Song Yanqing's arms. Because it was so sudden and unexpected, Song Yanqing did not react. He looked stiffly at Muzilian, who threw himself into his arms. Ah, it's so scary, so scary. Everyone else in the theater, Qiao Jin, she silently picked up a piece of popcorn and stuffed it into her mouth. Muzilian had been afraid of ghosts and the dark since he was young. When he was young, he didn't dare to sleep after watching horror movies and had to hide in his brother's room. Now that she had grown up, she wouldn't do such a shameful thing, but she was afraid that she couldn't change it. When they were in the horror world, it was because there were acquaintances around and there were no scary scenes, so they were able to withstand it. This kind of horror scene was made too realistic by the F*King director. Musilian couldn't help but shudder from his soul. Xianxia resisted the urge to push Musilian away. He could only slowly push him away. Don't be afraid. This is fake. Musilian refused to let go of him. Xianxia, who was beside him, suddenly turned his body and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Musilian, you're scarier than a ghost. He seemed to have realized that something was wrong. The originally terrifying scene did not seem so thrilling anymore. The others in the theater snickered. Everyone was successfully amused by Musilian's behavior. Those who didn't know better would think that they were watching a funny movie. Musilian, he had said not to watch horror movies, but these people insisted on watching. His reputation was swept to the ground. Musilian closed his eyes with tears in his eyes. He didn't want to watch anymore. When they came out, before the end of the movie, Musilian pushed them away. Because they felt embarrassed, they didn't dare to eat in the mall for fear of being recognized. So, they changed places to eat. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh at him. Didn't you say that you weren't afraid? Why did you want us to get close to you when we were afraid? Musilian's face turned red from head to toe. He didn't dare to refute. Xianxia said, it's normal to be afraid. When I was 5 years old, I was also afraid of horror movies. Musilian, he suspected that Xianxia was implying him and had evidence. He wasn't comforted. Instead, he felt even more embarrassed. Xiaojin smiled faintly and was more direct. Embarrassing. Musilian was embarrassed. I'm not like you bunch of perverts. Watching horror movies was like watching a normal TV show. There were still people who could laugh. How could they not be perverts? Xianxia also felt that it was a little funny. He took them to eat together. Of course, the place he picked was not an ordinary place. When Xianxia and Xianxia entered, Xianxia was a little shocked. Xianxia was speculating about Xianxia's identity. But looking at Xiaojin and Musilian's identities, they knew that they weren't ordinary people. After all, some differences could be felt in all aspects. But they wouldn't ask too much. After eating, Xiaojin and Xianxia separated from the other three and went to play by themselves. Some things couldn't be said in front of people who didn't know. Xianxia asked Xiaojin after they left, it seems that Qi Lian and that guy called Xianxia are accepting it very well. After coming out of that world, there weren't any changes. He did investigate some people who came out of the world of rules. Most of them had mental abnormalities. After all, it was a real world and they saw such cruel scenes. It was normal for them to have mental abnormalities. Xiaojin said, fortune favors fools. This sentence was suitable for Musilian. Xianxia was obviously calm and steady. Even if it was a little unbelievable, at least it happened. Xianxia accepted it very quickly. Moreover, the matter at the Mountain of Laws could be treated as an illusion, and there would not be any worries in the future. Xianxia looked down at her, smiled and changed the topic. You're now my official girlfriend, so it's time for you to meet my parents, mainly my second uncle. He's preparing to come back from abroad and will probably stay for a few days. Since he already knew that second uncle was faking his illness, there was no point in continuing to pretend. He could finally come back and meet this nephew of his. When Xiaojin thought of his second uncle, there was a strange look in his eyes. She still had her family's WeChat group, which only consisted of her, Xianxia's sister, and her second uncle. However, Song Suyu was usually busy, and second uncle didn't send messages in the group, so Xiaojin rarely chatted with them. However, she also knew that this second uncle of hers was completely unreliable. She smiled faintly and said, sure. Xianxia had already met her parents, and she had also been to the Song family's house. It didn't matter if she went again. Xianxia nodded. He'll be back the day after tomorrow. I'll come and pick you up then. Xiaojin, okay. Xianxia, there's still time. Let's go shopping elsewhere. Xiaojin agreed. Although they said they were going shopping, they were really going shopping. The two of them had nothing to do, so they went boating. Xiaojin and Xianxia only returned to their respective homes at night. When they got home, Musilian was already home. Xiao Fei wasn't surprised to see Qiao Jin. Did you go on a date with Lord Song? Qiao Jin glanced at Muzilian. No wonder Xiao Fei didn't call him when he came home tonight. Muzilian saw Qiao Jin's gaze and straightened his neck. Why? Can't you see that we're dating? Qiao Jin ignored him and nodded. Yes, Song Yanqing's second uncle is coming home too. I'm going to his house for dinner the day after tomorrow. Mu Xiangshan sat at the dining table and raised his eyebrows. Oh, you're going to meet his parents officially? That's fast. Then, he looked at Muzilian. You should learn from him. He just picks the best girl and gets engaged. Look at the girls you're dating. None of them are stopping. You didn't bring any of them back. Muzilian was silent for a moment and said, I don't plan to marry her. Why would I bring her back? Xiao Fei immediately said, listen to yourself. Is that what you're saying? Mu Xiangshan said, I heard that you haven't had a girlfriend recently. Did you change your personality or did you get hurt and can't afford to love her anymore? Muzilian looked up and revealed an expression as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. Sigh, I just suddenly feel that after being in love so many times, it's time to stop. I plan to find a woman who understands me. Xiao Fei, understands that you're a playboy? Mu Jilian, look at you, what you're saying is simply inhumane. I did fall in love a little too quickly, but I've never let those girls down. Mom, you can't say this. I always wait until we break up before I find the next one. Your son is too handsome, so what can I do if there are always girls chasing after me? You'll get tired of being in a relationship all the time. I plan to find another one after I've thought it through. It was mainly due to the recent events at the Mountain of Laws that had caused him to be somewhat absent-minded. Moreover, Qiao Jin had also cleansed his worldview, causing him to temporarily feel absent-minded. She suddenly felt that ordinary women were not worthy of him. Xiao Fei was a little suspicious. Why do I feel like you changed after going to the army? Did something happen that we don't know about? Mu Xiangshan gossiped, don't tell me you like men. Muzilian, he immediately looked at Mu Xiangshan with a horrified expression. Xiao Fei screamed, Dad, what are you talking about? Mu Xiangshan, I didn't say it. You said it. Seeing that they were talking again, Qiao Jin smiled and said, you guys keep talking. I'm going up. Hey, why do you go to the room all day? Aren't you going to the Song family the day after tomorrow? Mom has to tell you something. She pulled Qiao Jin to sit down and said, this time you're going to the Song family officially. Lord Song brought us gifts last time. You can't go to the Song family empty-handed. Mom will arrange some gifts for you. You can bring them to the Song family. Qiao Jin listened obediently. Okay. Xiao Fei rolled her eyes. Go and ask Lord Song what his parents like. Muzilian attacked her. Mom, have you ever considered that we may not be able to get what they like? Xiao Fei, shut up. Do you think everyone is as unrestrained as you? As long as Qiao Jin has the heart, it's fine. Qiao Jin thought for a moment and said, okay, then you arrange it. Xiao Fei looked at the well-behaved Qiao Jin at the moment and said with some emotion, I was thinking about your elder brother. I didn't expect you to be the fastest. You're only 20. I really can't bear to. As soon as she spoke, she began to be sentimental. Qiao Jin, what was she thinking? As a mother, she couldn't control her imagination. Xiao Fei had already started thinking about Qiao Jin's life after she got married. She had completely forgotten that Qiao Jin had said that she wouldn't get married. She was only 20 years old and her relationship with Song Yanqing was only on the surface. How could Xiao Fei know? She happily went to prepare a gift for Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin received a message from Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang had officially joined the spirit group. No matter why the spirit group was willing to let her join, they had to at least guard against her. Now that she had joined the spirit group, it was a lot more reassuring. Of course, they also asked how Mo Jiang got out. However, Mo Jiang said that she couldn't remember a lot of things and that she was in the city when she woke up. The spirit group suspected that Qiao Jin was the one who did it, but they had no evidence. The next day, she went to school to get her exam results. Unfortunately, Big Boss Qiao had been busy with her own matters during this period of time and had slacked off on her studies, so she just passed. However, that was the basic class. Her results for her professional class were still very high. She even got first place for her professional class this time. Language was simply too easy to learn. At least, that was the case for Xiao Jin. In the afternoon, she took the time to go back to the dormitory and met Tang Yingxin, who was about to go out. Tang Yingxin didn't want to talk to Xiao Jin now, especially when she heard from the people in the dormitory next door that Xiao Jin got first place for her professional class. She was angry. This person was clearly not in the dormitory and took leave. How could she get first place? She must have cheated. However, she didn't dare to fart without evidence. Xiao Jin saw Tang Yingxin's expression and didn't mind at all. She walked into the dormitory and saw Xue Jingyi packing his things. It was still a suitcase. Xiao Jin saw it and asked, "You're moving to the dormitory?" Xue Jingyi turned around and saw that it was her. He shook his head and said, "I'm going overseas to participate in a math competition. I'll be back in a week. My flight is this afternoon." Xiao Jin didn't really understand the world of a top student. He only felt that Xue Jingyi was really very capable, so he nodded. "Okay, good luck." Xue Jingyi nodded, adjusted his glasses, and smiled shyly. Xiao Jin saw a trace of gray qi floating around her body. It seemed like there was some trouble, but it wasn't anything major. Xiao Jin said, "Be careful when you're overseas. Follow the school and don't wander around alone." Xue Jingyi turned around and looked at her curiously. She didn't know why her roommate would suddenly say such a thing. After all, Xiao Jin's personality was usually quite indifferent. She rarely spoke up to remind him of anything. Xue Jingyi accepted Xiao Jin's reminder out of goodwill. "Okay, I know." The environment overseas was indeed unfamiliar, but it wasn't Xue Jingyi's first time there. She wasn't nervous at all. Xiao Jin nodded and went back to the dormitory to get some things. She didn't have classes in the afternoon. She received news that Mo Jiang was filming near the capital and asked her to visit him. Visiting wasn't the main point. The main point was that Mo Jiang said that there was a magical psychic in the crew. This psychic could be easily dealt with by Mo Jiang, but to Xiao Jin, it was a walking spirit. She didn't hesitate to agree to Mo Jiang's request. She even asked Mo Jiang to find an excuse for her to go in. Mo Jiang was currently in a drama called Fengqing Banquet. It was an ancient drama about a few people with different fates at a banquet. Mo Jiang was playing the role of a peerless second female lead. She was a complete flower vase character. When Xiao Jin arrived, he saw Mo Jiang wearing a red dress. She was like a peerless demon that could steal people's souls. She was sitting on a recliner lazily reading her lines. Xiaxi was whispering something to her. Probably because Mo Jiang was lying down and Xiaxi was half squatting, Xiaxi looked a little humble. When Mo Jiang saw Xiao Jin, she immediately waved at Xiao Jin. When the crew saw Xiao Jin appear, they were shocked. They had seen demonesses like Mo Jiang before, but this was the first time they had seen a celestial fairy like Xiao Jin. Just her aura was unforgettable. When the director, who was cursing at the side, saw Xiao Jin appear, he was stunned. When Xiao Jin walked towards Mo Jiang sat up from her recliner. When she saw Xiao Jin, she shouted, "Xiao Jin." Xiao Jin nodded. Xiaxi looked over. When he saw Xiao Jin, he was slightly surprised and shocked. However, he quickly calmed down and nodded at Xiao Jin in a friendly manner. "Hello." Since it was Mo Jiang who greeted him, he must be a friend of Mo Jiang's. As expected, a great beauty's friend was also a great beauty. Xiao Jin was currently staring at the demonized spiritual reader. However, she didn't sense any demonized spiritual reader here. Mo Jiang directly said, "They're not here yet. They're taking turns." "Wait a moment." It answered her question. Xiao Jin smiled faintly and nodded. Xiaxi looked a little curious. "Mo Jiang, is this your friend?" Mo Jiang's expression was surprisingly calm. "You don't need to know." Xiaxi was rendered speechless by her words. Xiaxi seemed a little aggrieved, but he couldn't say anything to Mo Jiang. He just looked at Mo Jiang as if he had been wronged. Xiao Jin glanced at Xiaxi but didn't say anything. Mo Jiang brought Xiao Jin to the side for a chat. Xiao Jin then calmly said, if you don't like him, why do you still want to be a couple with him? Right now, the news was all over the place. A newly debuted peerless beauty and a fresh and handsome idol. This combination was a little unexpected, but it was also surprisingly delicious. I don't know either. Mo Jiang pursed her lips and looked into the distance. She was a little confused. How should I put it? When I see him, I always have a very contradictory feeling. I hate him, but I also want to forgive him. Because of this contradictory feeling, Mo Jiang had always been indifferent to Xiaxi. However, she didn't reject Xiaxi's approach. Xiao Jin knew that this probably had something to do with Mo Jiang's memories. She chuckled. If you really don't like him, you don't have to force yourself. Even if you don't want to be a couple with him, you can still become popular. That's not the case. Mo Jiang touched her face and suddenly looked at Xiao Jin. Her expression was a little serious. Since he likes me, why should I reject him? I'm so beautiful. I have a few spare tires. You can understand, right? Xiao Jin, not only did Mo Jiang quickly integrate into modern society, she also learned some of the immoral essence of this society. Xiao Jin still smiled. If you want to, then do as you wish. Mo Jiang nodded. Thank you for supporting me. Xiao Jin, I don't want to care about you, not support. Mo Jiang, same meaning. Xiao Jin, as they spoke, Xiao Jin sensed something. Mo Jiang also narrowed his eyes. She's here. She rubbed her chin and looked at the person walking over with a playful smile. This little girl is quite interesting. Because the person who came was an ordinary-looking girl. The girl's face could only be considered ordinary. The only eye-catching thing about her was that she was very fat. She wasn't very fat, about 160 pounds. But as a staff member of the film crew, her fat was indeed very eye-catching. The expression on her face was also timid. When she walked over, her back was hunched and her head was lowered. Her bad posture also showed her timidity and inferiority. Mo Jiang said again, she's even thinner than when I saw her yesterday. Xiao Jin glanced at her. Mo Jiang said, when I first saw her, she was about 200 pounds. But now she's lost so much weight. They all say that she's working hard to lose weight. The expression on her face was thought-provoking. Xiao Jin naturally understood what it meant. That girl couldn't be said to be demonized, but her obsession was too deep and she was possessed. Just like some things needed to be exchanged for other things. Her thinness had been exchanged in an immoral way. She was still so heavy now. In the future, she would only get thinner and thinner. Xiao Jin said, she will eventually become so thin that she won't be recognizable. Mo Jiang, who doesn't know? But once she was possessed, there was no saving her. Fang Xuelan, come, this is for you. A staff member passed by and handed a large box to the chubby girl. The box was a little heavy. Xiao Jin and Mo Jiang clearly saw that when the box was in her hands, she swayed and almost fell. She barely managed to catch it. The staff member said very naturally, it's a little heavy. Hurry up and move it to the prop room. Fang Xuelan said with some difficulty, okay. Then, step by step, his footsteps were somewhat unsteady as he walked towards the prop room. She had to pass by Xiao Jin and Mo Jiang. The moment Fang Xuelan saw them, her eyes flashed with surprise. Then, she quickly lowered her head, not wanting Mo Jiang and Xiao Jin to see her. This was the normal state of a person with extreme inferiority when faced with someone who was too perfect. It was just like how ordinary people would take a few more glances at good-looking people on the street. There was also a group of people who felt that such people were too good-looking and did not dare to look at or talk to them. Xiao Jin glanced at him and said, I haven't killed anyone. But it was not far away. After all, he was demonized. He knew what price he had to pay, but he couldn't stop. Mo Jiang sighed. The director called for Mo Jiang from the other side. Mo Jiang rolled her eyes, not caring about her image at all. Then, she walked over. Xiao Jin stood there and did not know what they were talking about. Mo Jiang and the director looked over at Xiao Jin at the same time. Then, Mo Jiang shook his head. The director looked regretful. Fang Xuelan did not come out of the prop room for a long time. Xiao Jin waited for a while. Then, Mo Jiang came over. Our director asked if you were interested in acting in a role. Xiao Jin, not interested. Mo Jiang, he paid. Xiao Jin looked over. Mo Jiang said, I know you're not the kind of person to betray your character for money. Xiao Jin, indeed, I agreed with 10 million. Mo Jiang. The male and female lead of this drama didn't even earn 10 million. Xiao Jin's appetite had been spoiled by the spirit group. After a while, she saw Feng Shualan walk out with something in her hand. It looked like a lunchbox and she passed it to one of the supporting actresses. The actress didn't mind at all. Instead, she took the lunchbox with relish and started eating. Others might not be able to see it, but Xiao Jin could clearly see that while the female star was eating, wisps of pure white smoke from her body were being transferred to Feng Shualan through the air. Feng Shualan's body seemed to have lost some weight. She might have lost half a kilogram. But for her current base, it was too inconspicuous. Almost no one would notice such a strange change. The actress didn't seem to have changed much, but her face was shrouded in a layer of gray smoke. Demonized psychic sorcerers were either tempted, driven by hatred, or their obsession was too deep. There were differences between the two, but they had one thing in common. They both wanted to kill people. Feng Shualan's ability was to absorb other people's energy and transform herself. It made her lose weight. But this method was addictive. It was like taking drugs. Others would suffer physical damage. If Feng Shualan caught someone and sucked it, that person would die and Feng Shualan would lose weight faster. Demonized spiritualists were no different from normal spiritualists at the beginning. The only difference was the damage they caused to people. One had a clear line in their heart, while the other simply wanted people to die. Since Feng Shualan was demonized, she could endure it now, but it didn't mean she could in the future. Xiao Jin paused for a moment and called He Yao to tell her that there was a demonized spiritualist here. Naturally, He Yao quickly came and took Feng Shualan away. Xiao Jin took her demonized spirit seed on the way. Since she found out early, there was no reason for her to wait until Feng Shualan became a disaster. She hadn't killed anyone before. If Xiao Jin took her spirit seed, she might have a chance to become a normal person. The spirit group was more cautious about demonized spiritualists now. But this time, the situation was different. He Yao locked her up after taking her back. When Mo Jiang returned from filming a scene, he found that Feng Shualan was gone. He was a little surprised. You acted so quickly. Did you destroy the evidence? Xiao Jin laughed. Someone else took him away. Meng Qingyu's spirit group specializes in dealing with such matters. Mo Jiang nodded. When he saw that Xiao Jin was about to leave, he suddenly said to her, when I was in the coffin, you took away my array point, right? Although Xiao Jin had taken away her array point, she still had her own abilities. After all, after her death, the array points were something extra. Xiao Jin nodded. Mo Jiang frowned and pressed his chest. I feel like there's still a formation point in me that I haven't discovered yet. She was a formation master after all, so her perception was much stronger. The formation point in her heart had been discovered. But she didn't know what it was, and it was impossible for her to remove it from her heart. Even Xiao Jin didn't know what the formation point was. It was as if the formation point was completely wrapped in their hearts. Other than when there were abnormal movements, it was very calm most of the time. Naturally, people outside couldn't sense it. It might be useful. Xiao Jin didn't explain too much. You won't die. Don't worry. Mo Jiang was speechless. Who was worried about this? When Xiao Jin returned home, he heard another shocking piece of gossip. Something big had happened at the Ji family. Ji Sikai had investigated and found out that his car accident was not an accident. Xianxia had colluded with an outsider. That outsider was called Mo Huan. It didn't matter how they found out, but it was related to Ho Wan. The most important thing was that Xianxia had been exposed. Mo Huan had disappeared, and Ho Wan was the scapegoat. Because that person was one of Ho Wan's boyfriends. Even Mu Xiangshan couldn't help but look askance at the development of this matter. The Ji family was in big trouble now, and Ji Huai almost had a heart attack because of Ji Sikai. Old Master Ji was personally handling this matter, and Ji Kai was likely to use this matter to squeeze his father out of the Ji Group's power center. Mu Xiangshan was probably too gossipy. At home, he excitedly explained the whole story to Qiao Jin, the only person who didn't know. Have you seen a father who oppresses his own son? Ji Kai's father is one. Mu Xiangshan sighed. The Ji Corporation's Jiangshan. Back then, your grandfather merged his own company into the Ji Corporation, causing the Ji Corporation to become powerful. The family in power is the first branch of the Ji family. Your grandfather doesn't care about anything and just waits for money. Ji Chiyue and Chai Yueli are also useless. They don't have any say in the company. Ji Kai's family and the second branch of the Ji family are fighting fiercely. Ji Kai has been talented since young. Since his grandfather is in charge of the company, he must be thinking of ways to nurture his own grandson. Ji Huai is a muddle-headed person. He likes the younger one outside and doesn't care about his own son. Ji Kai has been under his grandfather's care for many years. It's just that Ji Huai has been suppressing him and the second branch. Ji Huai is capable, but he's a little blind. Ji Kai's grandfather saw that Ji Kai was his son, so he didn't interfere in the conflict between father and son. Instead, he nurtured Ji Kai. But this matter is different. Ji Huai's youngest son dared to touch Ji Kai. That's the same as courting death. Now that Ji Huai is in a predicament, Ji Kai can use this matter to take away his father's authority. Xiao Jin, after hearing the whole story, she sighed and said, Xiangshan really knows everything. Mu Xiangshan's face sank. What Xiangshan, old man? Xiao Jin, oh. Mu Xiangshan. Xiao Fei, who was listening to the gossip at the side, was also a little puzzled. It's fine if he likes the outside world, but why would he collude with the second branch to fight against his own son? Aren't you siding with outsiders? You don't even want your own money? The Ji family's old master and the second branch's old master were biological brothers, but they both had their own families. Even biological brothers kept clear accounts. How could Ji Huai be so stupid? Mu Xiangshan snorted. Didn't you hear the rumors outside? Ji Kai has disliked Ji Huai since he was young because of his mother. Ji Huai also wants to add the two illegitimate sons into the Ji family's genealogy. It's just that Ji Kai has always been in the way. It's impossible for him to be happy. His son, who always goes against him, probably isn't on the same side. It's just like how Zhenming is biased towards outsiders. Can you tolerate it when he doesn't care about your 3 biological sons? Xiao Fei, don't talk nonsense. Zhenming doesn't have him. Mu Xiangshan, let me give you an example. Look at how agitated you are. Xiao Fei snorted and asked, should we go over and take a look? Mu Xiangshan waved his hand unhappily. You're just a short-sighted person. They're in such a big mess now. Who wouldn't know that you're just there to watch the show? He paused and said, let's wait until they're done. Even if they couldn't see the show, they had to see how it ended. Xiao Jin and Xiao Fei, not long after, Mu Xiangshan received another call. After hanging up, he slapped his thigh. Oh my, Ji Chiyue and the others are coming back. Big Brother Ji is so angry this time. He even said that he's going to announce his will. The distribution of Old Master Ji's assets was also a mystery. After all, he was still alive and the 2 branches were fighting so fiercely. No one knew if he was helping Ji Huai or Ji Kai. Needless to say, Ji Kai would get the biggest share this time. When the time came, the Ji family would change. Ji Chiyue and Chai Yueli received the news and were rushing back. Xiao Fei was confused. What does this have to do with them? This is the first branch's business. What does it have to do with the third branch? When the will comes out, the shares will definitely be redistributed. Doesn't Ji Pingon have to arrange his own affairs? I think Xiao Jin will have to go too. I heard that Pingon seems to have left her some shares. Sigh, how nice. She doesn't have to do anything and gets money for free. He looked at Xiao Jin as he spoke. Xiao Fei looked at Xiao Jin worriedly. The internal struggles of the rich are too complicated. If Jin really gets Old Master Ji's shares, won't many people come looking for her? And her mother? Ji Kai got into a car accident. Won't my Jean? Xiao Fei had watched too many dramas involving the rich and powerful. She couldn't help but make wild guesses. Xiao Jean laughed. Fei Fei, you're thinking too much. How many shares can I get? No one will care about me. Even if someone cared, they did not have the ability to do so. Xiao Fei sobbed, Jean, you don't understand. You don't understand how scary the rich are these days. Look, even Ji Sikai got into trouble. Mu Xiangshan couldn't take it anymore. What happened to Ji Sikai was an accident. Why are you worried? About Xiao Jin? Why don't you worry about other people? Xiao Fei, who else would I be worried about other than Jin? She was worried about those who wanted to harm Xiao Jin. Mu Xiangshan clicked his tongue and went fishing. He couldn't explain it clearly to women. Xiao Jin told Xiao Fei not to worry. Now the Ji family was still in trouble. She had to go to the Song family tomorrow. Now, he had become a busy person. The next day, she went to school and returned home in the afternoon, waiting for Song Yanqing to send someone to pick her up. After a while, even Mu Xiangshan received the news that the second uncle of the Song family had come back. Song Yanqing called Xiao Jin after receiving the second uncle. I picked up second uncle. I'm coming to pick you up. Are you at home now? Xiao Jin said Xiao Fei was still checking whether the things she had prepared were suitable. She was a little nervous. Mu Qilian was also at the side at this moment. Hearing this, she complained, look at how anxious you are. Xiao Jin is just going to the Song family as a guest. What, are you going to marry your daughter off? As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped. Shut up if you don't know how to talk. Mu Zilian covered the back of his head and said angrily, in this family, you bully the weak and fear the strong. You whine to others, but always used violence to me. Xiao Fei glared at him and ignored him. Mu Zilian looked at Xiao Jin. After looking him up and down, he suddenly said, behave well. Don't disgrace the Mu family. After saying this, he slipped away before Xiao Fei slapped him for the second time. Xiao Fei shouted at him from behind, where are you going, you son of a bitch? Xiao Jin said, he's going to the disco. Recently, Mu Zilian was expelled for not joining the army. At first, he was friendly, but recently, he began to degenerate again. He danced with his bad friends every day. If he wanted to continue his studies, he would have to wait until next semester. Therefore, he was idle this semester. When he studied, he would play games or go to the disco. His life was very fulfilling. Xiao Fei was speechless. Don't learn from him, Jean. You are a good boy. At that time, when Mu Zilian was not there, Xiao Jin always found an excuse to go to the disco. Xiao Fei was very angry. Xiao Jin nodded and chuckled. After a while, Song Yanqing arrived. He came to the Mu family to pick up Xiao Jin. When he saw Xiao Fei, he said, Auntie Xiao, I'm here to pick up Xiao Jin. Come on, come on. Xiao Fei was very happy. Anyway, Song Yanqing was so good-looking. Xiao Fei was happy as long as he saw him. Song Yanqing also smiled gently. He nodded at Xiao Jin and naturally took Xiao Jin away. He saw that Xiao Jin was still carrying something in his hand. He took it over. Auntie Xiao prepared a gift? They had even prepared an exquisite packaging, and it looked like it was worth a lot. She was so thoughtful. Xiao Jin nodded. She said that I should prepare a gift for the first visit. Last time was different. It was just an ordinary friend who went over as a guest. This time, she was his girlfriend. It was rare for the Song family to gather together. Song Yanqing nodded. It's good that you and Auntie Xiao have such intentions. You've seen our family before. They're all very kind. His kindness was genuine, but it was also directed at Xiao Jin. When they took Xiao Jin to the car, Xiao Jin asked, has second uncle gone back? Song Yanqing nodded. He should be home by now. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Second uncle has changed a lot. Perhaps because he realized that his purpose had been exposed, second uncle had completely given up on himself. He no longer came back like before and even put on a meticulous disguise. He had completely exposed his true colors. This time even Song Yanqing, who had seen a lot of things, was shocked. He had thought that second uncle, who had revealed his true colors, might be different from what he had imagined, but he hadn't expected him to be so different. However, Xiao Jin had never seen him before, so he couldn't imagine it. Thus, he followed Song Yanqing to the Song family. When they arrived at the Song family's courtyard, Song Suyu stood at the entrance of the hall and waited. When he saw Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing get out of the car together, he smiled. "You're here?" It was obvious that he genuinely liked Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded and called out, "Suyu." The Song family members were all happy and didn't care about how Xiao Jin addressed them. When she saw Xiao Jin take out the gifts he had prepared for the Song family, she smiled even more happily. "You're already here. Why are you still giving us gifts? It's not your first time here." Xiao Jin said gently, "Etiquette is always necessary." Song Yanqing asked, "Where's mom and dad?" Song Suyu said, "They're chatting with second uncle inside. They're waiting for you. The food is ready. They're just waiting for you to serve it." When Song Yanqing brought Xiao Jin in, she was indeed shocked when she saw second uncle. All these wealthy people that Xiao Jin had met for such a long time were at least well-dressed and courteous. It wasn't that second uncle wasn't polite. It was that he was too wild. He had the appearance of a wandering artist. His hair reached his shoulders, and it was curly. She didn't know if it was naturally curly or permed. He hadn't shaved and was wearing a leather jacket and pants. His face was exceptionally good-looking, and she could vaguely see that he resembled his older brother, Song Yanqing. He was in his 40s and had never been married. His older brother looked younger. He had a particularly weathered and unruly aura. When they saw Xiao Jin, Song Shirin and Qin Yuan smiled warmly. "Xiao Jin, come and sit down." Song Yanqing's second uncle, Song Simeon, also sat there and looked at Xiao Jin curiously. Yes, it was just as Suyu had said. She had an ethereal air about her. She looked different. She was a perfect match for his nephew. He always felt that his nephew was too high up in the sky. He hadn't expected there to be someone even more ethereal. Indeed, they liked the same type of people. Song Yanqing introduced her in a deep voice. "Xiao Jin, this is my second uncle." Xiao Jin looked at Song Simeon and smiled. "Hello." She didn't greet him, but her tone was quite polite. Song Simeon didn't feel that anything was wrong. He even reached out his hand to Xiao Jin. "Hello. I'm curious. When you and Yanqing were together, who confessed first?" Xiao Jin was speechless. "It was me." Song Yanqing said thoughtfully, directly admitting it. He pulled Xiao Jin's hand and asked her to sit down. He said softly, "Second uncle, it's the first time you're meeting her. Don't be too direct. You'll scare her. She can't take it." Song Simeon was speechless. Everyone else, why did they feel that there was something wrong with these words? Xiao Jin also laughed, but didn't say anything. He just nodded again. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's eat first to welcome His Majesty." Qin Yuan was extremely happy today. Ever since Xiao Jin came in, she had not stopped smiling. The last time they met, it wasn't like that. She didn't expect her son to bring someone back this time. Now, the stone in her heart had been lifted. If they got together, there was a possibility of marriage. If they got married, there was a possibility of having grandchildren. Then, Qin Yuan thought of Xiao Jin. He was only 20 years old and in his third year of university. He could not help but feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Sigh, at least another 1.5 years. At that time, Guanqing was already 27 years old. Forget it, forget it. They were still young. As a mother, she could accept getting married before the age of 30. When the dishes were served, Song Qianyin asked, "Did you see He Ning when you were abroad?" He was asking Song Yanqing. Song Henning was Song Yanqing's aunt. "I saw her." Song Qianyin was clearly surprised to hear this question. The smile on her face gradually faded. She said, "She's fine. Her husband doesn't seem to be in a good state." Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin didn't say anything. It was good that he wasn't in a good state. At least it meant that nothing else had happened. Song Channing hesitated for a moment before asking, they're living an ordinary life abroad. Even if the Feng family collapsed, they wouldn't be like this, right? Brother, what's going on? Song Channing shook her head. It's hard to say. I said I wanted to help He Ning and her husband, but she refused. Song Henning accepted his daughter's suggestion and Song Yanqing's words. Now, the Feng family's debt needed to be paid by themselves. It was the best that they didn't get into trouble. Song Henning didn't ask for too much. If they could get back on their feet, it would mean that this was over. Song Simeon didn't understand, but he had heard some things about the Feng family. He clicked his tongue and said, the Feng family is really strange. I heard that many people in their family got into trouble this time. God's revenge is quite cruel. That's enough. Qin Yuan glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. We're not only picking you up today, but we're also entertaining Xiao Jin. Song Simeon, okay. It was obvious that Song Simeon's personality was different from that of the Song family. During the meal, they chatted. Most of it was about Song Simeon's problems abroad. Occasionally, they would ask about Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin answered them all. It was all about trivial matters. There was nothing to talk about. Then, they heard about the Ji family. Song Simeon had more information. He said that Ji Huai was trying to win over the shareholders. He probably wanted the shareholders to support him on the board of directors. Unfortunately, no one dared to support him because of what he had done. Because of this, Ji Huai was likely to be kicked out of the power center. When the time came, Ji Sikai would take over. Young people had different styles. Song Simeon even praised him. Ji Sikai is young, but he's quite capable. It might not be a bad thing for the Ji family to be led by him. No one in the younger generation of the second and third branches can compare to him. Then, he glanced at Song Yanqing and smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything. Ji Sikai looked ruthless on the surface, but he was also ruthless in business. His son looked gentle, but he was steady in business. When it was time to make a move, he never hesitated. He was satisfied to have such a son. Then, Qin Yuan stepped on Song Simeon. Song Simeon, only then did he remember that Xiao Jin was also the granddaughter of the Ji family's third uncle. It was just that no one had heard of this news before, and Xiao Jin had not returned to the Ji family, so no one remembered it. Song Simeon wasn't in charge of anything, but she was someone who loved to see the world burn. That's it? Wasn't the Ji family obvious? Other than Ji Sikai, who else could take over the Ji family? That dog Ji Huai isn't a good person, but his son is quite promising. Qin Yuan coughed. Your Highness, why are you speaking in front of the child? Song Simeon restrained himself a little. That good-for-nothing Ji Huai is indeed lucky. Everyone, Xiao Jin felt that if this person was placed in front of Mu Xiangshan and Mu Zilian, they would definitely have something in common. After the meal, Song Yanqing took Xiao Jin back to his courtyard. His parents must have something to say to second uncle. The moon was bright tonight. As they walked, Song Yanqing suddenly asked, "Are you going back tonight? Why don't you stay here and rest? I'll come over later to talk to you." Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment before she realized what he meant. She nodded slightly. Okay, I'll call Fei Fei. Seeing that she agreed, Song Yanqing smiled gently. The moonlight illuminated half of his face. It was as bright as moonlight, cold and noble. Xiao Jin looked at him and felt that he was indeed the most good-looking person in the world. He was so good-looking that she sometimes wanted to look at him more. Xiao Jin thought so, but he didn't know that Song Yanqing also thought so. They came to the yard and didn't rush to go up. Instead, they sat on the deck chairs by the pool. There was a pool here, and the scenery was good. He also had a flower garden, which he would take care of when he was free. When he was idle before, these things were particularly easy to pass the time and not tiring. Xiao Jin looked at the clear water in the pool and suddenly said, "Have you used this water?" Song Yanqing chuckled. "Since that person melted, I haven't used this water. He just used it as a decoration. He was weak and not suitable for swimming before. After he could swim, this kind of thing happened again." Most of the time, Ozai would use the pool. But since last time, Ozai was scolded by him when he wanted to swim. Although Ozai was bold, if he knew that a person had melted in the pool, even if the water had been changed countless times, he would probably be creeped out. At this time, he was tactful. Seeing Miss Chiao and the young master by the pool, he found a secluded place to avoid disturbing the two people. Sigh, it was another day of lamenting that he was a solo player in his mother's womb. The water in the pool swayed slightly. The ripples reflected through the light on Xiao Jin's cheeks, which had a kind of hazy photosynthetic beauty. Xianxia suddenly stretched out his fingertips and touched Xiao Jin's cheek. It was soft and tender. Like tofu. Xiao Jin turned his head and just looked at him calmly. He didn't speak or object. Xianxia suddenly sighed. His voice was strangely gentle and low in the moonlight. Xiao Jin, do you know what love is? Yes. Xianxia was stunned and then smiled. Then do you know that I like you? Xiao Jin, he felt that some words could be fooled for a lifetime. Some words had to be said at the right time. I know. Her voice was very soft, but also very clear. Xianxia's smile froze slightly. You know, but do you understand? Although I don't understand. Xiao Jin poked his chin with his finger. But I also understand that if you don't like it, you wouldn't have asked me to pretend to be your girlfriend. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Since you know, why did you still promise me? I don't want to change anything with you, so I agreed. His gaze was deep as he stared into her clear eyes. It was hard to imagine that she could still be so calm when saying such words. Sure enough, the person who fell in love first was the one who was deeply in love. He had to admit that. Xianxia, then do you like me? Xiao Jin was silent for a while. After a while, he said, I didn't understand love before, and I don't understand it now. I've never had such a thing. However, there were still some changes. She had seen too many things, and her emotions were bound to change. Just like how she gradually fell in love with the Mu family and took them under her wings. This was a kind of protection, but also a manifestation of love. After saying this, she thought again, but it's always different for you. It was always different for him. Actually, hearing this sentence was already more than enough. He obtained a kind of complete satisfaction in his heart, so satisfied that he let out a sigh. His fingertips moved slightly, and he suddenly turned his cheek. The corner of his lips gently brushed Xiao Jin's cheek. It was just a faint moment, like a dragonfly skimming the water, with a careful test. Song Suyu in the distance, under the moonlight, they were a perfect couple. She was lonely and cold. Xiao Jin and Xianxia both knew that their sister was here. But Xiao Jin didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly turn his head and kiss her. It wasn't exactly a kiss. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. There was almost no feeling. It was as if he had only used the corner of his lips to express his respect for her to the greatest extent. Perhaps it was sudden, but it was fine. Xiao Jin was silent for a moment. She saw that Xianxia's eyes were dark, but they were shining like stars. Under the moonlight, the two of them were equally quiet. Song Suyu felt that he had come at the wrong time and was a little embarrassed. Xiao Jin turned her head and looked at Song Suyu. Her eyes were naturally calm, as if she wasn't surprised by Xianxia's actions at all. This made Song Suyu feel that he was the one who was surprised. Xianxia also turned around and looked at Song Suyu naturally with a faint smile. Sister. Her tone was gentle. The two of them weren't embarrassed. What did she mean by being embarrassed? Song Suyu composed himself and walked over with a smile, pretending not to see it. Xiao Jin isn't going back tonight, right? Xiao Jin nodded. Xianxia also said, she's staying with me tonight. Do you have something to say to her? I can avoid it. Song Suyu didn't object. Obviously, what she wanted to say wasn't suitable for her brother to hear. Xianxia nodded and considerately went into his room first, leaving Xiao Jin and Song Suyu to talk. Song Suyu sat in the seat that Xianxia had just sat in. He looked at Xiao Jin with a sincere and gentle smile on his face. Xiao Jin, this is the first time we've talked like this. Xiao Jin nodded. Do you have anything to say to me? Song Suyu looked very similar to Song Yanqing. The difference was that Song Yanqing was a combination of absolute advantages. Of course, Song Suyu's appearance was not bad, but in comparison, her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were always a little duller than Song Yanqing's. When she stood beside Song Yanqing, she was not so outstanding. Human genes were wondrous. No matter what, Song Suyu was still a proper young lady from a prestigious family. She had the unique demeanor of a rich young lady. From her temperament to her figure, she was perfect. Moreover, she was the same as Song Yanqing, leaning towards gentleness. She treated people and things with a kind of politeness. "It's not that I have anything to say to you." Song Suyu smiled. "You and my brother have started dating. As his sister, of course I sincerely congratulate you. In the past, I even lamented that my younger brother didn't find a girlfriend even though he was 25 years old. Even if my parents didn't say anything, they were also anxious. In the past, it was also because Yan's health wasn't good. We couldn't rush him even if we urged him. Now that there was no need to rush him, he naturally found it. Not only that, even his life was saved by Qiao Jin. They knew that Qiao Jin's existence was a little special. However, as long as their younger brother liked her, there was nothing special about her. She wouldn't harm anyone. That was enough. Qiao Jin was a little curious. He hasn't liked anyone before? It was Song Yanqing's first time in a relationship. However, Qiao Jin himself felt different because he was directly resurrected. It was still a little unbelievable that Song Yanqing hadn't been moved by anyone for 25 years. How can he like someone? If he likes someone, how can we not know? Song Suyu laughed heartily. He was protected too well by us in the past. Other than me, he didn't have much contact with girls. How can he be moved by someone? There were many girls from prestigious families who liked him in the capital, but how could it be so easy to get close to Song Yanqing? Not to mention making him fall in love with her. In the beginning, Song Yanqing didn't fall in love with Qiao Jin at first sight. It was just that she gradually understood him during the process of interacting with him, and her feelings slowly changed. Oh. Song Suyu was a little curious. If you're worried about this, I can guarantee you that Yanqing has never liked anyone other than you. We're both girls, so it's easier for us to talk. You can also tell sister that you've never liked anyone before? Of course, Qiao Jin shook his head. Even in the past 20 years, Qiao Jin, who didn't have the memory of an array master, wasn't unmoved. It was just that she was much more straightforward. She only had some appreciation for good-looking boys. She didn't really like anyone. After all, she was much younger. Song Suyu sighed. It's indeed fate that you two can meet each other. Song Suyu wasn't single until now. Her brother was 25, and she was 26. How could there be no one chasing after her? In the family, her parents weren't actually worried about Song Yanqing, but about Song Suyu. Because she was a girl and an older sister. Song Suyu had experienced a few relationships, and they all broke up peacefully. There really wasn't a relationship that was so strong that she wanted to get married. The love in the wealthy families was also mixed with some benefits. Most of the people who had pursued Song Suyu were the sons of the Song family's partners, or the second generation of the tycoons. It wasn't that there wasn't any true love, but it wasn't easy to meet one. There were also many people around her who approached her with ulterior motives. Therefore, Song Suyu was a little emotional about Qiao Jin and her younger brother. She was also a little envious. The two of them didn't have any interests involved. Even when they were in a relationship, they were like immortals. She just wanted to meet someone she truly liked, someone she could think about getting married to. Qiao Jin looked at Song Suyu and pursed his lips into a faint smile. Suyu, are you anxious about your own matters? You don't have to be anxious. The person you like will appear sooner or later. Song Suyu's love scene was very late, but it wasn't that it didn't exist. Moreover, with the existence of the Song family, Song Suyu didn't need to get married early. She had time to find her true love. How could a girl marry late? An outstanding girl like Song Suyu wouldn't lack pursuers when she was old. I have to thank you for saying that. Song Suyu smiled. I'm not in a hurry to fall in love. I have a lot of things to do and don't have time to manage a relationship. Song Shireen didn't hold back either. She and Song Yanqing had split the position of heir in half. She would take as much as she could. Song Suyu knew very well. Her pursuits were somewhat different from her brother's, so she had been busy overseas in recent years, leaving the domestic affairs to Song Yanqing. It was also because of Song Shireen's fair treatment that Song Suyu had never had any conflicts with his younger brother, Song Yanqing, since they were young. Song Shireen and Song Shireen had never had any conflicts with each other. Xiao Jin nodded. It's good to pursue your own career. Song Suyu said, what about you? What do you want to do after graduation? Xiao Jin, I don't have such pursuits. I opened a fortune-telling shop online. Song Suyu, it was hard to say when faced with such a Buddhist mentality. She knew that Xiao Jin was a little different, so she didn't insist on this topic. She just said, it's good that you have your own choice. The next time we meet will be during the new year. I have to go abroad with my father tomorrow. The Song family was too busy and rarely had time to gather. Xiao Jin and Song Suyu exchanged a few words. In the end, Song Suyu said, you don't have to worry about those things. If there's anything, just tell me and Guanqing. Those who shouldn't disturb you won't come looking for you. She was referring to the Ji family. To them, the matter of the Ji family was not a secret. They all knew that Xiao Jin was Ji Pinggan's granddaughter. Naturally, they also knew about Ji Yue's fight with Chai Yueli and Ji Fan. In addition, the Ji family had been in chaos recently. Even Ji Sikai had gotten into trouble. Although Xiao Jin was away, it was still a little risky. Xiao Jin naturally wasn't worried, but she didn't refute Song Suyu's good intentions. After the conversation, Song Suyu didn't leave. Second uncle Song Simeon arrived. He still had that wild and unruly look on his face. When he walked over, he saw that Song Suyu and Xiao Jin were both there. He exclaimed, Yo, are you two whispering to each other? Song Suyu was still a little amused when he saw his appearance. Second uncle, you're still in our family. Can't you be more mature? When you came back in the past, you would still tidy up. Why are you like this now? I find it annoying. Song Simeon waved his hand. Anyway, Guanqing already knows. That's it. It's boring to pretend. In order to show his weakness in front of Song Yanqing, he had to shave and cut his hair every time he came back. He also had to wear a white robe and try to look like he would collapse at any time when he coughed so that Song Yanqing would realize that his second uncle really couldn't handle any work. Now that things were exposed, he didn't need to pretend anymore. Song Suyu snorted and laughed. Second uncle, you've been so free all these years. You don't have to worry about anything. Look at my father and then look at my brother. Don't you feel guilty at all? Song Simeon coughed. She knew that she was being unreasonable. Let's not talk about the past. Besides, I'm really not interested. You can't force me. I'm not good at business. The gallery I opened last year went bankrupt. I have talent but no one appreciates me. That's too much. This is too much. Song Simeon raised his head and looked sad, but he didn't look convincing. Song Suyu said, you can even draw a baby with a few strokes on a white cloth. It's a miracle that someone appreciates your paintings. Song's face darkened. How can you say that? How can you say that about a future great artist? Song Suyu said, 20 years ago, you said that you were a future great artist. Even now, you're still in the future. Song, after being scolded by his niece, he felt. If he wasn't curious about Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing, he wouldn't have come. He didn't want to argue with Song Suyu anymore. He looked inside. Only you and her are here. Where's Yanqing? He's inside. I'm talking to Xiao Jin. Why is he listening? TSK, Song Simeon walked into the house and called out, Yanqing. Song Suyu and Xiao Jin entered the living room of Song Yanqing's house. Song Yanqing heard Song Simeon's call and walked out. He nodded. Second uncle. Song Yanqing gave him a friendly smile. Song Yanqing looked at his second uncle's unshaven face and realized that he still couldn't accept him. After all, in his memory, His second uncle had always been very steady. His eyelids twitched. Song Simeon walked over. He didn't care about Song Yanqing's reaction. He looked Song Yanqing up and down and sighed. When I first saw you, I felt that you had changed a little. Song Yanqing smiled gently. My body has recovered. Naturally, there are some changes. It's not that your body has changed. Song Simeon reached out and patted Song Yanqing's shoulder. I think you've become. How should I put it? Oh, I mean, immortal-like. You're like the younger version of a swindler on TV. Song Yanqing was speechless. Song Suyu almost burst out laughing. Second uncle, what are you talking about? How does Yanqing look like a swindler? Look at you. You look more like a swindler. Song Yanqing added gently, you've been lying to me for more than 20 years. Song Simeon was speechless. He covered his mouth and coughed dryly. He turned and saw Qiao Jin behind him. After thinking for a moment, he took out a big red packet and handed it to Qiao Jin. Second uncle, I don't have much to give. It's the first time we've met. Give me a red packet. It was a Chinese tradition to give red packets. Song Yanqing nodded at him. Qiao Jin accepted it. It felt like a cardboard shell in his palm. It was obvious that second uncle was really generous. Qiao Jin smiled. Thank you. Song Simeon nodded and waved his hand. All right, you guys rest early. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going back to my room to rest. Suyu, I'll go with you guys tomorrow. Song Yanqing was a little surprised. So early? Song Suyu was also a little surprised. Second uncle, why don't you stay at home for a few more days? It'll be the new year soon. If you guys leave, what will I do at home? I'll come back for the new year. I recently picked a place with great scenery. I'll go there for a while. With that, Song Simeon left. Song Suyu also said goodbye to Qiao Jin and Song Yanqing and left. After they left, Song Yanqing took the initiative to say to Qiao Jin, it's not that second uncle doesn't want to be in the Guan family, but compared to these, he wants to travel around the world more. When I was young, I heard Dad say that second uncle's biggest wish is to travel around the world, so he has been changing places all these years. They traveled happily in the name of coaxing their nephew. He didn't use the Song Yanqing's money. After the Song family's old man passed away, the family property was divided into several parts. But Song Shirin and Song Shirmian were the only ones left. Song Yanqing's aunt got a part of it. As for the other members of the Song family who were not from Old Master Song's lineage, they only received some basic information. Song Mian had given everything she had to Song Mian and Song Henning, leaving only a small portion for herself to eat, drink, and play around the world. For the Song family, she could spend as much money as she wanted. Just those shares alone were enough to make her lose money. The key was that she had handed them over. Drifting clouds and wild cranes, he could be considered to be free and easy. Everyone had different pursuits, and no one could force her. Qiao Jin nodded. It's good. It's a very free life. After saying this, she looked at Song Yanqing, her eyes clear. What about you? Other than everything in the Song family, don't you have anything you like? Song Yanqing only looked at her gently and said in a low and gentle voice, Qiao Jin, I'm the son of the Song family and the heir of the Song family. I have to give up whatever I get. Everything in the Song family needs to be taken care of. My sister can't take care of everything alone. With a big family and a big business, some things weren't as simple as they sounded. As the young master of the Song family, Song Yanqing had to take on his responsibilities. His tone was natural. I've already gotten something that many people can't get in their lifetime. Whether I like it or not, I don't dislike all of this. What about you? You usually go to school and open a fortune-telling shop. Don't you have anything you want to do? Qiao Jin nodded quickly. No, it's too troublesome. To her, everything that required energy was troublesome. She was used to being easygoing and was very obedient. Even if Mu Zhenming wanted her to learn how to manage the Mu family business, she didn't want to compete with the three brothers. There was still Mu Qi in front of her. You only know how to be troublesome. Song Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and touched Xiao Jin's cheek. It was still soft, like tofu. After kissing her, there were still some changes. His movements were bolder and more natural than before. Xiao Jin didn't care about this. She only said softly, I have to find the 9 or 8 points now. I still don't know what happened to my lost memories. It's already very troublesome. It's still early. Some things will naturally appear when they should. Xianxia said, I don't have any premonitions at the moment. He was a spiritual master of speech. Usually, smooth sailing was a good thing. Ciao. Jin chatted with Xianxia for a while that night. Not long after, Qin Yuan also came and said a few words before leaving. Xianxia still went to bed very early. After taking a shower, he fell asleep. Xiao Jin also fell asleep after a while. The next morning, Xianxia's family woke up very early. Song Shirin and Song Suyu were busy, and so was Xianxia. Xiao Jin also woke up. After breakfast, she was sent to school by the Song family's driver. However, halfway there, they changed directions. She really did receive a message from the Ji family, asking her to go to the main house of the Ji family. Old Master Ji had something to announce. Even if he wanted to announce it, it had nothing to do with her. However, just as Mu Xiangshan had said, Ji Pingan probably wanted to announce the distribution of his shares. There was a high chance that Xiao Jin would be part of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Xiao Jin over. Xiao Jin thought about it and still went. Before she went, she informed Xiao Fei. He really asked you to go? Xiao Fei was a little surprised when she received the call. She heard Xiao Jin ask over the phone, Fei, if you really give it to me, do you think I should take it or not? Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment before asking Mu Xiangshan and Mu Zhenming, who were having breakfast. Xiao Jin said that the Ji family called her over and said that they have something to announce. If old Master Ji really gives Xiao Jin some shares, does she want them or not? Of course you should. Mu Xiangshan put down the bowl and said first, don't give Ji Pingan's share to that little thing Ji Fanjing. Xiao Jin is his granddaughter. How can she not have anything? Don't be so kind. Ji Fanjing is still under Chai Yueli's control. If Xiao Jin doesn't want it, the money will all fall into Ji Qiyue and Chai Yueli's hands. How can you let them be happy? Of course you have to take it. Even if you take it and use it for charity, don't let those two take advantage of it. Xiao Fei replied, if it's really given to you, you should take it. Like your grandfather said, you can't let Ji Qiyue and Chai Yueli take advantage of it. Xiao Jin replied lightly, okay. Xiao Jin agreed. She hung up the phone. Muzichu and Muzilian, who were eating in the living room, were also a little confused. Especially Muzilian, who immediately shed tears of envy. Why can't such a good thing happen to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Zhenming slapped him again. What does the Ji family's business have to do with you? Mu Xiangshan said leisurely, why? Are you hoping that your father and I will die early so that the money will be yours? Muzilian chuckled. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm not just surprised. Did Xiao Jin actually have a pie in the sky? Although he didn't want to acknowledge his biological parents, his biological grandfather was a good person. Even if he didn't raise Xiao Jin, he should still give Xiao Jin a share. Wasn't this just picked up from the ground? Mu Xiangshan said, what's there to be surprised about? Pingan is like that. He didn't know back then, but now that he knows, he will definitely fight with Ji Fan for a share. Sigh, after all, he watched Ji Fan grow up. It's not wrong for Chai Yueli to be his biological grandson in some ways. It's just that Chai Yueli and Ji Qiyue will probably be furious. In the future, when they come over, they will say that there's no one in our family. Why would they be furious? Mu Zhenming sneered. Uncle Ji does things fairly. I think Ji Qiyue won't dare to do anything. Didn't you see how angry the first branch was when Ji Sikai almost got into an accident? Xiao Fei was also a little emotional. I didn't expect Jean to become a little rich woman soon. Muzilian, suddenly, he grasped something important. Xiao Jin arrived at the Ji family's mansion. There were quite a lot of people here. In addition to the Ji family, there were also a few outsiders in suits who didn't look like they were from the Ji family. Many people in the Ji family had seen Xiaojin before. They were a little surprised to see Xiaojin here. There were quite a lot of people sitting in the hall. Chai Yueli and Ji Chiyue were among them. When they saw Xiaojin, their faces instantly turned pale. When they turned pale, they suddenly thought of something, and their faces seemed to be cramping. Xiaojin noticed that Ji Huai was sitting in the center of these people with a pale face. He probably expected something would happen today. Many people looked at Xiaojin and muttered, not knowing what she was doing here. Everyone knew that the Ji clan's first master was going to announce something, but no one had heard that it had anything to do with Xiaojin. Ji Sikai was also sitting there. Although he had gotten into a car accident, he seemed to be fine, with one leg crossed over the other. He was wearing a black windbreaker and had a playful expression on his face. When Xiaojin came over, he pointed to a seat for her. Xiaojin also took the opportunity to sit down. There were too many people and he couldn't choose a seat, so he didn't greet anyone. Ji Fanjing also looked up at her with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Right at this moment, the three elders of the Ji clan came out one by one. It was Ji Pingan and his two brothers. The eldest brother was Ji Sikai's grandfather, an old man in his 80s. He walked out shakily and had people support him. He even coughed a few times. After he sat down at the main seat, he saw that almost everyone had arrived. He asked the lawyer beside him to start the announcement. He made a will and gave all his shares to his eldest grandson, Ji Sikai, including important funds, investment shares, and a bunch of industrial companies. He only left some companies for Ji Huai. They wouldn't make much money, but they wouldn't starve him either. It was purely up to his own ability. In other words, the power of the entire Ji clan was completely in Ji Sikai's hands. Ji Huai was as pale as a sheet of paper. Everyone knew this was the result. The lawyer also announced that the shareholders' meeting would be held next week. At that time, Ji Huai would have to be expelled from the company. This matter greatly disappointed the Ji family's old master. He had completely chosen to hand over the power to his eldest grandson. The second branch couldn't fight for much even if they wanted to, but they also held a lot of power. In the future, it would be Ji Sikai and the second branch fighting among themselves. However, after the lawyer made the announcement, Ji Pingan also stood out. I'm also old. Since Big Brother has already made a decision, then we should also make a decision about the distribution of my assets. He waved his hand, and another lawyer walked out and told him about Ji Pingan's fair will. Ji Pingan held 18% of the shares of the Ji Group's main company and was already a major shareholder. Now, he divided this 18% into two. His grandson, Ji Fan, would fight for half, and his granddaughter, Xiaojin, would fight for the other half. In other words, in the future, even Xiaojin would have some say in the Ji Group's internal affairs. As soon as this news was announced, the rest of the Ji family exploded. After all, the redistribution of shares involved too many things, especially when they didn't know about Xiaojin beforehand. This news was even more explosive than the one announced by Ji Sikai's grandfather. Everyone subconsciously looked at Ji Chiyue and Chai Yueli. Seeing their pale faces, Ji Fanjing had expected this and wasn't surprised at all. Chai Yueli immediately retorted, "Dad, this isn't fair. Why don't Chiyue and I have anything? Even if their children were all theirs, now that they were adults, how could they have the right to control Ji Pingan's things?" Ji Pingan's expression was calm. "I didn't leave money for you. The properties under my name are all yours and Chiyue's. I've given you enough." Chai Yueli was about to go crazy. The properties were valuable, but how could they be more important than the Ji Group's shares? Without the shares, they wouldn't even have the right to speak in the Ji family. There was also the subsequent dividends from the Ji Group. They wouldn't be able to get a single cent of the huge funds every year. Forget about Ji Fanjing. After all, he was her son who she raised. Xiaojin was completely disobedient. How could she care about her mother? Chai Yueli's eyes turned red. If it weren't for some misgivings, she would have wanted to strangle Ji Pingan and Xiaojin to death. Ji Sikai sneered and said indifferently, "Auntie, it's not like third grandpa didn't give you a chance. You and uncle didn't cherish it, so who can you blame?" Ji Chiyue had failed to live up to expectations and was of no use at all in the Ji family. How could he blame Ji Pingan for being disappointed? If he had the ability, Xiao Jin and Ji Fan would not have been fighting for the shares today. Chai Yueli's entire body trembled. You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. Forget about Fan Jing, Chai Yueli pointed at Xiao Jin, who had not said a word from the beginning to the end. What right does she have? She is not in the Ji family, and her heart is not with the Ji family. You dare to give her the shares? Aren't you afraid that she will use these shares to do something detrimental to the Ji family? A smile slowly bloomed on Xiao Jin's face. Madam Chai, what are you talking about? I don't understand these things. What can I do to harm the Ji family? I'll just wait for my share of the money. Chai Yueli was so angry that her heart was pounding. Beside her, Ji Chiyue felt more and more indignant. He also stood up. Dad, I'm not convinced. I have no objections if you want to give it to Xiao Jin, but you can't give the remaining half to Xiao Jin. Ji Pingan's face sank. I can distribute my things however I want. What does it have to do with you? He looked at Chai Yueli and Ji Chiyue with disappointment. He didn't bother to be polite. Just like what Sky said, you're such a disappointment. If you didn't disappoint me, would I still be in this state today? Don't you know how many foolish things you and your wife have done? As my biological granddaughter, Xiao Jin was abandoned by you for 20 years. I want to make it up to her. What's wrong with me giving her some shares? Fanjing isn't worried, but you guys are. The other members of the Ji family also had some opinions. Just like Chai Yueli said, no matter what happened in the Ji family, Xiao Jin's heart wasn't with the Ji family. It was too dangerous to own the Ji family's shares. Ji Chiyue was stunned and retorted, but she doesn't even return to the Ji family. She's with the Mu family now. If the Mu family, why are you so anxious? What's wrong with the Mu family? Ji Pingan said calmly, I've been with Xianxia for decades. We're closer than your father. Ji Chiyue, Ji Pingan didn't give him face, which meant that he had already confirmed it. The will had been notarized. After he passed away, this large sum of money would be fought over by Xiao Jin and Ji Fan. Of course, he also added that if anything were to happen to Xiao Jin or Ji Fan during the competition, he would also give it to Ji Sikai. This was something Ji Sikai didn't expect. However, he was also roasting Ji Sikai. If anything happened to the two of them, wouldn't everyone think that it was Ji Sikai who did it? After all, only Ji Sikai would benefit. Of course, if Ji Sikai was evil, he could do the same. Ji Sikai smiled playfully but didn't feel offended. Xiao Jin didn't care at all. After all, Ji Sikai wouldn't touch her. As for Ji Fanjing, it would be an internal fight in the Ji family. She didn't forget that Ji Fanjing had a problematic biological mother who was related to the He Erli family. Internal fights between big families were complicated. As long as it didn't involve Xiao Jin, she wouldn't care. No matter how unfair Chai Yueli and Ji Chiyue felt, the majority of the audience acted as if they were watching a show. There were also some who had ulterior motives and quickly took sides to support Ji Sikai. After all, Ji Sikai was the biggest winner today. Xiao Jin was about to leave after hearing the announcement, but Ji Pingan stopped her. Xiao Jin, wait a minute. Xiao Jin stayed behind and talked to Ji Pingan in the side hall of the Ji family. Ji Pingan looked at her and smiled gently and lovingly. Did my sudden announcement make you a little surprised? Don't worry, Sky and I have already made an agreement. He will protect you and Fanjing. You can take these shares, there won't be any danger. What you want to do with them is your own business. Since Grandpa has given them to you, he won't interfere anymore. You can do whatever you want with them, whether you sell them or donate them, it's up to you. He sighed faintly and said, I can only repay what your parents did to you. What's there to talk about? Xiao Jin's eyes were calm. In this matter, you don't have to say such things. Ji Chiyue and Chai Yueli also gave birth to me. It's not wrong for them not to raise me, so there's no need to compensate. Since you think the shares should be given to me, I'll take them. Like he said, what she wanted to do with them in the future was her own business. Ji Pingan looked at her with a complicated expression. Since you can still think like that, it's really commendable. Your parents are really nothing. He said, I really didn't expect Chai Yueli to treat you like that back then. I always thought that Fanjing. Sigh, anyway, it's all in the past. Now that I've decided on these things, it's a good thing. Now that you have the Mu family to take care of you, I'm relieved. In the future, there might be irrelevant people who come to you. You can ignore them. Including your parents. Xiao Jin nodded. Ji Pingan said with a smile, you've been with the Song family for some time. If you have time, you can bring her to meet me. Xiao Jin thought for a moment and then agreed. Okay. It was not difficult. Song Yanqing would probably agree. Now that she had slowly accepted Ji Pingan, it was not a big deal to bring him to meet her. While Ji Pingan and Xiao Jin were talking, someone walked over angrily. Just by looking at her back, one could tell that it was Chai Yueli. When Chai Yueli saw Xiao Jin's calm expression, she gritted her teeth and said, Dad, I want to talk to her about something. Can you let me talk to her alone for a while? Ji Pingan disagreed. What can't you say in front of me? Chai Yueli was speechless. How could she say those words in front of Ji Pingan? She only said, I'll just talk for a while. Ji Pingan glanced at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin also said calmly, It's okay, old master. You can sit by the side for a while. I'll talk to her. Chai Yueli would not give up until she jumped into the Yellow River. Ji Pingan nodded and looked at Chai Yueli with a warning gaze. You'd better know your limits. Then, he went elsewhere. When Chai Yueli saw Xiao Jin, she could not hold back the anger in her heart. She gritted her teeth and cursed, Don't even think about those shares. I can give you money if you want, but these are the Ji family's shares. You have to know that you have no right to take them. Xiao Jin smiled faintly. Even old Master Ji didn't say that. Who are you to say that? You're not qualified to get the shares yet. Chai Yueli almost had a heart attack. Xiao Jin continued, Since he thinks that I am qualified to take it, then I will take it. What position do you have to say this? Just because you are his daughter-in-law? Chai Yueli was so angry that her eyes turned red. If it wasn't for you, if you hadn't appeared, these things would have all belonged to Fanner. You wouldn't have gotten anything. After saying this, she actually wanted to slap Xiao Jin in the face. Xiao Jin easily caught her wrist and threw it to the side, causing Chai Yueli to stagger. Her eyes darkened. You've crossed the line. Chai Yueli felt her hair stand on end from this stare. Her throat felt dry. Just as she was about to speak, a stern voice came from the other side. What are you doing? Chai Yueli and Xiao Jin turned their heads. Ji Sikai was standing there, staring at Chai Yueli with a dark expression. Chai Yueli was afraid of Ji Sikai to begin with. When she saw Ji Sikai, the corner of her mouth twitched and she forced a stiff smile. Sikai. I was just talking to my daughter. Xiao Jin, I didn't acknowledge you. Chai Yueli's face turned fierce again. Ji Sikai walked over and glanced at Chai Yueli, then at Xiao Jin. His eyes darted back and forth between the two. Suddenly, he sneered and laughed playfully. Is that so? Ji Sikai's voice now sounded a little cold and lazy. Auntie, why are you so unruly now? This is the Ji family's main residence, not your house. Chai Yueli's face stiffened. Ji Sikai's words clearly distinguished the relationship between the two of them. Ji Sikai didn't care about her expression and said, Since third grandpa has chosen to give the shares to Fanjing and Xiao Jin, why don't you hold on to Fanjing properly? Don't let your son run away before you get your daughter. You're not his biological mother. If his biological mother comes looking for you, won't your efforts be in vain? Auntie, don't you think I'm right? Ji Sikai's words hit the nail on the head. Chai Yueli's face couldn't be described as ugly. Why did she marry into the Ji family back then? Why did she get close to Ji Chiyue? Wasn't it all for these? In the end, it was indeed like drawing water with a bamboo basket. However, the bamboo basket was still in her hands. Even if it couldn't hold water, it could still hold other things. Ji Fanjing still acknowledged her as his mother. As long as Ji Fanjing acknowledged her, it wasn't like she and Ji Chiyue couldn't live together anymore. However, this was still far from what she wanted. She had waited for so many years for Ji Pingan's will. She didn't expect him to be so heartless. He didn't leave his biological son at all and gave it all to his grandson and granddaughter. Most importantly, that was Ji Pinggan's money. They had no right to interfere. As long as he made the will when he was alive, no one could do anything about it. Even if something happened to him and he suddenly passed away, the money would only be in Xiao Jin's hands sooner. At least he was still alive. As long as one was alive, there was still a chance for change. At that thought, Chai Yueli glared at Xiao Jin indignantly and quickly left. Xiao Jin looked at her back view as she left, deep in thought. She said that this matter wasn't over yet. The dispute with the Ji family was probably also here. She was destined to not be peaceful after taking the shares. Even if she didn't intend to touch the shares at all. Don't you think she's a little too crazy? Ji Sikai's voice drifted over. Xiao Jin turned around and saw Ji Sikai rubbing his chin as he stared at Chai Yueli's departing figure. She must be a ruthless person to be able to come up with the idea of swapping you with Ji Fan. It's a pity that she's just a flower vase. Actually, she's quite compatible with Uncle. What do you think? Xiao Jin remained silent for a while before saying, "Congratulations." Now that Ji Sikai held great power in his hands, it was indeed worthy of a congratulation. Hearing this, Ji Sikai nodded seriously. "Thank you. Congratulations to you too." In the eyes of others, Xiao Jin hadn't done anything and was still raised by the Mu family. Ji Pinggan didn't care about this and gave her half of the shares. It was enough to see that Ji Pinggan really liked her and doted on her. Ji Chiyue and Chai Yueli had stayed by Ji Pinggan's side for more than 20 years and didn't get anything. But based on their actions, who could say anything? Ji Sikai glanced at her. "You want to leave? The Ji family is having a party tonight. Do you want to attend?" Xiao Jin shook her head. No need. She wasn't in the mood to attend the Ji family's party. Now that she had taken the shares, she would probably have to discuss it with the Mu family. She would rather go back and watch Mu Xiangshan and the others complain about her luck. Seeing that she refused, Ji Sikai didn't force her. "Alright, you decide. I'll get someone to send you back to school." "Do you still have classes today?" Xiao Jin agreed. Ji Sikai wanted to send her off personally, but he had just taken over and had many things to do. And it wasn't just Xiao Jin who was being melodramatic. He also wanted to quarrel with his father. Ji Hui didn't get anything this time because of his illegitimate son. He was as miserable as Ji Chiyue. At this moment, he didn't find Ji Sikai pleasing to the eye. Xiao Jin was sent back to school by the Ji family's driver. Not long after, Song Yanqing called her with a smile. "You took half of Ji Pinggan's grandfather's shares?" His tone was affirmative. There was no need to say anything. As soon as the news was announced, many people in the Ji family had already spread it. The circle immediately began to pay attention to Xiao Jin, who had kept a low profile until now and had been raised in the Mu family. Xiao Jin said, "Yes." Song Yanqing paused. "It's a good thing that you took it. Don't have any other thoughts. I know your personality. You'll think that you have nothing to do with the Ji family. But for Ji Pinggan's grandfather, it's not a good thing that all the shares are in Ji Fanjing's hands. He listens to Chai Yueli too much. Besides, they can't hold it firmly. The Ji family's internal affairs were so complicated. If it wasn't for Ji Sikai's ability, it was impossible for Ji Chiyue and the others to hold the shares firmly. The key was that both of them were idiots. They could only rely on Ji Fanjing to fight for a little." Xiao Jin smiled. "Then he thinks I can hold it firmly. You're different." Song Yanqing chuckled. "You have me behind you. Have you forgotten?" Everyone in the capital knew that Xiao Jin's boyfriend was Song Yanqing. Offending her was offending Song Yanqing. No one would ask for trouble. Xiao Jin smiled and said, "I forgot that you're still useful." After all, she hadn't dealt with the disputes of these rich families. Her disputes all came from the world of spiritual readers. To her, the world of spiritual readers was still more fun. Money was too meaningless. Song Yanqing sighed softly, "Then I don't have much of a presence as a boyfriend. I know you're very strong, but if you look down at this world, there are still many interesting places. Just treat them as entertainment for you." "Xiao Jin, they're too bored." They only have money in their eyes. Why don't they find something fun to do? If I have time now, I can go visit Mo Jiang on set. It's more interesting to watch her film. After a pause, she said, her acting skills are probably terrible. She only knows how to memorize her lines, but she doesn't know how to act. The high priest had no talent for acting. This was the answer she got when she went to visit him. She was too embarrassed to tell Mo Jiang. These words caused Xianxia to chuckle. That laughter was like the vibration of zither strings, falling into people's hearts. She definitely didn't know that you would say that about her. What's the matter with the person who's creating hype with her? Is she in love? This wasn't Xianxia gossiping about other people's affairs. After all, Mo Jiang's identity was different. She carried a blood feud with her but lost her memory. She was an unstable factor. Now that she had entered the entertainment industry, she was so familiar with creating scandals with others. It was really incomprehensible. She said that there's something wrong with that person. She saw some abnormal problems. Xiaojin thought and said, I guess she met someone in her memory who affected her, but it wasn't enough to make her remember the past. I don't plan to let her remember now. Some things are better to let nature take its course. If you push her too hard, what if she wakes up and only wants revenge? If she wanted revenge, she wanted to restore her country. Now, there was no country for her to restore. That's true. Finding something for her to do won't make her feel bored. Xianxia said, let me tell you something else. There's some news about Wanyan Yunhu who ran abroad, but he's too far away. That's not the territory of the Huaxia spiritualists, so we can't catch him. There's also someone who's causing trouble. There's a high probability that someone is stirring up trouble with the demonized spiritual seed. I even think that it's not the first time they've done this. Using the demonized spiritual seed to feed the demonized spiritualists? Xiaojin narrowed her eyes. I've thought about it before. If the demonized spiritual seed has any positive effects, it's only useful to me. Normal spiritualists definitely won't have a way to use it. If that's the case, she muttered, give me the last address of her whereabouts. I'll go abroad to take a look. Xianxia frowned. What did you think of? I think they're rivals. If there's a clue, I should go and take a look. I can't just let him hide and ignore me. Xianxia thought for a few seconds, then said decisively, no, give me a few days. I'll make some work arrangements and go with you. Xiaojin smiled. Why are you always worried about me? I'll be fine. If something happens, I'll run. Xianxia said helplessly and doubtingly, it's not that I'm worried about you. It's my fault as a boyfriend to always let you charge into battle alone. I'm a spirit master of speech and will always be of some use to you. If I feel that something is wrong, I can tell you immediately. Besides, after the fan incident, I haven't had any clues for the next step. I'll go with you and see if there's any breakthrough abroad. Xiaojin wanted to look for her memories, but so did he. He still couldn't figure out why there were traces of him in the Rakshasa world. The Rakshasa world had been watching him closely. He had to figure out what was going on. Xiaojin heard this and directly answered, okay. After hanging up, Xiaojin went to class. She didn't have classes in the afternoon, so she went back to the Mu family. Of course, she had to go back to school at night. She couldn't always ask for leave. Even the homeroom teacher began to ask her what she was busy with all day long. As a student, of course, learning was the prerequisite. The Muzilian family was also very excited. Xiaojin had really obtained the Ji family's shares. For Xiao Fei and the others, this was one more reason to worry about her. Xiaojin was now a rich woman. By grabbing the rich woman's thigh, he was grabbing his own future. So when he got the news that Xiaojin was coming back in the afternoon, he immediately waited at home. Even when Musachu asked him to play billiards, he didn't go. It was rare for him to be able to relax. Musachu ignored him and went off on his own. Xiaofei was puzzled. Why don't you play billiards with your brother? Muzilian looked solemn. What's the point of going out to play every day? Xiaofei, is this something you can say? The world is about to change. Mu Xiangshan mercilessly exposed him. Do you believe that he's that kind of person? He knows that Xiao Jin has become a rich woman, so what kind of tricks are you thinking? It's not like Xiao Jin has a part in it right now. What you think all day long has nothing to do with you. Muzilian's expression was serious. Grandpa, what are you talking about? How can I be that kind of person? Muzilian denied it 3 times. I don't even know what you're talking about. Xiao Fei's expression changed. She reached out and pinched Mu Qilian's arm hard. You're so unruly. If Xiao Jin's grandfather finds out about this, he'll think that you're cursing him. Besides, this is Xiao Jin's money. It has nothing to do with you. You'd better watch yourself. It's not like our family can't afford to raise you. Why are you still having such ideas all day long? Ah, it hurts. Muzilian sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xiao Fei in disbelief. When did I do that? How can you think of your son as someone who doesn't know his place? I just don't want to go out. Can't I stay at home with you guys? Xiao Fei said, who wants you to stay with us? We just know that your sister is coming back. As they spoke, Xiao Jin walked in from outside. When he saw Xiao Jin, Xiao Fei's expression changed. He immediately smiled. Jin, you're back? Xiao Jin nodded. He wasn't surprised to see Muzilian and Mu Xiangshan. He only said, Qilian, why are you at home every day? Muzilian's face darkened. Can't I be at home? Am I not a part of this family? In the past, when I went out, you guys said that I didn't go home every night. Now that I'm at home, you're saying that I don't go out. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Xiao Fei said, why are you so talkative now? Mu Xiangshan said, you're so talkative. You're like AB*TCH. Muzilian? His grandfather had the cheek to say that to him, Xiao Jin chuckled. Muzilian decided to ignore the blow. He looked at Xiao Jin and flashed his standard 8-tooth smile. I heard that you inherited a part of Ping An's grandfather's fortune. He used a rather subtle way of saying that part. Xiao Jin glanced at him. Yeah, what does it have to do with you? Muzilian, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Xiao Jin, why? Muzilian, seeing that Muzilian was speechless, Xiao Fei immediately said, that's right. Why should I treat you to a meal? It has nothing to do with you. Mu Xiangshan looked at Muzilian. You only know how to poach Xiao Jin. Why don't you poach Ji Sikai instead? He has complete control over the Ji family. Wouldn't it be better for you to follow him? Unfortunately, he doesn't like men. Muzilian? Xiao Fei, what kind of words are you spouting? Xiao Fei ignored the two of them and asked Xiao Jin worriedly, what about Chai Yueli and Ji Qiyue? I heard that old Master Ji didn't leave anything for them and only let you and Ji Fan fight for the money. Would they be willing to accept that? You can't say that. Xiao Jin said slowly, he left a few houses for them. The price isn't low either. If they know what's good for them, they can live the rest of their lives without worrying about food or clothing. How can houses be compared to shares? Muzilian almost died from laughter. He slapped his thigh and said, if I were Chai Yueli and her husband, I would definitely fall out with them on the spot. Xiao Jin said, that's what Chai Yueli thinks. She even wants me to return the shares. Pfft. Xiao Fei couldn't help but say, she's really shameless. It's fine if it's hers, but this is all given to you by Old Man Ji. This is the world that Old Man Ji fought for. What does it have to do with her? Besides, doesn't she have a son? Xiao Fei snorted. She was the one who abandoned you for her son. Now that she got what she wanted, Ji Fan got half of the shares. What's there for her to be dissatisfied about? Without Xiao Jin, Ji Fan would have gotten all the shares. Muzilian knew about this. Will she be satisfied? Of course she won't. I think she'll come to our house to make trouble. Maybe she'll cry and throw a tantrum like last time. She can cry even more than you, Mom. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Fei reached out and slapped her again. Mu Xiangshan, on the other hand, praised his grandson, that little brain of yours has finally been enlightened. He actually knows how to analyze the situation after the incident. Xiao Jin said, if she comes, tell her you're not at home. Don't let her in. If she cries at the door, let her cry. Take a picture and send it to the media. Everyone, Xiao Jin was really vicious. Xiao Jin wasn't being vicious. Xiao Jin just felt that if Chai Yueli really did such a thing, it meant that she was shameless. Did she need to save her own face? Muzillion pointed at her. Look, she's showing her vicious side after taking the money. Slap, this time, it was another slap. Muzillion didn't learn his lesson. He hugged his head and stood up angrily. I'm going to look for my brother. I'm so bored. Xiao Fei said, get lost. Xiao Jin also talked about him and Song Yanqing. By the way, Fei Fei, I'll be going abroad with Song Yanqing in a few days. Going abroad again? Xiao Fei was a little hesitant. But when he heard that he was going with Song Yanqing, he didn't object. Go ahead if you want. Seeing that Xiao Jin's grades were good, Xiao Fei didn't care much about the school results. Besides, she couldn't do anything about it. Mu Xiangshan clicked his tongue and stood up. It's good to be young. With such a sigh, he left. In the evening, Xiao Jin stayed at the Mu family's house for dinner, and then returned to school. She stayed in school for the next few days. Song Yanqing arranged for them to meet in 5 days. At that time, he and Xiao Jin would go abroad together. However, before it was time, Xiao Jin received a call from Meng Qingyu. She was a little dumbfounded. Big Boss Xiao, didn't you ask us to capture a demonized girl who tried to slim herself down? There's a problem again. Xiao Jin frowned slightly. What's wrong now? Meng Qingyu said, she seems to have demonized again. It's hard to say. Should I come to you first? Sister He Yao and the others have gone to capture him. When Xiao Jin heard this, he said, okay. She met up with Meng Qingyu. The moment he saw Xiao Jin, Meng Qingyu immediately said, when we captured Fang Xuelan last time, we found out that you had taken her spirit seed. She became an ordinary person, but she had never killed anyone and was very scared. This was the first time we dealt with something like this. After locking her up for a while, the higher-ups decided to let her go. After all, her ability didn't seem like it would kill anyone, but we still sent people to keep an eye on her. We didn't expect that something would happen here. After she returned, she demonized again in less than 2 days. She even ran away. In 2 days, she lost so much weight that she changed shape. Because her appearance was completely different, we didn't catch her immediately. When Xiao Jin heard this, he frowned and said, second demonization? Generally speaking, this situation was very rare. Even if she took the spirit seed of a demonized person, the Rakshasa realm would take it back. Fang Xuelan did not kill anyone. She did not even display her full ability. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Because of their wrong judgment, they thought that everything would be fine and let Fang Xuelan go. Fang Xuelan's life was very pitiful. She had been discriminated against since she was young because of her short and fat body. Her body, which was close to 100 kilograms, had been discriminated against since she was in school. Whether it was in her hometown or in school, she was the most miserable one. Those people laughed at her and bullied her. In the end, she entered the production team and her fate was not necessarily bad. The entertainment industry pursued the principle of beauty above all. This made Feng Xuelan feel even more pressure. Her obsession was too deep that she became demonized. But since it was demonization, it was definitely an abnormal process. If she relied on her willpower to lose weight, she would be able to do so. She wanted to lose weight but was unwilling to do so. Instead, she became demonized because of this. This meant that her mentality was too weak. To her, the effect would probably be seen in a short period of time or even sooner. This ability was simply made for her. He Yao and the others were soft-hearted, so they let her go back to live a normal life to see if she could be saved. Who knew that after 2 days, Fang Xuelan would demonize again? In 1 day, just 1 day, she lost 50 kilograms. Can you believe it? She went from a big fat person to a slim girl. When she ran out of the building to escape, the members of the spirit team who were watching her did not realize that she was Fang Xuelan. Xiao Jin's face darkened. 50 kilograms a day? She must have killed someone. Meng Qingyu looked at Xiao Jin. We haven't found anyone else's body yet, but two girls appeared next door. They ate too much and their bodies swelled like rubber balls. They have been sent to the hospital for treatment. This was the spirit team's mistake. They should not have let her go. The Rakshasa realm did not take Feng Shuolan's life. Instead, it gave her a chance to demonize a second time. The main reason was that they had not encountered such a situation before, so they made the wrong judgment. A second demonization was too rare. Apart from Xianxia's case, which was a monster forcibly produced by a demonized spirit seed, this second demonization, perhaps there would be a different problem. When he thought of this, Xiao Jin didn't hesitate and immediately set up a formation to search for Feng Shuolan's whereabouts in the imperial capital. Then, he followed Meng Qingyu to He Yao's location to capture Feng Shuolan. He Yao and the others were in the middle of capturing Feng Shuolan. Knowing that Xiao Jin was coming, they sent a message to Xiao Jin. Feng Shuolan had lost 50 pounds in a day. When she was discovered again, she had already become as thin as a bamboo pole. She had lost weight again. She could not control this kind of weight loss. It was as if she was obsessed with being thin. No matter how thin she was, she would feel that it was not enough. She would continue to look for him. Even Meng Qingyu was in disbelief. Since she's already slimmed down, why is she still continuing? Her awakening of this ability is a little redundant. Xiao Jin looked at the photo and found Feng Shuolan's whereabouts at the same time. He said, "Something's not right." Meng Qingyu asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Jin said, "I can sense traces of a formation master." There was a formation master involved. Feng Shuolan was now hiding in a suburb of the imperial capital. He Yao and the others had already tracked her whereabouts. Xiao Jin and Meng Qingyu rushed over. Feng Shuolan hid in a narrow corner. Her whole body was trembling and she felt a little dizzy. Because she was too thin at this time, she kept losing weight. She knew that she was abnormally thin, but she couldn't stop the addictive pleasure. She used to be very fat, so fat that she couldn't lose weight at all. Dieting and exercising seemed to be too difficult for her. It wasn't that some people couldn't change, but they couldn't persevere. Feng Shuolan suffered the supercilious eyes and discrimination of others. She also wanted to lose weight, but she wanted to lose weight without any scruples, without any exercise. There was no rebound, just a little. In just a few days, her originally plump body was reduced to a pile of bones. Feng Shuolan pinched her arm and looked at the reflection of her bony figure in the dirty gutter. A pale and sickly smile appeared on her face. She finally lost weight. She finally became thin now. She was thinner than those female celebrities. No one would laugh at her, no one would laugh at her anymore. Even if her thin cheeks were starting to sink, and her flesh couldn't support her facial features, looking as scary as a skeleton, she still felt that she was perfect. Just like her own demonization, her level of appreciation and pursuit of beauty had reached a kind of morbid extreme. The sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside, giving Feng Shuolan a big fright. She woke up from her self-infatuation and subconsciously looked outside. She knew that someone was catching her. She almost killed 2 people. But so what? They couldn't control themselves. They kept wanting to eat Feng Shuolan's cooking. They couldn't control themselves, and it had nothing to do with her. She hugged her arms and hid behind the trash can. She saw a long-legged beauty walk in. Her skin was extremely white, and the red dress that wrapped around her buttocks showed off her extreme beauty. Her devilish figure was the perfect figure that everyone pursued. She was undoubtedly a great beauty, and Feng Shuolan was familiar with her. Xianxia, the latest beauty in the entertainment industry. Because of her beautiful appearance and perfect body, she quickly became popular on the internet within a year and became the perfect goddess in everyone's hearts. The moment Feng Shuolan saw her, she felt, no, she was still fat. She felt that Xianxia's figure was still fleshy, which was far better than her current skinny body. She did not know why Xianxia had appeared here, but when Xianxia saw Feng Shuolan, a trace of disgust clearly flashed across her eyes. Her delicately drawn red lips gently opened as she softly spat out, "Truly disgusting." Feng Shuolan trembled because of her words and hid behind the trash can, not daring to go out. This was the deepest part of the alley where the trash cans were placed. The stench permeated the air, and only wanderers would come here. She was a big star who was famous all over the country. It seemed that she shouldn't be here. Xianxia walked over. She held back her disgust and pulled out a pair of white velvet gloves from her backpack. After she put them on, she got ready to pull Feng Shuilan up. The moment Feng Shuilan wanted to run, it was as if she was pinned to the ground by something, unable to move. Xianxuajia's eyes twinkled proudly. Want to run? Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw a girl with calm eyes. The girl's face was exquisite and impeccable. What was even more amazing was her calm demeanor, which could really be described as ethereal. Her long seaweed-like hair was like a perfect character from a comic book, impeccable. Xianxuajia had been in the circle for so long, but she had never seen such a demeanor. Just looking at her made people jealous. The key was that she suddenly appeared here, which was somewhat unexpected. The girl only looked down at Xianxuajia. What do you want to do? Xianxuajia's heart rose with a touch of vigilance. I'm here to take my friend away. Who are you? You put a curse on her and say she's your friend? Xiao Jin's mouth evoked a smile. It's a bit unethical to have a friend like you. Xianxuajia's pupils shrank. The fact that she was an array master was considered a secret. She didn't expect the person in front of her to see through it. Her face sank, and there was a trace of gloom on her bright face. Are you also a spiritual reader? Xiao Jin tilted his head and glanced at Feng Shuilan. She is now the target of the spirit group, and she will die in 2 days. Why do you want to take her away? I finally know why she can't control herself. You put a curse on her and used her to maintain your appearance and figure. This is a good business. The Feng family was not the only one who used others to do bad things. Xianxuajia in front of him was obviously such a person. Xiao Jin didn't know her, but he had already seen that she carried Feng Shuilan's karma. She put a curse on Feng Shuilan. The energy absorbed by Feng Shuilan not only made her lose weight, but also fed Xianxuajia. Xianxuajia's face stiffened. She was one of the few stars in the entertainment circle who was really qualified to maintain the nature of a foodie. She had done many live broadcasts, and her characteristic was that she only ate and didn't get fat. She really ate a lot. Even her agent was amazed by her talent. Because of this, Xianxuajia used this characteristic to attract a lot of fans. However, they would never have guessed how Xianxuajia did it. Xianxuajia subconsciously wanted to attack Xiao Jin. She quickly formed an array in her hand. Suddenly, the world around Xiao Jin seemed to change color. A thick gray smoke rushed toward Xiao Jin. The smoke seemed to turn into the shape of a skull. It opened its mouth and seemed to want to swallow Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin maintained his smile and didn't seem to do anything. When the skull rushed in front of Xiao Jin, it suddenly froze. Then, it turned around and rushed towards Xianxuajia. Xianxuajia did not expect that the array formation would backfire on her, and immediately tried to block it in a flurry. When the thick smoke dissipated, Xianxuajia opened her eyes. Feng Shuilan and the girl from before had disappeared, but she felt that she had undergone a very heavy change. She lowered her head and saw that her slender waist was visibly swollen as if it had been inflated. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She screamed, cast an array, and quickly returned to her villa. Xiao Jin caught Feng Shuilan. Seeing that she had lost so much weight, he handed her to He Yao, who was not far away. She only said lightly, keep her. She won't live for more than 2 days. He Yao looked at Feng Shuilan, who was as thin as a skeleton at this moment, and couldn't believe it. It's only been a few days, and she has become like this. This is the ability to demonize. It's very strong, but the price to pay is also very high. Besides, she has been cursed. Xiao Jin asked directly, who is Xianxuajia? Xianxuajia? He Yao asked someone to bring Feng Shuilan back. Meng Qingyu said, isn't Xianxuajia a very famous female celebrity recently? What's wrong? Xiao Jin said, it seems that the spirit group doesn't know about it. There are no recorded array masters. Xianxuajia is an array master. Array master? He Yao paused. On the surface, the spirit group didn't know about the existence of array masters, so this matter was likely to be taken over by the array master organization. He Yao just wrote down this information and asked someone to investigate. After He Yao left, Meng Qingyu asked her, "Why did you mention Xianxia just now? She's quite famous. She's a famous female celebrity who only eats and doesn't get fat. Her figure and appearance are perfect, and her fans are crazy. Many people like her very much." "No," Xiao Jin said lightly, "it's just that she was the one who cursed Feng Shuolan just now. Moreover, Xianxia had an aura that she felt familiar with. She was an ordinary array master, but she did a perfect job of casting a curse on Feng Shuolan to change the karma and price. An ordinary array master would not be able to do that." Meng Qingyu gasped. "Why do I feel that there are spiritual readers everywhere now? No wonder Xianxia only eats and doesn't get fat. I even saw her eating high-calorie food when she was recording a show, but she didn't get fat at all. No wonder." Xiao Jin said, "Go back to school first." After letting Meng Qingyu go back, Xiao Jin started to track Xianxia. She felt that there was something wrong with Xianxia, so how could she let her go? She left a mark on her and knew where Xianxia was with just a thought. Xianxia had a house in the capital. She didn't often move around in the capital and only came back recently. After her popularity exploded, she had been participating in variety shows abroad and flying all over the world. She didn't have much time to stay in the capital. After returning to her high-end apartment building, Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down. Her face and body were visibly swollen, but it was not inflated. Her body seemed to have grown fat, but in an instant, a double chin and a big belly appeared. Her beautiful figure disappeared, and in just a moment, she almost burst the dress she was wearing. Xianxia was left with nothing but fear. She relied on her face to make a living, and with her figure, it was impossible for anything to go wrong. What was going on now? Even if she didn't bring Feng Shuolan back, this shouldn't have happened. Seeing a fat man's face in the mirror, Xianxia screamed in horror. She couldn't accept her current state. Her dress was already torn. In order not to expose herself, she could only grab a blanket and drape it over her body. Trembling, she dialed a number. After 2 beeps, a deep and smooth male voice sounded naturally. "Hello, I'm busy right now and can't answer your call. Please leave a message." "Mo Huan, Mo Huan." Xianxia screamed, "Mo Huan, there's a problem with my formation. I'm suffering from a backlash, I'm suffering from a backlash. You said that it was impossible for this to happen, but now there's a problem. Where are you? Where are you? I want to see you." Xianxia was on the verge of collapse. Seeing all this, Xiao Jin frowned slightly. "Mo Huan?" She seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. "Mo Huan?" That's right. Mu Xiangshan had mentioned this name when he was gossiping. However, he said it too quickly and just casually mentioned it. Mo Huan was one of Ho Wan's boyfriends. He also contacted Xiangyuan to take revenge on Ji Sikai. Although he didn't know how Ji Sikai found out, Mo Huan should have run away, leaving Xiangyuan to suffer Ji Sikai's anger. Ho Wan was also involved now. The Ho family and the Ji family were still arguing. This was a completely unrelated person who had inexplicably appeared. Even Xianxia was calling his name now. Of course, it was also possible that they had the same name. The two people might not be the same person. Xianxia was now in a state of collapse. Her body was still constantly swollen. She had been overeating for more than a year now, and now all of it had backfired. Her body should have been like this. Eating without gaining weight was all because someone else had taken care of it for her. Xianxia couldn't accept her appearance at all. She kept going crazy in the room and even smashed all the mirrors. Xiao Jin took a few glances and lost interest in the crazy woman. He set up an array point on her body to ensure that he would be aware of any strange movements she made. Then, Xiao Jin called Song Yanqing. Now, he knew how to make use of Song Yanqing's ability. "Yanqing, I need you to help me investigate someone." Now that they were closer, Xiao Jin naturally called him Yanqing. Song Yanqing found it funny when he heard it. "Who do you need me to investigate?" "Mo Huan, one of Ho Wan's boyfriends." When the name came out, Song Yanqing thought for a while. I heard that Ji Kai's accident was related to this Mo Huan. Why are you paying attention to him? Something interesting happened today. It might be related to him. My intuition tells me that there's something wrong with this person. Mo Huan had never appeared before. Xiao Jin also didn't have any way to contact him. Now that the other party had suddenly appeared, Xiao Jin naturally wanted to investigate. Song Yanqing immediately agreed. No problem, I'll get someone to investigate. Xiao Jin replied, all right. She then asked another child, how is you and her mother now? They're fine. I've arranged for you to go to school now. Apart from Song Yanqing, Yu was the second spirit speaker that Xiao Jin had met by chance. From this, one could see how precious she was. Even Song Yanqing would take good care of him. He had already sent people to protect Yu and her son to ensure that they could live a normal life. That's good. Xiao Jin added, then I'll go abroad with you in 2 days. Song Yanqing chuckled softly. Well, I've already arranged it. You just have to wait. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jin went to find He Yao again. She wanted to see Feng Shualan. After all, people who had undergone a second demonization were too rare. Apart from the reason why Xianxia had cursed her, there had to be something different. Feng Shualan was locked up in the spirit group's prison. After the previous incident, the spirit group's vitality had been greatly damaged and they were now resting. To Xiao Jin, who had saved the spirit group, she was now the spirit group's savior. Even if she wasn't a member of the spirit group, no one would interfere with her. She could do whatever she wanted. Who could stop her? When she saw Feng Shualan, her extremely thin and weak state had already stopped. She just clung to the iron door of the cell and kept shouting, I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry. He Yao stood beside Xiao Jin and said, she keeps saying that she's hungry, but she won't eat the food we give her. He Yao still felt some sympathy for Feng Shualan. She had been discriminated against since she was young, and now that she was demonized, she was still so miserable. If she used the normal way, as long as she persevered, she would eventually lose weight. However, some people were born with poor self-control and would always want to take shortcuts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a group of manufacturers selling fake weight loss pills. Feng Shualan took a shorter shortcut, which was to use her ability to make others eat less. Xiao Jin said softly, she doesn't want to eat herself. She needs others to eat. He Yao was stunned. Like the 2 victims in the hospital? Xiao Jin nodded. He Yao sighed. The hospital said that the 2 victims' conditions have stabilized, but they kept saying that they want to eat. They won't eat the food sent by the hospital. Now I understand what's going on. Xiao Jin said, Feng Shualan's ability is to transform this kind of appetite. She can intensify her ability into food. If others eat the food she gives them, they won't be able to control themselves. The difference is how much Feng Shualan gives them. The faster she loses weight, the more she gives them. If others eat it, they will become addicted and can't control themselves. When they can't gain any more weight, they will die from overeating. He Yao, this ability was too strange and cruel. Hearing this, Feng Shualan's eyes flashed and she quickly shouted, I'm hungry, I'm really hungry. Please help me eat something, help me eat something, she begged and shouted at Xiao Jin and He Yao outside. Her tone sounded very pitiful. He Yao felt a chill down her spine. Feng Shualan, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Your method not only harms yourself, but also others. Why do you have to think about losing weight? You can choose a safer method. As long as you exercise and diet, you will definitely be able to lose weight. The spirit group's prison was special and different from ordinary ones. The outside was like a layer of transparent glass. Sounds could be heard, but it was basically impossible to open. This was because although it was made of ordinary glass, it had been strengthened by an array formation master to a degree of hardness. Even a spiritual reader would not be able to break through. Hearing this, Feng Shualan's tears flowed uncontrollably. I can't take it anymore. I'm too tired. It's too difficult. I can't take it anymore, she was too fat. She once went to the gym to sign up, but she couldn't even last 2 days. She really couldn't endure that kind of hardship. However, if you said that she had no self-control, she was able to demonize such an ability. If this willpower was converted into a proper way to lose weight, he had lost weight a long time ago. I'm so envious. You guys are so good-looking and beautiful. Fang Xuelan just looked at Xiao Jin with unconcealable envy in her eyes. Look, you're so beautiful. You were born this beautiful. You won't understand. No, no, no. You're still fat. You're not skinny enough. You need to lose weight. You need to lose weight. At this point, Fang Xuelan's tone had already become somewhat sharp. Xiao Jin's figure wasn't the best, but it was perfect. However, in Fang Xuelan's eyes, a perfect figure meant that there was still meat on it, but it was not skinny enough. Xiao Jin looked at her silently. Then, he shook his head. It's already hopeless. Because of some wrong judgments, Fang Xuelan had ultimately harmed herself. He Yao and Xiao Jin walked outside, and He Yao asked her in a low voice, "What do you mean by her second demonization?" "I guess it has something to do with the spell cast by Xianxia." Xiao Jin pondered. Xianxia must have been watching her these 2 days. Otherwise, I would have been able to tell when I saw the spell cast on her. She looked at He Yao curiously. "How do you monitor people?" He Yao said. "I'm not the one in charge of monitoring. That person has already been punished. With such a huge mistake, he would definitely be punished. Otherwise, 2 people would have been killed. That's Xianxia." He Yao took out her phone. "Although I can't investigate the matter of the array master, I found some things about her before she entered the entertainment industry." He Yao showed her the information. Her grandfather used to smuggle out of the country, but he got American citizenship. Xianxia should be Chinese. We couldn't find any information about her before, so she came back later. According to our investigation, Xianxia used to be very fat. She showed Xianxujia's old photos, and her facial features resembled Xianxujia's. She was as fat as Fang Xuelan. In the past, Xianxujia was also a 200 kilograms fat person. It's not hard to find these photos, and her fans know about it. However, she said that she lost weight by working out, which conflicted with her image as a foodie. We know that a person who lost weight by working out can't overeat and not get fat. Otherwise, wouldn't she be slapping herself in the face? More importantly, her fans did believe her and she didn't get fat from overeating. We checked and found that she didn't vomit. Since you said that she's an array master, I understand now. Xiao Jin said that array masters could do many things that spiritual psyche masters couldn't. Xiao Jin looked at He Yao thoughtfully. She used to live in America? Do you know where she studied? School? Of course, we have both. We've checked the information on the surface. She graduated from Stanford and is a real straight-A student. The information that He Yao and the others had given her had already stated this clearly. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but Xiao Jin really did see a photo. In that photo, it was a photo of Xianxia, who was smiling shyly, and a young man. The man was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his face was very handsome. He looked very much like the so-called refined scum. He was wearing a suit, and his expression was cold, showing a sense of abstinence. He had a huaxia face, and his eyes were dark and deep. However, there seemed to be a strange smile on his face, which looked a little dangerous. Xiao Jin's gaze was fixed on the man, and she was a little dazed. She pointed at the man in the photo and asked, "Who is this?" "What?" He Yao glanced at it and felt a little strange. Why didn't I see it when I was checking? This person should be Xianxujia's teacher. She quickly found the information and told Xiao Jin, "Found it. This person used to be the youngest professor at Stanford. He's an absolute super genius and is also Chinese. He taught many people, including Xianxujia. He's quite famous, but he disappeared 5 years ago and no one has found him until now." Xiao Jin said softly, "What's his name?" He Yao said, "His surname is Mo. His name is Mo Huan." Xiao Jin seemed to be deep in thought. She felt that there was something wrong with Mo Huan that she couldn't quite put her finger on. So this was Ho Wan's boyfriend. She took a closer look and suddenly had a strange feeling. It wasn't that she looked down on Ho Wan, but she felt that a man like him wouldn't agree to Ho Wan's romantic promise. She couldn't describe this strange feeling, but it meant that something wasn't right. Is it him? The person she had been keeping an eye on for so long had finally appeared. If it was her sworn enemy, she would have sensed it immediately. But now, she couldn't make an accurate judgment with just a photo. She could only be sure that there was something wrong with this Mo Huan. So far, he had only appeared in the mouths of the people around him and had never appeared in person. It seemed that she had to ask Kai how the car accident happened. Who is it? Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Yao felt a little strange. Do you know him? This Mo Huan was indeed unforgettable. Moreover, he was the youngest professor and a super genius. With such good looks, he should have been famous around the world long ago. It was just that she didn't expect him to be so low-key. I'm not sure. Xiao Jin replied, I'm going to ask about something. If you have any information about him, you can provide it to me. Yao, you're not investigating Xianxia? Xiao Jin, I'll keep an eye on Xianxia. Yao. Okay. Since the big shot was personally taking action, they didn't have to worry about it. When Xiao Jin did things, she became a person of action now that she knew some information. 2 days ago, she went to the Ji family's house. Now, she called Ji Pingan and said that she wanted to meet Ji Kai. Ji Pingan was a little puzzled, but he still passed on Xiao Jin's message to Ji Kai. Because Xiao Jin didn't have Ji Kai's phone number. Ji Kai naturally agreed. They didn't meet at the Ji family's main residence, but at a golf club. Ji Kai was currently having fun there. When Xiao Jin was brought in, he had just waved his club and hit a beautiful ball. The people around him were cheering for him, and now that he had taken over the Ji clan, other than the harsh coldness in his eyes, he seemed to be in high spirits. There was nothing more satisfying than being in power. Seeing that Xiao Jin had come, he put down his golf club and sat lazily on the side. He pointed to the seat next to him. You actually came to find me. Let me guess why. Xiao Jin didn't let him waste too many brain cells. He asked directly, was your car accident related to someone called Mo Huan? Ji Kai narrowed his eyes. Why are you suddenly asking about this? No matter how I look at it, it can't be linked to you. Didn't Ho Wan break up with your brother long ago? It's not like I'm implicated. I'm curious. How did you find out that it was Mo Huan? Ji Kai's smile was a little cold. Do you know him, or are you here to plead for mercy? Xiao Jin repeated. I don't know him. I'm just curious. Ji Kai paused for a moment, but still said, Xianxia said it, and the confession of Ho Wan's other boyfriend. Xiao Jin frowned slightly. Seeing her expression, Ji Kai sneered. Xianxia said that it was Mo Huan who found him. I don't care whether it was him or not. This Mo Huan never appeared from the beginning to the end. Even Ho Wan said that she barely saw him a few times a year. But the idea of revenge was indeed proposed by him to Mo Huan. Ji Kai said lazily, someone who's trying to stir up trouble behind the scenes. Xiao Jin. Oh. In other words, Mo Huan had indeed never appeared. His existence only appeared in Ho Wan's mouth and the monk's mouth. It seemed that he might as well ask Ho Wan directly. Xiao Jin nodded. Got it. Thank you. Her tone was calm and polite, which made Ji Kai a little uncomfortable. You're asking me this because of someone who has nothing to do with you? Is there anything else? Xiao Jin, no. Ji Kai's smile deepened, and his gloominess grew stronger. I'm still your brother. Xiao Jin, I'm very far away. I'm not a member of the Ji family. Ji Kai, seeing Xiao Jin leave as calmly as she had come, Ji Kai sneered. Xiao Jin asked Ho Wan to meet up. It was on the top floor of the building where she and Mu Qiji had their first blind date. Ho Wan wasn't as high-spirited as before when they met this time. She looked a little haggard. When she saw Xiao Jin, her smile was very forced. I can't think of any reason why you're looking for me. Xiao Jin was very straightforward. She ordered a cup of coffee and stirred it with a spoon. I'm just curious how you know Mo Huan. Mo Huan? Hearing his name, Ho Wan's expression changed. Do you know him? I don't know him. I just heard from others that he used to be a professor at Stanford and disappeared 5 years ago. But you're his girlfriend, or rather, he's one of your boyfriends. I'm curious how you two met. Huan didn't seem to want to talk about Mo Huan. Miss Chiao, I don't seem to have any reason to tell you. Xiao Jin nodded. I know, so I'll ask you directly. If you don't want to answer, I won't force you. I was the one who asked you out, so this meal is on me. Huan paused for a moment. She was a little depressed. Why do you want to know about him? Xiao Jin, I'm curious. I met him 2 years ago when I went abroad. When Huan mentioned Mo Huan, her emotions were also unstable. I don't know how to tell you this. In fact, even though he's my boyfriend, we only see each other a few times a year. He's very busy. He said that he's busy with his research and basically doesn't come home. We usually keep in touch by phone. Xiao Jin propped up his chin. Does he know about your other boyfriends? Huan was silent for a moment, and then she said, I know. Couples should be honest with each other, right? I made it clear when I met him, and he didn't object. However, there was something that Huan did not say. Sometimes, not objecting didn't mean that they didn't mind, but they didn't like it. The only person Huan couldn't see through was Mo Huan. In the few times she had met this man, she had never seen the love in his eyes for her. His indifference was obvious. However, she couldn't bear to leave him. He was a man with a very fatal charm. Even Huan couldn't escape. Huan felt that perhaps she was one of the women who had fallen for Mo Huan's charm. She didn't even know if Mo Huan really had other girlfriends. They only saw each other a few times a year. Just the time alone was enough for Mo Huan to have countless women outside. She was always afraid to ask. She could be righteous with other boyfriends, but she couldn't be strong with Mo Huan. What was the saying on the internet? Young people really knew how to play. People in this era really knew how to play. If you want to know more about Mo Huan from me, I'll have to disappoint you. Huan pursed her lips. I actually don't know him at all. I don't even know where he lives in America. I don't even know which country he's in now. If you're asking me because of GC Kai, I can understand. After all, GC Kai is your brother. She thought that Xiao Jin was looking for her for this reason. I don't know why Mo Huan suggested this to Xianxia. I also don't know how they discussed it. When it happened, it was already too late. Xianxia was caught by GC Kai. He said that Mo Huan asked him to do this. However, since then, I haven't been able to contact Mo Huan. Huan covered her face and felt a little defeated. I didn't know that they would do such a thing. Xiao Jin, sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to have more boyfriends. Look, Huan was still the scapegoat for causing trouble in private. Recently, even Xiao Jin knew that the Ji family made life difficult for the Ho family. Huan had to take the blame because of this. How could the Ho family be nice to her? This was the first time she had disagreements with her boyfriends because of this. Looking at Huan's expression, Xiao Jin also advised her. Sometimes, you should give up when you have to. According to Huan, Mo Huan was more like a troublemaker. It was obvious that he didn't take Huan seriously. If he did, he wouldn't have left Huan alone to deal with this matter. Huan understood, but she couldn't figure it out. She looked at Xiao Jin and could only smile with a pale face. I chose this, so I naturally have to bear the consequences. Seeing that she understood, Xiao Jin didn't say anything else. After meeting Huan, Xiao Jin wasn't in a hurry. She was going to go abroad with Song Yanqing soon. Whether she could get the next clue would depend on the overseas side. This Mo Huan was indeed mysterious. No matter how He Yao and the others investigated, they couldn't get any more information about him. His public information had disappeared 5 years ago. Huan was unable to provide any more useful information. 2 days later, Xiao Jin packed up and prepared to go abroad with Song Yanqing. Muzilian saw her carrying a suitcase and came over cheekily. If you don't mind, take me with you. Xiao Fei immediately rushed over and beat him with the feather duster. He scolded as he beat him. The two of them are traveling abroad. What are you doing there? If you want to go, then go alone. Don't come with me. Don't you have any shame? Ah, you only know how to hit me every day. If you hit me silly, you'll lose a son, do you know that? Musilian jumped up and down after being hit. You only know how to hit me at home every day. What will happen to my reputation when I go out? You vicious mother. Xiaofei said, today I'll show you what a vicious heart is. Xiaofei was about to beat him hard. Mu Zhenming, who was about to go to work, said, do you want me to ask the driver to send you? Xiao Jin said softly, he will come to pick me up. Mu Zhenming was silent for a moment. Okay, have a safe trip. He went to work. Xiao Jin said goodbye to Xiao Fei and was about to go out. Xiao Fei was a little worried. Have a safe trip. Musilian asked, which country are you going to? I'll see if it's on the way. However, Xiao Jin ignored him and went out with her suitcase. Song Yanqing had already brought the chauffeur to pick her up at about the time they agreed on. He was wearing a white turtleneck sweater, beige trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses. There was a charming gentleness in the spring breeze. There was a laptop on his lap, as if he was busy with something. Dan got out of the car and put Xiao Jin's suitcase in the trunk. After Xiao Jin got in the car, she saw that he was still busy, so she said, didn't you say that you would go after you were done? It's just a few small things. I'll settle it on the way. He saw that Xiao Jin was wearing thin clothes. The weather had started to turn cold recently, but he was still wearing a sweater and a coat. Xiao Jin was only wearing a white hoodie and jeans. She looked very fresh and simple. He frowned slightly. When Xiao Jin sat in the car, he asked, aren't you cold? Xiao Jin, no. Song Yanqing reached out to touch her palm. Seeing that it was warm, he didn't say anything. Xiao Jin, your hand is cold. Song Yanqing. I've always been like this. Although he said that, he still held Xiao Jin's palm and felt that her fingertips were slender and soft. Xiao Jin looked at what he was busy with and glanced at it curiously. After making sure that it was something she couldn't understand, she looked away. After Dan got in the car, he saw that the young master was holding Xiao Jin's hand. He hated his eyes for being so nosy and having to take another look. If he had just driven properly, this wouldn't have happened, right? Heartache, loneliness, and coldness. They drove all the way to the airport. Now that Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were together, Dan was very relieved. Therefore, Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing went abroad alone. However, Tong was still a little depressed. Young master, this is the first time you've gone abroad alone. If there's anything, you must call me immediately, he sounded extremely worried. Xiao Jin said, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that he will be sold by human traffickers? Zai said with tears in his eyes, I'm just worried that you'll have to transfer flights after you get off the plane. When you get there, you'll have to take the bus several times. I've already arranged everything, but I really can't find a hotel with good conditions. I can only let young master suffer. Young master has never been tortured like this in his life. Xiao Jin, tisk, Song Yanqing laughed and said, it's not like I haven't been to these places before. Don't worry too much. I'll be back with Xiao Jin soon. Wei could only nod. The reason why Xiao Jin didn't tell Musilian where they were going was because the place they were going to was a little remote. It was a small country in Eastern Europe. It was pitifully small on the map. There were no direct flights and they had to transfer flights. The last place Wang Yangyun who appeared was there. According to the information, the security there wasn't very good. Therefore, Zai was especially worried about Song Yanqing. They sat on the plane for more than 20 hours. Once they got off the plane, they had to take the bus again. If Song Yanqing wasn't in good health now, the Song family probably wouldn't have allowed him to come. Especially on the way, Xiao Jin saw a huge banner outside the local shopping mall. It was Ferdinand's advertisement. Ferdinand had disappeared from the scene of late. However, some of his previous advertisements were still running. He just announced to the public that he was sick and couldn't appear in public for a while. When Xiao Jin saw it, he sighed. What a pity. Song Yanqing tilted his head and saw the huge poster of Ferdinand hanging on the wall. His eyes dimmed, but he still smiled kindly. What's a pity? Is it a pity for him? Of course not. It's a pity. Xiao Jin touched her chin. It's just that stars make too much money. Seeing her touching her chin, Song Yanqing couldn't help but poke her cheek. Then why didn't you enter the entertainment industry and become a star? With your qualifications, it's not difficult to become popular. Xiao Jin shook her head. I don't like too many people paying attention to me. Although stars made money, they were also busy. Mo Jiang said that she was still in the middle of filming, but her manager had already made arrangements for the rest of her career. She would be extremely busy in the coming days. Xiao Jin didn't have the time to run around. Really? Fortunately, you didn't go. Song Yanqing curled his lips and stroked Xiao Jin's cheek with his thumb. I don't like too many people paying attention to you either. It was hard not to like someone like Xiao Jin once you got to know her too much. Xiao Jin just glanced at him and didn't say anything. They had already arrived at the main city of this small country. It was rumored that the security wasn't very good. On the surface, it was still a very prosperous country, and there were many tourists around. Then they came to the hotel that Ai Yi said wasn't very good. Xiao Jin, a 5-star hotel wasn't very good, although this 5-star hotel wasn't as luxurious as some of the super hotels in China and had been around for some time, its appearance and decoration were still acceptable. How could the conditions not be very good? Xiao Jin had questions, but Xiao Jin didn't ask. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing, the two Huaxia people, attracted a lot of attention when they entered the local area. The main reason was that the two people had very special temperaments. Song Yanqing held Xiao Jin's hand and went all the way to apply for a room card and other information. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Jin had only booked a suite. He asked the hotel staff in the local language, then turned to Xiao Jin and gently explained, "This is the best suite, but there are 2 rooms inside. You and I will stay in one, or I will leave the suite for you and get the other one?" Xiao Jin shook his head. Just 1 room. She wasn't so pretentious that she couldn't even accept a suite. When Song Yanqing turned around, there was still a faint smile on his lips. After checking in, he pulled Xiao Jin upstairs. In the hotel room, Xiao Jin put his luggage aside and said softly, "Is this where Wan Yanyun was last seen?" "It's a bit far from here. It's in another city, but we can drive there directly. The main reason is that if we go there directly, we'll be too conspicuous." Song Yanqing looked at Xiao Jin and found it funny. "You're in a hurry to deal with this matter when you're overseas? The scenery here isn't bad either. We haven't been here before, so we can walk around. Maybe we'll discover something else." "Xiao Jin, I want to walk around, but I'm afraid someone won't let us do as we wish. I can already sense that an array master is following us." She was an array master and could sense that something was wrong when she set up the array. She reacted faster than Song Yanqing. When Song Yanqing heard this, he frowned slightly and followed Xiao Jin's gaze to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the room. This hotel had been renovated for a long time and could be considered a local landmark. However, it was only a dozen stories high. When Song Yanqing looked out of the window, he did sense that there was something wrong with the hotel's surroundings. If it's not someone from the local area, then it can only be the He Erli family. Song Yanqing's tone was cold. "The last time I came abroad alone, they sent people to follow me." Xiao Jin asked, "He Erli lost so much, but they still followed you?" Song Yanqing curled his lips. "Maybe they already know about what happened to Ferdinand. It's not strange that they suspect me now. They still haven't caught the culprit in Joanna's case. Of course they won't be satisfied." They had been monitoring each other with He Erli, but compared to before, He Erli's style of doing things was much more low-key. They lost a group of people, and Milo was still missing. Of course, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, they were especially concerned about Song Yanqing coming abroad. Xiao Jin nodded. The two of them were only paying attention to He Erli's surveillance. They were here to look for other clues. Wan Yanyun had to have a reason for appearing here. If it wasn't to hide, then it was to meet someone. Song Yanqing still had to do his own things in the hotel. When night fell, he said that he had booked a famous local restaurant and brought Xiao Jin to eat dinner. The two of them were holding hands. They weren't accompanied by anyone and looked like a normal couple. However, Xiao Jin still felt that there were a few sneaky people behind them. These people weren't formation masters. They were just ordinary people. However, compared to ordinary people, they had more lethality, they had guns. Guns weren't banned in other countries, and this country was one of them. It was chaotic here, but if they returned to the hotel early, they would be fine. However, a few big white men followed Xiaojin and Xianxia. It was obvious that they had their eyes on something else. When the two of them came, they were wearing expensive clothes and didn't have anyone accompanying them. They looked like a weak Chinese couple, so they had some ideas that they shouldn't have. While they were eating in the restaurant, Xianxia was holding a knife and fork through the glass window. He looked out of the window elegantly with a bewitching smile on his lips. What a pity. I wanted to bring you around, but with them here, it seems that tonight's plan is going to be ruined. The men, who had been near them, pretended to be idling. If it weren't for Xiaojin and Xianxia's sharp senses, most people wouldn't have noticed that they were being watched. In the eyes of other countries, the Huaxia people were rich and generous. Every year when they were traveling abroad, no matter which country they were in, there would be many accidents. Xiaojin looked at the group of people outside and smiled. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. What is this? The legendary kidnapping. Xianxia laughed and said, only you think it's fun. Xiaojin said, those array masters are also guarding nearby. If things get chaotic later, will they take advantage of the chaos to attack? Xianxia was deep in thought. I'm not sure, but there's a high chance that it will happen. It would be best if they could take advantage of the chaos to get rid of the two of them. When it was about time, Xianxia put down his knife and fork. Are you full? Let's go back to the hotel. Xiaojin nodded and got up to leave with Xianxia. When they walked out of the hotel, the few white men who were wandering around exchanged glances with each other and began to surround them, following behind them. At the same time, on the street, two cars began to move. They quietly followed behind Xianxia and Xiaojin. There were quite a lot of people on this street. They could even see quite a number of tourists from Huaxia. However, at this moment, the two cars behind them suddenly sped up and rushed toward Xiaojin and Xianxia. The people behind them also rushed up. It seemed that they were planning to kidnap the two of them. Since they dared to do such a thing here, they must have some confidence and something to rely on. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to react in time. However, at this moment, it was as if there was a sudden power outage on the entire street. The street lamps were all switched off, and the surrounding buildings also started to lose their light. The few robbers who were about to rush up felt that everything before them turned black. When a person's vision was suddenly stimulated, they would temporarily lose their vision. Countless panicked cries rang out in the surroundings. In this chaotic moment, Xiaojin sensed that someone was indeed using a formation. They were charging toward her and Xianxia. She clicked her tongue, and red dots flashed in her eyes. In an instant, the entire world was locked down by a butterfly. The cars that were approaching Xiaojin and Xianxia were pushed away by a huge force. At this moment, Xiaojin suddenly grabbed Xianxia's wrist and said in a low voice, "There's something wrong with someone." There was an even more powerful force that was charging toward the two of them. This formation was not formed in a short period of time. It seemed to have been formed by the combined efforts of many people. It transformed into a huge demon, rolling and roaring as it charged toward Xiaojin. No one else could see such a scene. The huge red butterfly in midair flapped its wings and let out a rare sharp cry. It was as if it could directly shake one's heart. It turned around, and the red line in the sky descended. It pierced through a thick fog and accurately landed in a small white house in the distance. Xianxia also said in a low voice, "I saw it." He grabbed Xiaojin's hand and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "There are 3 formation masters. Wan Yunhu is also among them." Xiaojin laughed. It's an unexpected gain. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures disappeared from this world. When all the lights were restored, the panicked crowd looked around in astonishment. 2 white cars had been pushed to the middle of the road, and a group of equally confused robbers looked left and right, but they couldn't find Xiaojin and Xianxia. Not far away, a fat Caucasian foreigner who was eating potato chips stared at them. She didn't even know that her chips had fallen to the ground. All the lights suddenly went out, but it didn't mean that everyone couldn't see. He just saw Xiaojin and Xianxia disappear on the spot. They disappeared on the spot. Ah! It took a minute for the fat white man to realize what he had seen. He covered his head and screamed, "My God, my Jesus, what did I see? What did I see? Someone just disappeared. My God, did you see that?" At this moment, in a small white house in the distance, there were 3 people sitting on the sofa with their eyes closed. They didn't see any movement for a long time. When they opened their eyes, they saw a young lady's long hair drooping down in front of them. A pair of calm eyes were looking at them. The exquisite and seductive woman shivered and almost screamed out loud. She had always been the one scaring others. Today, she was so frightened that she almost screamed out loud. Wan Yunhu, who soon realized that she had embarrassed herself, suddenly reacted and opened her eyes wide. It was naturally Qiao Jin and Xianxia in front of her. The 2 of them had not expected that Wan Yunhu would make a move the moment she hid here. Wan Yunhu had not used the formation during the day. This meant that she had received news that Qiao Jin and Xianxia would arrive here at night. Looking at Wan Yunhu's pale face, Qiao Jin smiled and looked up. "What are you afraid of? You're a formation master. Why are you so scared?" Wan Yunhu's lips trembled. "Who wouldn't be scared when you appeared like a ghost?" Xianxia stood at the side and sized up this simple house. It was a very low-profile house. It was a place where ordinary residents lived. There were 2 foreign women beside Wan Yunhu. However, when they saw Qiao Jin, they were much more straightforward. They immediately screamed to express their fear. They were formation masters, but they had never seen someone like Qiao Jin. However, Xianxia glanced at them when they screamed. The faint smile on his lips seemed to have a great killing power. It blocked their throats, causing them to be unable to make a single sound. Instead, they felt a suffocating pain. The 2 of them covered their throats out of reflex. Wan Yunhu looked at Qiao Jin and Xianxia and blinked. There seemed to be a drop of sweat on her forehead, and she found it difficult to speak. "You. How did you find me?" That person had promised that no one would discover this place. She knew about Qiao Jin in the past, but she had never met Qiao Jin face to face. However, she recognized Qiao Jin and knew that this girl was very mysterious. According to the news from China, Xianxia, who they had created, had been dealt with by her. Back then, even Wan Yunhu had admitted that she had no way to deal with her. She was afraid that the matter would be exposed and had run away. However, Qiao Jin had dealt with Xianxia. Now that she saw Qiao Jin face to face, Wan Yunhu's pupils contracted. "Is it strange how I found it?" Qiao Jin said softly, "Someone set up a powerful formation here to block my detection. As long as you don't make a move, I won't discover you." "So why did you make a move?" "Someone had set up a powerful restriction here." Qiao Jin could already feel a familiar aura from this restriction. She was very sure that her sworn enemy had appeared here before. After so many years, there were still traces left behind. Wan Yunhu's lips trembled. Why did she do it? He was the one who asked for it. She blinked hard and lowered her eyes weakly after a while. "If you want to do it, then do it. I was the one who planned Xianxia's incident. I knew I wouldn't be able to live after doing such a wrong thing." She quickly accepted her fate in front of Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin laughed. Xianxia sized up Wan Yunhu from the side. "You admitted it so quickly. It seems that you can't afford to offend the person behind this. We know that you can't do what you want to do with Xianxia alone. How long have you been working with this person?" Wan Yunhu said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Xianxia said, "If you didn't know, would you have run away and come overseas to find this person?" Wan Yunhu looked at Xianxia and sneered. "We didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person like you hiding in the capital." Xianxia smiled. "There are many things that you didn't expect. That's how it is." Qiao Jin lowered her body slightly and looked at Wan Yunhu. "You learned the method of using demonic spiritual seeds to catalyze the transformation of demonic spiritual psyche masters from this person. He definitely has his reasons for doing this. It's probably not the first time you've used the spirit group as an experiment. What's the deal you've made with him?" In fact, Qiao Jin knew that Wan Yunhu had no intention of speaking. Therefore, after she finished speaking, she quickly summoned the rule formation and forcefully pulled Wan Yunhu into the rules. She then summoned the memory reversal formation and prepared to search her memories. However, Wan Yunhu immediately let out a painful shriek. Waves of black flames rose from her body as if she was on fire. It was as if she was being burned. Her memories were in a mess. Xiao Jin pulled her hand back, lowered her gaze, and said, "Restrictions have been placed on her." However, she was certain that this person was working together with the spirit group. Indeed, they were sworn enemies. It was impossible for other formation masters to have such an ability. Xiao Jin did not find it strange that she was unable to search her memories. She guessed that Wan Yunhu had probably been instructed to do so. Song Yanqing gave it some thought. "Do you need my help?" He saw that Wan Yunhu's body had started to tremble intensely and convulse in pain. The two formation masters beside her were scared out of their wits. They did not know why such a problem had appeared on Wan Yunhu's body. Xiao Jin shook her head. "He has placed a restriction. Wan Yunhu will definitely die. I can't find her memories, but I can confirm that this matter is related to him. As long as the clues were opened, she would have traces to follow." Xiao Jin gave it some thought. "It's a pity that we don't have enough spiritual seeds now. If she had enough spiritual seeds, she would immediately be able to use the rules to forcefully find the other party and get rid of him. There's no hurry for this matter. It's a good thing that we have a clue." Song Yanqing looked at Wan Yunhu, who was trembling intensely. "Should we get someone to send her back?" Xiao Jin shook her head. "It's too late." After saying this, she grabbed Song Yanqing and retreated. Wan Yunhu screamed once again, and black flames kept coming out from her body. In the end, there was still a burst of flames coming out from her body, instantly burning her body into ashes. It was absolutely terrifying. The two array masters at the side were so scared that they hugged each other and looked at Xiao Jin in horror. They were like ordinary array masters. They didn't know anything and didn't have enough experience. Xiao Jin stared at them and suddenly sneered. "You did a pretty good job." Song Yanqing looked down at her. "So are you sure this is the person you're looking for?" "Not only is he sure, he's also telling me something else." Song Yanqing frowned. "Tell you what?" His instincts told him that something bad was going to happen. Xiao Jin's tone was calm. "He's telling me that his life is tied to many people's. Even if I find him, many people will die with him when he dies. Among them, there were many innocent people." Wan Yunhu and the two array masters were the warning that had been sent to her. Song Yanqing's gaze sank slightly. "Don't array masters have to involve karma when they do such things?" Xiao Jin smiled. "That's right. He's probably leaving a way out for himself." His sworn enemy had also thought that there would be a day where he could only drag others in front of him to block Xiao Jin. "But he definitely doesn't know that I've gotten my hands on the rules array point." The rules array point was a good thing. "How long do you need to find him using the rule array points?" Xiao Jin said, "Many lives are involved in his body. He has been nurturing for a long time and has to be removed. The demonic spiritual seeds that need to be sacrificed are not enough." She was a powerful array master, but so was the other party. He also used karma to do things. Xiao Jin could ignore karma and kill him, but it did not mean that he could not think of other methods. Transferring one's karma to others was letting others die in one's place. Xiao Jin could not determine how many people he had planted karma on. Wan Yunhu was one, but she was definitely not the only one. "Also, I told you about the Rakshasa realm." Xiao Jin looked at the pile of ashes left behind by Wan Yunhu's corpse and seemed to be deep in thought. If he chooses to cooperate with the Rakshasa realm, he might get more benefits. Could the Rakshasa realm have a motive? Song Yanqing squatted down as well. His deep eyes carefully sized up Wan Yunhu, who had been burned to ashes. The Rakshasa world doesn't have frequent activities. I don't think it's as simple as them wanting to create demon spiritualists. They might be plotting something else, but they are unable to do so for now. As he said this, he looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded. "That's the most important point. Maybe they are thinking of a way to break through the boundary between the two worlds, but it's too difficult. Song Yanqing was also thinking. When he was unconscious and sleeping, he felt that he was trapped in the Rakshasa realm. He could always feel something. Other than the pain of his soul being torn apart, they always said that he would return. But he was very sure that he was not from the Rakshasa realm. Xiao Jin was also sure that he was not. The demons of the Rakshasa realm could not cross over. Then why would they say that, unless it was really as Xiao Jin guessed? He had a story that involved the Rakshasa realm. No matter what, I won't let them come over, no matter what the price is. When Xiao Jin said this, he seemed much calmer. Song Yanqing suddenly chuckled. I thought you wouldn't care about these things. With great power comes great responsibility. I just don't care about the affairs of ordinary people. She was bestowed with powerful abilities by karma. Although she was suppressed, she was also protected. There were some things that had to be shouldered. If it was really as she guessed, with her standing in this position, if there was a problem in the Rakshasa realm, then the only ones who could stop it would be her and Song Yanqing. However, she had to look on the bright side. She hadn't even recovered her memories yet. There were no obvious movements in the Rakshasa realm either. Song Yanqing nodded. There were still 2 array masters in the room who were watching them discuss in horror. They didn't understand Huaxiao language and didn't know what Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were talking about. Wan Yunhu had died in front of him. Naturally, they thought that it was Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing who had done it. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing only knocked the 2 array masters unconscious. Then, they took photos and submitted them to Zhongli Peining. If these array masters were not from an official organization, then it would be more troublesome to find where they came from. When Zhongli Peining saw that they had managed to find traces of Wan Yunhu overseas, she was a little surprised. She checked the information on the 2 formation masters that Xiao Jin had given her, and she immediately got back the answer that she had expected. These 2 array masters are not from our official organization. I also asked the array master organizations overseas. They said that they don't have these 2 people. In this world, not all spiritualists would join the spirit group. However, most of the people they found would be recorded or monitored. If there was no information, they would be fish that had escaped the net. This wasn't good news for them. Zhongli Peining asked Xiao Jin, where did you find Wan Yunhu? Where is she now? Can you escort her back? Xiao Jin only told her that they had found Wan Yunhu, but he didn't tell her what her current situation was. Hearing this, Xiao Jin stared at the pile of ashes on the ground. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. Zhongli Peining didn't understand. Why? Did you also encounter a troublesome situation and can't do it? Xiao Jin said, I also can't turn a pile of ashes back into a person. Zhongli Peining was speechless. She was a little shocked. She's dead? She died so easily. Wan Yunhu was one of the higher-ups who had led the matter of the demonized spiritual seed. She was now hated by the spiritualist organization. Now, whenever she was mentioned, they wanted her to come back and die. However, they didn't expect her to die overseas. And she died so easily, killed by Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin obviously wouldn't take the blame for this. He didn't let Zhongli Peining ask and directly said, Wan Yunhu is working with someone else. I don't know who this other person is for now. I will spread the news. She knew that they were sworn enemies, but she couldn't tell Zhongli Peining directly. This was because the spirit group couldn't interfere in their battle. However, they could help her investigate. Song Yanqing whispered in her ear, let them work with a foreign spiritualist organization. China might not be the only country with problems. There were so many people overseas, and there were countless demonized spiritualists. Would there be no problems with foreign organizations? Xiao Jin nodded and told him about it. Zhongli Peining sighed and said, that's what we guessed as well, but it's a little unrealistic. We can cooperate with them overseas, but it's impossible for them to share such top-secret information with us. They insist that there won't be any problems internally, but I've asked their relevant managers if they're collecting demonized soul seeds. They didn't deny it, but they didn't say it directly either. That already revealed the problem. Xiao Jin, if there's another Xianxia, it'll be up to fate whether or not I can make it in time. Zhongli Peining, she hung up and said to Song Yanqing, it's almost time for us to go back. Song Yanqing nodded. The two array masters were locked up here. Soon, someone would come to take them away. They returned to the hotel. The power outage had caused a lot of people to panic. Now, there were police sirens and security guards everywhere. When Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing returned to the hotel, it was already midnight. The few array masters who realized that something was wrong ran away without a trace. However, when Xiao Jin set up the array, they had already been marked. If they ran away, it would depend on where they ran to. Back in the room, Song Yanqing left the master bedroom to her and slept in the second bedroom outside. Although Xiao Jin didn't think there was any difference, she didn't object to Song Yanqing's insistence. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed. Song Yanqing, who had thought that she would rest after washing up, opened the door and looked at her with a smile. At least the vacation I prepared can't be wasted. Shall I take you around the other countries in Eastern Europe these few days? Of course, Xiao Jin nodded and agreed. She was curious about the world. She wanted to walk around and see the development of this era. The next morning, the hotel delivered food. Song Yanqing was already dressed. Xiao Jin just got up from the bed. It wasn't that she wasn't awake, but Song Yanqing woke up earlier than her. Seeing Xiao Jin get up, he chuckled, "Good morning." Xiao Jin didn't know how to disguise herself. She just washed her face and brushed her teeth in the morning. She didn't bring any skincare products in her suitcase. She was nourished by the array every day, so she didn't need them. Xiaofei didn't know that at home, so she always wore skincare masks. Every time she saw Xiao Jin, she would say with jealousy, "Why is there such a big gap between people?" Ji Qiyue and Chai Yueli didn't have such good genes. Her hair was hanging down and looked a little messy, but it still had a black luster. When she sat down to eat breakfast, Song Yanqing walked over and picked up a few strands of her hair with his fingertips. "Why don't you tie it up when you're eating? Will you find it inconvenient?" "Xiao Jin, it's okay." Song Yanqing paused, suddenly turned and walked into his room. When he came out, he took out a black and gold hairband. He took the hairband and began to tie up Xiao Jin's long hair. "They gave me this when I ordered clothes before. Now I know how to use it." He tied up Xiao Jin's long hair. He didn't need to comb it. After tying it up, he tied it into a beautiful bow. After her hair was tied up, it was refreshing. It looked more delicate. Xiao Jin didn't care how he tied her hair. After he was done, she asked, "Why do you know how to tie hair?" Song Yanqing chuckled, "Is it difficult? I've seen my sister tie hair before." "Oh." Xiao Jin was not surprised. After eating a sandwich, she said, "I'm full." Compared to when she was in China, she didn't eat much. Song Yanqing said, "It's all these over here. The taste isn't to our liking. We can go to a better place." Last night, when he said that he was going to take Xiao Jin out to play, he had already made arrangements. Xiao Jin nodded, and the two of them walked out hand in hand. For the next few days, they were like a normal couple, playing in some small countries in Eastern Europe. After wandering around for a few days, they finally returned to their country. Everything was rather casual, and nothing that shouldn't have happened. Song Yanqing respected her very much, and would only kiss her cheek occasionally. When she returned to China, she even bought some gifts for Xiao Fei and the others. However, when he returned home, the atmosphere at home didn't seem very good. Xiao Fei was sitting at home, a little worried, so much so that she wasn't too surprised to see Xiao Jin back. Xiao Jin sensed that something was wrong, so she asked, "Fei, what's wrong?" When she saw Xiao Jin, Xiao Fei forced a smile. "Jin," she was a little hesitant, "how are you and Lord Song doing?" "Pretty good." Xiao Jin was a little puzzled. "Why do you look like that? Did something happen at home? Or did Chai Yueli come looking for trouble?" "No." Xiao Fei shook her head. "It's just," she hesitated for a moment, but still said, "We haven't been able to contact Qi Lian since yesterday. I don't know what's going on now. I'm a little worried." "You can't contact him?" Xiao Jin blinked her eyes and sensed for a moment. He should be fine. That was because she did not sense anything wrong with Musilian. When she left, she did not sense any bad luck from Musilian either. After being raised in the Mu family for so long, his luck was not something that ordinary people could compare to. I don't know if he's fine. After all, I can't contact him. Mom is worried. Xiaofei's expression did not look too good. I called him yesterday afternoon and couldn't get through. Didn't you go overseas? He was bored and said that someone asked him to go to a remote place to play. I don't know where exactly he went. The signal there is not good. Just as she said that, a call came in from the other side of the phone. Xiaofei took a look and hurriedly picked it up. Why couldn't I get through to you for the entire day? Where the hell have you been? I dropped my phone. There was a buzzing sound on the other side. It sounded like the signal was not too good. Musilian's voice was very clear. I went to his hometown in the countryside with my brother. Their place is very remote and there is no signal. I dropped my phone and took someone else's phone. I can't even buy a new one here. I just wanted to call you. Mom, don't worry, do. As soon as she finished speaking, the other party hung up. Can't this child finish his words? Why did he hang up so quickly? Xiaojin asked, he and his brother? Who are they? They said that it was someone with the surname Zone. Xiaofei was a little confused as well. I don't know who they are either. I just said that they went to the countryside and did not know when they would be back. Thankfully, they returned my call. I'm not so worried anymore. Xiaojin smiled. You don't have to worry. It's nothing serious. Xiaofei was still worried. I'm worried about you guys. If you guys went anywhere, you must call me every day. I'm very worried when I can't contact you guys. His family was used to letting their imaginations run wild. If Xiaofei could not contact them, the best-case scenario would be that they dropped their phones. However, people would always think of the worst. What if they were kidnapped? How miserable would that be? Xiaojin smiled and carried his suitcase upstairs. Then, he took the things he bought and gave them to Xiaofei. Xiaofei was a little happier when he saw the gift he had bought for her. You must have had a good time with Lord Song. Sigh, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Xiaojin, Feifei's way of thinking was a little too much. When Mu Xiangshan and Mu Zhenming returned that night, Xiaofei told them about Musilian. This morning, Mu Zhenming was trying to find a way to contact Musilian through his connections. Now that he heard that it was because he had lost his phone, he was relieved. Musichu still said, if you lose your phone, you should buy a new one as soon as possible. Xiaofei muttered, he also said that the place was too remote to buy a cell phone. Seriously, is there still a place where you can't buy a cell phone? Isn't there a delivery service? Mu Xiangshan snorted coldly and said, you have long hair and short eyes. Do you really think that we're in an advanced society now? There are still primitive societies overseas. What's so strange about our country not having convenient transportation? He's just running around all day with nothing to do. What if, when he came out and saw the shocked expression on Xiaofei's face, Mu Xiangshan did not say anything? He couldn't curse his grandson for no reason, right? Mu Zhenming, Dad, what if what? Mu Xiangshan, what if you don't know what it is? Mu Zhenming, Musichu frowned and didn't say anything. Xiaojin was already used to such situations and didn't say anything. After dinner, they went upstairs to rest. Heavy rain fell from the sky, and there were flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. In this rain, only an extremely tall and strange figure could be seen. Every step he took was inexplicably distorted. He held an axe and walked towards a few houses in the rain. Knock, 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 although it was still raining heavily, the knocking sound was extremely ear-piercing in the rain. The ear-piercing sound sank into people's hearts and made them shiver. The people hiding in the house didn't dare to make a sound and covered the mouth of the child in their arms tightly. Their faces were full of panic and fear. No one dared to respond to the sound outside. Gradually, only the sound of the rain could be heard. The knocking sound seemed to have stopped. The man in the house gradually let go of the child's mouth and whispered to his wife, "Did he leave?" His wife shook her head in panic and said in a trembling voice, I don't know." As soon as she said this, there was a sudden bang. The sound of the axe hitting the door sounded and a deafening scream sounded in the house. Boom, the sound of thunder rang. When you woke up from the bed, he was drenched in sweat. Mom. You cried. Next to him, Yuchu also woke up and immediately hugged you. Mom is here, Mom is here. What happened to you? What happened? She was a little worried and quickly turned on the lights. On the big bed, only Yu's pale face could be seen. He climbed out of the bed and was hugged by Yuchu. She was a little heartbroken. Yu would have nightmares from time to time and it made her very scared. Yu was a spirit master of speech who had been brought back by Xianxia. Xianxia had arranged for someone to take care of her, and everything was going according to plan. Yu hid in Yuchu's arms as though he was seeking a sense of security. After a long time, he lifted his head from Yuchu's arms and looked at Yuchu. He suddenly said, "Mom, call brother Yanqing. I want to see him." See him? Yuchu hesitated. When she arrived, she saw the young master of the Zhilan family. He was the most handsome person she had ever seen in her life. He was like a god that did not exist in the mortal world. She knew that such a person was extremely difficult to meet. She didn't know if the other party would agree in the middle of the night. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "Why do you want to see him?" Yu's voice was very soft. "I feel like I have something to tell him. Brother Guanqing said that if I want to talk to him, I can see him." Yuchu knew that Yu was different from others since she was young. She could only nod. "Okay, Mom will call you." When Song Yanqing received the news and came over, Yu was sitting in the study drawing. In the middle of the night, if it was someone else, it would have been fine. But since it was Yu, he had to come. He held a paintbrush but wasn't very familiar with drawing. When he came in, Yuchu was standing outside the door. When Yu saw Song Yanqing, he didn't say anything. He put down his paintbrush and held the drawing in front of him in front of Song Yanqing. When Song Yanqing saw Yu's drawing, the smile on his lips froze slightly. Because the scene in Yu's drawing was exactly the same as the dream he had tonight. A child's drawing skills were not very good. However, a simple drawing still revealed some flavor. The background color was filled with red crayon lines, and there were a few small blue houses beside it. The drawing was not very formal. Among the red lines, he used red crayons to draw a particularly large monster. The monster's body was twisted, and its face could not be seen clearly. It was holding an axe, and its body seemed to be taller than the house. Because the content of the drawing was so strange, he recognized it at a glance. It was exactly the same as the dream he had tonight. He was silent for a moment. "You dreamed about it tonight?" Yu nodded and said softly, "I think I should tell you." Song Yanqing had never met other spiritualists. He did not know if Yu's perception was as strong as his, but if they had dreamed of the same scene, it was definitely not simple. This was because their dreams were often prophetic. This thing represented something. Song Yanqing touched his head and said softly, "Then you will be leaving with me tonight. I will take you to see Sister Xiaojin." Yu nodded. "Okay." Song Yanqing smiled and turned to Yu's mother, Yuchu. "I'm sorry, miss Yu. I need to take you to see Xiaojin." The thing he dreamed of tonight was strange. Yuchu did not understand this, but she knew that Song Yanqing would not harm them. She could only agree. "Then you can take him." This time, Yu did not mention that he wanted to go with his mother. When he left, he waved obediently. "Bye, Mom." Yuchu waved back. "Bye." She had some expectations in her heart. After a while, she could not help but say, "Mr. Song, you and my son should be careful." She instinctively felt that Song Yanqing's intention to take you away was not simple. Song Yanqing only nodded. He could not let you encounter any danger. It was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when you woke Song Yanqing up. It was only 5 o'clock when they arrived at the Mu family's house. Xiaojin was not awake at first, but she was woken up by a phone call. The person on the other side was very direct. "Xiaojin, we've run into trouble again. Are you coming? But this time, they are all busy, so I can only ask you and Ji Mengmeng to make a trip there." Xiaojin was woken up from his sleep. His voice was faint. "Miss Zhongli, is the spirit group treating me as a reserve now?" Zhongli Peining, 10 million. It may also carry array points, it's just a possibility. If you want, of course we won't object. Xiaojin, she was silent for 3 seconds. tell me about it? Zhongli Peining told Xiao Jin one thing. Xiao Jin and the others had been to Nanjiang City once, so they were not unfamiliar with it at all. But this time, they went to a small village under Nanjiang City. It was thousands of miles away from Nanjiang City. It was located in the mountains. The village was very closed. Because it was surrounded by mountains, transportation was very inconvenient. The people in the village almost lived an isolated life. Even the signal there was not very good. When the spirit group received a call for help, things were already too strange. There was a big problem in the closed village. Many people had died. The key was that the things inside had not been found out yet. The local spirit group sent people to investigate. None of them came back. They didn't even send out any information. Only a photo was sent out. Not being able to contact them in such a dangerous place almost meant death. After the spiritual readers went there, they also began to disappear. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. This place was different from the place where Mo Jiang was buried last time. This time, they went to a closed village, a real remote area, and it was difficult to contact the outside world. Even entering the mountains, they had to walk through a very dangerous and high-risk road. After arriving at the local town, it would take 3 hours to get to the village by car. Going back and forth, it would take them a day to go back to the city. They did not dare to contact other spiritual readers. They thought of Xiao Jin, so they came to find Xiao Jin. Since Xiao Jin solved several difficult and miscellaneous problems for the spirit group, he had now officially become their external aid. If it was really a normal situation, there was no need to ask Xiao Jin for help. When Xiao Jin was on the phone, she heard the sound of a car horn outside the Mu family's house. It was not yet dawn outside. She seemed to have sensed something. She got up and looked outside. Outside the window, Xianxia was standing there, and there was a small figure beside him. Xiao Jin said, "Send me the information. I have something to do here." Xianxia would not come to her for no reason. She hung up the phone and walked downstairs. When she saw you, she raised her eyebrows slightly. "Why did you even bring him here? What's the big deal?" Xianxia looked at her and said softly, "I had the same dream as him this time, and the same scene appeared in the dream." "Is that so?" Xiao Jin looked at you and said slowly, "What did you dream of?" You also showed the painting she brought to Xiao Jin. When Xiao Jin saw the distorted black shadow on it, his eyes narrowed. This was obviously not a human being. It could only be a thing made by a formation master. At this moment, her phone beeped. Zhongli Peining had sent her the only problematic photo. It was a dark village. From the photo, it looked like it was taken during the day. Even though it was a bright day, the village in the photo was abnormally depressing. The few houses that existed were all dark as if they were covered with a layer of black canvas. Against the towering mountains in the distance, it was full of oppressive and dark tones. The house was relatively short, and it seemed like the owner of the photo had taken it from a high place. This photo happened to fall into Xianxia's eyes. He hesitated for a moment. "This is it." Xiao Jin suddenly turned around. "Are you sure?" You also took a look and quickly nodded. "It's here, Sister Xiao Jin. I dreamt of this place." Compared to his painting, the place where the demons appeared did indeed look like these few houses. It was just that the painting was too blurry. After all, they had dreamed of it. When Xianxia said it was here, she knew that they had to go to this place. She paused. "Wait a moment. I'll go up and change my clothes. You can book the tickets. This place is Nanjiang." "Nanjiang?" Xianxia closed his eyes. "The place where you brought Mo Jiang back last time?" Xiao Jin nodded. "But this time, it's very far away." Xianxia reacted. "You also received the news?" "Coincidentally, the spirit group also came to find me. They said that many people have gone missing in this place. They still don't know the reason. You also had a related dream. I'm afraid this place is very dangerous." Xianxia also said solemnly, "Is it another formation point similar to the rules?" Xiao Jin shook his head. "No, the remaining formation points are not so easy to obtain. Even you dreamed of it." I'm leaning towards something else. She went upstairs to change her clothes and gave Zhongli Peining a call. I've accepted the mission, but I want someone else. I want Mo Jiang to go instead of Ji Mengmeng. Zhongli Peining paused for a moment. Mo Jiang just joined the Ling group. How do you know? Xiao Jin laughed. Do you think I don't know? Zhongli Peining, she thought of many things, but did not dare to say a word. She could only gulp and say, okay, I'll ask her. Mo Jiang had just joined and was a troublemaker, so she did not dare to look for her for anything. She still had to ask if she agreed. Mo Jiang was still filming and was not very happy to receive this news early in the morning. However, when she heard that it was Xiao Jin's request, she agreed after a moment of silence. Since she agreed, things were much easier to handle. Song Yanqing's actions were also very fast. He quickly arranged plane tickets to Nanjiang for a few people. Xiao Jin changed her clothes and came downstairs with her suitcase. She happened to see Qiao Fei, who had just woken up. Qiao Fei was stunned when she saw Xiao Jin carrying her suitcase. Where are you going? You just came back yesterday. There was an emergency and I had to go out. Song Yanqing is still waiting for me outside. Qiao Fei said sternly, where are you going? Isn't it too much for the two of you to go on dates every day? Xiao Jin said naturally, it's not a date. I'm going to save the world. Qiao Fei, she actually treated him like a fool. This was even more ridiculous than going to a disco. She was so angry. At this moment, Mu Xiangshan woke up and came downstairs for breakfast. When he saw that Xiao Jin was about to leave, he immediately laughed and said, just let her go. If she wants to save the world, can you stop her? If you're late and can't save the world, it'll be your fault. Qiao Fei. Dad, are you suffering from dementia? Qiao Fei didn't dare to say it out loud. Xiao Jin smiled faintly and left with his suitcase. When she came out, Song Yanqing was waiting for her outside. Seeing her carrying a suitcase, he smiled and said, you are fully prepared. I think it might take a few days. She glanced at you and said softly, since she was dreaming about it, she might want to go with us. You nodded. She knew what Xiao Jin meant. She said softly, can I call my mother? Song Yanqing, of course, I will explain it to your mother. Xiao Jin told her that Mo Jiang was also going. She didn't know why Xiao Jin would bring Mo Jiang along. Song Yanqing didn't ask. She first took you with her to call her mother. Yu Chu expressed her understanding, but she still hoped that Song Yanqing and the others would protect you. Xiao Jin received a message from Mo Jiang. There was only one? Mo Jiang, do you know that I still have to film? Xiao Jin replied, it's more convenient to bring you along than the spirit team. Nanjiang is where I brought you back. It might be your nest. Mo Jiang, that's such a terrible thing to say. What nest? Xiao Jin, the spirit team gave me 10 million. How about this, I will ask them to give you another 10 million. Mo Jiang, where are you now? Xiao Jin smiled, the airport. I have arranged a ticket for you. Come over. Mo Jiang happily agreed. She was only paid a few $100,000 for this movie. The main reason was that she wasn't famous at all. This was the generous price that the director gave her. Mo Jiang felt that it was worth 10 million yuan to follow the big boss. The sports car she had her eyes on cost 3 million yuan. She had been thinking about it for a long time, and now she finally had the money to buy it. She happily applied for leave from the crew. Although she was the second female lead and her scenes could be pushed back, suddenly applying for leave would still disrupt some of the plans. After hearing this, the director was dumbfounded, but he couldn't stand the beauty's temper. In the end, he still sucked up to her. Her scenes could be pushed back. How could it be more important than the beauty's matter? When she arrived at the airport and saw Xiao Jin, she realized that there was more than one person beside Xiao Jin. It was her first time seeing Song Yanqing and Yu. Song Yanqing had seen her in the coffin, but she had never seen Song Yanqing before. She looked at Song Yanqing, then at Yu, and finally at Xiao Jin. She said, you never told me that you were married and had a child. Xiao Jin. This is not my child. Song Yanqing laughed. Even Mo Jiang was a little dazed by his charming face. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of politeness and alienation. I'm Xiao Jin's boyfriend. This kid is my younger brother. Song Yanqing didn't say anything about their identities as spiritualists. Mo Jiang was a little enlightened. Oh, look at this person. He was quite compatible with Xiao Jin. Mo Jiang was still wondering what kind of man was worthy of the big boss. Now that he saw it, it wasn't strange. Some people were really born to be a perfect match. She felt that way when she saw Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing. It was a pity that the big boss couldn't understand the true meaning of love like her, to raise a few more spare tires. After boarding the plane, Yu was still a little nervous. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were the kind of people who were not very clingy. Yu and Mo Jiang sat together. She smiled and seemed to be very interested in Yu. She poked Yu's cheek and asked, "Little brother, how old are you this year?" To be brought along by Xiao Jin, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Mo Jiang couldn't tell that Yu was a spiritualist, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that Yu had her uses. Being stared at by Mo Jiang, Yu shrunk back a little. "Sister, I'm 8 years old." 8 years old. Mo Jiang clicked his tongue and scratched Yu's face with his bright red nails. So small. Recently, because she needed to make bright red pills for acting, she looked a little scary. However, he was careful not to hurt Yu's tender cheeks. When the stewardess in the first-class cabin saw the 3 good-looking guests, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was much more diligent in running around. Both men and women were good-looking. It was simply the happiest trip they had ever taken. It didn't take long to reach Nanjiang. They arrived at noon. However, they had to transfer to that place. The following time was more difficult. Because there were no outsiders, Xiao Jin directly told them about the message he received from Zhongli Peining. This village was called Yuqi Village. The last census of the village's population was 3 years ago. At that time, there were more than 100 people. Most of them were old people and children. The young people in the village all came out. However, since a month ago, there had been missing people in the village. However, the village was too far away and was in a closed state. At first, no one noticed. Later, the local police station in the town received a call. However, this was just an ordinary call to the police, and nothing was revealed on the phone. Because the number that made the call was not in service, they finally found out that it was from Yuqi Village. The police were sent to investigate, but after the 2 police officers went there, they disappeared. There was no news at all. The town was scared and reported to the higher-ups. Something was wrong and the spirit group was informed. The spirit group sent 2 spiritual readers, but obviously, they were completely wiped out. Zhongli Peining's information showed that someone had entered the village 5 days ago. The village was too isolated and too far away. Even if there was a problem, it was unrealistic to send people to intercept it, because not many people would go there, not to mention the news could not be spread. The spiritual readers went missing 3 days ago. Realizing that something was wrong, the spirit group directly went to Xiao Jin. The reason they were quick-witted was that the spirit group had no one now. The previous few matters had taken a big hit, and this time, it was such a strange matter. In order to avoid losses, they would definitely ask Xiao Jin to take a look. It did not matter if it was expensive. The spirit group did not lack money. Besides, as long as Xiao Jin was involved, she would definitely be able to handle it. Either there is a formation, or there is something inside killing people. Mo Jiang sat in the car and blew on his nails. There are only these 2 possibilities. Xiao Jin, any normal person would think so. Mo Jiang. Thank you for thinking that I am a normal person. In order to avoid dangerous situations, they specially rented a car. The driver was Song Yanqing, and they followed the guidance of the GPS all the way to the mountains. As he drove, he said, "Yuqi Village is very remote. The GPS only shows that we are in a neighboring village. If we get there, we will probably have to ask someone to find the way in." Xiao Jin said, "Zhongli Peining helped us contact the local police station. They will tell us how to get in." This time even Song Yanqing and Yu received a notification, which meant that it wasn't a simple matter. He didn't know what was waiting for him, or if it was a new clue. When they drove to the local town, it was already night time. There were indeed police officers there to meet them, but when the police officers heard that they were going there tonight with a child, they refused to agree no matter what. That village is so strange. You really have to think it through. And it's too far away. Even if you go there now, it should be morning by the time you reach the village. It's dangerous to drive at night. Xiao Jin and the others declined the good intentions of the police. They knew it was dangerous, but going at night meant that they could get more clues. After receiving the map drawn by the police, Xianxia and the others continued to drive. It was quiet in the car. They were in the countryside, and it was dark outside. They drove past desolate places. Other than the asphalt road, it was hard to see a house. The road was so quiet that it was frightening. Inside the car, Audju was quietly playing with building blocks. Emojiang, on the other hand, found it rather interesting. Kid, aren't you afraid? You looked up and smiled. With Sister Xiao Jin and Brother Yanqing here, why should I be afraid? Emojiang patted Yu's little head. You have a bright future. She looked at the night outside and was a little curious. How much longer? Xiao Jin answered according to the time given by the police. About 3 hours. In the second half of the road, they really entered the range of the mountain. Especially in the second half of the road, they drove directly from the mountain. That section of the road was very compact. It was next to the mountain wall. Not far from the left was a cliff. It could only accommodate 2 cars. Those who dared to build the road here were some brave warriors. However, the road here also came to an end. The second half of the road was very bad. It was almost completely man-made. Song Yanqing bought the off-road car at the last minute. It could handle such a section. The village was in the mountain. After this section of the road, it was at the foot of the mountain. Because there was only one road into the village, the people in the village rarely came out except for big purchases. It was normal that there was no news. As they drove down a slope, the road gradually widened. At the foot of the mountain, they saw a house that was almost emitting smoke. Emojiang raised his eyebrows. Didn't they say that most of the people are dead? There are still people living here? If we can't get out, the people here can't do anything. Xiao Jin looked at the surrounding environment of the village and suddenly said, I don't feel any traces of a formation. It's not a formation? Song Yanqing was a little surprised. When he drove into the village, they came down from a hillside. It was as if they came out of the mountain. A huge mouth like a bloody basin spat them out. When they came down from the hillside, they saw several cars parked on both sides of the road behind the outermost village. These cars were all good cars. There was a luxury car, a car modified by the spirit group, and a police car. Only the car was empty. There was no one in it. The car was a little dusty. It looked like it had been parked for a while. But the people were gone. Xiao Jin looked at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. She said, the people in the village wake up so early. They woke up to make breakfast. You suddenly said, Mom and I used to wake up so early because we had to work. Emojiang and Xiao Jin both glanced at him. Song Yanqing did not drive in rashly. Instead, he parked the car by the side of the road, next to the police car. He got out of the car and looked at the cars. He pointed at the luxury car and said, it doesn't look like it belongs to the spirit group. The land price for this car is 5 million yuan. Emojiang immediately looked at it twice. The car was a bit like the off-road vehicle that Song Yanqing had bought, but it was bigger. She couldn't help but complain, such an ugly car is worth 5 million? Xiao Jin asked, is there such a rich person in this village? They got out of the car and started walking towards the village. Going straight down from the hillside, there were a few families halfway up the hillside. There were more than a dozen families scattered about in the village below. It was as if the bottom was the center. Xiao Jin and the others first looked at the houses halfway up the mountain. When they knocked on the houses one by one, they found something unbelievable. The door could be opened, and there was even a fire burning in the house. But there was no one. It was as if someone was cooking but had just left. However, Xiao Jin and the others did not feel anyone's aura. She and Song Yanqing looked at each other and realized that this matter was unusual. Xiao Jin had never encountered such a thing in a long time. She silently became serious and summoned Devourer to set up a formation. However, the rules jumped out. There is no danger. It is in accordance with the rules. Xiao Jin, she didn't know why Rule would jump out and make such a prediction. Ever since she freeloaded Rule last time, it didn't seem to want to pay much attention to Xiao Jin. Now, it jumped out of its own accord. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Xiao Jin's array was even larger. Rule seemed to be flustered and exasperated and retreated. Unless she wanted to, no one else could see her array. But at that moment, Mo Jiang still felt a very fatal pressure coming from Xiao Jin's body. It was as if there was a power that made her extremely afraid. She knew that Xiao Jin was powerful before, but now that she felt this, she still felt a little wary. This was obviously not on the same level as her. She was even more suspicious of Xiao Jin's origins. In her memory, she had no memory. She just didn't feel such a powerful existence. There was no one in the few houses halfway up the mountain, but Xianxia suddenly said, "Someone is talking at the foot of the mountain." They held their breaths and listened carefully. Sure enough, they heard faint voices. Mo Jiang said, "Although you two are big shots, I still have to say that I don't feel like something has happened here." Xiao Jin touched his chin. "It seems like someone is trapped here. They just can't get out, but I don't feel any traces of an array. If it wasn't an array, then it was strange. Either an extremely powerful wizard had a special ability that trapped people here. Anything was possible." Song Yanqing suddenly said, "Then, what Zhongli Peining said about people dying here? The spirit group was missing, but the first news that came out was that many people had died. That was why they came to investigate." Xiao Jin said, "Then we need to see for ourselves. Let's go down." No matter what the reason was, there had to be a reason. She still had a pile of demonized spirit seeds in her hands. Although she was using them to reduce her own backlash, she would still use them when she needed to. Xiao Jin was not arrogant, because others could not harm her, but she knew that there was a very strange existence in the natural array point. Even if she could not feel that there was an array here, it did not mean that there was nothing else. When they went down the mountain and officially entered the village, they finally saw a villager passing by. However, when the villager saw them, he was shocked and quickly ran back to his home. His home was not far in front of him. He ran back to his home and slammed the door shut with a bang. "Mo Jiang. Do I look that scary? What does he mean?" Ever since Mo Jiang woke up, she did not display the demeanor of a high priestess at all. She was very irritable. "You even said sweetly, 'Sister Mo Jiang, you're very beautiful.'" Mo Jiang pinched his face and said, "You have good taste. It's not necessarily about looks." Song Yanqing thought about the man's panicked expression when he closed the door and left. He seemed just shocked by our appearance. He was very scared that there were people in the village. This proved that there was indeed something strange in the village. Xiao Jin said, "Look at the phone." Everyone looked down at their phones. It was indeed a common plot in horror stories. There was no signal, so they could not send any messages. At this moment, the door of a house on the slope in front of them suddenly opened. A girl's voice was also heard. "Why are we going out so early in the morning?" "Eh?" When the girl saw Xiao Jin, she was very shocked. "Xiao Jin?" When Xiao Jin saw her, he really didn't expect to see her, so he frowned a little, which was rare. "Xianxia?" Xianxia was also stunned. She didn't expect to see Xiao Jin in such a remote place in her hometown. "Are you here to look for Qi Lian?" Xianxia was stunned. She turned around and shouted toward the house behind her, "Qi Lian, your sister is here to look for you." Where? As soon as he heard this familiar voice, Song Yanqing saw Xiao Jin press his hand to his forehead, which was rare. He probably knew the reason and couldn't help but smile. A familiar figure rushed out of the house. Who else could it be but Musilian? When Musilian saw Xiao Jin, he was also stunned. *CK, Xiao Jin, why are you here? How did you find me in such a remote place? Mom is so worried about me that she sent you to look for me. I'm so touched. As he spoke, 2 drops of crocodile tears seemed to fall from the corners of Muzilian's eyes. Xiao Jin's voice was very cold. Do you think it's a good thing that I'm here? Muzilian, what did he mean by that? His heart suddenly turned cold. Another person walked out from behind him. It was Zhongyu. Xiao Jin understood at once. Zhongyu invited Muzilian to the countryside to play. However, Xiao Jin would never have thought that their countryside was actually here. This was the place where something went wrong. For a moment, he suddenly believed what Muzilian said. There was indeed a reason why he was chosen by Rule Mountain. He was destined to be unlucky. When Zhongyu saw Xiao Jin and the others, he was faintly in disbelief. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you here to look for Muzilian?" Xiao Jin regained his composure. "If I'm here to look for him, do you think I'll bring someone else along?" When Muzilian saw Song Yanqing, he was dumbfounded. "Brother Yanqing, you're here for me too?" Song Yanqing felt that Muzilian's self-associative ability was simply too strong. Moreover, he was also full of self-comforting spirit. The last time in the Mountain of Laws, he had already felt it. There was a slight smile on his lips, but the words that came out of his mouth were a little creepy. "You've been here for a few days. Don't you feel that there's something wrong with this village?" "No, what's wrong? Isn't this Zongyu's hometown?" Muzilian jumped up, vaguely feeling that Song Yanqing was trying to scare him. "Don't scare me, brother Yanqing." "What's wrong?" "I've been calling home every day for the past few days, and I even told my mother that we'll go back tomorrow." Xiao Jin suddenly interrupted him. "You've been calling home every day? Feifei only received 1 call from you yesterday. In the call, you said that you lost your phone and used someone else's phone to call home. Before you could finish the call, you hung up. Feifei didn't even have time to reply to you. Now you're telling me that you've been calling home every day?" Muzilian, Xianxia was stunned. Zhongyu's eyes suddenly focused. "There's nothing wrong with us these past few days. Qi Lian did call home, and Auntie Chow even told him to take good care of his body." He paused at this point. Of course, he also knew that something was wrong. Xiao Jin and the others came from outside, but they were in the mountains. If Xiao Jin said so, then who was Muzilian calling these past few days? Muzilian's face was pale and pitiful. I didn't lose my phone at all." He even took out his phone to prove it. His phone was indeed in his hand. He looked at Xiao Jin bitterly. "Don't scare me. It's not funny at all. When I called home yesterday, Mom told me to go back early. You and Grandpa were still talking on the phone." "Xiao Jin, I saw Xiao Fei answer the phone yesterday. I was listening at the side, but I didn't say anything. Grandpa wasn't there. Also, Feifei said that your phone hasn't been working since the day before yesterday. The only call was yesterday. I just got home." Muzilian, his heart fell into hell in an instant. He knew it. He was the chosen one. Damn it, the incident at Mount Ruji wasn't over yet. He was chosen again. Xianxia was even more confused. She didn't understand Xiao Jin at all. How is that possible? My brother and I were listening at the side when Qi Lian made the phone call. We've been here for the past few days. Everything is normal. She was an ordinary person who hadn't experienced anything. Naturally, she couldn't feel that something was wrong. Zhongyu immediately grabbed Xianxia's hand and looked at Xiao Jin with a serious expression. "What's the situation outside?" Mo Jiang looked at them with interest. Song Yanqing explained, "We received a notice that many people in your village have died. The 2 policemen and 2 special personnel who came in have all disappeared. There was no news at all. We didn't expect you to be here too." Xianxia's face paled. Where did the policemen come in these 2 days? Now, she could feel that something was wrong. If such a thing really happened, why didn't they feel anything when they were inside? Xiao Jin suddenly looked back. This time, they saw a hair-raising situation. The car was gone. When they came down, they could clearly see the car halfway up the mountain. But now, they couldn't see it. Together with their vehicles, they were missing. It was as if they had truly and completely entered a world isolated from the rest of the world. Maybe what happened just now wasn't an illusion. There were indeed traces of people living in those places, but the people were gone. Because they were in two completely different worlds. Xiao Jin turned his head and looked down at Song Yanqing. I don't feel any changes in the world. Unlike the Mountain of Laws, which used its power to create an illusory world, she could feel that this world was also real. The villagers, Muzilian, Zhongyu, and the others were also like that. However, there was a special boundary that separated them. Since they were able to walk in, there was no reason for the police officers and the spirit team members to disappear. Unless, what they entered was a crevice. Xiao Jin's group had different powers. They had entered the real world. As for Zhongyu and the others, they belonged here. It's starting again? Muzilian's face turned pale. We're in here again? He glanced at his phone. F***CK, why is there no signal on my phone? He had been playing with 4G on his phone for the past few days. Why was there no signal all of a sudden? No beginning, no rules. Song Yanqing asked Zhongyu, are you from here? Zhongyu nodded. We spent our childhood here. He hesitated for a moment and pulled Shudian. Shudian is not from here. This is my hometown. Shudian didn't know what was going on, but she was a little confused. Brother, what happened? What are you talking about? Zhongyu said to them, let's go up first, it's cold outside. As expected of a man who had experienced the Mountain of Rules, he was calm enough. Realizing that something was wrong, if he panicked, it would arouse the fear of others. He let Xiao Jin and the others come up. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing went up together, and Mo Jiang pulled you. Yu was a child, but she wasn't afraid, she just looked around curiously. They entered the house where Zhongyu and the others were. The lights were on in the house, it was just a simple 3-tiled house. On the left was the kitchen, which was made of mud. I lived here when I was young. Zhongyu said softly, this time I came back to sweep my grandfather's grave. I thought the scenery here was good, so I called Qi Lian to come with me. I didn't expect it to be another trap. Muzilian now seriously suspected that he was destined to be unlucky. He now knew that Xiao Jin was wrong. Where Xiao Jin appeared, how could it be a good place? He wiped his face and looked at Xiao Jin. Speak, I can bear whatever you say now. You said that this is not a game, then where is this? Can we really not get out? After he said this, his eyes looked at Mo Jiang who came with them. He had never seen Mo Jiang, but looking at faces was a common problem for men, especially a man like Muzilian. His eyes didn't move, and he looked at Mo Jiang in a daze. Shudian saw this and pouted, as if she was unhappy. Mo Jiang saw this and winked at Muzilian. Xiao Jin, as a result, Muzilian looked away with some disgust. Mo Jiang? You were scared just now, and now you have this attitude, dog man. Whether or not we can leave depends on the experiment later. Song Yanqing asked, did you see anything unusual when you were sleeping at night? Have you seen other villagers in this village? Did you feel anything unusual? No. Zhongyu replied in a deep voice, they're all people I know. There's nothing wrong with them. Nothing happened when I was sleeping at night. What do you know about the situation? As he spoke, he poured a cup of hot water for them. The cups had a rustic atmosphere. They were all white cups with pot lids from the olden days. Xiao Jin held the water and said, there is no news for the time being. I will go and see the other villagers later. You can try to see if you can get out, but I don't think you can. You said that Qi Lian had been calling for the past few days, but he didn't call at all. Now that we've arrived, there's no signal. This means that you've been immersed in a fake environment, but the strange thing is that it's now real. It's fake again. Isn't that the Mountain of Law you were talking about? Muzilian said nervously, I knew it. Things won't end so easily. This must be the second assessment. If we can't get through it, we'll die again. Xiao Jin said, okay, then have you received any information about the assessment? You've been here for a few days and you're only allowed to play with your phone? Muzilian said with a wooden face, that's because you didn't come, so the mission couldn't start. Xiao Jin nodded, you're right, but this time, you'll have to pray for yourself. Muzilian felt that Xiao Jin's words were a little too much. Could it be that the reason why we suddenly walked out of Mount Regulus was also because of you? He looked a little confused. Wasn't it because of my intelligence and wisdom? Everyone, Zhongyu couldn't listen anymore. Because Xianxia didn't know anything, he reached out and waved the back of Muzilian's head and looked at Xiaojin. Then let's see if we can go out later? Xiaojin nodded. Have you seen anyone go out of the village in the past few days? Zhongyu shook his head. We haven't seen anyone. I don't know about other times. This place was surrounded by mountains. It was very troublesome to go out. This was also the reason why Zhongyu rarely came back after he left his family. He didn't expect that something would happen in his hometown. Most importantly, he didn't know what happened. But from the tone of Xiaojin and the others, he realized the seriousness of this matter. When he lowered his head to think, Xianxia was still unaware of the situation. What are you talking about? What was wrong? What was fake? She was a little confused as she listened. Realizing that there was someone here who didn't know the situation, Zhongyu could only pat her head and sigh. Xianxia, it's a long story. Xianxia, make it short. Zhongyu, he paused and hesitated. Emojiang couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you hesitating? Why don't you just tell her that this world is fake and that there might be something that could kill people? When we came, we received news that many people died here. You said that you didn't see the 2 policemen and the special team members who came in. But when we came, we did see their car parked halfway up the mountain. If you don't know what happened, then it's very likely that something happened to them. Emojiang's deduction was correct. Xiaojin nodded and stood up. It's still early. Yanqing and I will go check on the surrounding villagers. You and Emojiang will go check the place we came from. If you can't get out, then it means there's a big problem here. Muzilian was a little shocked. There's only you and brother Yanqing. What if something happens to the 2 of you? It was rare to see Muzilian so conscientious at such a crucial moment. Xiaojin said, how about this? You and Zhongyu go take a look. Brother Yanqing, Emojiang, and I will go take a look elsewhere. Muzilian waved his hand. Forget it then. There was strength in numbers. He and Zhongyu were practically fellow sufferers. Both of them were humans, so how could they have the means to face this terrifying world? If something were to happen, they would not be able to stop it. The people that Xiaojin brought with him were definitely not ordinary people, Emojiang sneered. Xiaojin brought Song Yanqing to take a look around the village. They also gave you to Emojiang to take care of. You was a spirit master of speech. If something was wrong, you might be able to sense it. With Emojiang protecting him, nothing would happen. Plus, they were not far from the village. After walking out of Zhongyu's house, they followed the path up the mountain. Xiaojin and Song Yanqing looked around the village. The village was surrounded in the middle of the mountain, and there were intersecting slopes everywhere. There were houses built on top of the slopes. The roads on both sides were made of frozen mud. They had been formed by people walking for a long time. There were also trees of different heights and farmland in the middle. Standing here, Zhongyu looked around and had a relatively wide field of vision. He could see the whole village at a glance. There were about 20 families, and there were quite a lot of people. Song Yanqing looked around and suddenly locked onto a place. Look at the 3 connected houses. Is it the location in the photo? Xiaojin looked in the direction he was pointing. Indeed, there was a flat slope there. There were 3 houses on it. They were all tiled houses and were relatively old. The tiles were pitch black. From this side, the houses looked quite oppressive. It was indeed similar to the location in the photo. Xiaojin nodded. Let's go and take a look. The roads in the village were all connected. There were small roads connecting the villagers wherever they went. However, the strange thing was that along the way, they could see smoke coming out of several houses. The wooden doors were closed, and no one came out. Xiaojin and Song Yanqing could feel that someone was spying on them from the house. When they slowly turned their eyes, they could not see anyone. However, they knew that someone was watching them from the house. When they walked to the door of the 3 houses, Xiaojin whispered, "There are people in each house." In other words, there were people living in each house. There were no empty houses. It was said that many people had died. It was reasonable to hold a funeral when people died. However, there was no sign of a funeral in the village. There were no traces of a formation. What was the reason for all this? Xiao Jin looked around. They had already walked up to the farmers in the picture. The doors of the 3 houses were tightly shut. These 3 houses were different from the other houses. Only one of them had smoke coming out of it. Xiao Jin walked to the house emitting smoke. The house was actually very dilapidated. There was a door on the side. Looking inside through the dilapidated wooden door, they could see a woman cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Jin looked at it and asked politely, "Is there anyone here?" The person in the house seemed to be a little scared. Xiao Jin could hear the kitchen utensils falling to the ground. He was obviously frightened. That person didn't dare to make a sound. Xianxia took over from Xiao Jin and said warmly, "Hello, we are here to visit relatives in Jade Pond Village. We have no ill intentions, but we have some questions to ask you." Xianxia's voice became low and gentle, as if it had the power to soothe people's hearts. Unfortunately, the person inside refused to utter a word. Until Xiao Jin and Xianxia heard, "Mom," it was called in the local dialect. However, the word mother was too simple and could be recognized immediately. It was a little girl's voice. "What are you doing? Don't talk." The woman's dialect was mixed with panic. This time, Xiao Jin and Xianxia were in a bit of a dilemma because they did not understand the local dialect. However, this was not a problem for Xiao Jin. She only drew an array formation in the void, and the words just now could be understood. "They don't dare to speak." Xiao Jin retracted his gaze and whispered to Xianxia, "They are very afraid of speaking." Xianxia's eyes suddenly darkened. The 2 walked to the open space beside them. Xianxia said to her, "I felt that something was wrong when I came in just now. Now I know what is wrong." "Quiet." He looked around, and his voice was soft and illusory. "It is early in the morning, but they are cooking without making any sound. We didn't even hear the sound of insects and birds. It was so quiet that it felt suffocating." This was an important piece of information. The people they called earlier made a sound, which meant that the world was normal. But they didn't dare to make a sound. They had been talking since they came in, so they didn't notice anything was wrong. Including Zhongyu and the others, they were all normal. Now that it was quiet, Xiao Jin and Xianxia felt that the surroundings were dead silent. There wasn't even the sound of insects or birds. In such an environment, it always gave people a particularly oppressive feeling. "We can't get out." At this moment, Muzilian's voice came from the hillside. He probably wasn't shouting, but everyone could hear him clearly. It was too quiet, as if the slightest movement could be magnified. At this moment, Xiao Jin suddenly felt something strange. She turned her head and finally saw traces of people in the village. It was a little girl, lying on the 2nd floor of a farmhouse opposite, looking at her curiously. She was about 5 or 6 years old, and her face was round like a bun. There was no fear in her eyes, only curiosity. Xiao Jin looked at her, and so did Xianxia. They looked at the little girl, and the little girl grinned at them after a while. It seemed like she was laughing. However, when she laughed, there was no sound. Soon, a person walked over from the window, seeming a little shocked. He pulled her down, but carefully. Then, his movements were very flustered, but he also closed the window very gently. "The people in this village don't dare to speak." Xiao Jin confirmed this, and Xianxia also nodded. Xiao Jin said, "Let's go find Muzilian and the others." Xianxia said, "Okay." They walked along the hillside, and Muzilian and the others began to come down. When Muqi saw her, he almost collapsed and said, "We really can't get out. We tried to go outside, but we couldn't find the car. When we went into the valley, we came out from the same place we went in. We just can't get out." Muqi nodded and said, "All right." In other words, they were indeed trapped here. Xiao Jin said, "Don't panic." Muzilian asked, "Aren't you worried that we can't get out?" Xiao Jin, "Don't panic." Muzilian, he had forgotten that the person in front of him was not a normal human being and could not be judged by common sense. Yin Shutian's face was pale. If she didn't know anything, her worldview had been refreshed after going out for a walk. After all, the road was still the same, and the place was still the same, but the car they drove was gone. Not to mention the car, there wasn't even a trace of the car left on the ground. Not to mention that the hillside was covered in mud, it had rained for the past few days. How could there be no traces at all? Xianxia trembled. Are we going around in circles? Mo Jiang, I'm afraid it's even scarier than going around in circles. Xianxia, this was a little beyond her imagination. Xiao Jin told them what he and Song Yanqing had discovered. We found something wrong with this village, and that is that the villagers don't dare to speak. When we came here, we didn't hear any sounds other than our voices. Don't you think that this place is especially quiet? As soon as she said this, Musilian and the others immediately quieted down. Sure enough, after no one spoke, the place became deathly silent. As long as there were traces of people living here, and there were so many trees around, there would be sounds when the wind blew. How could there be no sound at all? Musilian couldn't hold it in any longer. I really didn't notice it. Zhongyu rubbed his forehead. We didn't notice it when we stayed here for the past few days. Musilian and Xianxia were busy playing games every day. They really didn't notice such strange occurrences in the village. Xianxia trembled a little. Brother, didn't I ask you why the people in the village didn't talk to us? When they greeted them, they ignored them. At first, she thought that Zhongyu and the others had a grudge with someone when they left. When Zhongyu heard Xianxia's words, his eyes gradually darkened. Indeed, they had been here for the past few days, but they didn't know many people. Zhongyu also didn't talk to them much. They did ask others, but the people in the village ignored them, so they didn't take it seriously. Who knew that Xiao Jin would bring such strange news? They just ignored you? Song Yanqing suddenly asked. How did they react when you talked? He just doesn't want to talk to us. Xianxia was confused. When I greeted them, they didn't seem to see us, not a word. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing's expressions suddenly became serious. At this time, Musilian also realized that something was wrong. He reacted. Damn, it's not that they ignored us. Don't tell me they didn't see us at all? Xianxia, what kind of horror story was this? It's very possible. Xiao Jin said. This is a real and fake world. It's possible that we didn't enter the real world. You have been trapped in the illusion for the past few days, so those people couldn't see you. But after we came, they could see us, and they were very afraid. She thought for a few seconds. I have to think about it. She had a guess, but she didn't know if it was true. Song Yanqing saw that she was a little hesitant. He first asked Zhongyu to bring everyone back to his house. He then walked to the side to talk to Xiao Jin alone. Do you have any guesses? Xiao Jin nodded. If it's not a spell formation master, then it's even simpler. It's very likely that this is a real world that was created. It wasn't created by a spell formation master. Any wizard or spirit speaker who has the ability to create a world can do it. The premise is that we need to know why they created this world. Xiao Jin looked at the surrounding scenery. The villagers here don't dare to speak. Musilian's group didn't see the villagers earlier, so we can reasonably speculate that when they first came in, Musilian's group should have entered a fake world. This is the real world. The police and the people from the spirit team should be here, but we haven't found them yet. Song Yanqing muttered, since you said it is the real world, then, is there something there? Like that monster? Xiao Jin nodded. The villagers wouldn't be afraid for no reason. You also dreamed of a monster with an axe in your precognitive dream. Based on the current situation, this monster should be using sound to identify directions. The villagers know this, so they are afraid. We have to at least find a villager to understand the situation. Song Yanqing was deep in thought. He raised his eyes and looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a mountain. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides, so it was not strange to have mountains. But the strange thing was that this mountain was the only one that was not connected. It stood alone in the middle, with a large gap on both sides. Only the connecting mountain veins appeared at the bottom, which completely blocked the way out. Because it was very tall. Song Yanqing felt that this mountain was vaguely in the shape of a person. It was like a person kneeling on one knee with his back facing them, holding something in his right hand. This mountain was a little strange. But he just suddenly saw it. After thinking for a while, he asked Xiao Jin, "Don't you think this mountain looks like a person?" Xiao Jin also looked over, took a few glances, and nodded, "It looks a little like a kneeling person." Song Yanqing, maybe it formed this shape naturally. The two of them looked at each other, but they couldn't find anything wrong with the situation. They still had to ask Zhongyu and the others. They went back. Xiao Jin was thinking at the side, while Song Yanqing asked Zhongyu, "Do you know the people in the village?" Zhongyu nodded, "I know them. He used to live here when he was a child, so he knew some people in the village. But this time, he was busy worshipping his grandfather. He went to find his relatives several times, but he saw that the door was closed. He knocked on the door, but those people did not open the door and ignored him. His sister also said that the people in the village ignored him. He did not know the reason before, but now he felt a little confused. It was also a little creepy. The people in the village might not even know that they were back. Let's go find those villagers together later. You see if they will pay attention to you this time. After all, Zhongyu grew up in the village. Would the villagers pay attention to Zhongyu? Mo Jiang was a little bored and sat aside. Her nails were a little dazzling. Under the light, the Musilian looked dazzling. Because the sky outside was not completely bright yet, he looked at Mo Jiang several times and could not help but ask Xiao Jin, "Who is she?" Xiao Jin said, "She's a friend of mine." Musilian did not quite believe it. For Xiao Jin to bring her here, she was definitely not a simple person. He whispered, "Why do I find her a little familiar?" Xiao Jin said, "She's a celebrity." Musilian, "Oh, he saw her on the news a few days ago. She was a couple with a little fresh meat, he found her familiar." Now he finally remembered. He had seen her in person. What happened? Mo Jiang looked up at Musilian. "Little brother, if you have something against me, say it out loud. I'm not deaf sitting here. I can hear you." Musilian smiled embarrassedly. "I don't have anything against you. I just find you a little familiar." Mo Jiang, "I'm a celebrity. Of course you find me familiar." Musilian, Xianxia looked at Mo Jiang curiously. "You're a celebrity?" Mo Jiang nodded. "Yes. Do you want an autograph, little sister? It's a rare opportunity." Xianxia, she had never heard of or seen her before. To be honest, it was a little awkward. Would it hurt Mo Jiang's glass heart? Mo Jiang didn't mind at all. She was just teasing the two of them. Zhongyu and Song Yanqing prepared to go out to find someone. In the conversation just now, Zhongyu said that there was a person called Uncle Yang in the village. He had lived in the village for a long time. When he was young, he called him Uncle Yang. He had seen him in the past few days. Uncle Yang was still there, and he seemed to be in good health. He was also one of the more famous people in the village. It would be better if they went to find him. However, Zhongyu could only bring Song Yanqing. This Uncle Yang was a little strange. He didn't like to see women. Thus, only he and Song Yanqing could go. After they left, Xiao Jin rubbed his chin. He didn't understand Uncle Yang's strange habit. He still doesn't like to see women? Mo Jiang said, "Maybe he's gay." Xiao Jin turned to look at her. Mo Jiang didn't feel embarrassed at all. "I've been here for so long. It's time for me to learn some modern knowledge. I'm a fast learner. Maybe I'm originally from this era." But she knew she wasn't. At least, Xiao Jin clearly told her that she had been resurrected. In addition, the people from the spirit group had also revealed some information. Mo Jiang knew that she might have come from thousands of years ago. She said this naturally, but Musilian and Shutian's eyelids twitched. "This era?" Xiao Jin said indifferently, and Mo Jiang lost her memory. There are some things she can't remember clearly. Musilian, this was the first time he had seen someone lose their memory. Wasn't this woman a celebrity? How could someone with amnesia be a celebrity? You had been quietly building blocks at the side. Musilian couldn't hold it in anymore. He was afraid anyway, so he had to find something to distract himself. Where did this child come from? Xiao Jin, I picked her up. Musilian. While they were having their daily conversations here, Xiao Jin's array formation allowed her to see some of the situation. Just because she couldn't go didn't mean that she couldn't see what Song Yanqing and the others were doing. When they went this time, Zhongyu brought Song Yanqing to the house closest to the human-shaped mountain that they had mentioned earlier. It stood alone at the back of the mountain, surrounded by a bamboo forest. Walking in, one could even see a fence surrounding it. The scenery was not bad, but it looked too lonely. Moreover, it was surrounded by mountains and forests. The house was hidden in the mountains and forests, which made it seem too oppressive. When they arrived at the door was closed as expected. However, the sky was already bright. When they went over, an elderly man walked out of the door. He was very old, holding a cane, and there was an obvious cataract in his left eye. However, when he saw Zhongyu and Song Yanqing, his expression changed. How did you get in? Zhongyu and Song Yanqing immediately noticed this question. Zhongyu immediately said, Uncle Yang, it's me. I'm Xiaoyu. Don't you remember? I came back this time to pay respects to my grandfather. Xiaoyu? Uncle Yang looked carefully and realized that it was really Zhongyu. His expression softened, but he still asked in disbelief, Zhongyu, when did you come back? Is this your friend? He pointed at Song Yanqing. Zhongyu nodded. We came back 5 days ago. I even came to look for you, but your house wasn't open at that time. I thought you weren't home. 5 days ago, Uncle Yang's expression changed drastically. In the end, his expression became a little complicated. After a long time, he actually let out a long sigh. Forget it, you guys come in. He walked over shakily with his walking stick and said, it's daytime now, those things won't appear. You guys are really lucky that you weren't sent in, his words were too obvious. Song Yanqing listened carefully and didn't know what to say. Zhongyu timely asked, Uncle Yang, what are you talking about? Uncle Yang's cheeks twitched, come in and talk. Zhongyu and Song Yanqing nodded and walked in. Uncle Yang let them into the yard and pulled out a chair for them. His gaze fell on Song Yanqing and carefully sized him up, then said, he came with you? Zhongyu hesitated, but still said, no, they just arrived this morning. Uncle Yang couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Song Yanqing and carefully sized him up, as if he was completely shocked. Zhongyu couldn't help but ask, Uncle Yang, what's the reason? He sat down and clenched his fist a little, I'll be honest. When we came back 5 days ago, the people in the village ignored us. I still don't know why. You seemed to be at home these few days, so why didn't you open the door when I came to find you? That's because we couldn't see you at all. Song Yanqing and Zhongyu were a little speechless when Uncle Yang said this. After a while, Zhongyu's eyes darkened and said, Xiao Jin is right. The people in the village really couldn't see them. In other words, in these 5 days, it was like they were in 2 different worlds from the people in the village. They were in the same space, but the other party couldn't see or touch them. Uncle Yang carefully looked at Zhongyu, you don't seem very surprised. It seems that you must have felt something when you came in. Zhongyu didn't say anything. Song Yanqing said warmly, Uncle Yang, nice to meet you. My name is Song Yanqing. I'm Zhongyu's friend. Maybe you don't understand, but I want to say that according to the outside information, someone in your village called the police a month ago. Then the news spread out that many people in the village died, but the people who were sent in all disappeared. That's why we came in. Looking at you, you obviously know that the world you live in is a bit strange. We're here to save you. You can tell us what you know so that we can make a more accurate judgment. Save? When Uncle Yang heard this, his expression became somewhat distressed. What's there to save? Since the news has spread and you all know that many people have died, why does it seem that nothing has happened in the village after you came in? That's because we are already dead. Zhongyu, Song Yanqing, to be honest, this matter was a little beyond one's imagination. It was even a little creepy. Zhongyu was a little surprised, which was rare. But you, Uncle Yang was clearly fine and could even talk to him. If he was already dead, then why could they talk to the dead? Could it be that they were also dead? Zhongyu felt that since Xiao Jin could come in, it meant that it was impossible. Maybe Uncle Yang's cognition was wrong. They didn't know what kind of world they were in. Uncle Yang looked at them and showed a sad smile. Look, you don't know anything. Zhongyu, you shouldn't have come back. Since we didn't let you in, you just need to leave safely. Why did you break in? Zhongyu's face sank. Uncle Yang, I don't understand. Uncle Yang sighed. In 2 days, you will know. Things will start again. When the time comes, don't be surprised. If you want to go out, do as I say. Zhongyu, the world you are in now is not the world you thought it was. Xianxia said, Uncle Yang, when we came here, we found that the people in the village didn't dare to speak. They were afraid when they saw us. What's the reason? Uncle Yang looked at Xianxia and said solemnly, because after 12 o'clock at night, monsters will appear in the village. As long as you make a sound, it will hear you. The monsters will disappear in the morning. We can't resist, so we can only keep quiet. Why are they afraid when they see you? That's because you shouldn't be able to come in. Suddenly, people from the outside appeared in this world. Naturally, the people in the village are afraid. Monsters. Zhongyu's pupils shrank. Xianxia wasn't shocked. Because in his precognitive dream, this scene did appear. A huge monster with an axe was wandering in the village. Every night, it would appear in the village. As long as it encountered something that made a sound, it would chop it down with the axe. The people in the village lived in fear. Because if a person made a sound, they would be chopped to death by the axe. Are we really dead? Uncle Yang nodded. When we entered this world, we were already dead. But at least we can live in a way. If we are killed by it, we will disappear completely. Otherwise, why are the people in the village so afraid? At least we still exist in this world. We still have thoughts. If we are killed by that monster, we will be gone. Who wouldn't be afraid? Zhongyu frowned. He didn't understand Uncle Yang's logic. Uncle Yang, how do you know that you are dead? You are clearly. Uncle Yang smiled. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. I know that I'm dead, so I definitely know. You'll understand in 2 days. Uncle Yang's words were vague, and he didn't want to say more. Xianxia and Zhongyu couldn't do anything. They could only go back temporarily and tell the rest of the people what they heard. As for Xiaojin, she already knew what had happened through the array formation. When she heard Uncle Yang's words, she also fell into deep thought. Although the rules were unreliable, the things they foretold were reliable. Why did it say that there was no danger here? Monsters would appear at night, and they would kill anything that made a sound. No matter how he looked at it, it was extremely dangerous. Well, if it's a formation spell have a spell. After all, sorcerers and spiritualists had all kinds of strange abilities. Who knew what kind of world they would create? Of course, she didn't say anything. When Xianxia and Zhongyu returned, the two of them told the people in the house what they had heard. Ts des have a tes hafted only Emojiang and Aju, the children, remained calm. They're all dead? What the hell? Musilian patted his face. No, I need to calm down. This was even more ridiculous than the Mountain of Rules. At least the Mountain of Rules clearly said that it was a fake world. As long as you finished the exam, you could live. Now, there were dead people in this world. They clearly told you that they were dead, but now they could communicate with living people normally. This was a serious challenge to any normal person's worldview. Emojiang looked at Xiaojin. You can't see the problem? Xiaojin shook his head. There are no traces of formations. I can only speculate that this is either a world created by a wizard, or it's a spiritual master. Because it didn't cover a large area, if a high-level spiritual master had enough ability, they could indeed create an imaginary world. The problem now was what this world was like, and what would happen, they didn't know. The original Jade Pond village definitely existed, but it was covered by this world. In other words, there were two situations now. There were still people alive in the real world in the village. After all, Zhongyu grew up in this village. If there was a problem, he would have died long ago. The other situation was that the two worlds intersected with each other, and would appear in different timelines. But now it seemed that the latter was unlikely. According to the first situation, Xiao Jin speculated that this world shouldn't have appeared for long. It was very likely that it was triggered recently. After all, the information obtained from the investigation was from a month ago. Xiao Jin said, then let's walk around the village. Uncle Yang said that the monsters won't appear during the day. The thing will start in 2 days. We'll know by then. You can ask the villagers. Except for Muzilian and Xianxia, the others were not afraid. Of course, they had to go out and investigate. Muzilian felt that he was simply the god of misfortune. He could encounter all kinds of strange and messy things. When he went back, he must burn incense and pray to Buddha. In this way, he could get rid of his bad luck. Seeing that Xiao Jin and the others were about to go out, he looked back at Xianxia. Aren't you going out? Xianxia was terrified. I'm scared, Muzilian said, don't worry. Just based on the fact that you knocked down the men's team with one punch, everyone here should be afraid of you. Xianxia, she felt wronged. I've never experienced something like this before. It was one thing for her not to be afraid of horror movies. Now that she knew that there was something wrong with this world, she would definitely be terrified when she encountered it in real life. Muzilian suddenly felt that his own image had started to grow. After all, he had experienced the things that happened in the Mountain of Laws, and it was even more amazing than Xianxia. He immediately said, don't be afraid, according to my experience, we must find out the reason why the monsters attacked the villagers at night, and then we can leave. Everyone else, this person was truly optimistic. Xiao Jin felt that things were not that simple. No matter what, they still wandered around the village. On the way, they finally saw some villagers coming out one after another. But when the villagers saw them, their faces were full of horror. They were almost saying that they were terrorists. Fortunately, Zhongyu was one of them. When they saw Zhongyu, a few villagers were finally willing to talk to them tentatively. But even if they knew, it was useless. The villagers didn't give any useful information, except for Uncle Yang, who told them that it would start in 2 days. But they all revealed one thing in common. They were all dead. As for why they died, they didn't know. It was just an inexplicable feeling. It was equivalent to not finding any useful information after the investigation. At night, Xiao Jin and the others huddled together to sleep. Fortunately, Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing had brought suitcases. Zhongyu found blankets for them to sleep on the floor. The men slept together while the girls squeezed together. Xiao Jin could choose not to sleep, so she didn't rest much for the past 2 days. Because she wanted to see monsters. However, surprisingly, no monsters appeared for the past 2 days. Zhongyu even asked Uncle Yang why the monsters didn't appear. Uncle Yang only said that it was because the incident was about to start again, and the monsters would appear after the incident was over. He didn't say what this incident meant. 2 days later, early in the morning, Xiao Jin heard a commotion outside. When she looked again, she saw a group of people coming from outside the mountain. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were stunned when they saw them. That was because they were wearing ancient armor. They looked like a group of soldiers on the battlefield. The leader was holding his chest and wearing the most imposing armor. He had a square face and looked valiant and righteous, like a general. There were about 20 soldiers in this group, and they were all injured. There was only one girl in the group. She was dressed in white and had a delicate face. She looked a little sad as she followed beside the general. Muzilian was dumbfounded. F***ck, don't tell me they're filming? They were completely confused. What was going on? How could such a scene happen? What was even more surprising was that when the group of people passed by them, the general was shocked when he saw Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, the general pointed at Xiao Jin. He was a little inarticulate because he was too shocked. What kind of clothes are they wearing? Why didn't those men have long hair? This is outrageous. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 soldiers raised their weapons at Xiao Jin and the others. Everyone, Muzilian moved closer to Xiao Jin and whispered, "Can they see us?" Xiao Jin narrowed his eyes, but his gaze landed on the girl beside the general. The girl was extremely delicate. When she saw Xiao Jin and the others, her expression was a little dazed. "Have you noticed?" Song Yanqing touched Xiao Jin's palm. This man is carrying an axe. Xiao Jin saw it. This man who looked like a general was not holding a normal weapon in his hand. Instead, he was holding a huge axe. The monster they saw in their dreams was also holding a huge axe. Xiao Jin narrowed his eyes. Zhongyu stood up and asked them directly, "Where are you from?" The general looked at them in confusion. Someone beside him stood up. "How dare you? This is General Yuqi from the Li Kingdom. Why aren't you kneeling when you see her?" These words were a little dazed and at a loss. Mu Qilian was a bit more direct. He couldn't help but laugh at that moment. "Everyone," Xiao Jin whispered at this moment, "they are the ancients, the real ancients." This was a strange group of soldiers. They were ancient people, yet they appeared in such a place and even met Xiao Jin. "I've never heard of this Li Kingdom. This is challenging my knowledge of history." Zhongyu's forehead was throbbing. He was indeed in a terrible fix after encountering something he didn't understand. Song Yanqing, that's normal. Mo Jiang wasn't a character in history books either. To them, Xiao Jin shouldn't even exist. The group of people in front of them could have existed a long time ago. After all, someone like Mo Jiang could appear at that time. It wasn't strange for someone like him to appear in other countries. Mo Jiang looked around curiously and didn't find anything familiar. He only said, "They're injured." "What are you muttering about? Kneel down." The soldiers were still charging at them. At this moment, Song Yanqing stood up and said gently, "Everyone, I see that you're injured too. Why don't you sit down and heal first? We're in the wilderness and haven't seen you before. Please forgive us." Musilian, F***CK, Brother Yanqing, you're so awesome. What if they're a bunch of lunatics? You really believe that they're generals? Zhongyu, have you forgotten that we're not in a normal world right now? Musilian, he had indeed forgotten, but he still found it hard to accept. The mountain of laws was fake, but everything in front of them was real. So much so that such a scene appeared. It was definitely absurd. When General Yuqi heard Song Yanqing's words, his expression eased, but he was still hesitant. "We accidentally passed by here. May I know where this is?" "Xiao Jin, this is Huaxia, another country." "Everyone," General Yuqi turned pale with fright. "We've already escaped this far? Huaxia, why haven't I heard of it before?" Xiao Jin followed Song Yanqing's words and said, "General, you should stay and heal. If you have any questions, we will tell you." It was unknown if it was due to the plot, but they all believed Xiao Jin's words and went to Zhongyu's house to treat their injuries. Fortunately, Zhongyu's family had prepared some medicine. He even went to Uncle Yang to get some things. Uncle Yang didn't seem surprised at all. When he went, he gave them a medicine box. When they opened it, they saw that it was full of modern versions of Western medicine, disinfectant. Zhongyu, the group of soldiers saw many strange things and couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. The only girl in the regiment also rested. She combed her beautiful hair and sat for a while. Then, she stood up and bowed to everyone. "Thank you, benefactors. You're welcome, you're welcome." At this moment, Muqi continued the conversation. He asked the girl, "What's your name? Where are you from?" If they were really a group of ancient people, then that would be too rare. How could he see everything with Xiao Jin, now that even the ancient people had appeared? If he went out and reported it to the country, wouldn't it be a great merit? The prerequisite was that he wouldn't be sent to a mental hospital as a lunatic. "My name is Li Jiao. Like the general, I came from the Li Kingdom. I encountered bandits on the way and was separated from my family. It was General Yuqi who saved my life. Today, I would like to thank you, benefactors." "Oh, you're welcome." Musilian smiled and waved his hand. Xianxia and you were very curious as they looked at the group of soldiers. After all, they were ancient people and had never seen them before. Xianxia was also a strange woman. On the surface, she said that she was afraid, but her ability to accept things was quite strong. It was probably because her brother had taught her a lot of knowledge. She knew that some things now were fake, but the ancient people they saw were real. General Yuqi and the others were healing their injuries inside. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing came outside. Song Yanqing said, I now understand what's going on. His name is Yuqi. I've just asked and confirmed that it's the same name. And this was Yuqi village. What was the connection between General Yuqi and Yuqi village? Xiao Jin looked at him with a faint smile. Don't you feel that there's something wrong with that Li Jiao? Song Yanqing said, I have a feeling that she. Song Yanqing paused and said, I have a different feeling about her. This difference comes from attraction. Xiao Jin continued this sentence and said with a smile, but it's not what you think. I also know why you dreamed, and it just had to be the two of you. Because that Li Jiao is a spirit master. She was the one who summoned you here. Song Yanqing didn't find it strange. Instead, he sighed softly. Then I guessed right. When he saw Li Jiao, he felt that something was wrong. Now that he thought about it, it was because of the special connection between spirit masters. This world was created by Li Jiao. This world was created by Li Jiao. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing said this at the same time. A smile appeared on the corner of Song Yanqing's mouth. Then, he said, I just don't know what's going on with that monster. That depends on why Li Jiao summoned you and you. She must have a reason to summon you. Xiao Jin said, the rule formation said that there's no danger here. This danger is for us. It seems that we have to wait for them to continue the plot. This is very similar to Hu Qin's backtracking array point last time. It's also immersed in her memories. The difference is that we can only play a role in that world. This time, we have completely entered this world. But I guess that even if we enter and Li Jiao and the others see us, it won't affect anything. Song Yanqing nodded. Let's wait and see. My intuition tells me that it won't take long. Xiao Jin also nodded. At this moment, the previously injured General Yuqi walked out and said to Xiao Jin and the others, how should I address the two of you? General Yuqi was a general, and he could tell that Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin were not ordinary at a glance. When he was in his own country, he had never seen such immortal-like figures. They were simply like the gods in the legends. If they did not say that this place was called Huaxia, General Yuqi would even think that he had come to the immortal world. My name is Song Yanqing, and her name is Xiao Jin. After a pause, Song Yanqing suddenly smiled at General Yuqi and said, she's my fiancée. Xiao Jin, oh? General Yuqi's eyes lit up. Then congratulations. The two of you are a perfect match. Song Yanqing nodded and asked naturally, General, what did you encounter to come here? General Yuqi's face darkened. We were ambushed by bandits on the way here, which is why we met with such a disaster. However, we are lucky to have met all of you in such a fairyland-like place. General Yuqi had escaped from the Li Kingdom. The Li Kingdom was at war. They even encountered robbers on the way and saved Li Jiao on the way. According to him, this world was too chaotic. The people were living in poverty everywhere. General Yuqi was a small general, but there was nothing he could do. The Li Kingdom was not recorded in history, but Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing did not need to care about this. They knew very well that something must have happened after this story, causing Li Jiao to use her ability to trap him here. Day after day, year after year, every time a certain time, this world would restart. After an unknown amount of time. Perhaps like Mo Jiang, she had been trapped for thousands of years. Although General Yuqi was in the same space as them, she did not have much contact with them. Later, Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing discovered that many ancient people wearing cloth clothes appeared in the village. They came from those peasant families. They took good care of these soldiers. They looked like villagers who had lived here for a long time, and they had indeed never heard of the existence of the Li Kingdom. They did not know what kind of history it was. But what was surprising was that they could see Xiao Jin, but they could not see the original ordinary villagers in the village. It was Uncle Yang and his group. This really made people unable to see the situation clearly. It's a little similar to Hu Qin's backtracking array point. It's probably because we have an abnormal ability that General Yuqi and the others can see us. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were deep in thought in the courtyard. When they saw Zhong Yu walk out from the other side, their expressions were a little solemn. I'll go and ask. He opened his mouth and looked at Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing. Those ancient people are like ghosts. The people in the village can see them, but the ancient people can't see them. Just as you said, they seem to be experiencing a plot. Uncle Yang also said that in the month since they came in, this has already happened 3 times. Those people can't see them, but as long as this plot disappears, that monster will reappear. Song Yanqing pondered for a moment and asked, since Uncle Yang told you this, why didn't he tell you what happened later? Because Uncle Yang said that they didn't know either. They didn't know where General Yuqi and the others came from or how it ended. It was as if something was deliberately erasing their memories. He only remembered that this plot would happen. Xiao Jin fell into deep thought. Zhongyu looked at Xiao Jin. He knew that Xiao Jin was the most likely person to know what was going on, so he didn't disturb her. Right now, General Yuqi and the others were staying in the village, living in the houses of the ancient people. These few days, Muzilian and Mo Jiang had been blindly monitoring them, and they had learned quite a bit of information. At this moment, a woman's graceful voice suddenly sounded. Miss Chiao, Sir Song, Sir Zong. Li Jiao walked over. When she saw them talking here, a gentle smile bloomed on her face. According to you, you are not from here. I want to ask you, when are you planning to leave this place? I don't know if you can bring General Yuqi and the others out as well. Xiao Jin knew that this was just a memory of the past. Obviously, General Yuqi and the others couldn't leave. However, she didn't refuse. She only asked, why are you only bringing the general and the others away? Aren't you leaving? Li Jiao was an important figure. She was a spiritualist. Just like how Xiao Jin could tell that you was a spiritualist at a glance, this strange world must be because of Li Jiao's existence. She could also tell that Li Jiao and the others were people from 1,000 years ago. She didn't know when they existed. This world could only be related to Li Jiao. What was her purpose for summoning Song Yanqing and you? Li Jiao lowered her head and looked at the ground. After a while, her smile seemed to be a little forced. I have some matters to attend to and can't go with you. I can only return the way I came. To be honest, when I was saved by General Yuqi, my parents were separated from me. I have to go back and find them. The Li Kingdom is in chaos. It wasn't easy for General Yuqi to save me. I can't let them go back and get hurt. She spoke with some sadness, as if she was helpless about the war in the Li Kingdom. However, Song Yanqing caught the crux of the matter. General Yuqi protects the country and is fighting a war outside. He has a mission on his shoulders. You said you don't wish to implicate General Yuqi, but can the bandits defeat General Yuqi? This was a very normal logic. General Yuqi was a general. If he went back to save Li Jiao's parents, it was not impossible. The bandits were definitely afraid of the imperial court officials. Why did Li Jiao let them take General Yuqi away and go back alone? She could also ask for help from Xiao Jin and the others. Of course, Song Yanqing and the others knew that Li Jiao was a spiritualist and had the ability to protect herself. But now, they shouldn't know. They could only figure it out from a normal perspective. When Li Jiao heard this, her expression froze. She blinked slightly and her tone was a little desolate. I just don't want to implicate you. After saying this, she didn't seem to want to say any more. She lowered her head and went to look for General Yuqi. The 3 of them could see that there was something wrong with her. Zhongyu asked, is this world related to her? It's very obvious. Song Yanqing stared at Li Jiao's back. He had already guessed something. If that monster with the giant axe is General Yuqi's transformation, then I guess Li Jiao might not be chased by the bandits. She's a spirit master of speech. The person chasing her is not an ordinary person. She doesn't want to implicate General Yuqi and the others. Zhongyu paused for a moment. What is a spirit speaker? Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing, that's right, they had talked for so long, but there were still people like Zhongyu who didn't know about the existence of spirit speakers. Xiao Jin glanced at Zhongyu and could only give him a brief explanation. Zhongyu had already expected such a thing after the incident at the Mountain of Laws. Now that he knew about this matter, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Although he was shocked, he had also expected such a thing. It turned out that this world wasn't as simple as he thought. Things were starting to become clearer. This world seemed to be exactly as the rules had said. There was no danger. Li Jiao seemed to have summoned them for a request. Perhaps, she wanted to resolve the predicament of this world. Thus, in the next few days, Qiao Jin and Song Yanqing asked the others to reduce the number of times they wandered around the village. They waited at Zhong Yu's home for the development of the matter. There would always be an end. And they realized that even if they didn't appear often, the people in the village didn't seem to be acting strangely. General Yuqi and his 20 or so subordinates were recuperating in the village. Li Jiao didn't come to look for Qiao Jin and the others anymore. She often appeared by the river in the village and stared at the surrounding mountains. Her expression was a little blank and anxious. The ancients in the village were people who had appeared before. They lived according to the rules. There were men and women, old and young. They showed great kindness to General Yuqi and the others. They took care of General Yuqi as if they were showing Qiao Jin and the others what had happened in the past. The people in the village were kind and simple. They quickly healed General Yuqi's injuries. Even with a bug like Qiao Jin and the others, they did not hide anything. About a week had passed. It was so long that Muzilian felt a headache. He wanted to chat with these people and know more. Qiao Jin and Song Yanqing did not let him go, so he did not dare to do anything. He could only stay at Zhong Yu's house all day. It was strange. Zhong Yu's house was the only house where no ancients had appeared. There was no Wi-Fi and no signal. Even if his phone was charged, he could only play small games. These days were so boring that Muzilian felt a little desperate. Until one midnight, when Qiao Jin and the others were resting, they suddenly heard other movements in the village. At the same time, Qiao Jin finally felt the turmoil of this world. It was as if the real world that had been created had finally fluctuated, revealing its fake side. The others could not feel it, but Song Yanqing and Yu could. Song Yanqing woke up, and Yu also got up. He appeared a little flustered and impatient. Qiao Jin heard the commotion outside and only whispered, "Don't be agitated. We'll just watch from here." Among the few of them, only Muzilian and Yin did not wake up. Strictly speaking, only the two of them were considered ordinary people, so their perception was not as strong as the others. Zhong Yu also woke up immediately because he had a vigilant personality. He woke up immediately when something was wrong. Qiao Jin could accurately see what was happening outside through the formation. A group of people came to the village. They held torches and were dressed the same as Li Jiao and the others. They belonged to the ancients from 1,000 years ago. A group of people held sharp weapons. The person confronting them in front of them was Li Jiao. The leader of this group of people was an old woman with a cold expression. She said to Li Jiao, "Li Jiao, you are the holy maiden of our holy palace. How can you leave the palace without permission? You have to come back with us." Li Jiao's face was a little pale. "Can I still live after I go back? You've already killed my parents. Now you want me to go back only because of my ability. They are not your parents. You are the saintess. You never had parents." This old woman was expressionless, and her eyes were even a little lifeless. She looked at Li Jiao and spoke. Her voice was like a poisonous snake. "If you go back with us now, the people in this village can still live. How dare you?" Li Jiao seemed to be frightened. She looked at the woman in shock and anger. "They are just ordinary people. You said that the holy palace never kills mortals. If we kill them all, who will know?" The woman only stared at Li Jiao. Are you going to leave or not?" Zhong Yu and the others opened a crack in the door and watched. They were too far away, so they couldn't hear anything clearly. Only Qiao Jin was listening. Song Yanqing and Yu could vaguely hear something. However, when they heard this conversation, Song Yanqing frowned slightly. They had guessed correctly. Li Jiao was not hiding from bandits, but a group of humans who were not ordinary people. In that era, there were also spiritual readers. Qiao Jin could tell that this woman was an array master. What happened? Their movements eventually woke General Jadepool up. He walked out with an axe in his hand. When he saw the woman here, he was shocked. "Who are you?" General Yuqi was full of righteousness, and his angry look was very intimidating. However, the woman in front of him was not afraid. She only looked at General Yuqi, and her expression became even uglier. "You, a holy maiden, actually had an affair with a mortal." Li Jiao's face was pale. "Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for General Yuqi, I would have been killed by the people of the Holy Palace that day. Now that you want to bring me back, do you think I don't know your purpose? I definitely won't let him come back to life. This is something that goes against the heavens. If I can't do it, don't even think about it. The woman's eyes gradually narrowed. Her pupils were long and thin, like the pupils of a snake. It looked a little terrifying. General Yuqi saw that something was wrong and immediately woke up his subordinates. He looked at the woman and said, I don't care who you are. Leave this place quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless with the huge axe in my hand. When the woman heard this, she laughed coldly. What happened next was just as Xiao Jin had imagined. This group of people from the Holy Palace began to destroy General Yuqi and the others. They even began to slaughter the people in the village. The woman waved her wrist and set up a formation. A thick fog rolled and dozens of strange-looking monsters ran out from it. General Yuqi was shocked. He had never seen such a thing before, but he reflexively pulled Li Jiao away and shouted, "Run!" Then, he slashed down with the huge axe in his hand towards the monster. The monster ran out from the thick fog, but it had a physical body. After being slashed, it immediately roared and turned into thick smoke and disappeared. The woman's face was also filled with pain. Her gaze was as if she had been poisoned. As she looked at General Yuqi, she gritted her teeth and said, I want you to die. General Yuqi had come from the battlefield. Not to mention that he had experienced hundreds of battles, his reaction speed was not something that ordinary people could compare to. He held the huge axe in his hand and shouted angrily as he hacked at the group of monsters. The subordinates behind him also heard the commotion and rushed over. Both sides began to fight in the village. This, Zhong Yu's pupils constricted and he wanted to rush out to help. Song Yanqing grabbed him and shook his head. He said in a low voice, this is the past. You can't change it. It's too late. Xiao Jin was silent. This world is only reconstructing what happened at that time. We came in with its permission. If we go now, it will collapse immediately. We won't be able to find the reason. We will have to wait. Even so, what happened next was still somewhat unacceptable to them. Although General Yuqi was fighting with them, ordinary people like them were no match for this woman in front of them. Li Jiao watched all of this from the side in shock and anger. She had been controlled by the woman early on. Among the people she brought, there were 2 formation masters who suppressed her until she could not use her ability. The monsters wreaked havoc in the village, killing the ancients who were originally in the village. The torches began to burn, and the flames burned the entire sky. The village was filled with the screams of humans. All of this had happened in the past. Everyone in the village was killed. Their mournful cries resounded through the sky. Even Mo Jiang and Yu had their eyes wide open. They didn't dare to look directly at the tragic scene in front of them. All of this had happened in the past. Because of this, they could only watch. Li Jiao's cries echoed in the entire world. General Yuqi was actually brave and unstoppable. The 2 formation masters were busy controlling Li Jiao. In a moment of carelessness, he got close to them and chopped down with his axe. They instantly died. Li Jiao broke free from the control and turned around, only to see General Yuqi's body being pierced through by a summoned monster. General Yuqi spat out blood. He only looked at Li Jiao and told her, Go, let young Master Song and the others, go too. Run quickly. He spent a lot of effort to finish this sentence and turned around to chop down at the monster. The monster let out a roar and turned into a thick fog before disappearing. The woman who was controlling all of this gritted her teeth and said viciously, You want to escape? Don't even think about escaping. I'll let you kill them with your own hands. She used a formation and actually turned General Yuqi into a monster that was almost the same as the one she summoned. He held the huge axe and saw with his own eyes that his body was changing. His rationality began to blur. On his righteous face, he only stared at Li Jiao and said, Quick, run. Ah. Li Jiao spat out another mouthful of blood and screamed, Enough. The world was shaking. Everything seemed to be happening quickly, displaying everything that had happened in the past in front of them. Under Li Jiao's collapse, everyone disappeared. Xiao Jin and the others blinked and saw the flames gradually extinguish. Li Jiao was dressed in white. She stood in the flames with her face covered in blood. She looked around and saw the broken limbs and bones of the villagers. Their corpses were lying on the ground. Just a moment ago, they were still alive. She only stared blankly at all of this. At that moment, a strong sense of regret surged in her heart. If only she hadn't come. If only all of this hadn't happened. General Yuchi and the others could have lived well. They could have lived well. The people in the village could have lived well. The ability of the spirit master of speech came into play. The strong fluctuations in her mind caused everything around her to spin crazily, as if something was happening. Xiao Jin and the others were like bystanders, watching but unable to do anything. At this moment, Xiao Jin suddenly teleported in front of her. She grabbed Li Jiao's hand. The temperature of her wrist was so real. She just looked at her, and her voice was so cold that it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. Enough. You know what you're doing is wrong. They won't be able to come back to life. Why do you want them to continue suffering? I already know your request. Li Jiao looked at her in a daze. At this moment, her face was still covered with red blood stains, looking somewhat sinister and terrifying. Her tone was very soft as she repeated her words in a daze. Life. Can't come back to life, Xiao Jin sighed. Yes, he won't be able to come back. A person could not come back from the dead. This ability was something that defied the heavens. Even though Li Jiao was a spirit master of speech. However, she wasn't powerful enough. She couldn't pay the price to revive this world. However, the powerful power of the soul speaker was at work. In the end, she created this world that was neither human nor ghost. Everything was distorted and chaotic, and even space was in disorder. It would only reappear during special periods of time. She didn't know how long all of this had reappeared. She had always wanted someone to end all of this. She was in pain. She knew that she had done something wrong. She hadn't been able to revive them. Instead, she had caused this place to fall into an even more chaotic situation. She wanted someone to end all of this. When this world reappeared, her last obsession appeared in the minds of Yu and Song Yanqing, who were also spirit masters. She had summoned them over because she wanted them, who were also spirit masters, to end all of this. Can't come back to life, tears immediately gushed out of Li Jiao's eyes. It was as if she couldn't stop them. Her voice only repeated miserably. They can't come back to life. They can't come back to life. This wail seemed to have crossed thousands of years and resounded in the minds of the surrounding people. Li Jiao looked around. There were still the original villagers. They had been harmed by the chaotic spacetime. When the world began, they had entered this place. However, because of Li Jiao's wish, they lived like ghosts. Therefore, they were already dead. Li Jiao looked at them and could only cry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she didn't know how long such a thing had happened. Perhaps it would restart every once in a while, and every time it restarted, it would kill a group of people. Because here, there would always be people who would appear and start a new life. They had no idea what would happen here. Xiao Jin looked at her. You are already powerless to undo it. You know the price of doing something wrong. You want them to live, but the sacrifices are only groups of innocent people. The wish of a spirit master was too powerful. General Yuchi and the others couldn't come back to life at all. However, karma would only be carried out coldly and mercilessly. All wishes had to be paid the price. These innocent people were the price. Appearing here was the price. However, Li Jiao didn't want anyone to die. Therefore, when those people entered this world, they seemed to be alive, but they would be chased by monsters that appeared. But in the real world, they had already disappeared. I'm sorry, she closed her eyes. Thousands of years had passed before she realized what she had done wrong. She shed tears. All of this could not be undone. She could only end all of this now. She suddenly opened her eyes again and looked at the chaos around her. She smiled sadly. No matter what price I pay, I can't undo what I did wrong. She looked at Xiao Jin, but then looked away and saw Song Yanqing in the distance. Song Yanqing and the others had already walked out of Zhong Yu's house. They looked over with gloomy expressions. Song Yanqing roughly knew what had happened because Li Jiao had summoned them. Mo Jiang and the others were a little confused. Li Jiao looked at Song Yanqing and suddenly grabbed Xiao Jin's hand. Her strength was very light, but her grip was very tight. She moved closer to Xiao Jin, but blood began to flow from the corner of her lips. She used the last of her strength to whisper something into Xiao Jin's ear. It was very soft and very weak. He's in a lot of pain. You have to save him. Her eyes were fixed on Song Yanqing. With every word she spoke, more and more blood gushed out of her mouth. A spirit master could see the past and know the future. She saw something on Song Yanqing. Forcefully telling Xiao Jin some information was already against the rules. She vomited more and more blood. Xiao Jin opened his eyes, but his gaze gradually darkened. She didn't know what Li Jiao saw. But she probably had a premonition in her heart. As Li Jiao's blood gushed out, the surrounding scenes kept collapsing. It was like a scene in a movie, and they were all people in the movie. In the end, all the scenes fell apart, turning into fragments. With a paw sound, something seemed to explode in front of them. All the fragments turned into wisps of light and drilled into their brains. It was as if they had a very, very long dream. General Yu Qi came from the Li nation. Regardless of whether this country existed in history or not, he was still from the Li nation. The Li nation was in war all year round. General Yu Qi was one of the small leaders. He led his subordinates to kill the invaders one batch after another. At that time, the people had no way of making a living. The people of the Li nation practiced divine arts, and the wizards roamed freely. In fact, it was the world of the spiritual reader. General Yu Qi was ambushed by the other party in a small-scale battle. Almost all his men were killed or injured, and he only escaped with more than 20 of his men. On the way, he also saved a girl who was said to be being chased by the robbers. This girl's name was Li Jiao. They came to a nameless small village. At that time, this place still had no name. There were not many villagers here, but most of them were kind and simple. They saved General Yu Qi, Li Jiao, and the others and let them stay here in peace. Unexpectedly, a few days later, someone came to the village to cause trouble. It was a group of array masters. It turned out that Li Jiao was not being chased by the robbers. She was a saintess who was stopped by a spiritual reader. This organization had always been brutal and helped other countries persecute the people of the Li nation. Li Jiao did not dare to say where she came from because she was afraid that General Yu Qi would misunderstand. She was a saintess, but in fact, she was a spiritual reader. Because of her powerful ability, she had always been well kept by the Holy Palace. Because the palace master of the Holy Palace was an array master, he knew that a spiritual reader could defy the heavens, so he wanted to use Li Jiao to revive himself after death. Li Jiao had not suffered much. It was not until she saw the cruelty of the outside world that she realized that the ivory tower she had been staying in was just a cage built with bloody methods. She learned a lot from General Yu Qi and the others. She also felt the kindness of the ordinary people. However, tragedy still came. The people from the Holy Palace came to capture her and force her to go back. She didn't want to, but she got herself into big trouble. The sacred palace displayed their cruel side. They killed everyone in the village and even turned General Yu Qi, who had fought to the death, into a monster. And before he died, he still told Li Jiao to run. Such a cruel fact dealt a huge blow to Li Jiao. Her ability was in chaos, and she regretted that she had caused all of this. She covered up all of this in her misery. She just wanted none of this to happen, so that she could start all over again. However, her ability was not enough to pay the price. Her ability caused this land to collapse and the space to become chaotic. Every 500 years, there would be changes. This world would reappear and devour all living beings on the surface, using their lives to make up for the karma required to maintain this world. The story would only repeat itself. Everything that had happened before would be reincarnated over and over again. A new life would pass away, and Li Jiao's soul would always be in pain. She didn't want to see this kind of thing go on endlessly, but there was nothing she could do to change it. In her world, she would reappear. She would be alive. She would still have consciousness, but she would not be able to do anything. Every time the ending came, it would definitely be like this. It wasn't until thousands of years later that Xianxia and you received the premonition that she sent out. Qiao Jin also received the report from the spirit group. This time was different from 500 years ago. If there was a problem in the village, it would still be discovered by others. This tragedy that had lasted for thousands of years finally came to an end. Xianxia and Muzilian felt as if they had had a very, very long dream. In the dream, they seemed to have become Li Jiao. They felt what Li Jiao felt and understood Li Jiao's pain. When Xianxia woke up, there were still traces of tears on her face. It was as if she had just woken up from a dream. She saw Zhongyu standing beside her and quickly grabbed his hand. "Brother, I think I had a very long dream." The things in the dream were too clear, so she actually remembered everything when she woke up. She was a little anxious. "This place, I know." Zhongyu's tone was indifferent. He pulled Xianxia. "Everything is over. We can leave now." They were in this world, so they knew about Li Jiao. Xianxia was a little confused. Is that so? She still had Li Jiao's feelings, so when Zhongyu helped her wipe the corners of her eyes, she realized that she was actually crying. At the same time, Muzilian, who had woken up, was dumbfounded. He also took Li Jiao's perspective and felt Li Jiao's pain. When he woke up, his face was filled with grief. "I wasn't even in so much pain when I was dumped by my first love, Zhongyu." Someone pushed the door open and came in. Mo Jian shouted lazily, "We can go now." Qiao Jin and Song Yanqing pulled you along and were still outside looking at the situation in the village. The world collapsed and the real world reappeared. However, there was no one in all the houses. Qiao Jin sighed softly. Before the world collapsed, they saw Uncle Yang waving at them. They disappeared together in that world. Song Yanqing walked over and said softly, "Li Jiao gave me something." He opened his hand, and there seemed to be a stream of light in his palm. Qiao Jin knew at a glance, this is Li Jiao's spiritual seed. She was a spirit master of speech and was considered a spirit reader. Naturally, she had a spirit seed. Song Yanqing was puzzled. Why would she give it to me? Qiao Jin was also here, and the destruction of the world had little to do with her. Qiao Jin shook his head and didn't mind. Since she gave it to you, it means that the spirit seed is more important to you. The spirit seed of a spiritual master of speech is rare. Just because you can't use it now doesn't mean you can't use it in the future. Keep it. Song Yanqing also lowered his head to look at the spirit seed in his hand. A light flashed across his eyes as he nodded. Cough, cough. While they were talking, a person suddenly walked out from a farmhouse not far from Zhongyu's house. The man's clothes were a little shabby. When he suddenly came out and saw Qiao Jin and Song Yanqing, he immediately burst into tears. "Are you people alive? Are you people alive? He's a sorcerer." Qiao Jin rubbed his chin and was curious. He's actually still alive. Even she couldn't be sure about the spatial chaos. Others might have entered the real world or the fake world, but no matter what, they would experience something terrifying. Or they would encounter General Yuchi's monster form. It was indeed lucky to be able to survive. This should be one of the 2 spirit readers sent by the spirit group. It was indeed fortunate that he was still alive. That person walked towards them and his tone was very excited. Song Yanqing went over and said a few words to him. That person nodded. Song Yanqing then came over and said to Qiao Jin, "He's from the local spirit group. He was sent here to investigate. He's been inside for the past few days, but he didn't see anyone. He didn't enter the same space as Muzilian and the others." Qiao Jin nodded. Yes. Since the matter was settled, Li Jiao's matter was also over, and the spirit seed had been obtained. Qiao Jin and the others prepared to go back. This spirit reader also had to go back and report the situation. However, it was probably impossible for the remaining people who did not appear to appear. When they left, Song Yanqing asked Qiao Jin, "What did Li Jiao say to you at the end?" He asked casually, but there was a hint of probing. When she spoke at the end, Li Jiao was looking at him, so Song Yanqing could feel that what Li Jiao said was probably related to him, but he didn't know what she said. Xiao Jin was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "She said that it was very painful to see you." Xianxia paused for a moment. There was some silence between the two of them. After a long while, Xiao Jin said, "You said that you would feel that you were in the Rakshasa world. Other than that, you didn't feel anything else?" Xianxia's gaze was a little complicated. He had only told Xiao Jin that he would feel that he was in the Rakshasa world, but he had never told her what his feeling was based on. That kind of soul-tearing pupils and the despair of not seeing the light of day and night could make a person unable to breathe. Xianxia didn't know what it was either. Even if he told Xiao Jin now, it probably wouldn't be of much use. He only knew that all of this was probably related to what Xiao Jin had said. Perhaps he did know her a long time ago, but he had forgotten. And she had also forgotten. He did not know why his soul was in the Rakshasa world, but he instinctively thought that there was a secret behind it. He sighed. "I'm not too sure either. She can see my pain, but I don't know where my pain comes from. Spirit speakers are the same. They can see the fate of others, but they can't see their own fate clearly. Just like herself and Li Jiao. If Li Jiao could see what happened in the ending, this world would not exist." At this moment, Musilian walked over and saw their car halfway up the mountain. He was so excited that he could die. "Are we leaving? Are we finally leaving? Oh my God, I can't believe we've completed the mission again." Once again, the mission ended when he didn't know what was going on. Xiao Jin, a person who slept the whole time lying down, was really thick-skinned. Xianxia was still immersed in the grief of Li Jiao's story. When she walked over, she looked a little listless. Xiao Jin said to Zhongyu, "When we go back, we still can't tell anyone about this. The spirit group could know, but there was no need for ordinary people to know." Zhongyu nodded. He thought for a moment and asked, "The spirit group you mentioned, are they all people like you?" Xiao Jin nodded and smiled. "There are also ordinary people. Just like ordinary companies, they always need to deal with some matters. Of course, they all know the existence of spirit readers." Zhongyu's expression was a little complicated. "Does the country know about this?" "Of course they know. The spirit group belongs to the country to begin with, but it's an independent organization. If no one manages it, this world would have long been in chaos with just spirit readers. There were so many demonic spiritualists under their control. If this was a chaotic era, there would probably be even more deaths." Mo Jiang also walked up from behind and sighed. "It's so annoying. We don't know anything. We have to report the situation when we go back. After all, she was here on behalf of the spirit group. When she returned, the spirit group would definitely ask her a lot of questions." Xiao Jin said, "You just need to tell them what happened here. They won't ask too much." It was useless to ask. Mo Jiang clicked his tongue again and got into the car. "Let's get out of here quickly. There's no internet or takeout for a few days. I'm going crazy." Xiao Jin, the high priest, was really familiar with this era too quickly. They took the car back one by one. They were still distributed as they came. Zhongyu drove Musilian and the others, while Xiao Jin drove Mo Jiang and the others. Xianxia drove in front. On the way back, they saw a swarm of police cars driving over. She was even stopped halfway. Now that the world was over and the truth was exposed, so many people in the village had disappeared. They would definitely come to clean up the mess. As for how to deal with this matter, it was up to the spirit group and the police to explain. Obviously, the matter here could only be suppressed and could not be made public. Zhongyu and the others were still a little depressed. After all, they had lived in the village for so long. In the end, when they came back, the people were basically gone. It was a pity that they had left. It made them feel too helpless. In the end, they did a simple investigation and left some information. Probably because the spirit group had news, they did not stop them from staying and doing any more investigation. When they left the mountain and the mobile phone signal was restored, the spirit group quickly called Xiao Jin and the others. Zhongli Peining knew that the matter was resolved and was a little excited. "It's really resolved? Is there an array master in there?" "Not really. The existence of the spirit speaker was a secret to them." Xiao Jin did not say. "It's a world formed by obsession. It's gone now, and nothing will happen in the future. Zhongli Peining sighed, I heard that everyone in the village has disappeared. Xiao Jin said, they were sucked into that world and disappeared. There's nothing we can do about it. They came too late. Zhongli Peining couldn't help but say, there are a lot of these things. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that more people would have disappeared. Xiao Jin said, I just happened to run into it. Zhongli Peining, we will transfer the money to your card. Xiao Jin, okay. Although she didn't really do anything this time. After hanging up, she whispered to Song Yanqing, I got 10 million. I'll treat you and you to a meal. Song Yanqing, he couldn't help but smile. Mo Jiang was not convinced. What about me? I came with you. Why didn't you invite me? Xiao Jin, you also got the money. Why do you still want me to treat you? Mo Jiang, this doesn't conflict with you treating me, so treat me. Xiao Jin, you, who had been sitting at the back of the seat, was a little unhappy. After Mo Jiang and Xiao Jin finished talking, he teased him, why do you look unhappy? Your sister Xiao Jin is treating. You said gloomily, I always feel like I've seen the old witch beside Sister Li Jiao somewhere before. Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin immediately frowned. You've seen her before? The old witch was obviously referring to the array master who came to capture Li Jiao. However, she had also died in that world for thousands of years. You actually said that he had seen her before. Where have you seen it before? This was what Song Yanqing asked. If it was you who saw it, it meant that Li Jiao's matter was not over yet. It was not as simple as luring them here. An array master who had lived for thousands of years was still terrifying in itself. No one knew how many evil deeds she had done to survive. Yu was at a loss for a moment before she suddenly said, it seems like a dream. She had seen it in a dream. Xiao Jin said, the dream could also be a premonition dream. Since you dreamed it, it means that she really didn't die. A spirit master could see through a person's future and know the past. If it was a dream, it would definitely be related to the spirit master himself. Perhaps one day, the two sides would meet. If you dreamed it, it meant that Li Jiao's connection with them was not as simple as settling Li Jiao's matter. Song Yanqing frowned and said, how much does an array master have to pay to continue living? Xiao Jin did not answer this question. Mo Jiang suddenly said, it's so big that you can't imagine it. Although Mo Jiang had lost her memory, her instincts as an array master were still there. She seemed to know how to answer this question and explained, if it's an array master, then they will transfer the karma of death to others. At the same time, they will also transfer the backlash. Since they are still alive after so many years, the number of people who died is probably in the tens of thousands. Perhaps in the long river of history, this number was nothing. However, a person had lived until now in order to survive. In other words, her body was stained with the lives of so many people. Moreover, could it be guaranteed that she was only doing it to survive? A rare trace of coldness appeared in Song Yanqing's eyes. After all, they really could not imagine what kind of existence an executioner who slaughtered thousands of people was. Xiao Jin suddenly turned to look at Mo Jiang. Do you really not remember anything about your resurrection? Mo Jiang was silent for a moment. She was not as casual as before. A hint of fatigue still flashed in her eyes. Did many people pay the price for my resurrection? She didn't suffer any backlash, so she was resurrected. Previously, she had lost her memories. Now, with her instincts as an array master, she naturally knew that her resurrection would not be so simple. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? There had to be an equivalent exchange for everything, especially karma without emotions. She knew that she had to pay a cruel price for her resurrection. But she really couldn't remember. Every time he thought of this, Mo Jiang's heart would ache. Because she didn't know what she was shouldering. Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin looked at each other. They knew why Mo Jiang was resurrected, but some things were better left unsaid. Right at this moment, Yu suddenly said, Qian Song. Xiao Jin, Song Yanqing shook his head and said nothing. Mo Jiang looked at Yu. When he heard the name Qian Song, his expression changed. What did you see? I can't see. Unexpectedly, Yu just shook her head. Sister Mo Jiang, I can't see anything on your body. I can only hear someone beside you saying the name Xianxia. I don't know anything else. You already knew that she was a spiritual speaker. After all, Song Yanqing taught her. So she knew that she could see some people's past. Can't see? Song Yanqing glanced at you. Back then, he had seen the image directly, but you had only heard it. Xiao Jin said in a low voice, your strength is different from Yu's. Even if they were spiritual readers, there would be differences. Yu was too young now. Song Yanqing was also different. His ability had grown to a terrifying level. This was something that Xiao Jin had known back then. Therefore, he could directly see through Mo Zhang's past, but he could only see a little. Perhaps because of the array on Mo Zhang's body, some things were deliberately hidden. Qiansong? Mo Jiang was immersed in these two words. There seemed to be some urgency on his face. I feel that it's very familiar, but I can't remember. Some things, the more one thought about it, the more one would have a headache. Even Mo Jiang, who felt that these two words held a lot of weight in the depths of his memory, was shaken when he heard them now. But when he tried to recall the past, he always felt that he couldn't remember, as if it was a kind of deliberate suppression. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Don't force yourself. Xiao Jin advised Mo Jiang. If you can't remember some things for the time being, it means that it's not the right time. Including his own memory loss. Some things were set with a pattern. Even if Xiao Jin wanted to force himself to remember something in advance, he probably wouldn't get a good result. This meant that the time wasn't right. Since Mo Jiang couldn't remember, it meant that it wasn't the right time. Mo Jiang nodded. His face was a little pale. He picked up his phone again. Which hotel are we staying at? I'll order takeout. Xiao Jin, Song Yanqing, *****, they returned to the city first and temporarily stayed in a hotel. They would go back tomorrow. They were divided into a few rooms. This time only the men could stay in a suite, and the girls could stay alone. They were supposed to live separately, but Muzilian insisted that he was scared and that he would only feel safe with brother Yanqing. Mo Jiang returned to the hotel and changed into a set of light pajamas. The spirit group had also transferred 10 million to her. Originally, there was no such thing, but Xiao Jin had requested it, so the spirit group had no choice but to comply. After all, Mo Jiang was also a big shot. They couldn't afford to offend him. Mo Jiang was an honest person. The first thing he did when he received the money was to book his 3 million sports car and send a message to Meng Qingyu. Mo Jiang, do you need money? Meng Qingyu, no, Mo Jiang, I have to fulfill my duty. Then, she transferred 500,000 yuan to Meng Qingyu's card. Mo Jiang, 500,000 first. Ask for more if you don't have enough money. Meng Qingyu was speechless. Meng Qingyu. It felt like a dream. One day, she actually became a mistress. Previously, when the big boss said that he would take care of them, she actually didn't mind. But when she saw the 500,000 yuan, Meng Qingyu obeyed. She even took a screenshot and posted it on her WeChat moments. She had many friends from university in her WeChat moments. At that time, a wave of people began to reply. Meng Qingyu, is this what it feels like to be a mistress? Picture, money isn't important. What's important is that I admire you as a person and want to be friends with you. Where can I find such a mistress? Waiting online. It's urgent. I don't care if you're rich or not. The main thing is that you're especially beautiful in my eyes. Do you need a boyfriend? F***ck, where did you get such a rich mistress? Do you still need a mistress? The kind who can run errands, fight, talk sweet words, and sleep with you. Can they not be a girl? It's definitely not for money. I just want a warm mistress like you. On the way back, Xianxia felt like she was in a dream. Now, the few of them were in the same room. The suite they lived in could accommodate the 3 girls. Xianxia came out of the shower and still couldn't fall asleep. She couldn't help but ask Xiao Jin, can you tell me what's going on? Ever since she entered that world, she had been in a daze. Even though her brother had a simple explanation, she still felt like she was dreaming. She had thought that she was simply going to the countryside with her brother to pay respects to her brother's grandfather. The two families had been together since she was very young. She had a good relationship with Zhongyu since she was young. Who would have thought that such a terrifying thing would happen later? Those people were all dead. They lived in a fake world. If Zhongyu's explanation only made Xianxia half believe it, then Li Jiao's memory was undoubtedly the best answer. Everyone in the fake world had experienced the pain Li Jiao had felt at that time. Through Li Jiao's memory, she had indeed seen a vivid past. There was once a tragic event that happened in a country that had never existed in history, with no people. If it was fake, who had the ability to instill such a memory in their minds? Qiao Jin glanced at Xianxia. Your brother didn't tell you? Xianxia hesitated and said, brother told me some basic things, but I want to know more. No one could hold it in. Especially after her worldview had been destroyed. Mo Jiang ate potato chips at the side and said, because in this world, other than humans, there is also an existence called a spiritual reader. These people are born with extraordinary abilities. Have you seen the TV series of urban fantasy movies? It's that kind of movie. The difference is that reality really exists. Qiao Jin, the explanation was simple and crude, but it was clear. Xianxia had already received some relevant information at the beginning. She was not particularly shocked now, but her heart was a little complicated. So that Li Jiao is a spiritual reader. Did she create that world? Mo Jiang, more or less. A spiritual reader actually has such powerful strength, Xianxia sighed. Then could our world also be fake? Mo Jiang immediately glanced over. Young lady, you're thinking too much. Qiao Jin smiled faintly. No one has such great power. Spiritual readers usually don't affect ordinary people. This world still needs rules. Is that so? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and reacted quickly. So, this Li Jiao we met was just an accident and didn't affect most people? Qiao Jin nodded. Xianxia lowered her head again, as though she was sighing. But brother was very unhappy. He never expected that when he returned to the village, everyone was gone. The villagers who had watched him grow up, Mo Jiang munched on his potato chips. His tone was even colder than Qiao Jin's. This world is like this. Since there are psychics, there will always be some unforeseen things. There will always be people who harbor evil thoughts or do things that cannot be undone. Xianxia looked at Qiao Jin and Mo Jiang. Are you both spiritual readers? Right? After all, she was also a member of the army. Her sharpness and observation skills were definitely stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, in Li Jiao's world, Qiao Jin and the others were indeed too calm. End of chapter 883. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.